Chapter 1. When you live under someone's roof, you have to sell your body. Hoda, if you don't pay the rent today, don't blame your aunt for kicking you out. Hoda, my wife found out about the 2,000 yuan I borrowed from you last time. You have to pay me back quickly, or I'll be in big trouble. Hoda, another customer complained about you today. According to the rules, a single complaint results in a 500 yuan fine. Remember to pay the fine tomorrow. Hoda. River City. Inside a rental house in an urban village. Hoda sat there for more than an hour before he accepted the fact that he had come back to life. But the problem is that this world is not his original world, but another parallel time and space. He is no longer the young and promising entrepreneur he used to be, but has become a heavily indebted worker. Heaven, earth, why do you want to resurrect me? Looking at the debt collection messages on his phone, he wished he could die again. Huode made a rough estimate and found that the total value of his entire property was only about 130 yuan. Oh, that's not right. It is 130.39. There is 0.09 yuan in the WeChat wallet and 0.3 yuan in the bank card. But he had a debt of more than 100,000 yuan to repay. In addition to the rent and money owed to others, Huada also discovered that the former owner had actually borrowed online loans. He really couldn't understand how this guy owed so much money. Did he go gambling? But soon, as an unfamiliar memory flooded into his mind, he finally understood. This excellent former owner actually used the money to reward the anchor. The key point is that I spent tens of thousands of dollars but didn't even add a hostess WeChat. In a fit of anger, he died. Then he happened to travel through time and space. Oh, go ahead and do whatever you want, and let me clean up your mess. What kind of thing is that? Huode cursed as he took out the last cigarette from the box, lit it, took a deep puff, and began to think of a solution. But half an hour later, he chose to lie down completely. He has a lot of talent but no capital. You can't just take a chance by buying lottery tickets with just over $100. I'm afraid he will starve to death on the street before his bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Knock, 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 Huada, I know you're home. Open the door for me. If you don't pay the rent today, don't blame me for being rude. At this moment, a terrible roar suddenly sounded outside the door. You don't need to ask to know that it must be the landlord coming to collect the rent. Huade originally wanted to pretend that no one was at home, but the next second he heard the sound of a key opening the door. Then, the door suddenly opened. A middle-aged woman weighing 300 kilograms appeared at the door. She was the owner of the house, Zhao Chunmei. When Zhao Chunmei saw Huode at home, she rushed over angrily, with her hands on her hips and her eyes wide open. I knew you were home. You have to pay me the rent today, or you'll get out. Huada stood up awkwardly, a flattering smile on his face. Aunt Zhao, please don't get excited. I'm just having some trouble. If you can give me a few more days, I'll definitely find a way to pay the rent. As the saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Although this rental house is a bit shabby, it can at least shelter us from the wind and rain. If he was really kicked out, he would really become a homeless person. However, Zhao Chunmei obviously did not buy into Huada's flattery. Grace? I've already given you 3 months, how can you ask me to give you more grace? I'm telling you, you have to pay it today, whether you want to or not. Huada felt bitter in his heart. He also wanted to pay the rent, but the problem was that he was short of money. Aunt Zhao, please have some mercy on me and be flexible. I promise I will pay you the rent as soon as possible. Huade really gave it his all. In another world, only others would beg him humbly, and he would never beg others humbly. But Zhao Chunmei just wouldn't listen. I pity you, but who pities me? Stop talking nonsense, either pay up or get out of here. The woman in front of me has not been nourished by love for many years, which has led to endocrine disorders, irritability and extreme temper. What the hell? Just when Huada was thinking about how to ask the landlord to give him a few days' grace, a line of words suddenly popped up in front of him. Huada was startled and rubbed his eyes. The next second, the words in front of me disappeared immediately. Could it be that my brain was squeezed when I traveled through time and space, causing hallucinations? Kid, what are you doing? Don't think you can avoid paying rent by pretending to be stupid. I'm telling you, no way. Seeing that Huada was suddenly stunned, Zhao Chunmei thought that he was trying to pretend to be stupid in order to win her sympathy and let her give him a few days, so she immediately yelled at Huada. The woman in front of you is desperately longing for love. You only need to sell a little bit of your sex appeal to make her postpone the rent. Oh shit. What on earth is this thing and why is it here again? Hwada was shocked and confused, and his heart was becoming more and more panicked. It's broad daylight, could it be a ghost? For a while, Zhao Chunmei didn't even need to chase him away, he wanted to move out on his own. This house might be a little weird. But just as he had the idea of moving away, another line of words appeared in front of him. The temperature in Jiangcheng will drop suddenly at night. If you insist on leaving your rental house, you will 100% freeze to death on the street. Oh shit. Is it so scary? Although we still don't know what exactly happened, it has to be said that Hoda has given up the idea of moving away. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. He didn't want to receive another death gift package just after being resurrected. Never mind, let's try our best. Hwada made up his mind and decided to try the method just suggested. Aunt Zhao, please don't be angry. You are so beautiful and elegant. It would be great if there was someone caring enough to take care of you. After Hwada said these words with all his might, he felt so nauseous that he wanted to vomit. But after hearing this, Zhao Chunmei was stunned at first, then an unnatural look appeared on her face and she said, "What nonsense are you talking about, kid?" When Hwada saw Zhao Chunmei's shy look, he immediately felt that there was a chance, so he struck while the iron was hot. "Aunt Zhao, what I said is sincere. It's not easy for you to be alone. If you have a companion, your life will definitely be better. I know I'm in arrears with rent, but if you could give me a few more days to recover, I'd definitely repay you." As he spoke, Hwada touched Zhao Chunmei's hand, which was as fat as a pig's trotter. Zhao Chunmei was a little flustered by Hwada's sudden action, and a blush appeared on her face. "You are such a kid." At this moment, Zhao Chunmei suddenly took the initiative, held Hwada's hand tightly, and then spoke. "Everyone has their hard times. Okay, I'll give you 3 more days. But you have to keep your word. If you still can't pay the rent in 3 days, you have to pay it with your body." Hearing this, Hwada was overjoyed and nodded quickly, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Zhao. You are such a kind person. I will definitely not let you down." After seeing Zhao Chunmei off, Hwada breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't bring himself to eat Zhao Chunmei's 300-pound fat even if he was beaten to death. Therefore, he had to find a way to pay the rent within these 3 days. Otherwise. Chapter 2: Activating the God-level prompt system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice tutorial. The God-level prompt system has been activated. Ding! The novice gift package has been distributed. Would you like to claim it immediately? As soon as Hwada sent Zhao Chunmei away, a string of subtitles appeared in front of him again. System? Hwada was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. Is this the legendary system? And I am the legendary man of destiny? The thought of having obtained an awesome system like the protagonist in the novel made me feel happy. Hwada wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Master Tong right now. Would you like to claim the novice gift pack immediately? Before Hwada could react, the system prompt appeared in his sight again. Get it. You must get it. Originally, he was still worried about how to repay his debts, but now with the system, Hwada is suddenly full of hope for the future. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. After seeing the prompt that appeared in front of him, Hwada couldn't help but rub his hands, full of anticipation for this novice gift pack. Ding! Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the following items: Genetic Potion 1, Advanced Free Fighting Skills Mastery 1, God Level Romance Strategy 1, God Level Get Rich Strategy 1. Although the novice gift package does not contain many things, only 4 items, each one seems to be tailor-made for Hwada and hits his heart precisely. In his previous life, Hwada was also a big fan of cool novels, so he could roughly guess the functions of these props just by looking at their names. As Hwada thought about it, a detailed introduction to these props suddenly appeared in front of his eyes the next second. Just one glance and he was so excited that he almost jumped 3 feet high. He is indeed the chosen one. Gene Potion, Ingredients Unknown, Year Unknown, Origin Unknown. Taking it can instantly change your body's genetic sequence, allowing you to regain your confidence and become a confident man. Hwada simply ignored the previous introduction and only paid attention to the second half of the sentence. Become a confident man. To be honest, he is very satisfied with his size. But as a normal man, what reason does he have to refuse to make himself more confident? As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Without even a second's hesitation, Hoda drank the genetic potion in one gulp. The genetic potion is colorless and tasteless, but it has a hint of sweetness after taking a sip, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt appeared in front of Hoda again. Congratulations to the host, the gene potion was used successfully. Begin physical strengthening. At first, Hoda thought that physical strengthening would be extremely painful. But after he started strengthening, he found that it was not the case at all. Instead, his body felt a little numb and very comfortable. Not long after, the system reappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the physical enhancement. Strength increased by 100%, speed increased by 100%, stamina increased by 100%, reaction increased by 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the personal attribute panel. Next second, an interface similar to a game character panel appeared in front of Hoda. Name, Hua De. Age, 24. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Stamina, 100. Reaction, 100. Important note, your attributes have already significantly surpassed those of ordinary human males. Please keep a low profile and cherish your life. Seeing the last important tip, Hoda's mouth twitched instantly. A second ago, he was still excited about the strengthening of his body. The next second, he felt extremely depressed. It's like he has a set of peerless martial arts but can't use them easily. It's really a pain in the ass. Forget it, just don't use it. Your life is at stake. He didn't want to be used as a guinea pig and then be caught by the special department for biopsy research. After adapting to his strengthened body, Hoda looked at the next item. Advanced Mastery of Free Fighting. After using this, you will instantly become the strongest free fighter on the planet. Use. Hua De has loved watching martial arts movies since he was a child and was determined to become a handsome and capable fighter. Once upon a time, he was just one step away from achieving this goal. But now it's finally possible. Ding! Free fighting technique successfully used, skill infusion completed. Congratulations to the host for becoming the most capable fighter on the planet. Hoda only felt a slight pain in his brain, and then a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. In just a moment, he learned free fighting. A punch was thrown, bringing up gusts of wind. So strong. Looking at his fists, Hoda felt that he could now fight 10 people at once. No. Yes, 1 against 100. The first two things are so awesome, so aren't the last two props with the word God level in them even more awesome? However, at this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on the system. The God level romance strategy and God level get rich strategy are passively triggered and cannot be activated automatically. Depend on. After seeing the system prompt, Hoda couldn't help but swear. Genetic potions and free fighting techniques are good, but what he needs most now is to make money. It turns out that this God level strategy is actually triggered passively. This damn system is playing tricks on him. However, no matter how angry he was, he had no way to deal with this system. After calming down, he began to think about how to trigger these two strategies. First of all, since it is a passive trigger, it means you have to go out. If you always stay at home, you will definitely not trigger the strategy. After all, beautiful women want to come to you on their own, and money want to fall from the sky. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten yet. Eat something, you may get unexpected rewards. Having made up his mind, Hoda immediately left the rental house. 10 minutes later, Hoda came to a snack street near the urban village. Although the environment here is a bit worse, it is cheap. Judging from what happened to Hoda, he is now worthy of coming here. Most of the people living in the urban village are migrant workers and new graduates like him. The snack bars here naturally became the place where these people had their 3 meals a day because of their good quality and low prices. Hoda randomly found a fast food restaurant that seemed to be doing good business and was about to go in. The system prompts. This is a black-hearted shop. The owner is an unscrupulous businessman. He uses gutter oil and rotten meat that has been left out overnight. Once consumed, the lifespan of the meat is reduced by 1. Hoda didn't know what this lifespan -1 meant, but he didn't want to know now. No matter if it was 1 year less or 1 day less, he would not dare to joke with his own life. Hoda quickly stopped and looked at the fast food restaurant, feeling a little scared. Luckily there was a system prompt, otherwise I would have ended up in this shady shop. After walking 100 meters, Hoda immediately took out his cell phone and made a reporting call. Although he is not a good person, he cannot tolerate such a thing. Doing business requires integrity. This is also an important reason why he was able to start from scratch in his previous life. Then, Hoda continued to look for a place to eat in the snack street. As he walked, he paid attention to the system's prompts, fearing that he would walk into another shady shop. But what he didn't expect was that the shops on this snack street actually had various hygiene problems. He did not show favoritism and reported them all. Because of his disturbance, Jiangcheng is destined to be restless tonight. Chapter 3, the system is showing initial success, with a scratch-off ticket worth 100,000 yuan. What's going on today? Why are there so many uncles in hats? It's not just Mr. Hat. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Food Administration, and the Health Bureau are all out there. What happened? I heard that someone reported all the stores on this street. Oh my god, there are problems with so many stores. Hoda felt very proud when he heard the discussions of passers-by. The feeling of doing good deeds without leaving a name is really wonderful. There's a sports lottery shop 500 meters ahead. A scratch-off ticket worth 100,000 yuan will be sold in 10 minutes. The sudden prompt in front of him instantly brought Hoda back to reality. How many? 100,000 bonus. Hoda was stunned for a moment, thinking he had seen it wrong. After confirming again and again that there was indeed a 100,000 yuan bonus, Hoda became extremely excited. An hour ago, he was still worrying about tomorrow's fine. Now the money is here. Etc. Soon Hoda realized something. He is rich now, so why should he pay fines or go to work? Even before receiving the 100,000 yuan prize and buying a lottery ticket, Hoda was already feeling proud. 500 meters is not far, and at Hoda's current speed he can reach it in the blink of an eye. However, in order not to attract attention, Hoda still strolled slowly to the lottery shop. I glanced at the time on my phone and saw that only 5 minutes had passed. So, Hoda hummed a little tune and walked into the lottery shop with brisk steps. Young man, buying lottery tickets? Seeing someone coming in, the lottery shop owner immediately greeted them. Hoda nodded slightly and replied casually, just take a look. Okay, call me if you need anything. After the lottery shop owner replied, he ignored Hoda and went about his own business. Seeing that the other party no longer paid attention to him, Hoda casually looked around. Although he looked nonchalant, Hoda was actually waiting for the system's prompt. The winning scratch-off ticket is a 10 yuan ticket, which is placed in the cabinet at the counter. Sure enough, the next second, the system prompt appeared in front of Hoda. So, Hoda immediately came to the counter. Boss, do you have scratch cards? Asked Hoda. Yes, we have them. They're 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and 20 yuan. Which one do you want? 10 yuan, maybe. How many do you want? Can I choose for myself? Can. Then, the boss took out a thick stack of 10 yuan scratch-off tickets. Hoda took a quick look and realized there were probably hundreds of them. With so many scratch-off tickets, which one is the winning one? He wouldn't buy all these scratch-off tickets, would he? Even if he wanted to, he didn't have that much money in his pocket. Fortunately, the next second, the system prompt came again. The winning scratch-off ticket is the 10th one from the top. After knowing which scratch-off ticket was the winning one, Hoda immediately felt confident. Then he took out the only remaining $100 bill from his pocket and slammed it on the counter. Boss, I want 10. Then, he casually picked up 10 scratch tickets. And the scratch-off ticket with a prize of 100,000 yuan was among them. After that, Hoda started scratching the lottery tickets in front of his boss. The first one didn't he win? Don't be discouraged, young man. There might be a big prize ahead. Seeing that Hoda didn't win the prize on the first scratch-off ticket, the boss kindly comforted Hoda. Little did he know that this was all a show put on by Hoda for him. If you only buy one scratch-off ticket and win 100,000 yuan, your luck is a bit incredible. But if you buy 10 tickets and one wins, that's more or less acceptable. Thank you, uncle. I also believe that I will win the jackpot. Hoda raised his head and smiled confidently. After seeing Hoda smile, the lottery shop owner also sighed secretly. He has seen too many young people like Hoda who want to get rich overnight. Winning the jackpot is not that easy. As he spoke, Chen Xiao scratched off 2 scratch-off tickets in a row. Not to mention winning the jackpot, I didn't even win the smallest amount of 5 yuan. Then came the 4th, 5th, and 6th tickets, but still no winners. At this time, the lottery shop owner once again comforted him. Don't worry, young man, this is how scratch-off tickets work. Maybe the next one will win the jackpot. Hua nodded slightly, but he was not panicked at all. Because he knew the jackpot was among the remaining scratch-off tickets. He continued to shave slowly and leisurely. The 7th one still didn't win. Hua sighed in pretended disappointment. Seeing this, the boss could only shake his head helplessly, and thought to himself. This young man's luck is really bad. He scratched 7 tickets and didn't win a single cent. At this time, Hoda had already scratched the 8th ticket. I got it, I got it. Hoda shouted excitedly. I won, how much? Hearing Hoda's shout, the lottery shop owner hurried over, his eyes full of anticipation. Hoda looked at the numbers on the scratch-off ticket excitedly and said in a trembling voice. I hit 50. How much? 50? The boss was somewhat disappointed to see that Hoda was so excited because he only won 50. But he still smiled and congratulated. Not bad, young man, 50 is not a small amount. Isn't that half of the investment returned? Maybe there will be even bigger prizes later. Then I'll take your good wishes. Hoda said with a smile. It is certain that you can get your money back. After all, there is still a 100,000 yuan grand prize to be won. But these 50 were an unexpected surprise. Then, Hoda continued to scratch the 9th scratch-off ticket. Unfortunately, this one still didn't win. There was only one scratch-off ticket left, and Hoda started to get nervous. As the last scratch-off ticket was slowly scratched off, the atmosphere in the store became extremely tense. Hoda could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. My hands also began to tremble. At this moment, Hoda stared at the scratch-off ticket in his hand, hoping for a miracle to happen. I got it. I got it. Hoda suddenly burst into an excited shout, his voice filled with excitement and ecstasy that was difficult to conceal. The lottery shop owner was also attracted by the sudden sound and hurried forward to ask. How much did you win this time? However, when he saw the long string of numbers on the scratch-off ticket, he was stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100, 100,000? At this moment, the lottery shop owner's voice began to tremble. This young man actually won the jackpot. It's still 100,000. Boss, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won the jackpot. Hoda pretended to be grateful and said to the lottery shop owner. Hey, young man, what are you talking about? Winning the lottery depends on your own luck. What does it have to do with an old man like me? The lottery shop owner waved his hand and said, but his tone was as sour as it could be. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Hoda took the scratch-off ticket and left the lottery shop. A prize of this size cannot be redeemed at a lottery shop, you have to go to a lottery center. As soon as Hoda walked out of the lottery shop, he saw a young couple walking into the lottery shop. Because of the host's interception, a young couple lost the grand prize. Looking at the sudden prompt, Hoda smiled slightly and thought to himself. I'm so sorry. However, after this incident, Hoda once again witnessed the power of the system. At this moment, with the 100,000 yuan prize in his pocket, Hoda felt very happy. It feels so good to be rich. I'll have to add 2 more chicken legs later. Chapter 4. You call this a strategy for getting rich quickly? The next day, Hoda slept until noon when he was woken by the ringing of the phone. Hoda, do you still want to do this? I haven't paid yesterday's fine yet, and I'm absent from work again today. What? You think you don't have to pay the fine if you don't come to work? I tell you, you're dreaming. Hurry up and pay the fine. Including the 500 from yesterday, it's 1,000 in total. As soon as the call was connected, Joe Paopi's roar came from the other end. Joe Paopi is Hoda's immediate superior. His real name is Joe Dahai, but employees prefer to call him Joe Paopi in private. What this guy is best at is flattery and exploiting his subordinates. In Hoda's memory, the previous owner of this body had been exploited a lot by Joe Paopi. But Hoda will not tolerate this guy, especially since he won a jackpot of 100,000 last night. Joe Paopi, I think you're the one daydreaming, and you still want me to pay the fine. I'm telling you today, I quit. After saying that, Hoda didn't give Joe Paopi a chance to retort and just hung up the phone. The next step is to block and delete the entire person. This Joe Paopi actually wants him to pay a fine, go eat shit. After blocking and deleting all of Joe Paopi's contact information, Hoda suddenly felt extremely refreshed. Oh my god, it's already past 10 o'clock. At this time, Hoda glanced at the time on his mobile phone and found that it was already 10:15. The lottery center closes at 11:30 a.m. If he can't redeem his prize before the lottery center closes at noon, he will have to go hungry at noon. After winning the lottery last night, he indulged himself in luxury. Not only did I add 2 more chicken legs, I also ordered 2 bottles of snow tea. He only has 20 left in his pocket. Without thinking too much, Hoda jumped up from the bed, put on his clothes and rushed out of the rental house without even turning his head. As soon as he went downstairs, Hoda unexpectedly ran into Zhao Chunmei. At this moment, the two looked at each other. Hoda could clearly see the strangeness in Zhao Chunmei's eyes and the smile on the corner of Zhao Chunmei's mouth. The whole person shuddered suddenly. The way Zhao Chunmei looked at him was very abnormal. A middle-aged woman, long deprived of love, sees easy prey. If the host doesn't pay the rent within 3 days, the host will rape her. Oh shit. After seeing this tip, Hoda felt terrible. He never thought that what he said yesterday would make Zhao Chunmei take a fancy to him and even regard him as her prey. Blame this damn system. Fortunately, he will have money soon. As long as he could pay the rent, Zhao Chunmei would have no excuse to have sex with him. Xiaohua, what are you doing in such a hurry? At this moment, Zhao Chunmei's voice was gentle and her delicate appearance did not look like a fat person weighing over 300 pounds at all. That look was so scary. Hoda was startled and immediately said perfunctorily, I have something urgent to do and have to leave quickly. See you later, Aunt Zhao. Be careful on the road, don't forget our agreement yesterday. The other party is already thirsty for the host, so it is recommended that the host remember to lock the doors and windows when sleeping at night. The lottery center is not far from the urban village where Hoda lives. Hoda took a Didi and arrived at the lottery center in just 10 minutes. Perhaps it was near noon. When Hoda walked into the lottery center, there was no one inside to claim the prize except the staff. Ding! The 7-day strategy to get rich quick has been activated in a specific scenario. Please check the details. Hoda was stunned when he saw the system prompt that suddenly appeared. What's going on? The system doesn't want him to rob the lottery center, does it? However, before he could open the strategy details, a new prompt appeared before my eyes again. Warning! Warning! If the host does not check the strategy in time, his life will be in danger. Please check it immediately. Now Hoda was even more confused. This damn system wouldn't really want him to rob the lottery center, would it? If that were the case, even if he had 100 lives, it would not be enough to die. Thinking of this, Hoda quickly clicked on the guide to check it out. The 7-day get-rich strategy is the only way for the host to make money in the next 7 days. Please cherish it. In 5 minutes, a group of extremely vicious criminals will break into the lottery center and rob. This group of people are all wanted criminals on the internet. If the host leaves now, he will be 100% safe, but he will lose the opportunity to get rich quickly. If the host chooses to stay, there is a certain probability that his life will be in danger, but if the host can subdue this group of wanted criminals, the host will receive a bounty of 1 million. After a series of prompts, Chen Xiao felt unwell. What is this? You might even come to claim a prize and get robbed by a wanted criminal. The key is that it is also related to the strategy of getting rich quickly. But fortune and honor are achieved through risk, for the sake of that 1 million bonus. Hoda decided to fight. Of course, the reason why he dared to stay was mainly because the genetic medicine and free fighting skills rewarded by the system gave him confidence. Now that he knew what would happen next, Hoda was no longer in a hurry to claim the prize, but instead waited quietly for the arrival of the wanted criminals. 5 minutes passed quickly. At this time, a black Jetta was parked in front of the lottery center. Immediately afterwards, 3 burly men with masks on got out of the car. The wanted criminal has a gun in his hand, please be cautious. Following the system's prompt, Hoda indeed noticed that the clothes of the 3 people were bulging, and it was obvious that there were guns hidden under their clothes. Seeing the 3 people walk into the lottery center, Hoda decisively called the police. Before this, Hoda was thinking about how to stop the robbery. However, they were all rejected by Hoda one by one. After all, the robbery hasn't happened yet, so no one would believe what he said. He couldn't tell others that he had a system that could predict the future. If he really said that, not only would he be caught and sliced, he would definitely be regarded as a lunatic. Similarly, if he had called the police in advance, it would have been difficult to explain clearly. So, after some careful consideration, he decided to call the police the moment the three people stepped into the lottery center, and then broadcast it live. Day. As soon as the three robbers entered the room, they took out the gun hidden under their clothes and fired 2 shots at the ceiling. As the gunshots rang out, the atmosphere in the lottery center froze instantly. Everyone huddled in the corner in fear, not daring to breathe. Hoda remained calm, hid in a corner, secretly took out his cell phone and pointed it at the 3 robbers. "Listen up, we're only after money, so you better cooperate, or we won't mind sending you to hell. Now, put all the money in this bag." Although the cash in the lottery center is not as good as that in the bank, it is safer. The bank's security is directly connected to the police station. Once a special situation occurs, Uncle Hat will be dispatched immediately. But the lottery center is different. The security at the lottery center is not as tight as that at a bank. And no one would have thought that someone would come to rob the lottery center. Of course, this is generally the case. Even if these robbers were beaten to death, they would never have thought that their robbery plan would be discovered by Hoda in advance. They would never have imagined that from the moment they stepped into the lottery center, Hoda called the police. At this moment, countless police cars were rushing towards the lottery center. Chapter 5: Triggering a God-level romance strategy. Ding! A special scene triggers a God-level romantic encounter strategy. Please check the detailed strategy to avoid missing out on the perfect opportunity to meet a beautiful woman. Hwade was filming the robbers committing a crime when a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. What the hell is this God-level affair? Triggering a God-level romance at the scene of a robbery, what's the fuss? However, just as Hwade was complaining about the system, the sirens of a police car suddenly sounded outside. "Boss, this is bad. There are a lot of police officers outside." One of the 3 robbers panicked after hearing the sirens. According to their assumption, even if someone called the police would not arrive so quickly. So the police car must have just happened to be passing by. Thinking of this, the eldest of the 3 immediately started scolding. "Why panic? It's just a police car that happened to pass by. Stick to the plan." A group of self-righteous robbers, licking blood on the knife edge, had no idea that they would be surrounded by police in 3 minutes, and would be in a desperate situation. After negotiations with the police broke down, they would start shooting hostages. Boom! When Hoda saw the system prompt, his head suddenly started buzzing and he felt unwell. These robbers actually dared to shoot and kill the hostages. They are truly desperate criminals who are capable of doing anything. No, I must stop them. At this moment, Hwade was no longer thinking about the 1 million bonus, but how to save the dozens of lottery center staff members. Just as Hwade was thinking about how to deal with the 3 people, one of the robbers suddenly pulled a woman out of the crowd. "Boss, this girl is really pretty, why don't you take her away with you later? She's really good looking. I haven't had sex in a while, so I'll take this chick with me. I'll give her to you guys when I'm done." "Thank you, boss." After hearing what the robbers said, Hoda held the mobile phone tightly in his hand, feeling extremely anxious. 7-day romance guide: within 7 days, the host will have good luck in love. The game will automatically open when you meet your target. Please read the guide carefully to avoid missing out on romantic opportunities. At this moment, Hoda had no time to read any guide to having a romantic encounter. Just when he wanted to close the damn system prompt, the system prompt changed immediately. Lin Wanner, the campus beauty of Jiangcheng University, is on her first day of internship at the lottery center. Unexpectedly, she's being robbed. Her stunning beauty has drawn her in, and she longs for a hero to rescue her. If the host rescues her, there's an 80% chance of winning the other person's heart. If the host is injured during the rescue, there's a 100% chance of winning the other person's heart. The campus beauty of Jiangcheng University? Hwade finally understood what was going on. I have to say, this dog system is quite something. This is a real dog thing. But having said that, Lin Wanner is really beautiful. Hwade hadn't noticed it before, he just thought the other person had a good figure. A set of tight work clothes perfectly outlines the other person's figure, and paired with the beautiful legs in black stockings, any man would be impulsive when seeing it. But when the system prompted that the other party was the campus belle of Jiangcheng University, Hwade began to carefully examine Lin Wanner's appearance. Even when she was being held hostage by robbers and looked pale, Lin Wanna's face still exuded a kind of beauty and elegance that was hard to ignore. Her skin looked even more delicate and smooth against her pale face, like a newly opened petal. Her brows, slightly furrowed in fear, added a touch of fragile beauty to her. Especially those bright big eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, which made people feel so distressed. At this moment, Lin Wanna was roughly dragged out by a robber. She stared in horror, looking at the cold muzzle of the gun in the robber's hand and the robber's ferocious face. She felt her heart beating rapidly and her body trembled involuntarily. She tried to remain calm, but fear overwhelmed her like an icy tide. Please don't hurt me. Lin Wanner begged the robbers with a trembling voice, but her begging made them even more excited. My dear little beauty, how could we bear to hurt you? As long as you are obedient and serve us well, we will naturally let you go. After saying that, the robber sneered and pushed Lin Wanner aside. Then he ordered his men to quickly put the money into the bag. At this moment, Hoda kept paying attention to the time and thinking about countermeasures in his mind. If the robbers didn't have guns, he was confident that he could handle it even if 3 of them attacked him together. But the other party has 3 weapons of equality in his hands, which makes it very difficult to deal with. After all, there are so many hostages here. Once the other party takes hostages, he will be in a passive position. If you are not careful, it may backfire. As he was thinking, the sirens outside were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that the entire lottery center had been surrounded by police. Boss, something's wrong. At this time, one of the robbers had already sensed that something was wrong. Boss, this is bad. There are police everywhere outside. We are surrounded. Another robber looked through the window and saw that there were densely packed police officers outside who were armed with live ammunition. Why are you panicking? We have so many hostages. I don't think these cops would dare to rush in. Here, just as the robber leader finished speaking, the voice of the police loudspeaker was heard outside. Listen up everyone inside, you've been surrounded by the police. Release the hostages now, lay down your weapons and surrender, and seek leniency. Hearing that the police had surrounded the place, the hostages made a commotion, as if they saw hope of being rescued. However, the next second, the leader of the robbers dragged Lin Wanner to the gate and shouted at the police outside. Listen up, police officers outside. You have 10 minutes to prepare a car and 5 million in cash. If you take more than a minute, I'll kill one of the hostages. Good opportunity. At this time, Hoda, who was hiding in the dark, finally began to act. The robbers' attention was drawn to the police outside, and they didn't notice Hoda in the corner at all. After being transformed by genetic drugs, Hoda's speed is several times that of an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind a robber. Then, Hoda covered the man's mouth with one hand and hit the back of his neck hard with the other hand. Woo! The robber only had time to let out a low whimper before he fainted and lost consciousness. Hoda gently pushed the man down, snatched the gun from his hand, and then quietly came behind the other robber. At this time, the hostages had already discovered Hoda. But they knew that Hoda was saving them, so they all held their breath, afraid that any noise would attract the attention of the robbers. Hoda came up behind another robber and knocked him down in the same way. This leaves only one robber left. He is also the most troublesome robber. Because the other party has hostages. Chapter 6, a hero saves a beauty and is wounded. However, what Hoda didn't know was that everything he had just done was seen by a sniper in the distance, and reported to his superiors. The superiors were also shocked when they learned about this. However, the robbers now have hostages in their hands, so it will not be easy to attack by force. Now that we have Hoda as our insider, everything will be easier. Su Jun is the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau and the on-site commander of this incident. Calm down first and don't hurt the hostages. I have reported your request to my superiors. They have already gone to raise the money, and the car is on the way. After observing Hoda's movements, Su Jun immediately decided to stabilize the robber first, attract his attention, and create an opportunity for Hoda. The robber didn't expect that the Jiangcheng police would agree to his conditions so quickly, and he was feeling very proud. But the next second, he saw Hoda behind him through the glass door in front of him. At this moment, Hoda pounced on the robbers like a cheetah. Hoda acted very accurately. He grabbed the robber's gun-holding hand and twisted it hard. With a click, the robber's wrist was broken and the gun in his hand fell. Then, Hoda locked the robber's throat with his other hand, forcing him to let go of Lin Wanner. Go! Huode shouted at Lin Wanner and then started to wrestle with the robber. After hearing Huode's instructions, Lin Wanner looked at him gratefully, turned around, and ran out of the lottery center without hesitation. When several policemen saw Lin Wanner coming out, they immediately stepped forward to meet her. It was not until this moment that Lin Wanner finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, from her pale face and frightened eyes, it can be seen that she was quite frightened. Bang! But at this moment, a gunshot instantly broke the silence. Lin Wanner quickly looked back and saw Huode being shot and falling to the ground. Huode deliberately let the robbers shoot him. With his current strength, the robbers would have no chance of shooting him if he hadn't done it on purpose. The reason why he did this was, of course, because of the system's prompt. He did not forget the system's previous prompt. If he was injured while rescuing Lin Wanner, he would definitely win her heart. Now that Lin Wanner is safe, it's time to get hurt. Although he was slightly injured, his injury was not serious at all. The moment the robber fired, he dodged the vital parts and the gun finally hit his shoulder. But due to inertia, he fell to the ground and looked as if he was seriously injured. However, this sudden scene left everyone stunned. No! Lin Wanner exclaimed in a heart-wrenching manner. She couldn't believe her eyes. Huode, who had just been so brave and saved her from danger, was now lying in a pool of blood. She didn't have time to thank the other person, as she didn't even know his name. Lin Wanner wanted to rush forward regardless of everything, but was held back tightly by two policemen behind her. Bang! The next second, another gunshot rang out. The sniper in the distance accurately shot and killed the robber who wanted to shoot again. Hurry, save him, call an ambulance. Su Jun and the special police officers reacted very quickly and rushed into the lottery center immediately. A few minutes later, the remaining 30 or so hostages were all successfully rescued. The remaining two robbers were also arrested by the police. As for Huode, he was carried into an ambulance and sent to the hospital for surgery. The moment she saw Huode being taken to the ambulance, Lin Wanner couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. Tears flowed from her eyes like beads with broken strings. Lin Wanner covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from crying, but her body was shaking with excessive sadness. It was this man in front of her who risked his own life to save her from the robbers. Watching the ambulance go away, Lin Wanner's heart was filled with endless worry and self-blame. At the same time, there is an indescribable complex emotion surging. She realized that she had developed an inseparable feeling for this man whom she had never met but had saved her. In the ambulance, Huode endured the pain in his body, but his heart was filled with joy. Just as he was being carried into the ambulance, he happened to hear that the police had confirmed the identities of the three robbers. It was the wanted criminal that the police had previously wanted nationwide. This means that he will immediately receive a bounty of 1 million. In addition, he also saw the worried look in Lin Wanner's eyes when she looked at him. Based on his experience, this look was enough to show that Lin Wanner had been captured by him. After arriving at the hospital, Huode was immediately sent to the operating room. Fortunately, the bullet did not hit a vital part, and the operation was completed in just over an hour. Evening. Huode slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying in a single room in the hospital. Then he moved his injured shoulder. It wasn't painful as I had imagined, but rather an itchy feeling. In fact, what Huode didn't know was that his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the previous transformation with genetic drugs, he has gained extraordinary healing abilities. Are you awake? How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? Just then, the door of the ward was gently pushed open, and Su Jun, wearing a police uniform, walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. Who are you? Huode didn't know Su Jun, but when he saw the police uniform on Su Jun, he guessed his purpose. Then Su Jun placed the flowers in his hand on the table beside him, and saluted Huode with a standard military salute. After the ceremony, Su Jun spoke again. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Jun, and I'm the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. I came here specifically to thank Mr. Hua. Thank you for your bravery and fearlessness in stepping up and subduing the robbers when the people needed you most. Huode waved his hand and said modestly, Captain Su, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I should do. Hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed in Su Jun's eyes. I didn't expect that Huode is not only good at martial arts, but also has such a high level of ideological awareness. Mr. Hua, I actually came here this time to tell you something else. We have confirmed the identities of the three robbers. They are wanted criminals nationwide. You successfully assisted us in capturing them, so you can receive a reward of 1 million. Here we come. Here we come. The reason he took the risk was for the 1 million bounty. Huode was suddenly delighted, but he remained calm on the surface. Captain Su, I didn't do this for any bounty. I just did what every person with a sense of justice would do, so this bounty. Hearing this, Su Jun admired Huode even more, but he still interrupted hurriedly. Mr. Hua, your heroic act not only saved the hostages, but also helped our police capture the robbers, so you deserve this reward. However, the bonus is still going through the procedures and it will take a few days to be approved. Hearing this, Huode suddenly felt disappointed. He thought the money would arrive soon, but he didn't expect it would take 3 days. After that, the two talked for a few more words, and Su Jun stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, a system prompt popped up in front of Huode again. Chapter 7. Sometimes being missed by a woman is not a good thing. A brave veteran police officer has worked in the Criminal Investigation Division for over a decade. Following this incident, his superiors are considering promoting him, but they're just waiting for the right opportunity. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. This diligent and dedicated public servant was attacked by the robber's accomplices while escorting him to prison the next day, and ultimately died a glorious death. The sudden reminder made Huode stunned for a moment. However, he quickly sorted out some useful information from it. First, after this robbery incident, Su Jun has entered the sight of his superiors, and he is just one opportunity away from promotion. Second, the 3 robbers have accomplices who have not been arrested and will rob the prison van again tomorrow. Third, the army will be sacrificed in tomorrow's melee. After Lin Cheng's thoughts, Huoda's brain worked rapidly. I soon realized that the so-called opportunity might come tomorrow. So, Huode hurriedly called out to Su Jun. Captain Su, wait a moment. At this time, Su Jun, who had already walked to the door, suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Huode and asked in confusion. Mr. Hua, is there anything else? This. Although Huode stopped Su Jun, he didn't know how to tell him that the robbers had accomplices and were planning to rob the prison van. Fortunately, at this time, the system prompt appeared in front of him again. This is a veteran police officer with many years of experience in handling cases. The host only needs to reveal to him that the robber has accomplices, and he will naturally know how to deal with it. After seeing the system prompt, Huode immediately said to Su Jun. Captain Su, I have important information to report to you about those robbers. In order to get Su Jun's attention, Huode directly brought out the 3 robbers. Really? After hearing what Huode said, Su Jun decisively retracted his steps and returned to the bedside. What important information? Huode organized his words and said, when we were at the lottery center earlier, I seemed to vaguely hear the 3 robbers talking about where to meet up. I forgot where exactly, but I'm sure they must have accomplices. What Huode said was both true and false, but he also told Su Jun the most important information. After hearing that the robber had accomplices, Su Jun immediately frowned. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hua, for the clue. After saying that, Su Jun walked out of the ward without looking back. After Su Jun left, Huode was just about to take a rest. Unexpectedly, the door of the ward was pushed open from the outside again. Captain Su, is there anything else? Huode thought Su Jun had returned, but when he looked up, he found that the person who came was not Su Jun, but Lin Wanner. At this time, Lin Wanner was still wearing work clothes. Although it was just an ordinary work suit, when worn on Lin Wanner, it outlined her curvy figure. Especially the Balenciaga shoes on those long legs, which shone slightly under the light, adding a bit of charm and temptation. Huode was so fascinated by it that he couldn't wait to play with it. Lin Wanner didn't seem to notice the subtle change in Huoda's eyes. She quickly walked to the bedside and asked with concern. Hello, Mr. Hua. My name is Lin Wanner. Thank you for saving me today. I came specially to see you. Are you feeling better now? Huode smiled and expressed his gratitude. I'm fine, just a minor injury, it's just a few days of rest. I will be fine. But I still want to thank Miss Lin for coming to see me. That's as it should be. If it weren't for you, I might. When she said this, Lin Wanner's voice was choked and her eyes were slightly red. Lin Wanner had never felt death so close to her in her life as she did today. When the robber pointed the gun at her head, she thought she was doomed. It was Huode who saved her from the robbers like a god riding on colorful clouds. If it weren't for Huode's courage, she would probably have been a cold corpse long ago. So Lin Wanner was grateful to Huode from the bottom of her heart, not to mention that Hoda was injured in order to save her. Seeing the tears in Lin Wanner's eyes, Hoda comforted her softly, "It's all over. You're fine now." Lin Wanner nodded gratefully and tried to calm herself down. Then he looked at Hoda deeply, as if he wanted to engrave the image of this savior in his heart forever. "Mr. Hua, I don't know how to thank you." Hoda smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, "Actually, this is what I should do. I don't want a beautiful woman like Miss Lin to encounter misfortune at such a young age." After hearing what Hoda said, Lin Wanner's face instantly flushed. She lowered her head shyly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her hands unconsciously twisted together, revealing her inner nervousness and anxiety, but more of it was the joy and shyness after being praised. Looking at Lin Wanner's shy appearance, Hoda felt his mouth dry and his heart beat faster involuntarily. Especially when his eyes fell on the proud breasts of Lin Wanner, he swallowed his saliva even harder. Fortunately, Lin Wanner did not notice anything unusual about Hoda. "Well, Miss Lin, it's getting late, why don't you go back early?" Hoda ordered Lin Wanner to leave. He was afraid that if she stayed any longer, he would not be able to control himself and do something worse than an animal. Although he wanted to, it was probably not appropriate to do that in the hospital. Moreover, he didn't know what Lin Wanner was thinking. Discovering that the hero who saved her is also a handsome man, this rich girl, who has been addicted to idol dramas since childhood, is determined to marry him. However, her shyness as a girl prevents her from expressing her feelings. Okay. This requires a commitment of one's body. This system is really good. "Mr. Hua, Ms. Lin, it's really late. If you don't go back, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. I'm still lying in bed. If you're in danger, I can't protect you." Before Lin Wanner could finish speaking, Hoda interrupted him. Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then a shy look appeared on her face again. Lin Wanner didn't expect that Hoda would be so concerned about her safety, which made her very touched. Of course, so as not to worry Hoda. So, she nodded heavily and said, "Okay, then I'll go back first. I'll come to see you tomorrow." Afterwards, the two exchanged contact information, and Lin Wanner left the ward, looking back every few steps. The moment he saw the door closed, Hoda breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes being remembered by a woman is not a good thing. Like now. Not long after Lin Wanner left, Hoda received a message from her. "Mr. Hua, what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I'll bring it to you. How about steamed buns and fried dough sticks?" "Ah, no, you just had surgery and can't eat anything too oily. I'd better bring you century egg and lean meat porridge." Secretly, I like century egg and lean meat porridge the most. Chapter 8, Acting Bravely but Becoming a Suspect. The next day. As expected, Lin Wanner came to Hoda's ward early in the morning with a bag of breakfast. However, because she had to rush to work, Lin Wanner left in a hurry without staying long. Seeing the impetuous Lin Wanner, Hoda really couldn't understand. According to the system's prompts, Lin Wanner is a wealthy lady. Since you are a rich lady, why do you have to work? It is also a lottery center. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Hoda is not a person who likes to dwell on trivial matters. If he can't figure it out, he will just give up. After washing up, Hoda opened the breakfast that Lin Wanner brought and started eating. I have to say, this century egg and lean meat porridge tastes really good. After breakfast, Hoda began to pay attention to the real-time news. According to the system's prompt, the accomplices of the 3 robbers will rob the prison van today. I wonder if Captain Su can successfully capture these criminals. Hoda waited until noon before he saw the real-time news about the robbers' accomplices. At 10 a.m. today, while escorting the armed robbers from yesterday's lottery center to prison, police were attacked by accomplices of the robbers, leading to a fierce gunfight at the scene. The police have successfully arrested 3 accomplices of the robber, and there were no casualties at the scene. Police have successfully apprehended the robbers' accomplices. No casualties were reported at the scene. Following this incident, Su Jun will be commended by his superiors and promoted to deputy director of the Zhengcheng Public Security Bureau. The news reported the robbers' accomplices hijacking the prison van, but a sudden tip gave Hoda more information. This prison van hijacking was indeed an opportunity for Su Jun, allowing him to be successfully promoted to deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. After that, Hoda stayed in the hospital for another 2 days before leaving the hospital to the shock of all the doctors and nurses. The reason they were shocked was that Hoda's injuries recovered so quickly. In 3 days, his injuries were healed. This completely refreshed the cognition of these medical workers. In fact, Hoda's injuries had completely healed as early as the day after the operation. If he hadn't been afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, he would have wanted to be discharged from the hospital long ago. But unexpectedly, it still caused shock to everyone in the end. But fortunately, these doctors didn't say much, they just thought that Chen Zhao's physique was different from that of ordinary people. After leaving the hospital, Huoda went to the lottery center first. His 100,000 yuan prize money has not yet been redeemed. If you don't exchange it now, it will probably expire and become invalid. After taking a taxi to the lottery center, Huoda was quickly recognized by the staff. Everyone was grateful to Hoda. After all, if Hoda hadn't stepped forward, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to be rescued. Finally, the director of the lottery center personally helped Huoda complete the exchange procedures and personally sent him to the door. Before leaving, Huoda asked the questions in his mind. "Director, is Miss Lin off today? Why don't I see her?" Hearing this, the director of the lottery center was stunned and then spoke. "Mr. Hua is asking about Lin Wanner, right? She resigned 3 days ago." Quitted? Hua didn't expect Lin Wanner to resign, but he soon figured it out. After all, Lin Wanner is a rich girl and there is no need for her to work. Maybe this job is just a way for her to experience life. After leaving the lottery center, Hua prepared to take a taxi to the Public Security Bureau to collect the 1 million yuan reward. However, at this moment, there was a burst of rapid shouting in the distance. "Robbery! Catch the thief!" Hua immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw a thief running towards him in panic not far away. Not far behind the thief, a woman was stumbling and shouting anxiously, "Robbery! Catch the thief!" An ordinary girl from a poor but filial and kind family had her bag stolen. It contained money she had saved with great difficulty to pay for her mother's life-saving surgery. If the money was stolen, her mother would die because she had no money to pay for the surgery. Seeing the system prompt, Huoda couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had only been to this lottery center twice, but was robbed both times. He didn't know whether it was his bad luck or the bad luck of these criminals. Seeing that the thief was rushing towards him, Huoda didn't think any more and quickly adjusted his state, ready to stop the other party. It would be fine if this hadn't happened, but since it happened to him, he couldn't just ignore it. What's more, the thief stole someone's life-saving money. The thief shouted as he ran, waving the dagger in his hand. "Get out of here, all of you, get out of here!" Seeing that the thief had a weapon in his hand, many passers-by who were ready to take the initiative took a step back and made way for the thief. But at this time, Huoda did not retreat but advanced, and tripped him without hesitation. The thief suddenly lost his balance and fell flat on his face. This sudden change caught the thief off guard. Without giving the thief a chance to react, Huoda immediately pounced on him and wrestled with him. In just a few moves, he snatched the dagger and the stolen bag from the thief's hands. Just as Huoda was about to return the bag to the owner, a police car came roaring and stopped steadily in front of Huoda. The car door opened quickly and a heroic policewoman got out. "Stop!" Seeing the dagger in Huoda's hand, the policewoman handcuffed him without saying a word. A newly employed policewoman, fiercely jealous of crime, is determined to solve a major case and prove herself. On her first police outing, she encounters a knife-wielding robbery and is in a state of extreme excitement. What's going on? Huoda was stunned at first, then he reacted. It turns out that the policewoman mistook him for a thief. "Damn it! You've got the wrong guy. He's the thief. I'm just doing this for justice." Huoda was really impressed by this big-breasted, brainless woman who was arrested for her bravery in doing good. He knew that if he didn't speak up, he would be taken away as a knife-wielding robber. "Comrade police officer, don't listen to his nonsense. He is a thief. Look, he has not only a knife but also a bag in his hand." At this time, the real thief on the side turned the tables and blamed him. Xin Yueshi is 24 years old this year. She just graduated from the police academy 3 months ago. After graduation, she was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Detachment of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau as an office clerk. The police received a call on their first trip today and rushed to the scene immediately. Although she lacks experience in handling cases, she is not blind. As the thief said, the knife and the bag were in Huoda's hands, and it was hard not to make her suspicious. "Now that the physical evidence and witnesses are here, what else do you have to say?" Huoda never expected that the thief would actually turn the tables on him. The key point was that the policewoman in front of him actually believed the thief's lies. He was then handcuffed and taken into a police car. Although he was mistaken for a thief, the good news was that the girl's money was recovered and her mother was saved. Comrade police officer, do you think I can leave now? When the thief saw Hoda being taken into the police car, he wanted to run away. But, the next second, Shin Yueshi said coldly, "Did I let you go? Come back to the police station with me." After saying that, Shin Yueshi took the thief into the police car and drove to the police station with the two of them. Chapter 9 Misunderstandings Resolved, Freedom Regained. Yo! Our policewoman apprehended 2 suspects on her first police outing. She's truly amazing. When Shin Yueshi brought Hoodie and the thief back to the police station, they immediately attracted the attention of a group of police officers. On the first day Shin Yueshi reported to the Criminal Investigation Detachment, she clamored to solve major cases and catch criminals. But she was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Detachment to do logistics work for more than 3 months. Today was my first time going out on patrol, and I didn't expect that she actually caught 2 people. Soo Jun had just come out of the director's office. He had already learned that he would be promoted to deputy director. He knew very well that his promotion was entirely due to Hoda's reminder. If Hoda had not reminded the robbers that they had accomplices, he would not have been able to make arrangements in advance to capture the robbers' accomplices in one fell swoop, and he might even have paid a heavy price. So, Hoda not only helped him advance in his career, but also saved his life in disguise. Just when he was considering whether to treat Hoda to a meal to express his gratitude, he suddenly heard that Shin Yueshi had brought back 2 suspects. Shin Yueshi comes from a wealthy family and is the daughter of a prominent figure in the province. So as soon as I graduated, I was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Bureau. Precisely because of her strong background, Soo Jun has always let this young lady handle logistical work in the team. But this young lady is not one to be content with her lot and is determined to solve the big case. After 3 months of observation, Soo Jun finally agreed to let her go out as a police officer. Unexpectedly, the police caught 2 suspects on their first trip. For a moment, Soo Jun was also full of curiosity about the person captured by Shin Yueshi. So he quickly walked towards the interrogation room. The other side. In the dark interrogation room, Hoda was handcuffed and secured to a specially constructed chair. In front of him were Shin Yueshi and a civilian police officer who was in charge of miscellaneous records. Shin Yueshi interrogated Hoda expressionlessly. Name? Hoda knew that he had not committed any crime, so he spoke calmly. Hoda. Shin Yueshi, gender? Hearing this, Hoda was amused. Comrade police officer, aren't my masculine features obvious enough? Shin Yueshi immediately slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, Hoda, I advise you to be honest and confess everything you have done so that we can get leniency. This beautiful policewoman's immediate superior is on his way. He has recognized your identity and you will be released without charge. To be honest, although Hoda knew he was innocent, he was afraid that this silly woman would confess under torture. But after seeing the system prompt, I finally felt relieved. So he cooperated with Shin Yueshi and said, My name is Hoda, male, 25 years old, a native of Jiangcheng. That's more like it. Seeing that Hoda finally cooperated honestly, Shin Yueshi sat down again. Tell me, why did you rob in broad daylight? Have you committed any crimes before? I repeat again, I did not rob. I was acting bravely. The real robber was the person you captured with me. Hoda said righteously. Snort. Shin Yueshi sneered, obviously not believing what Hoda said. Then tell me, why do you have a knife and a bag in your hands? Well, this woman has already preconceived that he is the criminal, and she won't believe him even if he tells her everything now. Hoda simply kept silent, closed his eyes and waited for the other party's boss to appear. For a moment, the atmosphere in the interrogation room was extremely tense. Shin Yueshi stared at Hoda's calm face with sharp eyes, and anger continued to rise in her heart. In her opinion, Hoda was deliberately provoking her at this moment. Hoda, do you think we can't convict you if you don't say anything? I'm telling you, with all the evidence, you can't escape. Shin Yueshi roared at Hoda like an angry tigress. The next second, Shin Yueshi stood up and came to Hoda. What do you want to do? Seeing Shin Yueshi's murderous expression, he was really afraid that this woman would lynch him. But at this moment, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open and Soo Jun strode in. As soon as he entered the room, Soo Jun saw Hoda handcuffed to a chair, and the scene of Hwode rescuing the hostages regardless of his own danger suddenly popped up in his mind. He would never believe that Hoda was the suspect in the knife-wielding robbery. Shin Yueshi, what are you doing? Su Jun roared in anger and immediately hurried to Hwoda's side. Captain Su, why are you here? Shin Yueshi was stunned when she saw Su Jun suddenly appear, but then she thought that Su Jun must have heard that she had arrested a knife-wielding robbery suspect on her first day on duty, so he came to congratulate her. However, Shin Yueshi did not receive Su Jun's congratulations. Instead, she saw Su Jun waiting for her with an angry look on his face. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat and she sensed that something was wrong. Shin Yueshi, do you know who you captured? Su Jun pointed at Hwode, his tone full of blame. Shin Yueshi was stunned. She looked at Su Jun in confusion and said, Captain Su, isn't he the suspect of the knife-wielding robbery? Upon hearing this, Su Jun became furious. What's this about knife-point robbery? Did you know that Mr. Hwo was a hero who helped the police capture a wanted criminal 3 days ago? And you arrested him as a criminal. When Shin Yueshi heard this, she felt as if struck by lightning. She never thought that the suspect she had worked so hard to catch would be the hero who helped the police capture the wanted criminal 3 days ago. For a moment, Shin Yueshi lowered her head in shame. Well, Captain Su, can you please let me go first? Seeing that Su Jun had finished his training but was still reluctant to remove his handcuffs, Hwode finally couldn't help but speak. As soon as Su Jun entered the room, he started scolding Shin Yueshi, which really made him vent his anger. But the problem was that Su Jun had no foresight at all and didn't notice that he was still handcuffed. Hurry up and remove the handcuffs, Mr. Hwa. Su Jun yelled at Shin Yueshi, then apologized to Hwode. Mr. Hwa, don't be angry. It's all my fault for not disciplining my subordinates well. After regaining his freedom, Hwode rubbed his wrist and said with a smile, it's okay, just explain it clearly. Seeing that Hwode had no intention of pursuing the matter, Su Jun once again said to Shin Yueshi with a stern face, why don't you apologize to Mr. Hwa quickly? I'm sorry, Mr. Hwa. Shin Yueshi also knew that she had misunderstood Hwode, and her apology was particularly sincere. Afterwards, Shin Yueshi retrieved the surveillance video from the scene and, combined with Hwode's testimony, quickly figured out what really happened. Because the thief's crime was serious and the amount of money stolen was too large, he was awarded a 10-year package with free food and accommodation. In the next 10 years, he no longer has to worry about food and drink, and he can even work and earn money there. Chapter 10 System Mall opens, escape from the rental house. Mr. Hwa, thanks to your reminder last time, we were able to catch the accomplices of the robbers. Thank you so much. Captain Su, you're so polite. This is what I should do. Let's stop being so polite, brothers. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Su from now on. Brother Su, then my reward. It's been approved by the higher-ups. I believe it will be deposited into your card soon. As soon as Su Jun finished speaking, Hwode felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. I took it out and saw that it was a message from the bank. The 1 million bounty has been fully deposited into his card. Since it is a bounty, no tax is deducted. In other words, he is a millionaire now. Brother Su, the bounty has arrived, and I think it's time for dinner. How about I treat you to a meal? Hwode knew that the official procedures were very slow, especially when it came to money. The efficiency was extremely low, not to mention that the money was 1 million. Su Jun must have played a very important role in the police transferring the money so quickly. So, Hwode thought about inviting the other party to dinner to express his gratitude. How can I let you treat me? I have to. But I have something else to do, so I'll have to do it next time. Su Jun said with a wry smile. Although the appointment letter has not yet come down, his promotion to deputy director is a foregone conclusion. Before taking office, he has to hand over the work at hand and familiarize himself with the new position. He will probably be very busy in the next period of time. Seeing Su Jun say this, Hwode no longer insisted. Afterwards, Su Jun personally sent Hwode to the door of the municipal bureau, and the two waved goodbye. Mr. Hwa, wait a moment. Just as Hwode was about to leave, Shin Yueshi suddenly chased out. Officer Shen, is there anything else? Hwode looked at Shin Yueshi, whose chest was slightly heaving due to heavy breathing, and asked in confusion. Although this female police officer acted a bit impulsively, it has to be said that she still has a lot of capital. After seeing Shin Yueshi calm down her breathing, Hwode withdrew his greedy gaze. Mr. Hwa, I'm here to apologize to you. To express my apology, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Shin Yueshi said after taking a deep breath. Huoda was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Shin Yueshi came out to treat him to a meal. Then he smiled and said, "Officer Shin, I have received your apology. As for eating, there is really no need. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Huoda slipped away. Well. Damn it. How dare you reject me? Huoda, you're dead. Looking at Huoda's receding back, Shin Yueshi stomped her feet in anger. If it were any other time, if a beautiful woman invited him to dinner, Huoda would definitely accept it with pleasure. But at this moment, he had to reluctantly refuse. Half an hour later. Huoda stealthily found an empty corner, and after making sure that there was no one around, he carefully looked at the message floating in front of him. Just now, when Shin Yueshi chased out, the system prompt appeared in front of his eyes again. Unlike the previous prompts, the content of the system prompt this time made his eyes light up, and even his heartbeat involuntarily quickened a bit. Congratulations on completing the God level strategy and earning 50,000 points. The system mall has been opened. I wish you a pleasant experience. Complete intelligence to earn corresponding points, which can be used to purchase various items in the system mall, which will help you reach the pinnacle of life. Complete intelligence for the first time and receive an additional item reward, Super Hacker Card. Note, please use this item with caution. Improper use can easily cause social unrest and panic among citizens. Integral? Mall? After seeing the system prompt in front of him, Huoda was ecstatic. He was already shocked by the functions of the system before, but he didn't expect that there would be a system mall. However, this place is not absolutely safe. Huoda suppressed his excitement and stopped a taxi. Back to the rental house. As Huoda took out the key, an ambiguous voice sounded behind him. "Xiaohua, where have you been these days? You've kept me waiting so long." Hearing this voice, Huoda shuddered and got goosebumps all over his body. He turned around slowly, and what came into his sight was Zhao Chunmei's face, which even the thick foundation could not hide the traces of time. What made Huoda even more disgusted was that Zhao Chunmei was actually wearing a red suspender nightgown at the moment. Imagine a middle-aged woman weighing about 300 pounds, wearing a bright red suspender nightgown and heavy makeup. That scene is simply unbearable to watch. Fortunately, it was not nighttime. If it were nighttime, Huoda would have thought he had encountered a female ghost. Oh, that's not right. Female ghosts don't look so ugly. And Xiao, well, I was hospitalized a few days ago and was just discharged today. As Huoda spoke, he unconsciously stepped back, trying to keep a safe distance from Zhao Chunmei, fearing that she would pounce on him if they disagreed. He's in the hospital. Is it serious? Where is he injured? Let Auntie take a look. As she spoke, Zhao Chunmei started to get started. Wait a moment. Fortunately, Huoda was transformed by genetic drugs and now has great skills, so he avoided Zhao Chunmei in one go. However, when Zhao Chunmei saw that Huoda was so tactless, she immediately said with a gloomy face, "Stinky boy, have you forgotten our previous agreement? If you can't pay the rent within 3 days, you'll have to pay with your body." "Aunt Zhao, it's just rent, I'll pay it." After saying that, Huoda took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer money to Zhao Chunmei. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chunmei snorted coldly and said, "What do I need from you?" "What I need is a man who can warm my bed. I advise you not to be ungrateful." "Well, Aunt Zhao, the company has asked me to go on a business trip, so I have to rush to the airport right away. I'll transfer the rent to you later." As Huoda spoke, he quickly opened the door, then dodged and hid inside the house. At the same time, he pushed hard to block Zhao Chunmei outside the door. "Asshole! You little bastard, just wait for me." Zhao Chunmei angrily slammed the door several times, yelled and cursed for a while, and then left. Only after Huoda confirmed through the peephole on the door that Zhao Chunmei had really left did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was really scared just now, and his heart is still beating fast. It seems that he can no longer live in this house, otherwise if this old woman really destroys it one day, he won't even have time to cry. So he immediately packed his luggage and sneaked out of the rental house before Zhao Chunmei came back. However, he is not the kind of person who does not abide by principles. When he left, he paid all the rent owed to Zhao Chunmei in one lump sum. Huoda was walking down the street with a bag in her hand and checked the time. "It's too late to find a house, so let us find a hotel for one night." Thinking of this, Huoda waved to stop a taxi. "Master, go to Qianda Hotel." Chapter 11, The Battle in the Presidential Suite. Chianda Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng. It is said that the most expensive presidential suite costs 18,888 per night. Huada is a millionaire now after all, so he has to be extravagant. So, after arriving at the Chianda Hotel, Huada decisively booked a presidential suite. After completing the check-in procedures, Hoda soon followed the lady at the front desk to the presidential suite on the top floor. After receiving the small note from the other party, Hoda watched the other party disappear around the corner of the corridor before opening the door. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking around, you can see half of the river city. The familiar taste is back. In his previous life, Huada often went to high-end hotels and was already familiar with this luxurious environment. He pulled a bottle of 1990 Romane Conti from the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass. Then, he took the wine glass to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked out at the river city below, took a sip of the red wine in the glass, and the rich aroma of the wine instantly filled his mouth. Cool! Huada shouted and then drank the red wine in the glass. Then he went to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with hot water and started taking a bath. Feeling the temperature of the hot water, Huada felt extremely comfortable and relaxed at this moment. At this moment, Huada remembered that he had only checked half of the system mall before. So I immediately opened the system interface. At this moment, he saw that a prop bar option suddenly appeared on the system interface in front of him. After clicking on the prop bar, a black card appeared inside. There were no words on it, only a figure wearing a black hat whose face could not be seen clearly. He attached his consciousness to the card, and the purpose of the card instantly appeared before his eyes. Super Hacker Card. Once used, you will become the world's most powerful hacker. No matter what you do online, no one can trace your true identity. During use, all your online earnings will be strictly encrypted, and no transaction will be traceable. This item lasts for 2 hours. Huada's eyes changed and a look of shock appeared on his face. This is too outrageous. It's outrageous enough to become the world's most powerful hacker and not be traced no matter what you do. Unexpectedly, all income obtained through the internet will be strictly encrypted, and no trace of the transaction can be found. Doesn't that mean? At this time, Hoda thought of a very evil thing. There are 1.4 billion people in China. If one withdraws 1 yuan from each person's account, wouldn't he instantly have a wealth of 1.4 billion? However, as soon as this idea came into his mind, he nipped it in the bud. He is a very principled man. What belongs to him is his, and if it doesn't belong to him, he won't take a penny no matter how much it is. This is also an important reason why he was able to start from scratch in his previous life. But then again, this card is only valid for 2 hours, which is really a bit short. But if you think about it carefully, it would be abnormal if such a perverted card did not have some restrictions. Then, Hoda's consciousness opened the system mall. There are quite a lot of things inside. Gene medicine, points, 10,000. After use, it will transform and strengthen the body, making it stronger and more durable. Maximum usage, 5. Super Hacker Card, points, 50,000, a top-tier item for hiding your virtual identity, validity period, 2 hours. Universal Human Skin Mask, points, 50,000, after use, you can freely change your facial features, body shape, height, gender, etc., validity period, 12 hours. Random Intelligence, points, 1,000, after use, a random intelligence will be opened, the content of the intelligence is not limited. Huodit took a quick look and found that there were quite a lot of props in the system mall, and they were all high quality. But unfortunately, there is not much he can afford now. After looking around, Huoda finally exited the system mall without buying anything. As the saying goes, a good knife should be used on the blade. At present, he has limited points and cannot squander them at will. Have to keep it and use it at the critical moment. Afterwards, he took a bath for a while before coming to the living room wearing his bathrobe. People who have never stayed in a presidential suite may not know that the presidential suite is actually like a commercial housing. Not only do they have bedrooms, but they also have living rooms. Better hotels even have study rooms, gyms, and entertainment rooms. This is the case with the presidential suite at the Chianda Hotel. There are 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a study and an entertainment room, totaling 260 square meters. After taking a bath, Hoda suddenly felt hungry. Only then did he remember that since he came out of the lottery center at noon, he was taken to the police station by Shin Yueshi. He had not eaten anything all day, and now he was naturally starving. It's time to eat something. So he ordered the hotel's room service. After a while, the hotel waiter brought a cart of food. Half an hour later, Hwada burped and then leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied look on his face. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sound that was not suitable for children. At first, he thought he had misheard. After all, this is the presidential suite, so the sound insulation shouldn't be that bad. There are only 2 presidential suites on the top floor, and most people would not be so extravagant as to book a presidential suite when they come to the hotel. But after all, Hoda's body has been transformed by genetic drugs, and his senses have long surpassed those of ordinary people. He listened carefully for a while and made sure that he had not heard wrongly. It seems like the people next door are really doing some kind of exercise that is not suitable for children. And judging from the sounds, it seemed like there were more than 2 people. No way, is it so exciting? At the same time, the system prompt appeared in front of Hoda again. A large-scale group battle drama is taking place in the next room, and the participants are well-known online bloggers. Manhwa? I believe many men know what it means. Hwada also liked to watch this kind of movies in his previous life, but this was the first time he encountered one in real life. Although Hoda wanted to be a part of it, he didn't want to be the leading man. Just when he was about to turn a blind eye and deaf ear to the problem and prepare to return to his bedroom, the prompt in front of him suddenly changed. Half an hour later, the heroine could no longer bear the abuse from the heroes and died suddenly in the house. What? This amount of information is extremely large. Hwada thought there would be several couples next door, but he didn't expect there would be several to one. However, after seeing this message, Hoda decided to call the police. Although I didn't know the other person at all, he was doing that kind of work. But as the old saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If you encounter someone who is in danger, you cannot just stand by and watch him die. So, Hwada took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Yueshi. Come to the presidential suite 6666 on the top floor of the Chienda Hotel and get a gift for you. He lived in presidential suite number 8888, and presidential suite number 6666 was the presidential suite next to him. Not long after the message was sent, Hwada received a reply from Shin Yueshi. Shin Yueshi's reply was very simple, just one word. Roll. Chapter 12. This woman is too good at teasing. Looking at the phone screen, Hwada was stunned for a long time. What's the meaning? Shin Yueshi actually told him to get lost. He had given her an opportunity to solve a major case with good intentions, but this woman actually told him to get lost. It's true that only my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Hwada called Shin Yueshi immediately. But after the phone beeped twice, it was hung up. Just when Hwada was about to make a second call, Shin Yueshi sent another message. Hoda, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This kind of person? What kind of person? For a moment, Hwada was even more confused. So Hwada quickly edited a message and sent it. Don't you always want to solve a big case? Come to the Chienda Hotel quickly, or someone will die. Sure enough, not long after this message was sent, Shin Yueshi called. Hoda, what did you mean by the message you just sent me? Shin Yueshi asked on the phone. Literally, stop talking nonsense and bring people here. Hoda said impatiently. However, Shin Yueshi still didn't quite believe Hwada, so she confirmed it again. Are you sure there's a case, not that you want to sleep with me? What? Sleeping in Shin Yueshi? So this woman thought that this was the reason why I asked her to come to the hotel late at night. I went home speechless. His mother opened the door for him. He was home speechless. Hwada really wanted to say, Miss, who are you? Do you think I'm going to die if I sleep with you? But Hwada explained again, there really is a case. If you don't come, someone will die. Seeing that Hwada didn't seem to be lying, Shin Yueshi immediately said, wait, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Hurry up, my aunt. After saying that, Hwada hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Hwada heard footsteps coming from the corridor and immediately opened the door. He saw Shin Yueshi and several uncles in uniforms and hats. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Hwada pointed to the next room. What's going on? Shin Yueshi tiptoed to Hwada and asked. However, before Hwada could answer, a high-pitched female voice rang out in the quiet corridor. Now, Shin Yueshi knew what was going on without Hwada's explanation. You heard it too. I suspect there's a gang rape going on next door. As soon as the words group fornication came out, Shin Yueshi was stunned on the spot and her face turned red. But soon, she responded. Although group fornication is not a serious crime, if she can catch this group of people, it will also be a reflection of her ability. Thinking of this, Shinyueshi took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and looked at Hwode with a firm gaze. Are you sure? Next door is. Shinyueshi, who had never experienced anything between men and women, found it difficult to talk about that kind of thing. However, Hwode also knew what she wanted to say, so he nodded and said in a serious and earnest tone, I'm sure, I listened for a long time before you came, and I'm sure there are at least 4 people in there. When Shinyueshi heard Hwode say that he had been listening for a long time, she immediately showed an expression of disgust. But she quickly controlled her emotions and spoke to the uncle in the hat beside her. Go get the hotel manager on duty and prepare to break the door. After a while, the hotel's duty manager came with a room card. Drop. The door opened and Shinyueshi and her men rushed in immediately. Although Hwode stood outside the door and did not go in, he still saw the scene inside. Good job. There were actually 7 people inside. 6-1, no wonder someone died. Who can stand this? Not long after, the 7 people were handcuffed and taken away. If you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Thank you for today. After the arrest operation was over, Shinyueshi thanked Hwode and left the hotel. After returning to the house, without being disturbed by others, Hwode could finally sleep peacefully. Suddenly, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Hwode's eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the intelligence, perfection, 100%, 10,000 points earned, 60,000 points remaining, and item reward, 1 entry modifier. Hwode, who was just about to go to sleep, lost all sleepiness instantly after seeing this reminder. Entry modifier? What the hell? Hwode opened the system's item bar with doubts and checked the introduction. Entry modifier. After use, you can read the target's intelligence and modify the modifiable information within the intelligence, thereby achieving the purpose of modifying the target's future behavior. Number of uses, 1. After reading the introduction, Hwode was instantly shocked. Such a pervert. This thing can actually modify the target's future experience. It's simply a powerful weapon for killing and robbing. The more Hwode thought about it, the more excited he became, and he didn't fall asleep until late at night. It was already noon the next day when Hwode woke up. After having lunch at the hotel, he checked out. Although the presidential suite is nice, living in it all the time is not a long-term solution. I still have to find a place to settle down first. But at this time, Hwode was in trouble again. Although he is now a millionaire with more than 1 million in cash, it is far from enough to buy a house in Jiangcheng. It is true that Jiangcheng is a third-tier city, but the housing prices are not low at all. Even for ordinary needs, it can easily cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. The little money he has is not enough to buy a house. A second-hand house is fine, but the problem is that he doesn't like it. But there are always more solutions than problems. If I can't afford to buy it, can I still rent it? After leaving the hotel, Hwode found an agency online. Then I took a taxi to the agency. There are many large and small real estate agencies in Jiangcheng. Although the agency he found was not large, it had a good reputation. Sir, would you like to see the house? As soon as I entered the door, a real estate salesperson wearing a black business suit and high heels greeted me with a smile. Hwode looked the other person up and down. She has a pretty face and a tall figure. Her slender legs are wrapped in tight black stockings, making her look long and attractive, which makes Hwode think of the 3 words legs are good for years. Yes, I want to rent a house, Hwode said with a smile after retracting his gaze. The female salesperson didn't care about Hwode's greedy look. Instead, she took Hwode into the store, poured him a glass of water herself, and then squatted in front of Hwode with a set of real estate information. From Hwode's perspective, he could just see the beautiful view of the other person's chest. Hiss. Hwode couldn't help but gasp, thinking that no wonder this store has such a good reputation online. It turns out they are so fun. Sir, my name is Yin Tao, you can call me Taozi. What do you need from a house? Yin Tao said this while ruffling her hair. The charm that she exuded inadvertently made Hwode unable to help but look at her a few more times. Fortunately, he had enough self-control, otherwise he would have fallen at this moment. If I need it, the house should be bigger, and it would be best if I could move in right away. Hwode thought for a moment and said. After saying that, looking at the other person's half-squatting posture, he couldn't help but say, you can sit down, isn't it tiring to squat like this? Unexpectedly, Yin Tao suddenly reached out and unbuttoned the top two buttons of her shirt, looked at Huode with a teasing look and said, "Brother, you are so considerate, but I think this will make it easier to communicate with you. Besides, don't you like it?" As she spoke, Yin Tao stuck out her tongue and pursed her lips, with a cunning glint in her eyes. Huode was shocked by the other party's sudden action. He didn't expect that this woman would be so bold. I cried out in my heart. This is too seductive. I can't stand it. Chapter 13. A woman who changes her face faster than turning the page of a book. Yin Tao's boldness was beyond Huoda's expectations. But to be honest, the properties she has are still pretty good. With Yin Tao's introduction, Huode quickly picked out several houses. 2 large flats and 1 villa. The large flats all have sea views, one is 140 square meters and the other is 200 square meters. The housing prices are not expensive. A 140 square meter apartment costs a little over 3,000 yuan per month, and a 200 square meter apartment costs a little over 6,000 yuan. Although the villa does not have a sea view, it is surrounded by mountains and water and has a beautiful environment. Moreover, this villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, with a total usable area of more than 1,000 square meters. Unfortunately, it's a bit expensive, with rent of 15,000 yuan a month. But for Huode, the rent of 15,000 yuan is still acceptable. Just these 3 sets. Take me to see them first. After choosing the house, Huode stood up and said, "Okay, Mr. Hua, I'll take you to see the house right away." After saying that, Yin Tao stood up. But, the next second. Ouch. I don't know if it was because she had been squatting for too long, but as soon as Yin Tao stood up, she screamed, staggered, and was about to fall. Fortunately, Huode was quick-witted and stepped forward to hold her firmly. The other party has been attracted by the smell of money from you and wants to use physical contact to close the deal. If you act now, you will 100% win them over. Who would have thought that just renting a house would bring such unexpected gains? Although he was moved, Huode also knew that it was not appropriate to do anything shameful now. So, after helping Yin Tao up, he asked with a smile, "Are you okay?" After Yin Tao stood firm, a blush appeared on her face. Smelling the male hormones emanating from Huode, she lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Hua, I'm fine. My legs may be a little numb from squatting for so long." "That's good. Let's go look at the house," Huode said with a smile. After the two walked out of the agency, Yin Tao looked at Huode and asked, "Mr. Hua, where is your car parked?" "Ah, I don't have a car." Huode was slightly stunned and told the truth. "Ah, you don't have a car, how are we going to get there?" "I was beaten. In a taxi." Huode thought Yin Tao would continue to seduce him, but she changed her attitude and kept a distance from him deliberately, with even a hint of disgust in her eyes. Because you don't have a car, they think you're a loser trying to show off. They no longer believe you have the money to rent a house. If you do something out of line now, you'll definitely get a day trip to the police station. Oh shit. What's going on? Are you turning against me now? It's just that I don't have a car, is it necessary to make such a big deal? Although he was very unhappy with Yin Tao's change of attitude, he just wanted to rent a house. As for the rest, he doesn't care at all. Although Yin Tao looks okay, she is far inferior to Lin Wanner. Not to mention that Lin Wanner is the campus belle of Jiangcheng University, her identity as a rich girl alone makes her far superior to Yin Tao. Moreover, it would not be an exaggeration for Lin Wanner to say that she is completely devoted to him now. There was absolutely no need for him to give up on Lin Wanner, the daughter of a wealthy family, and instead pursue a real estate saleswoman. Who knows how many people the other person has had sex with? What if I get sick? The more Huode thought about it, the more dangerous it felt, and he unconsciously sat down to the side. Seeing Huoda's actions, the disgust on Yin Tao's face became more obvious. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became extremely solemn. Fortunately, at this time, the car stopped at the gate of a community called Haitianwangfu. After getting off the car, Huode originally wanted to pay, but when he thought of Yin Tao's attitude towards him before and after, he wanted to teach her a lesson. So, Huode deliberately refused to pay and walked towards the community gate without looking back as soon as he got off the car. Seeing this, Yin Tao paid the fare with a sullen face and hurriedly caught up with Huode. As he walked, he was still cursing Huode in a low voice. "You stinky loser, you'd better rent a house, or I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Yin Tao didn't know that Huode had extraordinary hearing, and Huode heard every word she said just now. Fuck, this woman actually wants to kill him. This made him very unhappy. From beginning to end, he never said anything about whether he was rich or not. Just because he didn't have a car, the woman mistakenly thought he had no money, and then threatened to kill him if he didn't rent a house. This woman has a really dark heart. At this time, Hoda had already begun to think about leaving. But since you're here, let's take a look at the house first. As long as the house is good, even if it is not rented from this woman, you can rent it through other channels. Then, Yin Tao took Hoda to building 8 in the community. There are only 9 buildings in this community, and each building has 1 apartment per floor. The one we are looking at now is the largest apartment in the community, which is 200 square meters. Yin Tao introduced while pressing the elevator button. There are 20 layers in total, and Yin Tao pressed the 16th layer. Bite. The elevator door opened. What comes into view is a large corridor. Mr. Hua, the moment you step out of the elevator, it's like you're walking into your home. This is all the usable area of this house, said Yin Tao. Hua nodded. He knew about the 1 floor 1 household policy. The advantage of this apartment type is that it provides privacy, and the area on the corridor belongs to the owner. Then, Yin Tao entered the password on the fingerprint lock and brought Hoda into the house. After the house was handed over, the landlord immediately renovated it. All the decoration materials and furniture and appliances were imported. The landlord originally intended to use it as a wedding house, but because of a job transfer abroad, he didn't want to sell it, so he rented it out first. While introducing the house, Yin Tao took Hoda to visit the house. This is a standard guest house. The real estate agency bought it at a very low price and then renovated it with the lowest quality materials. A healthy person would experience various discomforts within 3 months due to excessive formaldehyde levels, and in severe cases, even life-threatening conditions. Oh shit. When Hoda saw the system prompt, he was immediately shocked. He was just wondering why he smelled a bad smell as soon as he entered the door. At first he thought his sense of smell was too sensitive, but he didn't expect that this house was actually a guest house with formaldehyde levels seriously exceeding the standard. Ms. Yin, do you smell a bad smell? Hoda asked, covering his nose. Upon hearing this, Yin Tao's face changed. Then, pretending to be calm, she walked to the window, opened it, and explained, maybe no one has lived here for a long time. Just ventilate it. Hoda originally thought that the other party didn't know that this house was a visiting house, but he clearly caught the change in the other party's expression just now. This proves that the other party knows the inside story of this house. Knowing that this house is a guest house with excessive formaldehyde content, he still dared to rent it out to others. He is really despicable. Fortunately, he has a system. If it were someone else, they would have been caught. At this moment, Hoda had made up his mind that this agency must be punished and not allowed to harm others again. Chapter 14: The Cold Landlady. This house looks nice, but it smells terrible. Also, I don't really like this decoration style. Why don't we go look at another house? While Hoda was finding fault with the house, he was thinking about how to make the agency receive the punishment it deserved. Because this house used inferior renovation materials and was not waterproofed properly, simply turning on the bathroom tap caused water to leak downstairs. The downstairs resident happened to be a minor official at the housing authority. Hoda's eyes lit up. Now the solution has come. Can I use the restroom? Without waiting for Yin Tao to refuse, Hoda walked straight into the bathroom. Asshole. Yin Tao wanted to stop Hoda, but Hoda moved too quickly and locked the door as soon as he entered. Hurry up. Right away, right away. In the bathroom, Hoda responded, then quickly found the floor drain and blocked it. Then, he covered the wash basin drain and turned on the faucet. However, Hoda did not turn the faucet to the maximum, but turned it to a more uniform speed. After doing all this, he pressed the flush button on the toilet lid and walked out of the bathroom pretending to have just finished using the toilet. Come on, take me to see another house. To be honest, at this time Yin Tao no longer wanted to take Hoda to continue looking at houses. In her eyes, Hoda was a complete loser, and she was just making fun of him. The increasingly irritable female real estate salesperson doesn't want to take you to see another house and is thinking about how to get rid of you. Is there such a good thing? In this case, Hoda decided to cooperate with the other party. Then, Hoda took out his cell phone and pretended to receive a call. Miss Yin, I'm so sorry, I have something urgent to do, I'm afraid. Hoda said with a troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Yin Tao was overjoyed. She was still thinking of finding a reason to send Hwode away, but she didn't expect that he had already found a reason himself. It's okay, go ahead and do your work. If you need anything, you can always contact me. That's it for now, see you next time. Goodbye. After the two parted, Hwode did not leave immediately, but continued to stroll around the community while browsing the rental information online. The agency's routine is quite complicated, so he dare not look for an agency again. It is more reliable to contact the landlord directly. The other side. After Yin Tao returned to the company, she went to the boss's office and complained to him. Zhao Biao is the boss of the Dajiang agency, and is known as Brother Biao in the industry. In his early years, Zhao Biao worked as a bricklayer on a construction site. Because he was a righteous man, many brothers followed him. Gradually, he had more and more brothers under him, and his business grew bigger and bigger. Dajiang agency is one of his many industries. Originally, Zhao Biao didn't pay much attention to this company and only came once a year. But ever since Yin Tao came to work at the agency, Zhao Biao has been coming here every few days. After a few interactions, the two naturally got together. Baby, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Tell me and I'll teach him a lesson for you. Seeing Yin Tao coming in, Zhao Biao pulled her into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Don't mention it. I met a loser today and it really pissed me off. Then, Yin Tao told Zhao Biao everything about her meeting with Hwode today. You know, I paid for the taxi fare. Don't be angry, little darling. Brother Biao will help you teach him a lesson. How do you want to teach him a lesson? Forget it, just consider it my bad luck today. Then I'll buy you a new bag later. Really? Thank you, Brother Biao. You're the best, huh? When she heard about the new bags, Yin Tao immediately smiled and gave a sweet kiss. This thank you gift is not enough. So what do you want? What do you think? Zhao Biao directly carried Yin Tao to the desk and leaned over to kiss her. A moment later, beautiful music could be heard in the office. At the same time, Hwada finally found a rental advertisement online. The other party's house is also in the Haitian Wangfu community, but it's not Building 8, but Building 6. Hwade immediately dialed the other party's number. Hello, who are you? After the call was connected, what Hwada didn't expect was that the other party was actually a woman. And judging from the voice, he seems quite young. Hello, I saw your rental listing online, so I called to inquire about it. I wonder if it's convenient for me to view the apartment now. Hearing that Hwada was here to rent a house, the other party was silent for a moment and then said, then let's meet at the gate of the community in half an hour. Okay, no problem. Hwade arrived at the gate of the community and waited for less than half an hour before he saw a white Mercedes-Benz parked at the gate. The next second, the phone in his pocket rang. Just as Hwade was about to answer the phone, the passenger window of the Mercedes-Benz rolled down. Hello, are you looking for a room? This is so beautiful. Having lived two lives, Hwade had seen many beauties, but the beauty of the woman in front of him still shocked him. The woman in front of him had a cold face, and her eyes and eyebrows revealed an indescribable cold temperament. Her nose is straight and has clear lines, which adds a touch of heroism to her. The voice was cold and calm, without any emotion. Different from the sweetness of Lin Wanner and the heroic and coolness of Shin Yueshi, the cold beauty in front of him is more like a winter plum blossom, blooming alone, free from dust, a pure queen style. Hwada silently compared the three women in his mind, and couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the creator, who could create such diverse and unique beauty. This also made him look forward to further communication with this cool beauty. After losing consciousness, Hwada immediately replied. I called you. Get in the car. Hwade hesitated for a moment, but still got on the passenger seat. After a while, the car stopped downstairs of Building 6. After the two got off the car, Yi Yunyao took Hwade to the 17th floor. Different from the apartment type in Building 8 that Hwade had seen before, all the apartments this time were 140 square meters, but there was one apartment per floor. My house was just renovated half a year ago. All the furniture and appliances are brand new. Besides, I haven't lived there for a single day myself. If you like, we can sign the contract at any time. However, we don't accept short-term rentals here. The minimum lease period is 1 year. After visiting the house, Hwada also thought it was good and had the idea of renting it. The house is indeed nice, but can the rent be a little cheaper? The price Yi Yunyao offered was the same as that of the real estate agency, but the problem was that the agency would charge a commission, while she, as the landlord, signed the contract directly with the tenant and there was no commission in between. Yi Yunyao smiled and shrugged. You should know that this community has a good geographical environment. From the balcony, you can see the endless sea. And because housing prices are high, the overall quality of the owners is generally high. I believe you should have learned about the prices here before? Huode nodded and said, how about this? 3,500 a month, and I'll pay the entire year's rent in one lump sum. Yi Yunyao asked for 3,700 yuan a month and required a deposit of 1/3 of the rent. Although Huode cut the price by 200, Yi Yunyao could not refuse the offer of paying a year's rent in one lump sum. After all, few people would pay a year's rent in one go. Okay, then let's do as you say. Yi Yunyao readily agreed to the price offered by Huode. Firstly, Huoda's proposal was indeed impossible to refuse, and secondly, Huoda didn't look like the kind of person who would do something reckless. Yi Yunyao felt more at ease renting the house to him. Then, Yi Yunyao took out a blank contract from her bag. Just as the two were about to sign the contract, Yi Yunyao suddenly felt a pain in her stomach and broke out in a cold sweat. The next second, Yi Yunyao couldn't bear the pain anymore and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 15, Get a massage in a house for free. Seeing Yi Yunyao suddenly fall to the ground with a pale face and cold sweat, Huode was shocked and hurried forward to check. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Huode asked anxiously, trying to help Yi Yunyao up. But Yi Yunyao seemed to be in great pain and couldn't move at all. My stomach hurts, badly. Yi Yunyao used up all her strength and squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Seeing Yi Yunyao in so much pain, Huode was extremely anxious, his eyes full of anxiety and panic. His brain was working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. But he was not a medical student after all, and faced with such a difficult situation, he was helpless for a while. The beautiful woman in front of me is suffering from sudden menstrual cramps and is in unbearable pain. She urgently needs a cup of hot water to warm her stomach. You have dysmenorrhea caused by irregular lifestyle. Just bear with it for now. I'll get some hot water. Having said that, Huoda turned and went into the kitchen. At this moment, Yi Yunyao's face was full of shock. She was sure she didn't know Huoda before, but how could she know that she had dysmenorrhea? Could this person be a doctor? A few minutes later, Huode returned to Yi Yunyao with a cup of hot water. But the system prompt appeared again. Hot water can easily relieve pain completely. Gentle abdominal massage can effectively relieve dysmenorrhea symptoms. Remember to use a gentle, clockwise massage technique. After seeing the system prompt, Huoda was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that the system would actually prompt him to give Yi Yunyao a massage, and it was an abdominal massage. Huode did not propose it to Yi Yunyao immediately. He planned to wait and see what would happen. You should drink some hot water first, it might feel better. Thanks. Yi Yunyao thanked him and took the cup of water handed to her by Huode. After drinking the hot water in the cup, Yi Yunyao immediately felt the pain eased a little, but it still hurt. Thank you so much, I'm much better now. You're welcome. My name is Huode. What's your last name, miss? My name is Yi Yunyao. Miss Yi, do you need me to take you to the hospital? Seeing that Yi Yunyao's face was a little redder, but her hand was still pressing on her stomach, he suggested sending her to the hospital. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunyao waved her hand and said, No, it will be fine in a while. By the way, how did you know I had dysmenorrhea? Are you a doctor? I'm not a doctor, I just have some knowledge of Chinese medicine. I noticed you didn't look well, and there was a hint of depression between your brows. Plus, you just said you had a severe stomachache, so I guessed it might be dysmenorrhea. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, dysmenorrhea is often related to factors such as poor blood circulation, stagnation of cold and dampness, and liver depression and qi stagnation. Poor flow of qi and blood can lead to obstructed menstrual blood flow, causing pain. Stagnation of cold and dampness is caused by the invasion of cold air, which causes menstrual blood to stagnate and also causes severe pain. And stagnation of qi and liver qi is caused by emotional distress, which leads to liver qi stagnation, affecting the normal flow of qi and blood, and can also cause dysmenorrhea. As Yi Yunyao listened to Huoda's explanation, a look of surprise and admiration flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that Huode, at such a young age, had such a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Hua, which category do you think my situation belongs to? Yi Yunyao asked curiously. She really wanted to know the root cause of her dysmenorrhea. She has suffered from dysmenorrhea for a long time, but the pain has become more and more severe in recent months, even to the point where she cannot move. So she really wants to know what causes her dysmenorrhea so that she can get the right medicine. Hwada pondered for a moment, then said, judging from your symptoms just now, you may be suffering from both cold and dampness stagnation and liver qi stagnation. Your constitution may be cold, and you usually like to eat cold food, so you have irregular periods, dysmenorrhea, and a cold uterus. Also, you may have been experiencing mood swings and irritability recently. You need to control your emotions. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunyao's expression instantly froze. She now admires Hwada's medical skills more and more. Because what Hwada said was all right. She usually likes to drink cold drinks, and she has been in a bad mood recently because of work. Moreover, her constitution is indeed cold, and her hands and feet are often cold. Mr. Hua, how do you think I should be treated? Out of admiration for Hwada's medical skills, Yi Yunyao unconsciously used the honorific title. Hwada thought for a moment, then said, first, you must keep warm, especially your abdomen and feet. Don't let them get cold. Secondly, you can try using some traditional Chinese medicine that warms the meridians and dispels cold, soothes the liver and relieves depression, such as mugwort, safflower, angelica, and chuanxiong. The most important thing is to stay cheerful and not put too much pressure on yourself. If possible, you can do abdominal massage regularly, which can effectively relieve pain. Mr. Hua, can you give me a massage? Yi Yunyao said this shyly, but she regretted it as soon as she said it, but she felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Hwada took in the expression on Yi Yunyao's face and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Of course you can, but you need to lift up your clothes. No problem, I can do it. Yi Yunyao didn't hesitate for even a second and agreed immediately. Then go into the room. After saying that, Hwada helped Yi Yunyao to the bedroom. After Yi Yunyao lay down, Hwada signaled her to lift up her shirt. Next second, a white and slender waist without a trace of fat appeared in front of Hwada. Hwada swallowed subconsciously and said while suppressing the heat in his heart. Miss Yi, try to relax your body. I'm going to start massaging you. Afterwards, Hwada gently placed his hand on Yi Yunyao's lower abdomen and began to press clockwise as the system prompted. As Hwada's fingers moved slowly, Yi Yunyao suddenly felt the pain eased a little. So comfortable. Yi Yunyao couldn't help but moan, her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a hint of enjoyment appeared on her face. After a few minutes, Hwada finished the massage. Okay, Miss Yi, how do you feel? It really doesn't hurt anymore, you're amazing, Mr. Hua. Yi Yunyao felt it and found that her stomach really didn't hurt anymore, and said with gratitude on her face. Hwada smiled and said, No, you're too kind. Now that you're okay, let's sign the contract. No need to sign, Mr. Hua, you cured me. Consider this house as your medical fee. You can stay here as long as you want. Isn't this bad? What's wrong with that? It's decided. Yi Yunyao said without question. At this moment, she seemed to have turned back into the aloof Yi Yunyao. Hwada never expected that just by giving Yi Yunyao a massage, he could get a house for free and even save the rent. Thank you very much. Chapter 16, Retribution. The house is leaking. After separating from Yi Yunyao, Hwada stayed there that night. Just as Yi Yunyao said, this house is fully furnished with all the appliances and there is no problem moving in right away. In the evening, Hwada ordered some takeout, had a simple meal, and returned to her bedroom early. Hwada lay in bed, recalling what had happened during this period. Everything seemed so unreal. But it has to be said that now that he has millions of dollars in his hands and a place to stay, he has barely gained a foothold in this world. You have completed the primary intelligence, completion degree, perfect, bonus points, 10,000, remaining points, 70,000. The system panel suddenly popped up, prompting Hwada that he had completed a piece of primary intelligence and was rewarded with 10,000 points. This should have been done when I was massaging Yi Yunyao in the afternoon. Hwada thought to himself. What made him a little depressed was that completing a piece of basic intelligence only rewarded him 10,000 points, which was a bit too little. I don't know how many points can be rewarded for intermediate intelligence and advanced intelligence. Although he now has 70,000 points remaining, he still cannot afford to squander them. However, Hwada's eyes were now fixed on the first item in the system mall. Random intelligence, points, 1,000. He immediately covered it with his consciousness, and then a product introduction popped up in front of him. This item will randomly drop various types of intelligence, including invalid intelligence, elementary intelligence, intermediate intelligence, advanced intelligence, special intelligence, and God-level intelligence. The quality of the intelligence depends entirely on luck. Once this product is sold, the points cannot be refunded or exchanged. Wish the host good luck. What? After reading the introduction, Hwada was stunned. Isn't this just opening a blind box? Whether it goes well or not depends entirely on luck. This is like a lottery, it's all about probability. The worse it is, the greater the probability of winning. The better it is, the smaller the probability of winning it. Just when Hwada was considering whether to take a chance and turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. The other side. Lin Hao dragged his tired body back home after finishing a day's work. When he opened the bathroom door and prepared to enjoy a relaxing hot bath, he was completely shocked by the scene before him. There was a large wet mark on the ceiling of the bathroom, and water droplets were dripping down. At this time, a small puddle had gathered on the floor of the bathroom, and some areas had even begun to accumulate water. Holy crap! This is the house I just decorated. Lin Hao stood at the bathroom door with a grim face and rushed out the next second. Lin Hao went upstairs and knocked hard on the door of room 1603. But after taking pictures for a long time, there was no response. At this moment, Lin Hao's anger reached its peak. He immediately took out his cell phone and called the property manager. After a while, the property manager arrived at the scene. After learning the whole story, the property manager immediately called Yin Tao. Jianghai Shopping Center. Yin Tao had just come out of Jianghai Shopping Center with Zhao Dubiao on one hand and an LV shopping bag in the other. The two were discussing which hotel to go to when they suddenly received a call from the property manager of Haitian Wangfu. Hello, is this Miss Yin? I'm the property manager of Haitian Wangfu. Are you the owner of room 1603, building 8, Haitian Wangfu? Yeah, what's wrong? Although Yin Tao didn't understand why the property manager suddenly called her, she still told the truth. The water pipe in your house may have burst and is leaking into the home of the owner of room 1503 downstairs. If it's convenient for you, please come over now and take a look so we can discuss how to deal with it. What? Yin Tao's expression suddenly changed, and then she said, okay, I'll go over now. Seeing Yin Tao's mood change after answering the phone, Zhao Dubiao immediately asked, what's wrong? What happened? Yin Tao was also very puzzled and said, the property manager of Haitian Wang Mansion just called and said that the water pipe in the house 1603 of building 8 seemed to have burst, and the water was leaking to the house 1503 below. I want you to go over and take a look now. Zhao Dubiao showed a puzzled expression. Why did the water pipe burst when everything was fine? Yin Tao frowned. Yeah, I wonder too, it was fine when I went there this afternoon. Have you been to Haitian Wang Mansion in the afternoon? Zhao Dubiao exclaimed. Yeah, I took that loser to Haitian Wang Mansion this afternoon to look at a house. It's building 8, room 1603. At this point, Yin Tao seemed to think of something. Could it be that stinky loser who did it? You'll find out when you go and see. Then, the two of them rushed to Haitian Wang Mansion. Half an hour later, the two came to room 1603, building 8, Haitian Wang Mansion. After seeing the two, Lin Hao started complaining, you guys are finally here. Do you know how leaky my house is? I just renovated it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yin Tao quickly apologized and then immediately opened the door. As soon as the door opened, everyone rushed to the bathroom. However, before they could even reach the bathroom, they saw that the floor was covered in water stains. After opening the bathroom door, they were even more shocked. The entire bathroom was flooded, as if it had just experienced a small flood. At this moment, the four of them also saw the faucet that was still spraying water out. This isn't a burst pipe, it's clearly someone forgetting to turn off the water. Now, Lin Hao was even more furious. What the hell are you doing? Why did you leave without even turning off the faucet? Lin Hao almost roared at Yin Tao and Zhao Dubiao. Yin Tao stepped forward and immediately turned off the faucet, then kept apologizing to Lin Hao. I'm really sorry, but please rest assured that we will take full responsibility for this matter. Repairs should be made if necessary, and compensation should be paid if necessary. Although Lin Hao was still angry, he had to suppress his anger temporarily when he saw Yin Tao's sincere apology. At this time, the property manager beside him immediately said, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will ask the cleaner to come and clean it up now. As a well-known wealthy community in Jiangchang, Heishanwangfu has very high property fees, and naturally the property services are also among the best in Jiangchang. Even though it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, the property manager immediately called and found two cleaning ladies. "Mr. Lin, this is my business card. I'm Zhao Dabiao. It's really too late tonight, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll wait until tomorrow. As soon as the sun rises, I'll find a renovation company to repair your house. If you need compensation, just tell me the amount." Zhao Dabiao handed a business card to Lin Hao with a very sincere tone. Of course, being insincere is not acceptable either. After all, they were wrong, and Zhao Dabiao knew very well that the price of Heishanwang Mansion was not low, and the people who could afford to buy a house here were not simple. "No need for compensation, just help me fix the house." Lin Hao was not an unreasonable person. Seeing that Yin Tao and Zhao Dabiao were willing to take the initiative to repair his house, he no longer intended to pursue the matter. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, he suddenly saw that the wooden floor of 1603 was deformed and bulging. The walls in the corners also showed signs of softening, peeling, and flaking. Most importantly, he smelled a pungent odor. Before, he hadn't noticed this because he was too angry. But the various signs that appeared at this moment made him doubt. This house looks like it has just been renovated. Why does this happen? Even if it is soaked in water, it will not cause such serious symptoms. At this time, Lin Hao accidentally saw the business card Zhao Dabiao gave him. General Manager of Dajiang Agency. Lin Hao had already vaguely guessed something in his heart. Chapter 17, Room Visiting Investigation, Huadi exposed. That stinky loser must have done it. He was the only one who went into the bathroom that afternoon. After everyone left, Yin Tao said viciously, "Do you know the information about that boy?" Zhao Dabiao also spoke in a bad tone, and was obviously very angry. This house is originally a connecting house, and the cost of renovation is not high, so it won't cost much to redecorate it. The problem is that the people living in 1503 downstairs live there themselves. Besides, people who can afford to buy a house in Heishanwangfu will not be reluctant to spend money on decoration. Of course, the person who made Zhao Dabiao most unhappy was Huode. Yin Tao shook her head and said, "I don't know. I didn't think the guy wanted to rent a house, so I didn't leave his phone number." Grass. Zhao Dabiao cursed angrily. He was very upset at the feeling of being tricked and not being able to find anyone to take revenge on. He could only swallow his bitterness in silence. The next day, after Lin Hao arrived at the unit, he immediately reported the incident of room hopping that he discovered last night. He works in the housing authority, so his superiors take this very seriously. He immediately ordered people to go to Heishanwang Mansion to search for evidence on the spot. 10 o'clock in the morning. Yin Tao found a construction team and went to Heishanwang Mansion to renovate the house. Just as the workers were about to start working, a group of uniformed housing authority staff walked in. They looked serious, holding various testing equipment in their hands, and obviously came prepared. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Yin Tao?" The leading housing authority staff member locked his eyes on Yin Tao in the crowd and asked. Yin Tao was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that someone from the housing authority would suddenly come to her house. At this moment, she had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but she still pretended to be calm and took a step forward and said, May I help you?" "We are from the housing authority. We have received a report that there may be illegal renovations here. We need to collect evidence and conduct an investigation. Please cooperate." As he spoke, the staff member showed Yin Tao his work ID. Upon hearing this, Yin Tao's expression suddenly changed. Although she didn't know who the bastard was who reported her, she was already cursing the other person's ancestors for 18 generations in her heart. However, she kept making excuses. "Impossible, how could I have violated any regulations in the renovation? Someone must have deliberately slandered me. We'll know if it's illegal renovation once we check." Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Yin Tao immediately called Zhao Dabiao. At the same time, staff from the housing authority began to conduct an in-depth inspection of the house. Soon, they discovered some problems. The decoration materials did not comply with regulations, the circuit modifications posed safety hazards, and even some walls were modified without authorization, affecting the structural safety of the house. Of course, the most important thing is that they detected that the house had serious formaldehyde problems. This series of illegal operations made the staff of the housing authority frown. They immediately began to take photos to collect evidence and recorded all the problems they found in detail. By the time Zhao Dabiao arrived, the staff of the housing authority had just finished collecting evidence and issued an administrative penalty notice to Yin Tao. Ms. Yin Tao, based on our on-site evidence collection, we have confirmed that your house has the following violations and you are now being penalized. The penalty is as follows: you have 1 month to remove all illegal renovations and will be fined 30,000 yuan. What? Remove all illegal renovations and still be fined 30,000 yuan? When Zhao Dabiao heard this, he was immediately furious. A fine of 30,000 yuan is nothing, but if all the illegal decorations are removed, wouldn't that mean all his previous investments would be wasted? The leading housing authority staff member glanced at Zhao Dabiao and said, "What? Any objections? If you have any objections, you can file a complaint. However, I advise you to give up on this idea. The evidence is now irrefutable. Even if you file a complaint, it will be useless. Also, if I'm not mistaken, this house should be a serial house. Fortunately, it is under an individual's name. If it was under the name of an agent, the punishment would be more severe." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Dabiao immediately stopped talking. Although he has some connections in Jiangchang, his status means he still has no say in front of official people. Then, Zhao Dabiao immediately changed his expression and said, "Don't worry, we will make rectifications within the deadline and pay the fines on time." After the housing authority staff left, Yin Tao asked doubtfully, "Brother Biao, are we really going to knock down everything here? What else can I do if I don't knock?" Zhao Dabiao snorted coldly and said, "Don't let me know who reported it, or I'll show you how I'll deal with him." "Brother Biao, don't you think this is a bit strange? First there was a water leak, then the housing authority came to investigate. I always feel like this is one thing after another." Zhao Dabiao narrowed his eyes when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "You are right. This series of events is by no means accidental. Brother Biao, do you think some loser did this?" Yin Tao suddenly thought of Huoda, the loser who made her very unhappy. Zhao Dabiao pondered for a moment, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. This possibility cannot be ruled out. "Go check this person's background and see where he comes from." Yin Tao nodded, and then the two of them left. At the same time, Huoda had just gotten up and was about to go out for lunch. As a result, what a coincidence. At the gate of the community, I met Zhao Dabiao and Yin Tao who were about to leave. "Brother Biao, he is the brat from yesterday." Yin Tao pointed at Huoda in front and said, "Potential danger detected. Zhao Dabiao and Yin Tao have developed strong hostility towards you due to the house leak and the punishment from the housing authority. They are plotting extreme measures against you. Please be careful." Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Huoda was suddenly shocked. "Are these two people trying to kill me?" At this time, Huoda also saw two people walking towards him in the distance. Zhao Dabiao and Yin Tao walked quickly to Huoda. At this moment, Zhao Dabiao's face was gloomy. He looked at Huoda with a bad face and said viciously, "Boy, I know you did all this. Just wait for me." "What? What do you mean I did it? Why don't I understand what you are talking about?" Although Huoda didn't know Zhao Dabiao, seeing him and Yin Tao together, he thought they were in the same group. Moreover, he didn't expect that the other party would know that he did it so quickly. However, he was not panicked at all. Your pretentiousness only infuriated the other person, who decided to find someone to destroy you, regardless of whether you did it or not. Zhao Dabiao snorted coldly, "Stop pretending here, kid, I'm telling you, if you offend me, I have plenty of ways to kill you." Feeling the hostility from Zhao Dabiao, Huoda knew he couldn't escape and was planning to strike first. But at this moment, Zhao Dabiao's phone suddenly rang. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Huoda. The call came from Zhao Dabiao's mistress. The other party is the mistress of Jiangcheng's underground emperor Deng Changyan. The two of them have been together behind Deng Changyan's back. You can use Deng Changyan as a borrowed knife to kill someone. Killing someone with a borrowed knife? I like this one. Chapter 18, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. After answering the phone, Zhao Dabiao took Yin Tao away. But he did not forget to find someone to deal with Huoda. So he called his subordinates. Although Huoda knew that Zhao Dabiao was going to deal with him, he was not worried. Instead, he was still thinking calmly about what to eat for lunch. An hour later, Huoda walked out of the Shaxian Hotel. Although he is not short of money now, he still likes the taste of Shaxian restaurant. In his words, it means large quantity and sufficient food, and the main feature is economical and affordable. Just as he was biting a toothpick and passing by a small path, Suddenly a Wuling Hongguang van stopped in front of him, blocking his way. The next second, the car door opened. 5 spirited young men armed with sticks got out of the car. Hua De knew without hesitation that this group of people must have been hired by Zhao Debiao to deal with him. "Boy, do you know who we are?" The yellow-haired leader looked at Hua De with disdain and asked. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, there was no fear in Hua De's eyes, but instead an inexplicable excitement. He had previously learned a set of free fighting techniques through system rewards, but he had always been frustrated by lack of opportunities. Now, the opportunity has come. Hua De sneered and said, "Zhao Debiao must have sent you here. Come on all of you, I'm in a hurry." Grass. When Huang Mao heard this, he was immediately furious and felt that he was being looked down upon. So he immediately rushed towards Hua De, waving the baseball bat in his hand. Seeing that their boss had already gone up, the 4 younger brothers behind him also rushed up without hesitation. However, Hua De was not afraid of danger. He dodged the yellow-haired man's attack easily. Then he seized the opportunity and kneed the yellow-haired man hard in the stomach, causing him to bend over in pain. But Hua De's attack did not end there. He grabbed the yellow-haired man's hair with his left hand and slapped him hard in the face with his right hand, making a loud crisp sound. Hua De slapped the yellow-haired man with all his strength, not only causing his face to swell up instantly, but also leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his face. Huang Mao only felt a burning pain on his cheeks, and the scene in front of him began to gradually become blurred. "Lei, what are you guys doing sitting there? Come on!" The yellow-haired man roared and signaled his younger brothers to attack together. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A closer look revealed a few knocked-out teeth mixed in. This sudden change made Huang Mao even more angry and also terrified his younger brothers. They didn't expect that Hua De was so powerful, and his one move caused their boss to suffer a great loss. But they had no time to think at this moment. Several people mustered up their courage, waved their baseball bats, and rushed towards Hua De again. However, Hua De moved nimbly through the alleys like a ghost. Every attack would cause one of them to lose their fighting ability. Before long, all 5 of them were beaten down by Hua De. Hua De clapped his hands and said to Huang Mao, "Go back and tell Zhao Debiao that this matter is not over yet." After saying that, Hua De left the alley as if nothing had happened. After returning home, Hua De was thinking about how to take revenge on Zhao Debiao. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Maybe this could be used. Hua De remembered the super hacker card that the system rewarded. After a while, he came up with a perfect plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Then, he couldn't wait to use the super hacker card in the system backpack. Super hacker card successfully used, you will become the most powerful hacker in the world within 2 hours. During this period, all your operations on the internet will be encrypted, please surf freely. All of a sudden, a powerful stream of information flooded into Hua De's mind. In a few seconds, he mastered the most advanced hacking skills in the world. The super hacker card is only valid for 2 hours, so Hua De immediately began to remotely hack into Zhao Debiao's mobile phone. Soon, he located Zhao Debiao's current location through his mobile phone. Zhangcheng Hilton Hotel, room 8808. This is an executive suite. Coincidentally, there is a computer in the room. What's even more coincidental is that it is an Apple all-in-one computer with a built-in camera. Hua De used hacking techniques to remotely turn on the camera on the computer. Immediately afterwards, an embarrassing scene appeared on the phone. There are 2 people in the picture, one of whom is Zhao Debiao. The other one was a woman whom Hua De did not know, but he soon learned her identity through the system's prompts. The woman of Deng Changyan, the underground emperor of Jiangchang. Seeing the content on the screen, Hua De smiled evilly and pressed the record button. A few minutes later, Hua De finished the recording with satisfaction, then found Zhao Debiao's contact information on the internet and sent him the short video. The other side. Zhao Debiao lit a cigarette and entered Sage mode. Suddenly, the sound of a text message rang in my ears. He frowned, picked up the phone, glanced at the screen, and found that it was an unfamiliar number. What surprised him even more was that the number on the screen was as long as 18 digits, with some strange symbols in it. Fuck, telecom fraud is getting more and more rampant lately. Zhao Debiao cursed angrily and was about to throw his phone aside when he suddenly realized that this text message was not an ordinary text message. It turned out to be a MMS. The content was a video, and the cover of the video gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Debiao finally clicked on the MMS. Suddenly, the screen changed. A short video that could be compared to an everyday romance movie immediately appeared on the phone screen. When Zhao Dabiao saw this video, he was shocked. Just as I was about to turn off my phone, a text suddenly appeared on the screen. If you don't want Deng Changyan to see this video, prepare 2 million and transfer it to this account. Then, a string of bank account numbers appeared on the screen. Zhao Dabiao's head was buzzing, his face turned pale with fear, and his heart was filled with terror. It was only today that he found out that his mistress was actually Deng Changyan's woman. He had originally planned to cut off contact with this woman after today. But unexpectedly, someone recorded it. The key is that the other party seems to know everything. It's over. It's over. Thinking of Deng Changyan's horror, Zhao Dabiao broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had some money and a few younger brothers under him, he was no match for Deng Changyan. He is the underground emperor of Jiangcheng. He is a real big shot who was involved in both black and white. If Deng Changyan really knew that he had played with his woman, he would not be able to die even if he had 10 lives. No, Deng Changyan must not know about this. Zhao Dabiao took a look at the bathroom and confirmed that Deng Changyan's woman was still taking a shower, then immediately transferred 2 million yuan to the designated account. Although 2 million is a lot, he can afford it. Compared with these 200W, life is obviously more valuable. Chapter 19 Wonderful Short Video. After the transfer was completed, Zhao Dabiao immediately sent a text message back. I have transferred the money to you as you requested. Shouldn't you delete the original video? Logically speaking, this is a case of extortion. But at this moment, Zhao Dabiao was so scared that he didn't dare to call the police. Because once he calls the police, he will be confessing his crime and will still be killed by Deng Changyan. All his hopes now rest on this mysterious man keeping his word and deleting the original video after receiving the money. And it was because He was sure of Zhao Dabiao's this that he came up with this insidious trick. At the same time, He at home had also received 2 million yuan from Zhao Dabiao. System, is it true that this money will not be found? Please rest assured, all transaction records have been strictly encrypted. No one can trace you back. Your income is legal and compliant. After seeing the system prompt, Huada finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Huada immediately edited another message and sent it. Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. I've deleted the video. After seeing the text message, Zhao Dabiao finally felt relieved. But then, a fierce light flashed in his eyes again. He was very upset when he thought about not only losing 2 million yuan in vain but also not even knowing who the other party was. And everything that happened in the past 2 days caused him heavy losses. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of Hoda. So he immediately called his subordinate Huang Mao. How's it going? Boss, that guy is too powerful, we are no match for him. Waste, a bunch of waste. Now, Zhao Dabiao became even angrier. Brother Biao, what makes you so angry? Just then, Deng Changyan's woman finally finished her shower and came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Looking at the other person's graceful figure, Zhao Dabiao suddenly felt that he was fine again. Zhao Dabiao thought to himself, I've already spent 2 million yuan, I must get some interest back. The other side. After receiving the money, Oda began to work on the next plan. Recording a short video and asking Zhao Dabiao for 2 million yuan was only the first half of the plan. He is now carrying out the second half of the plan. As he said, he is a man of his words. I said I wouldn't show the video to Deng Changyan, so I won't show it to Deng Changyan. However, this did not prevent him from uploading the short video to the internet for the majority of netizens to watch. Soon, Hoda posted this short video on various hidden websites. And also gave this short video a catchy title. Dating a gangster's woman in a hotel. Once the short video was released, the number of clicks increased rapidly. In less than half an hour, the number of hits exceeded 100,000. River City. Tiangong Entertainment Center. On the surface, this is a business KTV. In fact, this is Deng Changyan's base camp. It is also the largest KTV club in Jiangcheng. Because it was daytime, there were not many guests in the club. In a lounge, some of the guys were playing cards, while others were playing games on their phones. Among them was a little brother named Ergu, who was watching a movie on his mobile phone. Oh my god, this girl has an amazing figure. You kid, you're watching a movie in broad daylight again, let me see it too. At this time, another little brother named Shoho came over. Fuck, you're still talking about me. Don't you want to see it yourself? Why does this woman look so familiar to me? I feel like I've seen her somewhere. You didn't dream about it, did you? And the male lead was you. No, I think I've seen it somewhere. I remember now, this is Big Brother's woman. Following the skinny monkey's exclamation, the entire lounge seemed to have pressed the mute button, and all the sounds suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ergu, and then many people came over. When seeing the woman in the picture, many people recognized her identity. It's over, it's over. This is a big disaster. At this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open, and a burly man with a scar on his face walked in. He is Deng Changyan's right-hand man and the general manager of Tiangong Entertainment, Li Lei. When Li Lei came in, he immediately noticed the strange atmosphere in the room. What's wrong? Why are you all so flustered? Li Lei asked, looking at everyone. Brother Lei, take a look at this first. Skinny Monkey snatched Ergu's phone and handed it to Li Lei. Mysterious. Li Lei took the phone, took a look at it, his face changed instantly, and he questioned the Skinny Monkey. What's going on? Skinny Monkey pushed Ergu in front of Li Lei, and Ergu explained stutteringly. Brother Lei, I was just watching a movie and clicked on one at random, but I didn't expect. Li Lei finally understood and realized the seriousness of the matter. Then, he picked up Ergu's cell phone and left the lounge. And the other side. Huada lay leisurely on the sofa, watching the rising number of clicks on his mobile phone, with a smug smile on his lips. He knew that as the number of clicks on this video continued to increase, Deng Changyan would definitely see it. Even if Deng Changyan didn't see it in person, someone would have sent the video to him. At that time, Deng Changyan will definitely make Zhao Dabiao, who cheated on him, pay a heavy price. He only needs to wait quietly for Deng Changyan to take action to get rid of Zhao Dabiao, and he can get 2 million yuan for free. Just as he expected. At this moment, Li Lei rushed into Deng Changyan's office with Ergu's mobile phone. Brother, something big has happened. Li Lei looked flustered, with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. Deng Changyan frowned, stopped what he was doing, looked up at Li Lei and asked, What's the matter? You look so flustered. Li Lei did not answer, but handed the phone in his hand to Deng Changyan. Deng Changyan took the phone in confusion and clicked the play button. As the video played, Deng Changyan's face gradually became gloomy. In the picture, his woman and a strange man are. For a while. His face was instantly filled with anger and he threw his phone to the ground. The phone was instantly smashed into pieces. What is going on? Deng Changyan's low and angry voice echoed in the office. Li Lei stood aside, not daring to breathe. He knew that any words at this time might trigger Deng Changyan's anger. He could only wait quietly for Deng Changyan's instructions. Go, find out the identity of this man and where they are now. Deng Changyan suppressed the anger in his heart and gave orders to Li Lei. Yes. Li Lei nodded and left the office. After Li Lei left, Deng Changyan took out his cell phone and called his woman. But the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Deng Changyan did the same thing several times, and he was so angry that he smashed his phone into pieces again. Chapter 20, Evildoers will eventually get their due, Advanced Intelligence completed. Zhengcheng Hilton Hotel, room 8808. My dear, you were amazing today. Hearing the other party's praise, Zhao Dabiao felt unprecedented encouragement. He concentrated his mind and was about to give the other party a deeper and more sincere response. Bang! There was a loud bang. The door of the hotel room was kicked open from outside. Immediately, a group of people rushed in. As the two were horrified, Deng Changyan and Li Lei walked in. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, causing the two to fall into terror in an instant. Bang! When Deng Changyan saw the couple, he slapped the woman in the face. Bitch! How dare you cheat on me? When the woman saw Deng Changyan, she was so frightened that she lost her soul. The woman quickly crawled to Deng Changyan, hugged his thighs and cried. Husband is not what you think. Let me explain. It was him. He forced me to do this. He took the photos to blackmail me. I didn't mean to let you down. The woman's words successfully caught Deng Changyan's attention. After all, Deng Changyan only realized that he was cuckolded after watching that short video. At this time, Zhao Dabiao was already scared to death. He never thought that Deng Changyan would suddenly bring people in. He was very clear about the consequences if Deng Changyan found out about this. But he really couldn't face death calmly. So he immediately knelt in front of Deng Changyan and begged for his forgiveness. "Brother Chang, it's my fault. Please spare my life." "Spare your life? You cheated on me, and you still want me to spare your life? Who do you think I am, Deng Changyan?" Deng Changyan looked at Zhao Dabiao with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. Then, Deng Changyan said something to Li Lei. "After doing them, I don't want to see these two again." "Yes." Deng Changyan left the room without looking back amid the two men's pleas for mercy. After a while, the two men's pleas for mercy gradually stopped and then became silent. The next day, after Huo De woke up, he used his mobile phone to check the real-time news of Jiangcheng as usual. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. At 6 a.m. this morning, two sea fishing enthusiasts discovered two bodies on the Jiangcheng beach. One was a man and the other a woman. Neither of them had any clothing on them when the bodies were discovered. Police are currently investigating. If there are any developments in the case, Jiangcheng police will notify you immediately. Oh my god, these two died so quickly? Although the photos of the scene were not clear, Hoda recognized the two bodies at a glance. Although two people died, Hoda did not feel any psychological burden at all. In his opinion, these two people deserved to die. Yesterday, when he hacked into Zhao Dabiao's mobile phone, he discovered many illegal activities he had committed before. Now that he died at the hands of Deng Changyan, he deserved it. Moreover, as the underground emperor of a city, Deng Changyan is not necessarily clean. This is a dog-eat-dog fight between the two. Ding! You successfully completed the advanced intelligence, earned points, 100,000, reward, universal human skin mask 1. Huo Da's eyes lit up instantly. Good things really happen one after another. Not only did he solve Zhao Dabiao's trouble and get 2 million yuan for free, but he also completed advanced intelligence and obtained 100,000 points, and even received additional benefits. He had wanted to buy a universal human skin mask before, but he had never been able to afford it because he was short of money. Now, the system gives you one for free. This system is sometimes very considerate. After getting these 100,000 points, his remaining points have reached 170,000. With 170,000 points, he can finally splurge. He couldn't wait to open the system mall, but when he saw the items inside, his heart suddenly sank. It's not that the props sold in the mall are bad, but that he can't afford them at all. 170,000 points were not enough for him to spend. At this moment, the items in the mall have been updated to page 10. But only the products on the first page can be purchased. He had already used the Super Hacker card, and he already had the item modifier in the Universal Human Skin Mask, so there was no need to buy them. All that's left is genetic potions and random intelligence. Well, it seems he still needs to work hard to score points. My originally good mood suddenly became depressed. But the Great Wall was not built in a day, and you can't get fat by eating one bite, so there is no need to rush. Huada's attitude was pretty good. He was just depressed for a while and then put the matter behind him. Now that he has a huge sum of 3 million yuan in his hands, it is time to reward himself. Thinking of this, Huada went out happily. Half an hour later, Huade arrived at the door of a foot bath shop called Edo. He was just thinking of going in to find a pretty female technician to give him a back massage, but because he arrived too early, the store was not open yet. That's right, which foot massage shop opens at 8 a.m.? There was no choice, so Huada had to change direction and go to the breakfast shop across the street. Have breakfast first and then wait for the foot massage shop to open. Boss, give me a basket of Xiaolong Bao and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Perhaps because it was past the morning rush hour, there were not many people in the store at this time, so Huade found an empty seat and sat down. After a while, the owner of the breakfast shop brought a basket of dumplings and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Unlike others, Huada has liked drinking sweet soy milk since she was a child. Take a bite and it tastes like childhood. Boss, your soy milk is really delicious. Huada looked up at his boss and praised him generously. Who would have thought that when I looked up, I discovered that the owner of this breakfast shop was actually a beautiful woman. She wore a white apron and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail. She had no gorgeous decorations and no exquisite makeup, but her beauty was as warm and dazzling as the first ray of sunshine in the morning. She has a pretty face and her eyes reveal a kind of indifference and tranquility, as if the troubles in the world have nothing to do with her. Although she was in a busy breakfast shop, surrounded by noisy voices and busy figures, she was like a lotus flower that emerged from the mud without being stained, quietly blooming her beauty. Hoda was attracted by the unique temperament she exuded, a beauty that went beyond appearance, a tranquility and beauty that emanated from deep within her heart. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. "If you like it, please take care of my business in the future," the beautiful boss said to Hoda with a smile. "Okay, no problem." Hoda agreed immediately. Even if it's just for the beauty of the boss, he will often patronize this store in the future, not to mention that the buns and soy milk in this store are really delicious. Just as Hoda was enjoying a delicious breakfast, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came to the store. "Boss, isn't it time to pay this month's protection fee?" Chapter 21. A pair of miserable father and daughter. "Boss, it's time to pay this month's protection fee." Huang Mao, with bandages on his hands and a crutch, walked into the store with 4 younger brothers who also had bandages on their bodies. Although several of them were injured, Baiji's expression changed obviously after seeing them, and her body began to tremble. "Didn't you just pay the protection fee last week?" Baiji said cautiously. She worked hard every day, getting up early and going to bed late, but only earned a little money a month, and more than half of it was paid as protection money. In the past, you could do business peacefully by paying protection fees. Not only has the price of protection fees increased recently, but now you have to pay protection fees again after only a week. Pooh. Huang Mao spat and said dissatisfiedly, "Last week, we were following Brother Biao. Now we have changed our base and followed a new boss. Naturally, the protection fee must be recalculated. But I have no money left, and my dad is still in the hospital and needs money for treatment. Please be kind." As she said that, Baiji was about to kneel down and kowtow to Huang Mao several times. But at this moment, a pair of strong hands suddenly appeared and held her tightly. At the same time, a cold voice came to her ears. "Don't you think your injuries are bad enough? Where did you come from, you bastard, to control your master?" Before he could finish his words, Huang Mao saw a face that he would never forget. "Brother, oh no, hero. Please spare my life, hero. I didn't know you were protecting this store. Let's get out of here right now." Huang Mao and his friends originally followed Zhao Dabiao, but now that Zhao Dabiao is dead, they naturally have found a new boss. "So I thought of collecting some protection money to show my respect to the new big brother. But he never expected to meet Huda here. If I see you guys coming here to collect protection money again next time, I don't mind making you like Zhao Dabiao. Roll." As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Mao and his companions were so scared that they ran away immediately. The speed at which he ran didn't seem like that of an injured person. Mainly because they were really scared. Ordinary people don't know how Zhao Dabiao died, but those younger brothers who used to follow Zhao Dabiao know it very well. However, judging from Huada's tone, Zhao Dabiao's death seemed to be related to him. The amount of information here is extremely large. Zhao Dabiao died because he offended Deng Changyan, the underground emperor of Jiangcheng. Could it be that Huada was related to Deng Changyan? Huang Mao and his companions didn't know, nor did they dare to know. They are just ordinary thugs and dare not talk about these big brothers. "Thank you." After Huang Mao and his men left, Baiji looked at Huada with evasive eyes and said thank you, which made it clear that she thought Huada was also a gangster. Seeing Baiji's expression, Huada guessed a little about her inner thoughts, but Huada did not want to explain. But he still spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry, they won't dare to come and collect protection money anymore." After saying that, Huada turned around and prepared to go back to eat breakfast. Suddenly, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. A filial girl with a difficult life. Her mother passed away at a young age, and now her father is seriously ill. At a young age, she shoulders the financial burden of the entire family. A black-hearted hospital, in order to make money, not only delayed the girl's father's treatment, but also planned to sell her father's organs after his death. After seeing this prompt, Huada took back the leg he had just sold and turned to Baiji and said, "Oh, by the way, I just heard you say that your father is seriously ill, right? I happen to know a little bit about Chinese medicine. If you don't mind, take me to see your father. Maybe I can cure your father's illness." In order to dispel the other party's concerns, Huada spoke again. "My name is Huada, and I am not the bad person you think." Baiji looked up at Huada, seeing that Huada's eyes were clear and didn't look like he was lying. She nodded and said, "My name is Baiji. I'll take you to the hospital to see my dad after closing time." 9 a.m. There were not many people coming to buy breakfast, so Baiji simply closed the store early. After Huada helped clean up, he and Baiji took a taxi to the hospital. In the car, Baiji was secretly observing Huada intentionally or unintentionally. When she thought of the look in Huoda's eyes when he scared away Huang Mao and others, she still felt a little scared. But then she thought about how Huoda helped her clean up, and he didn't seem like a bad person. He also knows Chinese medicine. The more Bai Ji thought about it, the more she felt that Huoda was a bit mysterious, and it seemed that he was hard to see through. Of course, Huoda knew that Bai Ji was secretly observing him, but at this moment he was thinking about how to save Bai Ji's father. He actually doesn't know any Chinese medicine, all his confidence comes from the system. Although he has not met Bai Ji's father yet, he believes that the system will be able to find out the cause of the other party's illness. But what he was worried about was what would happen even if the cause of the disease was found but there was no solution. While they were thinking, they had already arrived at the hospital. Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. In an ordinary ward. Bai Ji's father, Bai Yongxiang, lives here. The hospital had originally issued him a critical illness notice and was preparing to send him to the ICU for treatment, but Bai Yongxiang felt that the daily treatment fee in the ICU was too expensive and insisted on not going, so he continued to stay in the ordinary ward. It was his decision that gave Huoda the opportunity to meet him. Otherwise, if he really went to the ICU, Huoda would not have the chance to see him. "Dad, are you feeling better today?" After entering the ward, Bai Ji immediately walked to Bai Yongxiang's bed, leaned over and asked softly. In fact, there was no need to ask. Just by looking at Bai Yongxiang's face, Bai Ji knew that Bai Yongxiang's condition had not improved at all. On the contrary, it was getting worse. And the other side. As soon as Huoda walked into the ward, he saw the system prompt. An elderly man who was on his deathbed due to a misdiagnosis at the hospital would have passed away in 24 hours if no intervention had been taken. Patient Bai Yongxiang suffers from a meningioma, which is genetically inherited. The tumor has already compressed the surrounding brain tissue, nerves, blood vessels, and other structures. The patient has developed limb weakness and vision loss, and needs immediate surgery. The survival rate after surgery is 5%, while the survival rate without surgery is 0%. My goodness, even with surgery, the survival rate is only 5%. Doesn't that mean everyone will die if they don't have surgery? For a moment, Huoda didn't know how to start. However, at this moment, a middle-aged doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly came into the ward. The other party was Bai Yongxiang's attending physician and vice president of the hospital, Liang Guowei. As soon as Liang Guowei came in, he saw Bai Ji and then spoke straight to the point. "Miss Bai, it's great that you're here. Your father's condition is not optimistic. He needs surgery as soon as possible. If he delays any further, his life may be in danger. But I haven't raised enough money for the surgery yet." Bai Ji said with a look of wanting to say something but stopping herself. She knew very well that her father's illness could not be delayed any longer. But she had no money to pay for her father's surgery. "Don't worry about the surgery fee. Our hospital now has a quota for organ donation. As long as you sign this agreement, our hospital can perform the surgery on your father for free." When saying this, Liang Guowei looked like he was doing this for your own good. When Bai Ji learned that the hospital could perform surgery on her father for free, she immediately prepared to sign without even looking at the contents of the agreement. "Really? That's great. I'll sign it right away." "Wait a minute. You can't sign this." Chapter 22 Huoda, do you believe me? "Wait a minute. You can't sign this." Just as Bai Ji was about to sign, Huoda stopped her with a loud yell. The reason why Huoda stopped Bai Ji was because he saw the clue in front of him. A doctor with a beastly heart. On the surface, he's a highly respected vice president dedicated to saving lives, but secretly he's involved in human organ trafficking. Knowing Bai Yongxiang wouldn't make it out of the operating table alive, he deliberately tricked Bai Ji into signing a voluntary organ donation agreement, hoping to remove his organs immediately after his death and sell them on the black market for a huge profit. "Who are you? Do you know that the patient's condition is very critical and we can't afford to lose even a second?" Seeing Huoda making trouble, Liang Guowei immediately frowned and questioned Huoda, then looked at Bai Ji and kindly advised, "Miss Bai, you know your father's illness, you can't afford to delay." Liang Guowei didn't know Huoda, but he knew that Bai Ji was Bai Yongxiang's daughter. As long as Bai Ji wants to save Bai Yongxiang, she must sign the agreement, otherwise she will have to watch her father die in front of her eyes. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can't sign this." Huoda walked to Bai Ji and said firmly. He knew what Liang Guowei was planning, and he also wanted to expose Liang Guowei's hypocritical face. But he agreed, knowing that words were not enough. Even if he told the other party, they might not admit it, and it might even alert the other party. However, he had already thought of a way to save Bai Yongxiang, so it was naturally impossible for him to let the other party take Bai Yongxiang away. Hua De glanced at the work ID on Liang Guowei's chest and asked, Di Liang, I want to ask you a question, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. What's the problem? If Uncle Bai chooses surgery, how confident are you that he can get off the operating table alive? This. Although he didn't know why Hua De asked this, he still answered truthfully, less than 10%, but if he doesn't choose surgery, he will definitely die. As a doctor, even if a patient has only a 1% chance of survival, I will still do my best to treat every patient. Liang Guowei looks so righteous that those who don't know him might think he is really a good doctor who cares about his patients. But he never imagined that Hoda had already known about the dirty deeds he had done behind his back. At this moment, Bai Ji frowned when she heard that the success rate of the operation was only 10%. It can be said that the success rate is not high. But as Liang Guowei said, there is still a 10% chance of success if the surgery is done. If he doesn't have surgery, Bai Yongxiang will definitely die. For a moment, Bai Ji was also caught in a dilemma. At this time, Liang Guowei did not speak, but waited quietly for Bai Ji to make a choice. Because he knew that no matter what, Bai Ji would eventually agree to the surgery. But who knew, at this moment, Hoda said with a smile on his face, Miss Bai, if I say I can cure Uncle Bai 100% without surgery, would you believe me? Really? You can really cure my dad? Bai Ji suddenly grabbed Hoda's arm excitedly and asked. Without waiting for Hoda to answer, Liang Guowei sneered and said, Humph, how shameless. Little brother, I'm not looking down on you, but do you know that medicine is a rigorous science? You can't cure a disease by just bragging. Miss Bai, please don't be fooled by this kind of charlatan. Hua De ignored Liang Guowei's ridicule and said gently to Bai Ji, Miss Bai, don't worry, I won't joke with Uncle Bai's life. I am a very good Chinese medicine practitioner. Upon hearing this, Liang Guowei was even more disdainful. Traditional Chinese medicine? Humph, this is the age of science, and you still believe in those outdated things. Miss Bai, you must think carefully. If you miss the best time for treatment, it will be too late to regret. I don't know why. When Bai Ji heard Hua De say that there was a way to save her father, she believed Hua De from the bottom of her heart. She took a deep breath and said to Liang Guowei, Dean Liang, thank you for your concern, but I still want to consider other treatment options. Although Liang Guowei was dissatisfied, he couldn't force Bai Ji to sign immediately. He could only pretend to be magnanimous and said, okay, since you have decided so, then I respect your choice. However, I still want to remind you that your father's illness cannot be delayed. After saying that, Liang Guowei left the ward with a look of disdain on his face. Looking at Liang Guowei's departing back, Bai Ji felt mixed emotions. She turned to look at Hoda, her eyes full of anticipation and gratitude. Hoda, thank you. As long as you can save my father, I. Hua De patted Bai Ji's shoulder gently and gave her a firm look, don't worry, I will definitely give you a healthy father. You stay here with him first. I'll go prepare the things needed for treatment. After saying that, Hua De turned around and left the ward with confidence. In fact, Bai Yongxiang's illness is very serious, but it is not serious either. It is serious because, with current medical technology, it is almost impossible to cure. Even if the operation is successful by chance, there will be serious sequelae. But Hoda is different, he has a system. After Hoda walked out of the ward, he turned and walked into the emergency passage. After looking around and making sure there was no one around, he opened the system mall. According to previous suggestions, Bai Yongxiang's meningioma was a disease caused by genetic genes. Therefore, Hua De thought that the way to treat Bai Yongxiang was to change Bai Yongxiang's genes through genetic drugs and cure the meningioma fundamentally. The only thing he was unsure of was whether the genetic medicine sold in the system mall could be used by anyone other than him. However, this time, the system seemed to know what he was thinking and suddenly popped up a prompt. The genetic medicine sold in the system mall can only be used on the host himself and cannot be used on others. One sentence directly wiped out Huoda's hope. But then, another prompt popped up. The host can modify the life of others through the entry modifier. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Thinking of this, Huoda immediately rushed back to the ward. In the ward. When Bai Ji saw Huoda coming back so quickly, she thought he had left something behind. Just when she was about to ask, Hoda spoke first. Miss Bai, do you believe me? Bai Ji nodded subconsciously. Seeing this, Huoda said again, if you believe me, go through the discharge procedures for Uncle Bai now, and we will go back now. I have found a way to treat Uncle Bai. Okay. I'll go and complete the discharge procedures right away. Bai Ji didn't waste any words. Since she chose to believe Huda, she would naturally cooperate with her wholeheartedly. Chapter 23. This is my first kiss, this is also my first kiss. Soon, Bai Ji completed the discharge procedures for Bai Yongxiang. The three of them took a car back to the Bai family. The father and daughter live in an apartment building built in the 1990s. The area is not big, only about 50 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, a living room and 1 bathroom. Although the house is not big, it is decorated very warmly. It's just that because Bai Yongxiang has been in the hospital for a long time, the room is a little less lively. What should we do next? Looking at Bai Yongxiang lying on the bed, Bai Ji asked with a worried look on her face. After returning home, Bai Yongxiang's condition worsened and it seemed like he would die at any time. Go get a basin of hot water. Huda thought about it and made up an excuse to get Bai Ji away temporarily. After Bai Ji left, Huda opened the system backpack and used the entry modifier. Next second, the entry modifier in the backpack disappeared instantly. And a piece of information popped up in front of Huda's eyes. Entry modifier consumption 1, target locked, please modify according to the displayed entry, all consequences are your own responsibility. Note, within 2 hours, the host can modify any entry of the target. I wish you a pleasant experience. I didn't expect that this powerful weapon could actually save people. Huda laughed at himself and then began to observe Bai Yongxiang carefully. Soon, a piece of information that was different from the previous one appeared before his eyes. An elderly man on his deathbed will pass away in a few hours if nothing unexpected happens. The elderly man, who is seriously ill, is suffering from pain all the time and has fallen into a long coma. The original information is fixed. At this time, there was an additional modification button behind the information. By clicking the button, you can modify any entry or even change the content of the entire information. Huda simply clicked the change button. Then, he modified the information according to what he thought. An elderly person who is healthy and has no illness falls into a deep sleep due to fatigue from work and will wake up after getting enough rest. The old man is very healthy and has no hidden diseases. As long as he keeps exercising, he can live to be 100 years old. After the information was modified, Bai Yongxiang's complexion became visibly rosier, and even his breathing became much smoother. At this time, Bai Ji just returned to the house with a basin of hot water. The water is coming. Your father is fine now. Please wipe his body. Huda said with a smile. All right? Bai Ji looked at Huda in disbelief, and almost dropped the basin of water in her hand out of shock. Don't believe it? You'll know when you see it. Bai Ji walked to the bedside doubtfully and looked at Bai Yongxiang carefully. Really? She found that Bai Yongxiang's condition had improved significantly. How is this possible? Bai Ji muttered to herself, with a glint of disbelief in her eyes. She quickly put down the basin, gently touched her father's cheek, and felt a hint of warmth. Is my father really well? But why hasn't he woken up yet? Huda smiled and explained, don't worry, Uncle Bai is just too tired. He needs to rest for a while. He will wake up naturally when he has rested enough. Bai Ji heard this and felt relieved, her eyes moistened. She excitedly held Huda's hand, her voice choking with sobs as she said, Mr. Hua, thank you so much. Without you, I really don't know what I would do. Huda felt the warmth from Bai Ji's hand and comforted her, don't say that. Aren't we friends? Friend? Bai Ji was stunned at first, then she took a deep breath, then mustered up her courage, suddenly stood on tiptoe, lightly touched Huda's lips, and quickly withdrew her touch like a dragonfly touching the water. After doing all this, she lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed, and she did not dare to look at Huda. Huda was also slightly startled by Bai Ji's sudden action. If you act now on a girl who's in love with you, she'll willingly cooperate with you. In other words, even if you do whatever you want to her, she won't be offended. Forehead. Now, even if Huda was slow-witted, he knew what was going on. That was my first kiss. Bai Ji's words instantly made Huda excited, and he spoke as if possessed by a ghost. Can you kiss me again? I didn't react just now. Hate. Bai Ji's cheeks turned even redder. She glared at Huda shyly and ran out of the room pretending to be angry. Huda smiled and touched his lips, savoring the sweet kiss just now, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. In a sense, this was his first kiss. It was his first kiss since coming into this world. Afterwards, Hwada stayed at the Bai family for a while until Bai Yongxiang woke up and then left. After Bai Yongxiang woke up, he knew that it was Hwada who saved him, and he insisted on asking Hwada to stay for a few drinks to repay him for saving his life. But Hwada understood that the father and daughter needed some space to be alone at this time, so she declined their kindness. After leaving the Bai family, Hwada had lunch at the Shaxian Hotel and then strolled back to Heishanwang Mansion. Hwada? It's really you. As soon as Hwada walked into the community gate, he heard someone calling his name. When I turned around, it was Lin Wanner. At this moment, Lin Wanner had just gotten out of a red Porsche Panamera without a license plate. It was obviously a new car that she had just picked up. Hwada is not very familiar with the Porsche brand, but he knows that it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Originally, he thought that Lin Wanner just had a little money at home, but now it seems that he was too superficial. He mentioned Pamei right after graduation. This is not just a little money, he is really rich. At this time, Lin Wanner had already walked up to Hwada. After seeing Lin Wanner, Hwada's eyes never left her. Today, Lin Wanner was wearing a tight black suspender skirt with a slit all the way to her thighs. As she walked, the beautiful scenery that appeared and disappeared made Hwada feel his blood boiling instantly. Lin Wanner seemed to have noticed Hwada's greedy gaze. Instead of being angry, she felt a little secretly happy, as if she was very happy that Hwada was fascinated by her. Why didn't you tell me you were discharged from the hospital? I sent you a message but you didn't reply. Do you know how hard I've been looking for you these past few days? As soon as they met, Lin Wanner began to complain. As he spoke, tears began to well up in his eyes. Hwada was most afraid of women crying, especially in public. Ms. Lin, don't cry first. I really have something to do these days. I didn't mean to ignore your message. Hwada explained quickly. He did have something to do these days, but it wasn't so busy that he didn't even have time to reply to messages. The main reason he didn't reply was that he forgot. But, can I say this? The answer is obviously no. Fortunately, Lin Wanner didn't worry about it. By the way, why are you here? Hwada asked curiously. I live here, and you? I live here too. I just moved here after being discharged from the hospital. Upon hearing that Hwada also lived in Heishanwang Mansion, Lin Wanner's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Really? That's great. From now on, we'll be neighbors and can see each other often. Oh, by the way, my grandfather's birthday is in a few days, and he wants to invite you to attend. He wants to thank you in person for saving me. Lin Wanner suddenly remembered and said. Birthday? Invite me? That's unnecessary, right? Hwada instinctively wanted to refuse. Ding. Obtain future intelligence. A wealthy family banquet filled with dangers and opportunities. Choosing to attend will bring unexpected rewards. Chapter 24, One Wave After Another. No, you have to go. When Lin Wanner saw Hwada's refusal, she immediately put her hands on her hips, acting as if to say, if you don't agree, I'll cry in front of you. After seeing the information prompted by the system, Hwada was about to agree, so he agreed, okay then. Seeing Hwada agree, Lin Wanner's face immediately showed a satisfied smile. In that case, please accompany me to the antique market tomorrow. I plan to pick out a birthday present for my grandfather. Hwada thought that he would be fine anyway. And since he had promised Lin Wanner to attend her grandfather's birthday party, he couldn't go empty-handed. He had to show his appreciation. So, Hwada nodded and agreed, okay, then contact me tomorrow. After that, the two separated. The other side. Liang Guowei was still in the hospital waiting for Bai Ji to come and sign. But he waited, and still didn't see Bai Ji until it was almost time to get off work. So he went to the ward to find Bai Ji in person. However, when he arrived at the ward, he was dumbfounded. The bed that originally belonged to Bai Yongxiang has now been occupied by someone else. He hurried to the nurse's station and asked, where is the patient named Bai Yongxiang in bed 28? I've been discharged from the hospital. Discharged from the hospital? When did it happen? He was discharged from the hospital this morning. What? Liang Guowei roared, and his expression changed instantly. He never thought that Bai Yongxiang would be discharged from the hospital. You have to know that given Bai Yongxiang's current condition, he will definitely not survive tonight if he doesn't undergo surgery. Could it be that they knew Bai Yongxiang wouldn't survive tonight, so they chose to discharge him from the hospital? Liang Guowei guessed in his heart. But in this way, he lost an opportunity to make money. Moreover, he had already promised the buyer, so now he had to find another way. After Liang Guowei returned to the office, he opened the door and took out an old mobile phone from the drawer. There was only one number in the phone, and Liang Guowei pressed the call button and dialed it. After a while, a deep male voice came from the phone. "Is the goods ready?" "Something went wrong," Liang Guowei explained. "I had already made all the preparations, but the patient was suddenly discharged." The person on the other end of the phone said impatiently, "I don't want to hear any explanations, I want results. The deposit has been paid, so you must ship the goods on time. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. "Oh shit." Liang Guowei cursed angrily and then threw his phone heavily into the drawer. Although he was angry, he also knew that the other party was not someone to be trifled with. Just as the other party said, he had already received the deposit, and if he could not ship the goods on time, he himself would become the goods. After calming down, Liang Guowei immediately turned on the computer to check the recent surgical arrangements and began to re-select suitable patients. Soon, he saw a suitable patient. Chen Fong, male, 27 years old, was admitted to the hospital due to a leg fracture caused by playing basketball and will undergo surgery tomorrow. Liang Guowei chose the other party not only because he was young, but also because he had signed an agreement to voluntarily donate his body after his death. Signing this agreement will save him a lot of trouble. But there is also a problem, that is, the other party only has a broken leg, and the probability of death on the operating table is very small. But these are not a problem. Once the patient is on the operating table, isn't life or death decided by the doctor? Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Liang Guowei's lips. Then he called the nurses' station and asked them to notify the patient and his family and prepare for surgery immediately. Jiangcheng, Public Security Bureau. Su Jun had just finished a day's work and was about to go home. The appointment from above has been issued, and he has become the deputy director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. The promotion did not reduce his workload, but instead made it more than before. Recently, someone died, which made his already busy workload even more difficult. Deputy Director, the identities of the two bodies found floating on the beach have been confirmed. Just as Su Jun was about to leave, Xing Yueshi hurried into the office. "Who is it?" Su Jun put down the briefcase in his hand and sat back down. Xing Yueshi handed the document in her hand to Su Jun while reporting. The man's name was Zhao Dabiao. When he was young, he worked on a construction site. Later, he became a foreman. He gathered a group of thugs under him. Before his death, he ran a real estate agency, a decoration company, and a construction company. The woman's name is Chen Li. She doesn't have a job, but we found out that she was working as a hostess at Tiangong Entertainment a few years ago. She was later kept by Deng Changnian. Deng Changnian? Is this matter related to Deng Changnian? Su Jun exclaimed in surprise when he heard this. He has been a policeman for so many years, so he naturally knows who Deng Changnian is. If this murder case is related to Deng Changnian, then it would not be simple. At present, the evidence we have does not point to Deng Changnian. Xing Yueshi said truthfully. Have you found out the relationship between the two deceased? Su Jun asked. Not yet, but we're checking. Although there is no conclusive evidence pointing to Deng Changnian, based on Su Jun's many years of experience in handling cases, the real murderer behind this murder is very likely Deng Changnian. Because only Deng Changnian dared to do this in Jiangcheng. But Su Jie knew very well that if it was really Deng Changnian who did it, then they would have no way to bring him to justice. Even if the investigation leads to the other party, he will most likely push one of his subordinates to take the blame. Su Jun rubbed his temples and inexplicably felt a sense of powerlessness. Even though he is now the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, sometimes he is still helpless when facing murderers who are at large. Because he knew that these murderers had a powerful umbrella of protection behind them. Until we find out who is the protector behind Deng Changnian, we cannot touch Deng Changnian. Okay, let's first find out the relationship between the two deceased. Su Jun waved his hand and planned to let Xing Yueshi go back. But at this moment, his cell phone on the table rang. Deputy Director, something bad has happened. A medical accident has occurred at Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, and the family members are making a fuss. I see. I'll be there right away. After Su Jun hung up the phone, he said to Xing Yueshi, who hadn't left yet, come with me to Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. Something happened. While rushing to Jiangqing First People's Hospital, Su Jun closed his eyes for a while. These days have been really weird. Things happened one after another. First, robbers robbed the lottery center in broad daylight. Later, 2 floating corpses appeared on the beach. Now it's another medical accident and the family members are making trouble. There really isn't any peace at all. At the same time, Huode, who was at home, also saw the short video of a medical accident at Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Huode's first reaction was that this medical accident was likely related to human organ trafficking. Chapter 25, Medical Malpractice or Intentional Murder. This morning, when Huode learned that Liang Guowei was secretly engaged in the illegal activity of human organ trafficking, he wanted to report this information to Su Jun. However, without solid evidence, he wasn't sure whether Su Jun would believe him. After all, the police rely on evidence when handling cases. It will be of no use if he has no evidence even if he says something eloquent. But what Huode never expected was that something would happen so soon. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. This isn't just a medical accident, it's a case of deliberate murder. Because you took Bai Yongxiang away, Liang Guowei was unable to collect the goods. To ensure he didn't become the goods himself, Liang Guowei found a replacement. Huode was stunned. He didn't expect that this incident was caused by him. It seems that he saved Bai Yongxiang's life, but indirectly killed another life. For a moment, Huode's heart was filled with self-blame. But, if I could do it again, he would still choose to save Bai Yongxiang. However, he will no longer choose to sit idly by, but will stand up and expose Liang Guowei as soon as possible. But it's too late to say anything now. The dead cannot be resurrected. All he can do now is to do his best to bring Liang Guowei to justice and eliminate this organization that traffics in human organs. It will prevent more people from being harmed and provide justice to all victims, thus comforting their souls in heaven. Thinking of this, Huode immediately went out and headed straight for Jiangqing First People's Hospital. At this time, Su Jun had already arrived at the scene. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a large group of people gathered at the hospital entrance, holding banners and shouting something. Among them were many elderly people who were crying and shouting while being supported by others. Su Jun hurried forward to understand the situation. What's going on? Deputy Director Su, you're finally here. When Wang Anyuan, the director of the local police station, saw Su Jun, he immediately came forward to report the situation on the scene. But his calling of Deputy Director Su was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The family members present immediately swarmed over, surrounding Su Jun and crying non-stop. Leader, you have to make the decision for us. Leader, arrest them quickly. They are murderers. Boss, we only have this one child, and he was supposed to be getting married next month. Everyone calm down and listen to me. Su Jun waved his hands and shouted loudly, signaling everyone to calm down. After he said it 3 times in a row, the scene gradually quieted down. I understand everyone's feelings, but we will investigate the matter thoroughly. Please trust us. Su Jun assured everyone. Afterwards, he went into the hospital and asked Wang Anyuan about the situation. What's going on? According to the family, the deceased was named Qin Feng, a 27-year-old male. He was admitted to the hospital yesterday after breaking his leg while playing basketball. He was originally scheduled for surgery tomorrow morning, but the hospital suddenly called in the evening to say the surgery had been moved up. The operation started at 5:40 p.m. and was supposed to be over in 2 hours, but it wasn't finished until 2 hours later. In the middle of the night, a nurse came out and told the family that the deceased was suffering from aortic bleeding and was undergoing emergency treatment. At 9:10 p.m., the doctor came out of the operating room and pronounced the patient dead due to excessive blood loss. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. Su Jun vaguely felt that there was something strange about this matter. Wang Anyu sighed and said, it's really not that simple. Logically, even if the patient dies, the hospital should allow the patient's family to see the patient for the last time. But the hospital refused to allow the patient's family to see the patient. Hearing this, Su Jun frowned instantly. No need to think, there must be something wrong. At this time, Wang Anyuan continued, not only that, the hospital won't let our people touch the body, and even the forensic doctor can't perform an autopsy. Upon hearing this, Su Jun was 100% sure that this was not a simple medical accident, and there must be some unknown secret involved. But he couldn't understand why the hospital didn't allow them to touch the corpse. That's because the hospital removed the patient's organs and resold them on the black market. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. At some point, Hoda had come to their side. Hoda, why are you here? Wait, what did you just say? The hospital removed the deceased's organs and sold them on the black market. How did you know? Su Jun and Wang Anyuan were shocked when they saw Hoda suddenly appear. But what shocked the two even more was what Hoda had just said. Hoda, everything depends on evidence. Are you sure what you just said is true? Whether it's true or not, we just need to do an autopsy to find out, right? Where does Hoda have the evidence? If he had evidence, he would have produced it long ago, and Chen Fang would not have died. But he was right, Chen Fang's body was the best evidence. In his previous life, Hoda loved watching crime dramas, especially TVB's Forensic Heroes series. There's a classic line in this drama, corpses don't lie. As long as we can see Chen Fang's body and perform an autopsy, we will know whether what he said is true. But the problem is that we have no access to the bodies of the deceased now. Wang Anyuan said helplessly. Hearing this, Hoda smiled and said, that's your police's business. Su Jun nodded and said, Hoda is right. Collecting evidence is the police's job. Director Wang, you must immediately send someone to the hospital to retrieve Chen Fang's body. Even if you have to rob it, you must get it back for me. Yes. Wang Anyuan saluted Su Jun, agreed, and left quickly. By the way, Hoda, how do you know all this? Su Jun was very curious about this. He really couldn't imagine why Hoda knew all this. The other party is an experienced criminal police officer. Don't try to get away with it. It's best to answer truthfully. Hoda was shocked and then began to explain. Here's what happened. I came to this hospital this morning to visit my friend's father, and then I met their vice president. My friend's father's condition was quite serious and he needed surgery immediately, but she couldn't raise the money for the surgery at the moment. That's when the vice president asked my friend to sign a voluntary body donation agreement. They said that as long as my friend signed this agreement, the hospital would perform the surgery on my friend's father for free. I noticed the vice president's tone was off, so I told my friend to refuse to sign and immediately arranged for my friend's father to be transferred to another hospital. I didn't expect something like this to happen that evening. I instinctively felt that something was amiss, so I rushed over immediately. I happened to overhear Director Wang's report to you. Combining that with what the vice president said earlier, I felt it was related to human organ trafficking. At first, Su Jun thought Hoda was making it up, but the more he listened, the more he felt it was just a passing incident. Hoda, I have to say that you really have the potential to be a criminal police officer. Would you like to consider working in the criminal police team? Su Jun asked with a smile. Hearing this, Hoda quickly waved his hand and refused. Brother Su, please don't belittle me. I'm a criminal police officer. I just like watching crime dramas. Anyway, thank you for providing the police with the clues. The truth of the matter will depend on the results of the autopsy, said Su Jun. Chapter 26, Citywide Arrest of Liang Guowei. Director Liang, this is bad. The police outside are insisting on sending the body for an autopsy. We can't handle this any longer. Even if you can't handle it, you have to hold on for me. If something goes wrong, none of us can escape. After saying that, Liang Guowei hung up the phone. The development of things has completely exceeded his expectations and has become uncontrollable. Fortunately, he had sent out the removed organs as soon as possible. Now, as long as he waits for the payment to arrive, he can leave Jiangcheng and go abroad as soon as possible to share the happiness of family with his wife and children. One day a year ago, a mysterious man found him and offered him 1 million yuan to ask him to find a kidney for a kidney transplant. It just so happened that there was a brain-dead patient who had signed a voluntary body donation agreement. Liang Guowei secretly sold one of the brain-dead patient's kidneys to the mysterious man for 1 million yuan. Since then, he began to help the mysterious man collect various human organs. This year, he earned at least tens of millions. Liang Guowei also knew that what he was doing was illegal, and he couldn't help but worry about the day when his crime would be exposed. So, he sent his wife and children abroad early. Originally, he wanted to stop when he earned 100 million yuan and then go abroad to reunite with his wife and children. I never thought that this matter would be exposed so quickly. Of course, he had not anticipated this at all. He never imagined that the patient's family would be so radical and even call the police. In fact, if you think about it carefully, how could a simple fracture surgery leave the patient unable to get off the operating table? No normal person would be able to accept this. Bite. At this time, Liang Guowei's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw that the payment for the goods had arrived. Then he began to pack his things and sneaked out of the office when no one was around. And at the same time, Huada was in the lobby on the first floor when a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Liang Guowei has left the office and is heading towards the underground garage. In 5 minutes, he will drive from the hospital and head straight for the airport. He has already purchased a ticket for the fastest departure, intending to flee abroad. Damn, this bastard wants to run away. Brother Su, have you controlled the doctors and nurses who performed the operation on the deceased? Huada asked casually. Oh no. Su Jun thought to himself that this was not good. He had never thought that a medical accident would lead to a case of human organ trafficking. Therefore, he did not immediately ask anyone to control all the doctors and nurses involved in the operation. I didn't remember it until Hoda reminded me. Brother Su, hurry up and get someone to control them. If they really have problems, they might take this opportunity to escape. Okay, I'll go right away. He couldn't tell Liang Guowei directly that he was going to run away, so he could only remind Su Jun indirectly. I hope we can catch Liang Guowei in time. Looking at Su Jun's receding back, Huada said silently in his heart. The other side. After receiving a reminder from Huada, Su Jun immediately arranged for people to control all the doctors and nurses involved in the operation. But soon, he learned some bad news. Vice President Liang, who performed the surgery on Chen Fong, has disappeared. Liang Guowei's disappearance also made him more certain of Huada's statement. This medical accident is not as simple as imagined. It is very likely that, as Huada said, there is a huge mysterious organization that sells human organs behind it. Have you checked the surveillance? Did you see any footage of Liang Guowei leaving? Su Jun thought for a while and asked, if not, it means that Liang Guowei is still within the hospital. But the possibility that he left the hospital in disguise cannot be ruled out. Not yet. We checked the surveillance cameras at various intersections around the hospital and didn't see Liang Guowei's car leaving the hospital. Upon hearing this, Su Jun's already furrowed brows deepened. If Liang Guowei drove away in his own car, they would be able to track Liang Guowei's whereabouts through Sky Eye. But now Liang Guowei's car is still in the hospital, but he is missing. This is a problem. Because they are not sure whether Liang Guowei has left the hospital. Notify everyone and seal off all highway intersections in Jiangcheng. Immediately send people to the airport, train station, and bus station. Be sure to capture Liang Guowei. Also, send a team to Liang Guowei's home. He might come back. Also, continue to search every corner of the hospital. Don't miss any suspicious places. Su Jun immediately gave the order. As Su Jun's order was issued, tens of thousands of police officers in Jiangcheng were mobilized at once. At the same time, Liang Guowei just arrived at the parking lot along an internal passage. Search carefully. Deputy Director Su said we can't miss any suspicious spots. We must find Liang Guowei. After hearing this, Liang Guowei, who was hiding in the dark, immediately realized that he had been exposed. So he hurried back to the inner passage. Only people in the hospital know about this internal passage, and the police can't find it for the time being. But he also knew that this place was not safe and the police would find it sooner or later. No, I have to find a way to leave the hospital. Liang Guowei's brain was working rapidly, thinking of ways to leave. I have to say that when people are in desperate situations, their minds tend to be very sharp. Liang Guowei quickly came up with a solution. He carefully avoided the cameras and slipped back into the locker room, where he quickly changed his clothes. Then he secretly came to the first aid station, hoping to leave the hospital when the ambulance went out to pick up the patients. Although the police have blocked all entrances and exits of the hospital, Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, as the largest and most authoritative hospital in Jiangcheng, cannot completely cut off contact with the outside world. Many emergency patients will still be sent here, and the hospital's ambulances will still be able to go out. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. Liang Guowei had learned that the police were trying their best to apprehend him, so he disguised himself and infiltrated the ambulance convoy, hoping to escape the hospital while an ambulance was leaving to pick up a patient. Fuck! This old ghost really has some brains. After seeing the information, Hoda was also stunned. He originally wanted to go to the morgue to see if there was a chance to touch Chen Fong's body. I was shocked by the unexpected information that popped up. He also knew that it was impossible for the police to completely seal off the hospital. After all, hospitals are places to treat illnesses and save lives, and new patients come in and out every moment. If Liang Guowei really disguised himself, it would be difficult for the police who were not familiar with him to recognize him at the first time. No, we can't let this old ghost get away. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao hurriedly ran towards the hospital gate. Just then, an ambulance just drove up to the hospital entrance, ready to pick up a patient. Chapter 27, Late Night Chase. Liang Guowei was finally caught. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. Liang Guowei was in the ambulance ahead, disguised as the driver. The police didn't recognize the driver as Liang Guowei. If they let him go, it would be difficult to catch him again. Huo De was startled and quickened his pace again. As he ran, he loudly warned the police at the entrance. Stop the ambulance. Liang Guowei is in it. At this time, Huo De no longer cared whether it would alert the enemy. Since the system says so, it must be like this. Huo De shouted so loudly that not only the police at the entrance heard it, but also Liang Guowei in the car. Liang Guowei didn't know why he was exposed, but he knew that if he didn't run away now, he would be judged by law. So he stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. The police officers at the entrance didn't react at all, or they didn't expect Liang Guowei to force his way in. Chase after them. All of a sudden, several police cars rushed after them. Huo De also quickly got into a police car, wanting to chase Liang Guowei together. He was not sure whether the police could successfully capture Liang Guowei, but he knew that with him there, the chances of catching Liang Guowei would be greatly increased. Why are you here? We are on official business. Please get down quickly. Xin Yueshi was just about to drive after him when she unexpectedly got on top of him. Huo De glared at Xin Yueshi and said dissatisfiedly, "Hurry up and drive. It will be too late if we don't catch up." Humph, you'd better not hold me back. Xin Yueshi also knew that now was not the time to argue with Huo De, but Huo De had just glared at her, which made her very unhappy. So much nonsense, drive. Humph, hold on tight. Next second, Xin Yueshi drove the police car and took off directly. Let Huo De truly experience what it means to be pushed back. Xin Yueshi is a very good driver. Even though she was the last one to start, she quickly overtook one police car after another and caught up to the first place. In front, Liang Guowei had already stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed of the car soared to 140 miles per hour. Fortunately, it is nighttime now and there are not many vehicles on the road. In addition, the ambulance driven by Liang Guowei had its sirens on, so many drivers chose to avoid it. But when they saw the police car behind the ambulance, many drivers stopped their cars and started talking. What's going on? Did something happen? Why do I feel like these police cars are chasing this ambulance? You know what, there really is such a talented person. At this time, Xin Yueshi held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up the loudspeaker in the car with the other hand and shouted. Liang Guowei, you can't escape. Turn off the engine and pull over immediately, otherwise we will take coercive measures. I repeat, you can't escape. Turn off the engine and pull over immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. But how could Liang Guowei possibly submit obediently? Not only did he not stop, he accelerated again. Seeing this, Xin Yueshi immediately stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. Huo De, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stole a glance at the dashboard. Good job. The car speed is almost reaching 160. If this continues, something bad will definitely happen. But what Huo De didn't expect was that Xin Yueshi was still accelerating at this moment. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You don't want to live anymore, and you're still speeding up? Huo De looked at Xin Yueshi and questioned. His body has been modified by genetic drugs, so he doesn't worry about being seriously injured even if he crashes. But Xin Yueshi is different, she is just an ordinary person. In the event of a car crash, it is very likely that the car will be destroyed and people will die. However, Xin Yueshi acted as if she didn't hear what Huo De said. She stepped on the accelerator again and the car accelerated again. At this time, Xin Yueshi looked at the front intently and spoke slowly. I must catch him and not let him get away. Upon hearing this, Huo De was moved by Xin Yueshi's courage and perseverance. But at the same time, he also knew that such a chase was extremely dangerous and could lead to disaster if one was not careful. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, thinking quickly of a solution. There's a dead end 10 kilometers ahead. You can drive the other driver to the dead end and force him to stop. Hoda, who had no idea what to do, immediately called Su Jun after seeing the prompt. Brother Su, I'm Hoda. Officer Shin and I are currently pursuing Liang Wei. I need your cooperation. As soon as the call was connected, Hoda went straight to the point. On the other end of the phone, Su Jun was shocked when he heard that Hoda was actually chasing Liang Wei with Shin Yueshi. However, he knew that now was not the time to discuss this, so he asked directly, "How do you need my cooperation? You should be able to see where we are now. I need you to get the police to cooperate and drive Liang Wei to a dead-end road 10 kilometers away and force him to stop." Hoda quickly told Su Jun the system's suggestions. Su Jun immediately replied, "I'll notify them now. You can continue the pursuit, but be sure to pay attention to safety." The police responded very quickly and soon set up roadblocks at various intersections, forcing Liang Wei to drive towards a dead end. At first, Liang Wei did not realize the police's intentions. He just instinctively wanted to avoid being arrested by the police. In addition, he kept looking at the police car chasing him from behind, so he didn't pay attention to where he was driving. Soon, he was forced to the brink of death. After Liang Wei got out of the car, he still wanted to run away, so Shin Yueshi fired a warning shot. Bang! Liang Wei, you can't get away. If you don't surrender, I will shoot you. Seeing that Shin Yueshi really dared to shoot, Liang Wei was so scared that he dared not move. Then, with the help of Hoda, Shin Yueshi handcuffed Liang Wei. When Liang Wei saw Hoda, he recognized him immediately. "Is it you? Dean Liang, how are you?" Hoda gave him a small smile. But in Liang Wei's eyes, Hoda's smile looked like the devil's smile. Not long after, Su Jun arrived with a large group of people. Seeing that Liang Wei had been controlled, Su Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. There was quite a commotion tonight. If Liang Wei got away, he would have no way to explain himself. Xiao Shen did a great job. After Su Jun praised Shin Yueshi, he came to Hoda, saluted him solemnly and said, "Hoda, thank you." "Brother Su, what are you doing?" "It's not necessary, it's really not necessary. I didn't do anything. This is all thanks to Officer Shin." Shin Yueshi was a little proud when she received Su Jun's praise. But when she saw Su Jun thanking Hoda, she suddenly felt a little emotional. Although Hoda contributed some effort, it was not much. It was she who kept chasing Liang Wei and finally caught him. However, after hearing what Hoda said, she immediately gave Hoda a look that said, "You are sensible. I still have to go back and interrogate Liang Wei overnight, so I won't send you back." Su Jun looked at Hoda and said something, then turned to look at Shin Yueshi and said, "Xiao Shen, please send Hoda back later. Remember, this is an order." Su Jun was afraid that Shin Yueshi was unwilling to send Hoda off, so he emphasized it at the end. After Su Jun left with his large army, Shin Yueshi stomped her feet in anger. At this time, Hoda had already sat in the passenger seat. He stuck his head out and said with a smile, "Officer Shin, please get in the car and take me back. Remember, this is an order. Roll." Chapter 28, A Mysterious Criminal Organization. Jiangcheng police staged a thrilling car chase drama late at night, which instantly caused an uproar on the internet. Many citizens of Jiangcheng also uploaded this shocking scene to short video platforms, attracting countless onlookers and discussions. Jiangcheng police responded quickly and disclosed the details of the incident through their official account, allowing the public to get a glimpse of the full picture. Who would have thought that a vice president of a municipal hospital, under the glamorous surface, was actually involved in the dark trade of human organs? What is even more shocking is that a seemingly ordinary orthopedic surgery took away a young life, bringing a promising future to an abrupt end. This incident was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing a strong reaction across the country. The public is outraged, and the internet is flooded with calls for severe punishment of the criminals and justice for the victims and their families. This wave of public opinion quickly attracted the attention of the Ministry of Public Security. They immediately issued a formal document, strictly ordering the Jiangcheng police to solve the case in the shortest possible time, and vowed to eradicate the criminal chain of human organ trafficking and bring all criminals involved to justice. At the same time, River City. Inside a luxurious river view villa. The higher-ups have noticed this. Do they know what to do? A mysterious man leaned back on the sofa, took a puff of his cigar, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and spoke without a trace of emotion. "Don't worry, boss. Liang Wei doesn't know who we are. We have always been in contact with him through overseas." The subordinate opposite bowed slightly and responded respectfully. Only dead people don't talk nonsense. The mysterious man took another puff of his cigar, a fierce look flashing in his eyes as he continued, to us, Liang Guowei is just a chess piece. Now that this chess piece has lost its function, there is no need to keep him. Okay boss, I know what to do. The subordinate bowed again and prepared to turn around and leave. At this time, the mysterious man called out to his men, remember, don't leave any clues. Yes. The next day, 10 a.m. Su Jun stared at the pair of panda eyes and walked out of the interrogation room with a tired body. Last night, he conducted a surprise interrogation of Liang Guowei overnight. Liang Guowei confessed to the crime of intentional murder of Chen Fong and trafficking in human organs. But when Su Jun asked him about the organization, Liang Guowei knew nothing about it. According to his account, he only communicated with a person named Dr. He knew nothing else. Based on Su Jun's many years of experience in handling cases, the other party must be a criminal group with a very strict organizational structure and a high degree of confidentiality among its members. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to dig out all the members behind this criminal group. Su Jun rubbed his tired eyes and thought to himself. He knew that this case had attracted great attention from the country and the people, and that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. He must find a breakthrough as soon as possible and wipe out this criminal group in one fell swoop. But the problem is that all the clues have been cut off at Liang Guowei's side, and there is no way to start. At this moment, he thought of Hoda. Last night, it was Hoda's reminder that revealed the secret behind the medical accident. It was also thanks to Hoda's reminder that they prevented Liang Guowei from escaping and finally succeeded in capturing him. Maybe Hoda will have some ideas. With the idea that one more person would provide one more idea, Su Jun called Hoda. Hoda got home almost at 1 o'clock last night and hasn't woken up yet. But a sudden phone ring interrupted his sweet dream. Hello? Hoda answered the phone in a daze, without even checking the caller ID. Brother Hua, I am your brother Su. Brother Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Are you free at noon? I'd like to treat you to a meal. I wanted to thank you last time, but I never had the chance. You helped me a lot this time, so I must treat you to a meal to thank you properly. After hearing this, Hoda became much more sober. He soon realized that Su Jun had other intentions. It seemed like he was inviting us to dinner, but in fact he was asking for opinions on the case. Thinking of this, Hoda smiled and said, okay, send me the address and I'll be there in a while. Okay, I'll send you the address and we'll see you later. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Hoda started thinking. Brother Su said last night that he would interrogate Liang Guowei overnight. It seems that Liang Guowei doesn't know much. He's probably just responsible for finding the source of goods. He has no status within this criminal organization and probably isn't even a member of it. The person who can really get in touch with the organization should be the person who contacted him, or the person behind that contact. But this person is not easy to find. I have to say, Hoda's brain is really good. After a brief analysis, I got to the point. It is no exaggeration to describe Hoda as being almost as intelligent as a demon. The other side. After Su Jun sent the location to Hoda, he prepared to leave the police station. But as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by Xin Yueshi. Director Su Fu, can you please take me with you? Su Jun was stunned when he heard this, and asked in surprise, what do you mean by taking you with me? Seeing Su Jun still pretending to be dumbfounded, Xin Yueshi immediately said, I heard everything at your office door. If you want to treat Hoda to a meal, take me with you, okay? Take you with me? Su Jun looked Xin Yueshi up and down, looking embarrassed. Yes, take me with you, please. Xin Yueshi pulled Su Jun's arm and said pleadingly. He has been working with Xin Yueshi for some time. Xin Yueshi has always been decisive and efficient at work, and has never considered herself a woman. Su Jun couldn't help but laugh when he saw Xin Yueshi's rare coquettish look. However, when he thought that Xin Yueshi and Hoda were of similar age, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. How about trying to match Brother Hua and Xiaoxin together? Once this idea came to Su Jun, the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Hoda is young, promising, and has a strong sense of justice. He is a rare young man. Although Xin Yueshi usually has a bad temper, she is a beauty in the Jiangcheng police station. The two of them together are a perfect match. Thinking of this, Su Jun immediately smiled and said, okay, then come with me. I just happen to need you for something. Thank you, Deputy Director Su. Upon hearing this, Shin Yueshi's face immediately broke into a bright smile. Deputy Director Su, let me drive. You lie down in the back for a while. When Su Jun heard this, he was instantly shocked. He still vividly remembers the scene of Shin Yueshi speeding after Liang Guowei last night. He doesn't dare let this girl drive. So, he hurriedly took 2 steps and got into the driver's seat before Shin Yueshi. It's okay, I'll drive, you don't know the way. Chapter 29, Treating Guests to Dinner and Asking Huodi for Advice. A seafood stall that had been operating in Jiangqing for 20 years, saw its reputation plummet due to a change in ownership, declining seafood quality, and the practice of overcharging customers. Based on Su Junfa's location, Huodi took a taxi to an Ahai seafood stall. As soon as he entered the door, Hoda saw the prompt in front of him. He didn't know why Su Jun chose this store, but he knew one thing: Su Jun was probably going to be ripped off tonight. On the way here, Su Jun sent Hoda the box number. So, after entering the door, Hoda went straight to box number 6. But when Hoda arrived at the box, he found that in addition to Su Jun, Shin Yueshi had also come. Brother Hua, you are finally here, please take a seat. Su Jun's face was full of smiles as he greeted Hoda warmly while speaking, and at the same time he did not forget to ask the waiter to serve the dishes. Brother Su, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. There was a traffic jam on the road, Hoda said after sitting down. At this time, Hoda turned his gaze to Shin Yueshi across from him, a playful smile on his face, and teased, "Oh, Officer Shin is here too, what a coincidence." Snort. Shin Yueshi snorted coldly and did not respond. She knew that Hoda was still angry with her. Last night, Su Jun asked her to send Hoda home, but she was in a hurry to return to the police station to interrogate Liang Guowei with Su Jun, so she sent Hoda to a place where it was easy to get a taxi and left him there. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of Su Jun's invitation to dinner to apologize to Hoda in person. Unexpectedly, this guy Hoda had a weird look on his face as soon as he entered the door, which immediately made her very unhappy. Su Jun, who was standing by, also heard something behind their words, but in his opinion, it was just flirting between 2 young people. This also strengthened his determination to bring the 2 together. Soon, the waiter started serving the dishes. Su Jun also personally filled Hoda's glass with wine. Brother Hua, this is my treat. Thank you for coming to help the Jiangqing police today. I'll drink this cup, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, Su Jun drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Hoda also readily picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. After drinking a glass of white wine, Hoda felt a spicy taste rushing up his throat, as if a ball of fire was burning along his throat all the way to his chest. Brother Hua, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Seeing that Hoda had such a good alcohol tolerance at such a young age, Su Jun couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. No, Brother Su, thank you for the compliment. Hoda wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth and put on a humble smile. In his previous life, he had worked in the mall for many years and had already developed a good drinking capacity. In this life, after the genetic drug transformation, he can drink even more than before. It is no exaggeration to say that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Come on, don't just drink, eat the food. This sweet and sour carp is the signature dish of this restaurant, and this steamed grouper is the signature dish among all the signature dishes. Let me tell you, this store has been open for over 20 years and is very famous in Jiangqing. While Su Jun was introducing the restaurant's special dishes, he was inviting Hoda to start eating. Pa, why is this fish so mushy and smells so fishy? Shin Yueshi took a bite of the steamed grouper and immediately vomited it out because she couldn't stand the fishy smell of the fish. That's impossible. I've been eating at this restaurant for years. As he spoke, Su Jun also picked up a piece of fish and tasted it. Pooh. Su Jun frowned and couldn't help spitting out the fish in his mouth, his face full of surprise and disappointment. This fish is indeed not fresh. I'll ask the boss to replace it. Su Jun didn't expect that the first time he invited Hoda to dinner, it would go wrong. Hoda had known for a long time that the store had changed owners, and that its ingredients and reputation were no longer as good as before. Even if you change it to a grouper, the final result will be the same. Besides, Su Jun invited him to dinner not just for the sake of having a meal. So, he waved his hand to stop Su Jun and said, "Forget it, Brother Su, just make do with it. I'm not picky about food." After saying that, he picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. Well, the fishy smell is indeed quite strong, and the fish meat is not fresh either. But Hoda still forced himself to swallow it, suppressing the discomfort, and then gave Su Jun a passable smile. Brother Hua, you don't have to force yourself. Just ask the waiter to change it. This store has a good reputation. Similar situations have occurred before, and the boss always replaced them, said Su Jun. Looking at Su Jun's ignorant expression, Hoda really wanted to say that was in the past. Now they have a new boss and the old ways are no longer the same. However, Hoda still waved his hand and said, Brother Su, there's really no need. Seeing Hoda's insistence, Su Jun had no choice but to give up. By the way, Brother Su, your invitation to dinner this time shouldn't just be about eating, right? At this time, Hoda took the initiative to clarify the topic. Hearing this, Su Jun patted Hoda on the shoulder and laughed. You really can't hide anything from me, Brother Hua. I do have some doubts about Liang Guowei's case and I'd like to ask you to analyze it together. When Su Jun said this, Shin Yueshi, who was standing beside him, was stunned. At first she thought Su Jun simply invited Hoda to dinner, but she didn't expect that he wanted Hoda to analyze the case. Who is Su Jun? He is known as the best detective in Jiangcheng. He is the idol of all young police officers in Jiangcheng. Shin Yueshi had heard of Su Jun's name when she was studying at the police academy, so as soon as she graduated, she used her family connections and came to the Jiangcheng criminal police team to follow Su Jun. However, such a senior criminal policeman now wants a young man in his early 20s to help him analyze the case. This really subverted her cognition. However, neither of them noticed the change in her expression, and instead continued to talk about the case seriously. Brother Hua, this is what happened. Last night, we conducted a surprise interrogation of Liang Guowei. Liang Guowei has confessed to the charges of premeditated murder and trafficking in human organs, but this also raises a problem. At this time, Hoda suddenly interrupted Su Jun and asked, Brother Su, I think you didn't find out anything about the organization behind Liang Guowei from him, right? Su Jun nodded and said, well, now all the clues to Liang Guowei have been cut off. We only know that the person who contacts Liang Guowei every time is a man named Doctor. And we don't know whether this person is male or female, tall or short, fat or thin, how old he is, or what his nationality is. We don't know how or where to check, so we'd like to hear your advice. When Su Jun said this, his tone revealed a strong sense of frustration. He has been a police officer for so many years and has handled at least thousands of cases, big and small. But this was the first time he felt from the bottom of his heart that he was extremely incompetent and had no idea how to investigate this case. When Hoda heard this, his brows furrowed and his expression became serious. He expected that this case was unusual, but he didn't expect that even Su Jun was helpless. Even Su Jun has no ideas, so what ideas can he have? We can start by investigating the organs that were removed from Chen Fong and investigate upcoming transplant surgeries across the country, focusing on the wealthy, especially the wealthy in Jiangcheng. The sudden appearance of information made Hoda's eyes light up. Brother Su, I have an idea. Chapter 30 Hoda offers suggestions, new direction of investigation. Brother Su, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's correct. Tell me about it. Chen Fong's organs have already been removed, so we can start from that aspect, suggested Hoda. Su Jun is indeed an old criminal policeman. As soon as Hoda gave the beginning, he already had an idea. You mean to investigate the whereabouts of these organs and then reverse the process? Su Jun asked. Hoda nodded and said, that's right. Those who can buy human organs on the black market are definitely not ordinary people. They must be rich or noble. You can start from this point. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Su Jun slapped his thigh and said, start with the buyer, and then follow the clues to find the culprit. Brother Hua, you are really my lucky star. No, I was just saying it casually. Brother Su, you were just too anxious and didn't think of it for the time being. Even if I didn't say it, you would have thought of it in a few days. Hoda said modestly. No. If you hadn't reminded me, it would probably take me a long time to think of it. Su Jun said. At this moment, Shin Yueshi couldn't stand it any longer and asked, can you two stop praising each other? Hoda, you said to start with the buyer, but there are so many wealthy people in the country, how long will it take to find out? Hearing this, Hoda looked at Shin Yueshi as if she were an idiot. Seeing Hoda's disgusted look, Shin Yueshi immediately shouted, what kind of look is that? Am I asking the wrong thing? Xiaoshun, have you forgotten why rich people buy human organs? Su Jun also showed an intriguing expression. Why? Isn't it for the transplant surgery? What else can you do? Shin Yueshi looked at the two of them with confusion. Yes, you said it was a transplant operation. We only need to focus on those rich people who are sick and need transplants. After Su Jun finished speaking, Shin Yueshi suddenly realized. But when she thought about her performance just now, Shin Yueshi suddenly felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She kept clamoring to solve a big case, but now that a big case has happened, her performance is so embarrassing. Brother Su, I think since they use Jiangcheng as the source of goods, they are likely to spread out from Jiangcheng. I think we can focus on investigating the wealthy people in Jiangcheng. Huada suggested. That makes sense. I'll arrange for someone to follow this line. Then, Su Jun turned to look at Shin Yueshi and said, Xiaoshen, contact Xiaozi and the others immediately and focus on investigating the buyer. Okay, I'll call the bureau right away. Huada watched the two of them quickly get into work mode and nodded secretly in his heart. He knew that with a clear investigation direction, the subsequent investigation work would be more efficient and targeted. After his worries were resolved, Su Jun was in a good mood and clinked glasses with Huada repeatedly. After Shin Yueshi came back from making a phone call, she apologized to Huada while still drunk. The dinner ended only after the three of them finished a whole bottle of white wine. Brother Hua, that's all for today. We'll get together again next time we have the chance. Okay, I'll treat you next time. No problem. The two of them came to the door of the store talking and laughing, and then Hoda went first. However, as soon as he walked out the door, he heard Su Jun's screams. Are you mistaken? A meal costs over 8,000 yuan. Are you trying to rob me? Hearing Su Jun's screams, Huada smiled and got into a taxi and drove away. I don't know whether Su Jun paid the bill in the end, but he knows that this store is probably coming to an end. He is trying to rip off the customer even to the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He really doesn't know how to live or die. On the way back, Huada received a call from Lin Wanner. Only then did he remember that he had promised Lin Wanner yesterday that he would accompany her to the antique market to choose gifts. After Huada got off the car at the gate of the community, he saw a red Pamela parked on the side of the road. Huada walked over, opened the passenger door and sat directly in. It smells so strong of alcohol, have you been drinking? As soon as Huada got in the car, Lin Wanner smelled an unpleasant odor of alcohol and immediately opened the car window to dissipate the smell. Well, I was just at the dinner party. I came here as soon as you called. Huada told a little lie, but Lin Wanner fell for it. Hearing that Huada cared so much about her, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. Today, Lin Wanner wore a gray sleeveless top. This top was simple and elegant, and it perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Paired with a beige short skirt, the skirt is of moderate length, which not only shows her slender legs but also maintains a dignified and decent style. The combination of beige and gray makes the whole outfit look harmonious and high-end. Seeing Lin Wanner's outfit, under the influence of alcohol, Huada's breathing began to become rapid. An urge to kiss her surged in my heart. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Wanner started the car, and suddenly a push on the back came over him, accompanied by the strong wind outside the window, which finally blew out Huada's restless heart. Half an hour later, Lin Wanner parked the car at the entrance of an old street. This is the largest antique market in Jiangcheng. Every day, many people who want to get rich overnight come here to pick up bargains. Soon, Lin Wanner took Huada into the bustling antique market. There are many stalls here, with a wide variety of antiques, jades, calligraphy and paintings, which are dazzling. Lin Wanner moved through the crowd with ease, occasionally stopping to carefully contemplate the antique calligraphy and paintings in front of a stall. Huada followed behind her, but his eyes were involuntarily attracted by her elegant and graceful figure. The main reason is that the things here are really not to Huada's liking. A painting imitating Tang Bohu's, actually worth only a few hundred yuan. The artificially synthesized jade pendant only costs 50 yuan. Tang Sankai that is deliberately made old has no collection value. Fake. Fake. Looking around, everything is fake. In Huada's opinion, it is better to appreciate the beauty in front of him than to look at these fakes. Huada, what do you think of this jade pendant? Lin Wanner picked up a jade pendant that was entirely emerald green, examined it carefully in the sunlight, and asked. Huada glanced at the jade pendant in Lin Wanner's hand. Next second, information about this jade pendant immediately popped up in front of my eyes. This imitation antique jadeite piece locket is made of synthetic materials. While it looks exquisite and has a stunning emerald green color, it is actually made of synthetic materials. Its cost is relatively low, and while it can sell for thousands of yuan, its actual value is far lower. It's often used by unscrupulous merchants to deceive consumers. After reviewing the intelligence in front of him, Hoda spoke bluntly. It's fake. It's a synthetic imitation of an antique jade piece locket. The cost is only a few hundred yuan. Ah, this is fake, I thought it was real. When Lin Wanner heard Hoda say that the jade pendant was fake, she immediately lost interest. She came to pick out a birthday present for her grandfather, so how could she give him a fake one? Hoda, are you very knowledgeable about antiques? Seeing that Hoda could tell the authenticity of the jade pendant at a glance, Lin Wanner immediately looked at Hoda with admiration and asked. Seeing Lin Wanner's look, Hoda said proudly, it's okay. I just like reading some books on this subject. That's pretty impressive too. Lin Wanner exclaimed sincerely, it seems that asking you to accompany me was a wise choice. You must help me pick out a gift that will satisfy Grandpa. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The two continued to stroll around the antique market casually, and Hoda gave Lin Wanner some advice from time to time to help her identify the authenticity and value of antiques. But at this moment, a sudden voice suddenly interrupted their communication. Wanner, why are you here? Who is this man? Chapter 31 Pretending to be Lin Wanner's boyfriend, picking up a jade by worth millions. Wanner, why are you here? Who is he? Hoda and Lin Wanner were chatting excitedly when suddenly a man wearing an Armani suit and sunglasses blocked their way. When she saw the person coming, Lin Wanner's face suddenly changed and she showed an expression of disgust. Wang Hao, you're meddling too much. Is this your business? Why can't I be here? And who he is? It's none of your business. After saying that, Lin Wanner took Hoda's hand and prepared to walk around Wang Hao. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao slid and stopped the two men again. Boy, let go of your hands. Do you think you can touch Wanner? Hoda could tell that this man named Wang Hao was most likely Lin Wanner's suitor. However, at this time, Lin Wanner protected Hoda behind her like an old hen and said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, what do you want to do? Who are you to me? It's not your turn to meddle in my affairs. Wang Hao ignored Lin Wanner and continued to point at Hoda's nose and curse. Boy, I don't care who you are, I advise you to stay away from Wanner. She is not someone a poor boy like you can mess with. Facing Wang Hao's rudeness and unreasonableness, Hoda hugged Lin Wanner in his arms, then stared at Wang Hao and said word by word, I provoked you, what can you do to me? As for who I am, can't you see it with your blind eyes? I'm Wanner's boyfriend. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao's face turned pale and blue in an instant, as if he had suffered a great insult. He clenched his fists, his body trembled slightly with anger, and his eyes flashed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you're good. You've successfully angered me. Just wait for me. A wealthy second-generation man obsessed with women and excessive sexual activity had just had an in-depth conversation with a woman diagnosed with HIV half an hour ago. Idiot. I advise you to go to the hospital immediately. Hoda cursed, raised his middle finger at him, and then disappeared into the crowd with Lin Wanner in his arms. Who was that idiot just now? He made me wait like a fool. Puff. When Lin Wanner heard Hoda calling Wang Hao a moron, she laughed out loud. Now that you put it that way, it's quite vivid. But why did you let him go to the hospital? Lin Wanner asked in confusion. There's something wrong with your brain. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? Hoda did not mention any in-depth conversations he had with women diagnosed with HIV, but instead made up an excuse. However, this casual excuse made Lin Wanner laugh again. Afterwards, Lin Wanner introduced Wang Hao's background to Hoda. Just as he guessed, Wang Hao was one of Lin Wanner's many suitors. He is also the heir to the Jiangcheng Wang Group. He is a well-known figure in the circle of the second generation in Jiangcheng. Of course, Hoda didn't take this little Karami seriously at all. Because he is much stronger than Wang Hao and others. Not only did he hug Lin Wanner, he is now holding Lin Wanner's hand. Can they do it? After Hoda and Lin Wanner left, Wang Hao took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, brother Huang Mao, I'm Wang Hao, and I need your help with something. No problem, Master Wang, just open your mouth. I'm at the antique market right now. Bring someone over here right now and help me cripple this guy. 200,000, I want to cripple both of his hands. Okay, no problem. After Huang Mao hung up the phone, he immediately called out to his brothers, Brothers, it's time to live. The other side. After this incident, the relationship between He De and Lin Wanner seemed to have undergone a subtle change. The two of them had been holding hands tightly since just now, and neither of them showed any intention of letting go. At this time, the two came to a shop called Wanbao Pavilion. You two can take a look at it. Seeing someone coming in, the boss immediately stepped forward and greeted them warmly. In the Wanbao Pavilion, there are coins, jades, calligraphy and paintings, porcelains, and even armor and swords of ancient military generals. No wonder it's called Wanbao Pavilion, it really has something to offer. Then the two of them walked around the store. This Song Dynasty Celadon vase, produced during the Southern Song Dynasty, is a fine product of the Longquan kiln and is valued at no less than 3 million yuan. Hoda glanced at the price tag. Wow, 8 million. Hoda gasped. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Then, Hoda's attention was attracted by an exquisite Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. Every man has a martial arts dream when he was a child, and Hoda is no exception. So he couldn't move when he saw the knife. Hoda stared at the exquisite Tang Dynasty sword with deep interest in his eyes. A replica of a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword, crafted using modern technology. The blade is crafted from high-quality iron and treated with special techniques to achieve exceptional sharpness and durability. The handle is made from high-quality wood and has a meticulously ground and polished surface for a comfortable feel. It is valued at approximately 50,000 yuan. Although this sword is a replica, its appearance and texture strive to restore the essence of the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. The market price is around 50,000 yuan. Seeing that Hoda was interested in this, the boss immediately stepped forward to introduce it. Hearing this, Hoda nodded slightly. What the boss said was basically consistent with the information prompted by the system. It can be seen that the owner of this shop is a real person. Unlike most antique shop owners, he does not target those novices who have only a superficial knowledge of antiques. 50,000 is not expensive, and Hoda can afford it now. Just when he was about to buy this Tang horizontal sword, Lin Wanner shouted from a distance. Hoda, come look at this. Hoda turned around and saw Lin Wanner standing in front of a display cabinet, pointing excitedly at something inside. He walked over curiously and saw an antique jade buy in the display cabinet. Just by looking at the naked eye, you can tell that the jade of the jade buy is warm and smooth, the carving is fine, and it exudes an extraordinary aura. This is? At this time, the boss smiled and introduced, this is a piece of Haitian jade buy that I just bought a while ago, which is an imitation of the Han Dynasty. Although the carving is exquisite and the jade is of high quality, you can tell from the color of the jade that this jade buy is a modern imitation. This Han Dynasty Haitian jade buy is carved from the finest Haitian jade. Because it has been buried underground for years, the jade remains intact and looks like a modern imitation. Its true value is as high as 10 million yuan. Buy it now. 10 million. This piece of Haitian jade is worth 10 million. At this moment, Hoda's heart was already in turmoil. However, he still suppressed his inner excitement and remained calm on the surface. On the other hand, Lin Wanner immediately lost interest after hearing that it was a fake. It's fake, I thought it was real. Although it's fake, it's worth tens of thousands just for the craftsmanship. 100 years from now, it will be an antique, said the boss with a smile. That seems to make sense. Lin Wanner responded with a smile, but her eyes had already moved away from the Han Dynasty Haitian jade buy, and she had obviously lost interest in it. However, at this time, Hoda said, Boss, you're right. This jade buy is not valuable now, but in a few decades or even hundreds of years, it will become an antique and be worth a lot of money. I think it's worth buying. This little brother is right. If you like it, this amount is for you. As he spoke, the boss gestured with the number 6 and said, how about 60,000? Okay, 60,000 deal. Hoda didn't even bargain and agreed directly. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. Seeing that Hoda was so straightforward, the boss carefully packed the jade buy and handed it to Hoda. After Hoda took the jade disc, he quickly took Lin Wanner away from Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 32 Mysterious Box. Not long after the two left, Wang Hao walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Hao went straight to the display cabinet where the Haitian jade buy was placed. Seeing that the display cabinet was empty, Wang Hao hurriedly asked the boss. Boss, where's the Haitian jade buy? Just bought by a little brother. Bought it? Master Wang, if you want Haitian jade buy, I have plenty here. As he spoke, the boss took out a few pieces of Haitian jade from the cabinet on the other side. Who wants these? What I want is that piece of Hatian jade bai from the Han dynasty that is worth tens of millions. Wang Hao said with disdain. What did you say? How much is that Hatian jade bai worth? It's worth tens of millions, how come you don't know? Wang Hao looked at the other person suspiciously, thinking, are you acting here with me? Unexpectedly, the boss suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying out, what a sin! I have been playing with hawks all my life, and I never thought that the old hawk would peck out my eyes. Seeing this, Wang Hao sighed and left Wanbao Pavilion. If he knew that the jade bai he liked was bought by Huode for 60,000 yuan, he would probably not be much better than his boss. After coming out of Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Wanner kept looking at Huode strangely. She really couldn't understand why Huode would spend 60,000 yuan to buy a handicraft. And he bought it and ran so fast, as if afraid that someone would catch up. Huode ran for a while with Lin Wanner, and only slowed down after making sure that no one was following them. Huode, why are you running? And why did you spend 60,000 yuan on a handicraft? Lin Wanner asked the question in her heart breathlessly. Huode stopped and turned to look at Lin Wanner, a mysterious smile flashing in his eyes. He gently patted the box in his hand, which contained the Han Dynasty Hatian jade bai that he had just bought from Wanbao Pavilion. Wanner, sometimes what you see with your eyes may not be the truth. Then, Huode slowly explained, if my guess is correct, this jade disc should be real and worth 10 million. How many? 1,000 W. Shoo, keep your voice down. Huode quickly covered Lin Wanner's mouth and signaled her to speak more quietly. Lin Wanner then realized how out of control she had been, but she was still shocked by the price of the jade disc. 1,000 W. This is 1,000 W. Even though she came from a wealthy family and had seen 10 million yuan before, she had never seen an item worth 10 million yuan bought for 60,000 yuan. This is simply making money. Huode, are you sure? Lin Wanner still couldn't believe it. Don't worry, I won't be wrong, Huode said with certainty. He might make a mistake, but the system will never make a mistake. After receiving Huode's repeated affirmation, Lin Wanner finally came to her senses. Then let's get going quickly. If the boss figures it out, we'll be in trouble. I don't know if Lin Wanner has the habit of doing what she says. As soon as she finished speaking, the owner of Wanbao Pavilion came after her with his men. Little brother, please stay, little brother, please stay. Boss, do you have anything else to do? At this time, Huode looked at the other party with a vigilant face, but secretly thought about how to deal with possible emergencies. The owner of Wanbao Pavilion put his hands on his hips, adjusted his breathing, and then said with a smile, little brother, I just thought about it carefully and think there may be something wrong with that jade disc. I would like you to take another look at it for me. Hearing this, Huode sneered in his heart. The other party has learned that the Han Dynasty Hatian jade bai is authentic and wants to buy it back for 1 million yuan. You want to buy the jade disc with 1 million? No way. Not to mention 1 million, he wouldn't sell it even if it was 1 million. Huode held the box tightly in his arms calmly, shook his head and said, Boss, we've already settled the matter financially. What you're doing is a bit unkind. Hearing what Huode said, the boss smiled awkwardly. But that was a Hatian jade bai from the Han Dynasty worth 10 million yuan, and he actually thought it was fake and sold it for 60,000 yuan. He felt unwilling to accept it no matter how he thought about it. Little brother, let's put it this way. I'll pay 1 million for your jade disc. How's that? You bought it for 60,000 yuan, and you made 940,000 yuan on it. You didn't lose out. The other party directly offered 1 million yuan, trying to buy the Hatian jade bai from Huode. This old ghost thought that he didn't know the true value of the Hatian jade bai and wanted to get a bargain from him. I'm sorry, this is a birthday present I was going to give to my elder. I'm sorry, I can't give it up. Besides, this Hatian jade bai is worth more than 1 million. If I'm not mistaken, the real value of this Hatian jade bai should be 10 million. When the owner of Wanbao Pavilion saw Huode directly tell the real price of the Hatian jade bai, his face suddenly changed. He knew that he could not buy back the Hatian jade bai no matter what. He sighed and said, never mind, it's just that I made a mistake. I am Wan Yu Kai. You are so young, yet you have such good eyesight. I am ashamed of myself. May I know your name? Huode smiled slightly and replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Boss Wan, you are too kind. I am Huode, and I only have a little knowledge of antiques and cultural relics. When Wan Yu Kai heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect Huode to be so calm and introverted, and the key is that he had such a deep understanding of antiques. I wonder if Brother Hua is free now. Huode frowned, wondering what this old guy was planning. As if noticing Huoda's hesitation, Wan Yukai quickly explained, "It's like this. I have an old item in my shop that even I can't figure out. Since you have such insights into antiques, I'd like to invite you to take a look at it. The other party has been impressed by your keen eyesight. Help him successfully identify the antique and you will gain a loyal and capable subordinate, which will then allow you to gain even more benefits." Originally, Huoda was going to refuse, but after seeing the information from the system, he immediately changed his mind. "Mr. Wan, please. Please." Soon, Huode and Lin Wan followed Wan Yukai back to Wanbao Pavilion. However, this time, as soon as they entered the door, Wan Yukai took the two of them to a single room in the backyard. Then Wan Yukai opened the mechanism of the room in front of Huode and Lin Wan. A box wrapped in yellow cloth was taken out from the mechanism. The box is made of precious Hainan Wan Wali wood, which has not changed color after thousands of years. Its real value is 3 million yuan. Oh my god. The box alone is worth 3 million yuan. What kind of valuable things are inside it? For a moment, Hoda became more and more curious about what was in the box. Chapter 33, A Strange Stone with a Mystery of Secrets. I got this box by chance some time ago. After appraisal by me and several other old friends, this box is made of the finest Hainan yellow pear wood and should be several hundred years old. According to my estimation, the value of this box should be over 3 million yuan. But the things in this box, I and these old guys really can't tell the origin. Wan Yukai opened the box while introducing it. What Hoda didn't expect was that there was a strangely shaped stone in the box. Seeing Hoda's stunned expression, Wan Yukai continued, "When I first saw the stone, I also found it a little incredible. How could a broken stone be placed in such a precious box?" "Mr. Wan, can I see this stone?" asked Hoda. Wan Yukai waved his hand and told Hoda to look around freely. Hoda picked up the stone and looked at it carefully. Of course, he was not really looking to see if there was anything special about the stone. He was mainly waiting for the information provided by the system. This is a stone that looks ordinary on the surface, but inside it is a priceless treasure. Priceless treasure? Hoda was wondering what the priceless treasure might be, and the system gave the answer the next second. The Son of Heaven's treasure, one of the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty, is of inestimable value. After seeing the answer given by the system, Hoda was so scared that his hands shook and he almost couldn't hold the stone firmly. Although he has not studied much history, he still knows some history. The treasure of the Son of Heaven in this stone is one of the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty and is a true national treasure. When the Qing dynasty was first established, there were 29 kinds of imperial seals. In the 11th year of Emperor Qianlong's reign, Emperor Qianlong, based on the record of the number of heaven is 25 in the Book of Changes, Dian, hoped that the Qing dynasty could also be passed down to the 25th generation, so he decreed that there would be 25 kinds of imperial seals, namely the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty. But why would such a precious cultural relic appear here and be hidden in the stone? If Huoda remembered correctly, the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty should be stored in the Jiaotai Hall of the Forbidden City. Huoda didn't know what unknown secrets were hidden in it, and he didn't want to know. He only knew that once this seal became a reality, it would definitely cause a sensation. Wan Yukai had been observing Huoda's expression from the side. Seeing him frowning and lost in thought, Wan Yukai asked, "Brother Hua, have you figured out the secret?" Hearing this, Huoda came to his senses and said, "Master Wan, if my guess is correct, there must be something else hidden inside this stone. Based on the shape of this stone, I boldly speculate that it must contain a precious seal." Baoshi? For a moment, Wan Yukai fell silent. China has a history of about 5,000 years, and many seals have appeared in this long history. The most famous and mysterious one is the imperial seal. After the first emperor unified the 6 kingdoms, he ordered Prime Minister Li Si to use the Husher Bai as the raw material to engrave the 8 characters "Receive the mandate from heaven, long live and prosper" to make the imperial seal. This seal is a symbol of imperial legitimacy, and emperors of all dynasties have been eager to obtain it. However, after thousands of years of vicissitudes, the whereabouts of the imperial seal has become an eternal mystery. When Wan Yukai heard Huoda say that there might be a seal in the stone, his first reaction was that the seal in the stone was the imperial seal. "Brother Hua, you're not saying that what's contained in here is the imperial seal, are you?" Wan Yukai asked in a trembling voice, looking shocked. When she heard the words imperial seal, even Lin Wanner, who knew little about history, was shocked. What the, is this really the imperial seal? How is that possible? What de shook his head and chuckled, if it really was the imperial seal, how could it possibly appear here? The imperial seal of Chuan State has been lost several times in history, and the most recent time it appeared was during the later Tang dynasty of the Five Dynasties and Ten Kingdoms period. In the third year of Qingtai of the later Tang dynasty, that is, in 936 AD, the last emperor of the later Tang dynasty, Li Tsungka, led his entire family to burn themselves to death on a tower, and the imperial seal disappeared. Although there have been occasional reports of the imperial seal reappearing since then, they have all been proven to be forgeries. Even the imperial seal currently stored in the Palace Museum has been proven to be a replica made by later generations. Wan Yukai smiled awkwardly, thinking he was overthinking it. Then, according to Brother Hua, what is the seal inside? Hua De pretended to be mysterious and said, I wonder if Mr. Wan has ever heard of the 25 seals of the Qing dynasty? You mean? Impossible. When Wan Yukai heard about the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty, he was stunned at first, then immediately denied it. Impossible. The 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty are now kept in the Forbidden City. How could they appear here? Nothing in this world is absolute. If you don't believe it, just break the stone and you will know. When Wan Yukai heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But when he saw the expression on Hua Da's face, it didn't seem fake, and he thought to himself, could it be that this stone really contains one of the 25 seals of the Qing dynasty? But how did he know that? Seeing Wan Yukai hesitate, Hua De smiled and said, Mr. Wan, believe it or not, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. But I have a piece of advice for you, old man. If it really is one of the 25 imperial seals of the Qing dynasty, I suggest you turn it over to the state. After saying that, he took Lin Wanner and left Wanbao Pavilion again. The reason why he finally advised Wan Yukai was entirely because the system told him to do so. As for why, he didn't know. But existence is reasonable. There must be a reason why the system does this. After Huada and the other two left, Wan Yukai stared at the peculiarly shaped stone for a long time, feeling mixed emotions. Huada's words were like a huge rock pressing heavily on his heart. Should we smash the stone to find out? Wan Yukai paced back and forth, lost in thought. Finally, he decided to take a gamble. If it was true as Hoda said, he would hand over the seal to the country, otherwise, he would keep it as a treasure. Thinking of this, he found a hammer and hit the surface of the stone hard. As the hammer fell again and again, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the stone. Wan Yotsai's heartbeat also accelerated. He stared at the stone, looking forward to the answer that was about to be revealed. Finally, with a crisp crack sound, the stone shattered into pieces. A jade seal with exquisite carvings and intertwined dragon bodies appeared before his eyes. This is the legendary Son of Heaven seal, one of the 25 seals of the Qing dynasty. Oh my god! It really is the Emperor's treasure, one of the 25 seals of the Qing dynasty. At this moment, Wan Yukai seemed to be under a spell of immobilization and could not move. It took him a long time to react, and he quickly called the Palace Museum. He did not forget the advice that Hoda left when he left, and he also knew that it would be more valuable to hand over the seal to the country than to keep it in his own hands. Chapter 34 Lin Wanner, How Can Someone Have Three Legs? After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Huadet and Lin Wanner continued to visit the antique market. After learning that the old man of the Lin family liked to collect calligraphy and paintings, Huadet helped Lin Wanner find an authentic painting by Tang Bohu. Tang Bohu, also known as Tang Yin, is the leader of the four great talents of Jiangnan and a famous calligrapher, painter, and writer in the Ming dynasty. He is very good at landscape painting, figure painting, and flower and bird painting, and his paintings are of great collection value. In the past, there was news that Tang Bohu's Viewing the Waterfall at Lushan Mountain was sold for $590 million at Sotheby's auction in New York. Of course, the painting that Lin Wanner bought was not the Lushan Waterfall painting, but Tang Bohu's Wind Bamboo painting, and it was not expensive, only 100,000 yuan. Even with this, the seller still feels that he has made a profit. If he knew that what he was selling was an authentic work of Tang Bohu, he would probably vomit blood and die. After buying the gifts, the two decided to go back as it was getting late. But at this moment, Wang Hao, Lin Wanner's former suitor, suddenly brought people to block their way. Boy, you really made me wait so long. Brother Huangmao is this kid, help me destroy him. Perhaps because there was someone behind him, Wang Hao's attitude was very arrogant. But Huada was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the old acquaintances around Wang Hao with a smile on his face. Huang Mao and others originally followed Zhao Biao, but after Zhao Biao got into trouble, they followed a more powerful boss. They thought life would be better than before, but things were not what they expected at all. They only accepted them in name but didn't care about their life or death at all. In the past, they drank wine and ate meat in big bowls, but now they eat instant noodles every meal and can't even afford a sausage. I finally got a job, but unexpectedly I met Hoda. They are quite unlucky. This was the third time they had met Hoda within a week. It seems that whenever they come out to make some money, they always meet Hoda. At this moment, Huang Mao was shocked when he saw Hoda's creepy smile, and immediately wanted to run away with his brothers. However, Wang Hao on the side was still shouting arrogantly. "Brother Huang Mao, if you help me cripple one of this kid's legs, I'll give you 200,000. If you cripple both legs, I'll give you 500,000. Interesting." Hoda wanted to laugh. He slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he looked at Wang Hao with disdain and said, "Why is Mr. Wang so poor? You want to buy my legs for 500,000 yuan? Wang Hao snorted coldly, "Humph, 500,000 yuan to buy your legs is already a compliment to you. Can a poor idiot like you afford 500,000 yuan? Hoda held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. He ignored Wang Hao and turned to look at the yellow-haired man and said calmly, "I'll pay 1 million yuan for his 3 legs. 3 legs? Lin Wanner, standing by, was a little confused. "Hoda, you must be mistaken. How could someone have 3 legs? When Hoda heard this, he was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. This Lin Wanner is really naive. She doesn't even know that men have 3 legs. On the other hand, Wang Hao, Huang Mao and others were all stunned. They didn't expect Hoda to be so cruel. He not only wanted to cripple Wang Hao's 2 legs, but also his middle leg. This clearly shows that Wang Hao is not allowed to be a man. "Boy, can you come up with 1 million? Although Wang Hao was a little frightened by what Hoda said just now, he quickly realized that Hoda was just a poor guy and there was no way he could come up with 1 million yuan. The yellow-haired guy on the side also looked embarrassed. He didn't know whether Hoda had 1 million or not, but he knew that Hoda was a ruthless person. If he didn't cripple Wang Hao's 3 legs as he wished, he had no doubt that Hoda would cripple their 3 legs first. At this time, Lin Wanner on the side finally realized what the third leg Hoda was talking about was. She looked at Hoda in surprise and whispered in his ear, "Wow, you are so bad, you actually want to destroy him." When Wang Hao saw that Hoda and Lin Wanner still looked down upon him and were interacting intimately as if no one was around, he instantly became furious and roared at Huang Mao and others beside him. "Yellow hair, why don't you make a move? Are you really waiting for that guy to give you 1 million to destroy me?" At this moment, Huang Mao is in a dilemma. I can only blame myself for listening to Wang Hao and getting involved in this mess. Huang Mao's heart gradually collapsed and he was in a dilemma. He didn't dare to offend Wang Hao, and he didn't dare to offend you. If you can help him deal with Wang Hao, you will gain a group of loyal followers. Originally, Hoda was ready to take action, but now, he changed his mind. Seeing that Huang Mao and others were hesitant to take action, Hoda thought of adding fuel to the fire. "Master Wang, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you look so cowardly and you're trying to imitate gangsters. Stop teasing me. Go home and drink more milk, and don't embarrass yourself." "Really?" Wang Hao was so angry at Hoda's words that his face turned pale. He glared at Hoda fiercely, then turned to Huang Mao and the others and said, "What are you guys still standing there for? Come on. Destroy him." However, Huang Mao and others still did not take any action. They knew Hoda's strength, and if they really fought, it would be hard to say who would be defeated. "What's going on? Come on!" Wang Hao roared. At this time, it was Hoda who spoke a fair word. "Young Master Wang is quite calculating. If you don't pay people, you'll expect them to buy your life." After hearing what Hoda said, Wang Hao really thought that Huang Mao and others did not take action because he did not give them money. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to Huang Mao. "I've transferred 500,000 to you. I'll give you another 500,000 after the job is done." Ding dong. 500,000 yuan has arrived in your Alipay account. Not long after, Huang Mao's mobile phone rang with the sound of Alipay payment arriving. Now, Huang Mao's face became even uglier. It would have been fine if the money hadn't been collected before, but now that the money has been collected, I have no choice but to take action. Seeing that Huang Mao still looked embarrassed, Hoda hooked his finger and urged, "Young Master Wang has already given you the money, you should have some professionalism, come on." Huang Mao made up his mind and thought, since he had already collected the money, the worst that could happen was that he would just stay in the hospital for a few more days. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed forward with a few of his brothers. Seeing that Huang Mao and his men had finally made a move, Huda pushed Lin Wanner aside and said softly, "Don't worry about me, go call the police." Lin Wanner knew that staying would only make things worse, so she immediately ran to the nearby police station to call the police. The antique market is a place where all kinds of people gather, so there is a police station less than 500 meters away from the antique market. Wang Hao also saw Lin Wanner running away, but he didn't care. He just wanted to see Huda's legs broken with his own eyes. At this time, Huang Mao and others had rushed to Huda and punched him in the face. But to his surprise, Huda did not dodge, but just blocked it. "Asshole, don't you know not to hit someone in the face?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Asshole, why are you apologizing to him?" Wang Hao shouted. "Yeah. Why should I apologize to him?" The yellow-haired man reacted immediately and punched Huda again, but this time the punch was no longer aimed at Huda's face. Huda did not block the punch, but took a solid punch from Huang Mao. This really confused Huang Mao. What is going on? Isn't Huda very powerful? Have I become stronger? Chapter 35, Huda's acting skills get the better of him and he sends young Master Wang to jail. Uncle Hat will arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. Please perform to your heart's content. This was the moment Huda had been waiting for. Knowing that the police were about to arrive at the scene, Huda suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, then began to groan in pain. "Ah! Help! Someone's being beaten. Help! Come and save me." Huang Mao's expression changed. He didn't use such harsh force at all. Why did Huda start howling? Several younger brothers looked at each other in bewilderment. Many of them hadn't taken action yet, but Huda lay on the ground first. This was too cooperative. "Fuck, don't stop. Keep hitting." After seeing Huda being knocked down, Wang Hao was extremely happy, but before he could be happy for long, he saw Huang Mao and others suddenly stop. While urging Huang Mao and others, Wang Hao went on the field himself to kick Huda a few times. When Huda saw this, he was worried that he had no chance to get close to Wang Hao, but this guy ended up coming to him on his own initiative. Huda ignored everyone else and went straight forward to hug Wang Hao's thighs and cried, "Master Wang, please stop hitting me. If you continue, someone will die. Let go. Let go, you bastard." Wang Hao didn't expect Huda to suddenly hug his legs. He was so scared that he punched Huda's back. Huda's body was modified by genetic drugs, and his ability to withstand blows is several times that of an ordinary person. The pain is just like a tickle, I can't feel it at all. The reason he cried so hard was just to put on a show. "Master Wang, stop hitting me, or I'll die." At this time, the yellow-haired man next to him also realized that Huda was just pretending that nothing had happened. He quickly asked his men to stop, as he always felt that there was something strange about this matter. "Brother, are we really not going to help young Master Wang? Let's see first, that kid's skills are not like this." Huang Mao and others stopped, but Wang Hao did not stop. On the contrary, he beat them even harder. It was because Huda's tears, snot and saliva all got on his newly bought Armani trousers. "Asshole, you dare to dirty my new pants? I'm going to kill you." Wang Hao had lost his mind. He saw a brick on the ground and picked it up to hit Huda on the head. However, at this moment, suddenly there was a roar in the distance. "Stop it, everyone, put your heads down and squat down." Lin Wanner finally arrived with 3 police officers. Huang Mao wanted to run away as soon as he saw the police, but there were 3 policemen in uniform on the other side. Both sides were blocked, and Huang Mao and others couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Provoke this arrogant rich second generation and make him fight in front of the police, and you can give him a free 7-day tour. After seeing the intelligence, Huda immediately came up with a plan. "Master Wang, please, stop hitting me, stop hitting me." As he spoke, Huda's voice gradually weakened, and then he fainted. Huda's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned their eyes to Wang Hao. "Good job. The police are here, and you still dare to take action." Wang Hao looked at everyone with an innocent face and defended himself, "I didn't hit him. I really didn't hit him. He fainted on his own. I didn't do anything. However, At this moment, the brick in his hand made his defense seem pale and powerless. Hua did not really faint. He was secretly observing Wang Hao's actions. Seeing that Wang Hao still hadn't put down the brick in his hand, he wanted to laugh. You said you didn't hit anyone, then what were you doing with the brick? Really? The policeman was not idle either. He immediately stepped forward and controlled Wang Hao. At this time, Lin Wanner immediately ran over, hugged Hua in her arms and checked his condition. Feeling the majesty of Lin Wanner's chest and the charming fragrance on her body, Hua suddenly felt confused and infatuated. But as soon as this idea came into his mind, he suppressed it in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to enjoy himself, he had to continue adding fuel to the fire. Hua pretended to have just woken up, and when he saw the police, he immediately walked up to the police with the support of Lin Wanner and said, "Comrade police, you must arrest this street thug. He relied on his family's wealth and power to molest my girlfriend in broad daylight and even threatened to chop off my legs. He also said that in Jiangcheng, he is the law and no one can touch him." Boom! As soon as Hua said this, it immediately aroused the hatred of the rich among the onlookers present. In fact, the reason why many ordinary people hate the rich is that they cannot stand the fact that they rely on their wealth and power to do evil and then get away with it. Damn it, this is outrageous. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Catch him, police comrades, you must arrest him and send him to jail. I know this person. He's Wang Hao, the young master of the Jiangcheng wine group. So it's the wine group. No wonder they're so arrogant. We must arrest them. Wang Hao was a little panicked. He didn't expect things to develop to such a serious level. Even his identity was exposed. Although he usually does bad things, it is all done in secret. Because there is no evidence, some things are just turned a blind eye. This time it's different. This time it happened in broad daylight, in public, and the police were there. The key point is that some people took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos, and some even started live broadcasts. Although he was very nervous, Wang Hao knew that with the Wang family's ability, he would be released soon even if he went to jail. Take away. Snap. As a voice sounded, a pair of silver handcuffs were put on Wang Hao's hands. On the other side, when other policemen were about to handcuff Wang Mao and others, Hua suddenly stood up. Comrade police officer, you misunderstood. They are brave and righteous, not accomplices. Then Hoda said with his eyes open, they wanted to save me just now, but the man had a brick in his hand, so they couldn't save me right away. Although Huang Mao was very surprised why Hua spoke for them, he knew that Hua was saying this to save them. So he immediately said, that's right, we are good citizens who see injustice and help others, and we are brave enough to do what is right. No matter how the police looked at it, they felt that Huang Mao and his companions looked like thugs, and had nothing to do with the words heroic act, but since Hua had said so, the police didn't say anything. However, Wang Hao refused to do it. Why did they arrest him alone? He immediately shouted, Comrade police, why don't you arrest them? I called them here. I paid them 1 million yuan to break this kid's legs. Without waiting for the police to question him, Hua immediately retorted, you're just spouting nonsense. Huang Mao and I are friends. How could he help you fight off my leg? Huang Mao was frightened when he heard that Wang Hao actually wanted to drag him into the water. Fortunately, Hua spoke up in time, and he immediately responded, that's right, we are friends with Mr. Hua. How could we possibly help you? You are slandering me. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately started cursing. Hua ignored Wang Hao and turned to the leading police officer, saying, Comrade police, you just heard him offer 1 million yuan to break my legs, right? You must arrest him, or he'll retaliate against me. Don't worry, we will enforce the law impartially and will never let a bad guy go. After saying that, he followed the police officer beside him and said, take him away. Chapter 36, Conquer Huang Mao and Set Up a Security Company. The police came quickly and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, he and Wang Hao disappeared into the crowd. The crowd around them dispersed immediately when they saw that there was nothing more to watch. Mr. Hua, thank you for just now. Huang Mao knew that it was Hua who saved him, otherwise he and his brothers would have to go in and operate the sewing machines. Hua stepped forward, patted Huang Mao on the shoulder and said, you're welcome. We become acquaintances after fighting. Are you interested in hanging out with me in the future? He recruited Huang Mao not only because of the system, but more because he understood that money alone could not defeat those powerful people. Just like him in his previous life, he started from scratch but ended up offending a big boss. The company that I had worked hard to run for many years disappeared overnight. So after suffering a loss once, he would never allow himself to make the same mistake. Besides, if he accepted Huang Mao and others as his own, he could also help them return to the right path. Why not do something that kills two birds with one stone? Huang Mao never dreamed that Huda would actually ask them to follow him. He was a little dazed for a moment. Seeing that Huang Mao was still not answering, Huda asked with a smile, "Why? Don't you want to? If you don't want to, forget it. I won't force you." "No need to force it, no need to force it, I am willing." Huang Mao agreed immediately, but he said me instead of we. It was obvious that he didn't want to make decisions for his brothers, but left it to them to decide. Huade also understood what Huang Mao meant, so he looked at the others and asked, "What about you?" After several people looked at each other for a few seconds, they said in unison, "We are willing too." "Okay, since you're all willing to follow me, then we're all brothers from now on, sharing the good and the bad, but I have to say this first." At this point, Huada's expression changed, and he said seriously, "You are absolutely forbidden to do anything illegal or against moral principles. You are also forbidden to do anything that violates morality and ethics. Especially, you are absolutely forbidden to touch pornography, gambling, and drugs. Do you understand? Boss, we can't touch this, and we can't do that. What are we going to do in the future?" At this time, a younger brother asked. Although Huang Mao didn't say anything, he looked at Huada blankly, waiting for his answer. "They are all small-time thugs, with no education and no skills. They can do nothing but be thugs." Huada glanced at everyone and then said with a smile, "Be a security guard." "Being a security guard?" "That's right, I'm a security guard. I know you don't have any education or skills, and there are many things you can't do even if you want to, but you can be security guards. Think about it, aren't you also protecting those vendors in disguise by collecting protection fees?" Hoda looked at everyone and explained. Huang Mao and the others heard this and thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Huada took in everyone's reactions before continuing, "I'll invest in setting up a security company. Huang Mao, you'll be the manager. Your primary job will be to provide security for residential communities, shopping malls, and office buildings, protecting the lives and property of every homeowner and business owner." "Me, as a manager?" When Huang Mao heard Huada ask him to be the manager of the security company, he immediately waved his hand and refused. No, I'm not cut out to be a manager. I can't do it." Huang Mao felt that he was at most a security captain, and he was not incapable of being a manager. Seeing Huang Mao's refusal, Huada suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. The opportunity was right in front of him, but the yellow-haired guy actually backed down. Huada was so angry that he yelled at Huang Mao, "Huang Mao, do you want to make a lot of money? Think." Huang Mao blurted out without thinking. Hearing this, Huada knew that Huang Mao was not hopeless. So he said earnestly, "Huang Mao, remember one thing, others can look down on you, but you should never look down on yourself." Huada spoke in a firm tone, his eyes revealing his trust and expectation for Huang Mao. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. The key is to find a position that suits you. I believe you are capable of being a security company manager. After hearing what Huada said, Huang Mao felt a warm feeling in his heart. He never thought that a small-time gangster like him would be valued so much. He took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became firm. "Thank you for trusting me, boss. I will try my best." Huang Mao's voice trembled slightly, but his tone was full of determination. Huada nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Change your name from now on. Don't call me boss. Call me boss or Mr. Hua. Boss is a gangster name, and we are not gangsters." "Yes, boss." Huang Mao and the other brothers responded in unison. At this moment, their eyes are full of hope and determination for the future. Afterwards, Huade and Huang Mao exchanged contact information, and Huade took Lin Wanner's car back to Haitian Wangfu community. "Hoda, I'll pick you up tomorrow night." "Okay." As he said that, Huade made an okay gesture and watched Lin Wanner leave. Because tomorrow is Mr. Lin's 80th birthday, Lin Wanner has to go back tonight to help set up the venue. After returning home, Huada took a shower and lay down on the bed, thinking about ways to make money. Although he still has more than 1 million in his card, it is unrealistic to start a security company with such little money. Besides, he doesn't just want to open a security company, he has more things to do. But the prerequisite is that you have sufficient funds in your pocket. For Hoda, who has a system, making money is actually very easy. All he had to do was go to the lottery shop and buy scratch tickets. After all, he made his first fortune from scratch tickets. But the problem is, 1 or 2 wins are fine, but if you win too much, it will definitely attract the attention of interested people. So, this is not a long-term solution. Then, Hoda thought of antiques. After all, he had just bought a Han Dynasty Hetan jade by worth tens of millions of yuan at the antique market for 60,000 yuan today. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Hoda. Although it was a good idea to go to the antique market to pan for gold, he observed it carefully today. There are actually not many genuine items in the entire antique market, and even fewer that are mistakenly thought to be fakes. So, this is not a good solution either. At this moment, Hoda suddenly thought of the random information in the system mall. How could I have forgotten this? So, Hoda immediately opened the system mall and fixed his attention on random intelligence. He had already learned about this random intelligence before, and this time he didn't pay attention to the introduction of the random intelligence. I just bought 10 random intelligences to test the waters. As soon as he thought about it, his points instantly decreased by 10,000. Fortunately, he completed some intelligence in the past 2 days, and his remaining points have exceeded 200,000. He doesn't feel sorry at all for spending these 10,000 points. Moreover, the intelligence on the Liang Wei case has not been concluded yet. He vaguely feels that as long as the mastermind behind the trafficking of human organs and tissues is caught, he will definitely be rewarded with generous points. As the remaining points became 190,000, a piece of floating text appeared in front of his eyes. Consume 10,000 points, remaining 190,000 points, exchange for 10 random intelligence. Chapter 37, Information worth tens of millions, picking up a foreclosed house. As Hoda exchanged 10 random intelligence, 10 scrolls emitting blue light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, looking extremely mysterious. Hoda rubbed his hands together excitedly and even started to perform some magic. Heaven and earth, please help me, Taishan Lao Jun, please show yourself. Open. As soon as Hoda finished speaking, the 10 scrolls immediately lit up with a dazzling blue light. The next second, 10 scrolls opened at the same time. Random scroll 10 opened. 3 days later, Typhoon Ginkgo will be upgraded to a super typhoon, which will affect Jiancheng. Jiancheng will experience heavy rain that will last for 2 days. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, a car accident will occur at a traffic light intersection 500 meters away from the community. No casualties will be reported. 10 minutes later, the police will conduct a crackdown on prostitution at a foot massage parlor 1 kilometer away. This operation will arrest 20 people involved in the case. A week later, Jiancheng officials will release a plan for urban village renovation, which will involve demolishing the current urban villages. Huadi read the first 9 pieces of information in one breath, and for a moment he felt terrible. Although he had guessed that the result would be bad, he did not expect that these 9 pieces of information would be so bad. What the hell is this? One moment there's a typhoon, the next there's a car accident, and even the police are out cracking down on prostitution. Hoda was speechless. Even though there was still one last piece of information that he hadn't seen, Hoda no longer had any expectations in his heart. But when he saw the last piece of information, his eyes suddenly lit up. At first, Hoda thought he had seen it wrong, but then he rubbed his eyes and made sure that he was not seeing things. In half an hour, a house at number 30 Qingzhong Road in Qingzhong Village will be auctioned off. The starting price is 100,000 yuan. A week after the auction, its value will skyrocket 100 times. How many? 100 times? Could it be that there is something wrong with the system? He still believed it even if the price increased tenfold. After all, there was just a piece of intelligence indicating that the government would renovate the urban villages and demolish them in a week. But even if the house is demolished, its value will not increase 100 times. Although Huada didn't understand why the system said that the value of the house would skyrocket 100 times in a week, it didn't stop him from wanting to buy the house. After all, putting aside the 100-fold value, he can still make a lot of profit even if the demolition is just a week later. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the judicial auction interface of Alipay. Sure enough, the homepage of the screen was a notice that the house was about to be auctioned. Hoda clicked on it immediately. There are 28 minutes and 31 seconds left until the auction begins. The starting price is 100,000. The number of people who want to bid is still 0. But if you think about it carefully, people who can casually spend 100,000 yuan would not even look at the houses in this urban village. Those who want to buy houses in urban villages may not be able to afford the money. The most important thing is that few people pay attention to foreclosed properties. In the eyes of ordinary people, if a house is put up for auction, the original owner is not a good person. Hwada didn't think too much about it. He immediately registered an account before the auction started. After paying the deposit, the number of people who wanted to bid also became one. Half an hour passed quickly. During this half hour, Hwada kept his eyes on the screen of his mobile phone. When the auction started, he was still the only one who wanted to bid for the village house. He decisively clicked the bidding button. The entire auction will last half an hour. If no second bidder bids after half an hour, the village house will be bought by Hwada for 100,000 yuan. This half hour was extremely torturous for Hwada. He has to keep his eyes on the phone screen all the time, and if someone bids, he has to bid immediately. Fortunately, during this half hour, no one else bid except him. Only after the auction time reached zero did Hwada breathe a sigh of relief. Now, this village house nominally belongs to him. However, relevant procedures still need to be completed. However, it is already evening and the relevant departments have closed long ago. If you want to handle the procedures, you can only wait until tomorrow morning when they open. After logging out of Alipay, Hwada soon received a text message. Inform him to bring relevant documents to the housing authority tomorrow to handle the formalities. The next day, Hwada went out early in the morning. The housing authority's office hours are 8:30, and it's too early to go there, so Hwada plans to have breakfast first. I strolled over to Baiji's breakfast shop and found that business was still so good. But Baiji was finally not busy alone today. Bai Yongxiang had fully recovered and was even healthier than ever before. Boss, give me a basket of Xiaolong Bao and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Okay, do you want to take it away or eat here? Let's eat here. Baiji deftly took out a basket of dumplings from the steamer, and as soon as she looked up, she saw Hwada. Hwada, you're here, please come in. After greeting Hwada, Baiji immediately shouted to Bai Yongxiang in the inner room. Dad, Hwada is here. Upon hearing that Hwada had arrived, Bai Yongxiang immediately put down the work in his hands and ran out from the inner room. Xiaohua, you're here. Please come in. Girl, go get another basket of dumplings, not two. This amount won't be enough for us. Bai Yongxiang looked at the basket of dumplings in Baiji's hand and said with a stern face. When Hwada heard this, he quickly waved his hands and said, Uncle Bai, no, one basket is enough. I can't eat so much. It's okay. If you can't finish it, just pack it up and take it away. Really? One basket is enough for me. After some refusal, Hwada could not resist the enthusiasm of the Bai family father and daughter, and finally Hwada reluctantly ordered 2 baskets of dumplings and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Then, just as Hwada found an empty seat and sat down, Baiji brought over a bowl of sweet soy milk. Then he sat down opposite Hwada. Go ahead and do your thing, don't worry about me. Hwada said casually. I'm off duty. Get off work? Hwada looked up and saw that there were still many people eating breakfast in the store, and there were many people queuing in front of the store. How come they were off work? Baiji explained, well, my dad asked me to get off work and told me to come and keep you company. After saying that, Baiji shyly lifted her hair from her forehead, revealing a shy expression. At this moment, Baiji saw the documents and information Hwada had placed on the table and asked curiously, are you going to do something soon? Hwada nodded and said, well, I bought a house last night and I'm going to go handle the paperwork soon. Upon hearing this, Baiji immediately showed an admiring expression and said, you are amazing. You bought a house at such a young age. Hwada scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just a foreclosed house. That's great too. My biggest dream is to make money to buy a bigger house for my dad. Baiji said. You can do it. Hwada said with a smile. Baiji's breakfast shop is doing good business. Based on the current revenue, as long as housing prices do not skyrocket in a short period of time, Baiji will be able to realize her wish within a few years. After breakfast, Hwada secretly scanned the code to pay, said goodbye to Baiji, and took a taxi straight to the Jiangcheng Housing Management Bureau. Chapter 38 Debt Collection, We Are Professionals. 9:30 in the morning. Hwada took a taxi to the housing authority in Jiangcheng. When you walk into the hall of the housing authority, it is crowded with people coming to handle various procedures. Hwada waited in line for more than an hour before it was his turn to handle the business. Fortunately, he had prepared all the documents and information in advance, and the procedures went surprisingly smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, he got a brand new property certificate. Then he got the key to the village house from the staff of the housing authority. However, before Hua left, the staff of the housing authority said with an embarrassed look on their face, "Mr. Hua, please go take a last look at your house later so you can be mentally prepared." "What do you mean?" Hoda asked in confusion. "You'll know when you go and see." The staff didn't explain much and just let Hoda go and see for herself. In fact, even without the staff telling him, he wanted to go and see the house he had bought. After all, this is his first house, so he has to go and see it. After leaving the housing authority, Hua took a taxi to the urban village. "It's really inconvenient not having a car. I have to buy one in a few days, otherwise I will have to take a taxi every time I go out." Hua muttered to himself in the 37-degree heat. Recently, with global warming, the summer in Jiangcheng is getting hotter every year. In previous years, the highest temperature in Jiangcheng in summer was only in the early 30s, but this year it soared to 37 or 38 degrees, setting a record high. If you go out without a car, you will die of heat. Hua followed the road signs and found his house. This is a 2-story village house with a yard of about 10 square meters. But the decoration is a bit old. "Hey, why is this door open?" Hua walked to the door and found that the iron gate of the yard was open. Hua walked into the yard with a puzzled mood and found that there were clothes that had just been hung out to dry in the yard. What is going on? Is there anyone still living here? Isn't this a foreclosed property? How could someone live there? For a moment, Hua's mind was full of questions. "Who are you? Why are you coming to my house?" Suddenly, a middle-aged woman came out from the inner room and asked with an unfriendly look when she saw the stranger Hua. Hearing this, Hua was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Is this number 30 Qingzhong Road?" "Yes, this is number 30 Qingzhong Road." "Who are you?" Zhao Guifang asked again. After hearing the other party say that this is number 30 Qingzhong Road, Hua confirmed that he was not mistaken and said, "This is my home, who are you?" "What do you mean your home? This is obviously my home." "Who are you?" "You are trespassing. If you don't leave, I will call the police." As she spoke, Zhao Guifang picked up the broom beside her and was about to chase Hua out. At the same time, a shirtless middle-aged man holding a shovel rushed out of the house. The couple is a tenant who has lived here for 20 years. The original owner mortgaged the house to the bank after going bankrupt. The bank tried to evict the couple several times but failed, so they auctioned it off at a very low price. After seeing the information from the system and combining it with what the housing authority staff had said before, Hua finally realized what was going on. It turns out that I didn't get a lucky break, but was cheated. No wonder the starting price is so cheap, only 100,000. No wonder no one has ever bid against him. It turns out there is a trap here. Facing the ferocious tenant couple, Hua remained calm and directly took out the property certificate and said, "Look carefully, this is the property certificate. My name is written on it. This house now belongs to me. Please move out immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." "Humph, you're being rude. I've lived here for 20 years. If you tell me to move, I'll move," Lu Dezhuang said with a ferocious look on his face, holding a shovel. A notorious deadbeat, he knew the house was being auctioned off, so he wanted to stay put or ask for a resettlement allowance. Although this house is located in an urban village and is not worth much money, it can be sold for at least 500,000 yuan. It turned out that the owner of the house had failed in his investment and wanted to sell the house to get emergency funds. Who would have thought that Lu Dezhuang and Zhao Guifang would refuse to move out and even drove away buyers who came to view the house many times? The original owner came to negotiate many times, but Lu Dezhuang refused to budge and claimed that he had lived here for 20 years and was half the owner of the house. "If you want to sell it, you can, but I have to give him half of the money before he agrees to move out." Of course, the original owner refused, so the sale of the house was delayed. Then, the original owner made up his mind and mortgaged it to the bank. However, even the bank was unable to repossess the house. In the end, it could only be auctioned at a low price. As luck would have it, Hua became the one who took over. Hua knew that this place was going to be demolished soon, so he had to find a way to get rid of the deadbeat couple as soon as possible, otherwise there would be even greater trouble. Lu Dezhuang is a bully who fears the strong and is addicted to gambling. He has accumulated a lot of gambling debts. You can start with this aspect. A light bulb went off in Hua's head and he came up with a solution. "I'll give you 1 day. If you don't move out, you'll have to wait to be put on the sewing machine. Huada said something harsh and turned to leave the village house. After Huada left, Zhao Guifang asked worriedly, "Dad, do you think this kid will really call the police?" Lu Dezhuang said with disdain, "It doesn't matter. The police have been here before, and we are doing fine." Zhao Guifang finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lu Dezhuang say this. The other side. After leaving the village house, Huada did not leave immediately, but found an empty corner and called Huang Mao. "Boss, you're looking for me?" "Huang Mao, bring your brothers to the village in the city now. I'll be waiting for you here." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then he lit a cigarette and waited quietly for Huang Mao and others. He planned to let Huang Mao and others pretend to be debt collectors to scare Lu Dezhuang so that they would give up. When Huada finished smoking his third cigarette, Huang Mao and a group of his younger brothers finally arrived at the urban village. "Boss, what can I do for you?" "You'll take your brothers and pretend to be debt collectors. Go to house number 30 and find a man named Lu Dezhuang. Ask him to pay back the money. If he doesn't have the money, ask him to use his house as collateral. Remember, you can teach him a lesson when necessary." "Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. We are professionals in debt collection." After saying that, Huang Mao waved his hand and called on his younger brothers to march towards the village house at number 30 Qingzhong Road. "Lu Dezhuang, get out here." Chapter 39, Taking Back the House. "Lu Dezhuang, get out here." After a while, Huang Mao brought a group of younger brothers into the yard of village house number 30. Lu Dezhuang heard the noise outside and came out immediately. When he saw a large group of thugs outside, he was immediately shocked. He quickly asked humbly, "Brothers, what do you want to talk to me about?" Huang Mao did not answer Lu Dezhuang immediately, but took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, the younger brother next to him immediately lit it for him. Huang Mao took a deep puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and then slowly said, "Lu Dezhuang, your memory doesn't seem to be very good. Then I will help you recall it. When will you pay us back the money you owe us?" "Money? What money? When did I ever owe you money, brothers?" After hearing what Huang Mao said, Lu Dezhuang felt a little nervous, but he still pretended to be calm and asked. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao narrowed his eyes and looked Lu Dezhuang up and down. Then, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand and said, "Go and loosen up this old guy's muscles and bones so that he can have a good memory." As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, the two younger brothers walked towards Lu Dezhuang. However, before the two of them could take action, Lu Dezhuang fell to his knees and cried, "Brothers, you can't break your promise. Skinny Monkey said he would give me 3 days, but before the 3 days are up, why are you?" What Lu Dezhuang said afterwards was no longer important, but Huang Mao heard some important information from Lu Dezhuang's words. Lu Dezhuang's creditor is Shouho, and Shouho gave Lu Dezhuang 3 days. "Damn it, you said Skinny Monkey gave you 3 days grace, but now Skinny Monkey can't even save himself. Do you think what he said is still useful?" As Huang Mao spoke, he took out a dagger from his pocket and walked in front of Lu Dezhuang. "You, what are you doing? You, don't come over here." When Lu Dezhuang saw Huang Mao take out a knife, he was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. Huang Mao squatted down, slapped Lu Dezhuang's face with a dagger, and said fiercely, "Pay back the money, or I will chop off your hand." "Brother, I also want to pay back the money, but I really don't have any," Lu Dezhuang cried. Huang Mao's face darkened and he threw his cigarette butt to the ground. "No money, right? Then use the house as collateral." At this moment, Huang Mao finally revealed his true purpose. When Lu Dezhuang heard this, his face turned pale instantly. He said in a trembling voice, "I'll give you the house, but where should I live?" "Then I don't care. Either pay me back or use the house as collateral. Otherwise, I don't mind seeing your blood." Huang Mao threatened viciously, then waved the dagger in front of Lu Dezhuang, scaring him so much that he trembled all over. Seeing the dagger dangling in front of him, Lu Dezhuang thought to himself, "The house is not his anyway, so just give it away. Not only will he not suffer any loss, but he can also pay off his gambling debts." Thinking of this, Lu Dezhuang immediately pretended to be reluctant to give up his love, and said to Huang Mao in a trembling voice, "Brother, I can give you this house, but what about the gambling debt? We only want money. If you hand over the house, the gambling debt will be written off," the yellow-haired man said readily. Although Huang Mao said this, he was thinking in his heart, "You don't owe me money. Once I get the house, who will care about your gambling debts?" When Lu Dezhuang heard Huang Mao say this, he was immediately happy and hurriedly packed up his things with Zhao Guifang. An hour later, the two handed the keys to Huang Mao and left the village house dragging their bags. After making sure that Lu Dazhuang had left, Huang Mao called Huda. After a while, Huda returned to the village house. "Boss, it's all resolved." As he said that, Huang Mao handed the two keys to Huda. "Well done, thank you for your hard work today." Then, Huda transferred 10,000 yuan to him in front of Huang Mao and said, "Take this money and treat the brothers to a meal later." "Boss, this. Don't be so picky. Just take what I tell you to take." Huda said with a stern face, "Since you followed me, I have to be responsible for you. Things at the security company won't happen so quickly. You should just rest at home during this time. You can also contact the brothers from before. If they are willing to mend their ways, you can gather them all together and wait for my notification later." "Yes, boss." "Okay, you guys go back first." After Huang Mao and others left, Huda walked into the house. He wanted to see what treasures were hidden in this house that could increase the value of the house 100 times. But unfortunately, after looking around, he didn't get any intelligence prompts from the system. However, when he was leaving the village house, a piece of information about Lu Dazhuang suddenly popped up in front of him. After Lu Dazhuang moved out of the village house, Shouho thought he had run away because he owed money. Shouho caught him and beat him until he became a vegetable. After seeing this information, Huda did not feel any psychological burden. As the saying goes, evil will be punished. It's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come yet. People like Lu Dazhuang don't deserve sympathy. After leaving the urban village, Huda did not go home directly, but took a taxi to the mall. He was going to attend Mr. Lin's birthday party in the evening, so he had to buy some decent clothes. Arriving at Jianghai Shopping Center, Huda went straight to the men's clothing area. Men pay attention to efficiency when shopping and go straight to the destination. Unlike women, they like to wander around, compare prices, look at this and that, and finally either buy nothing or go back to the first store. "Sir, how can I help you?" As soon as Huda walked into the Armani counter, a shopping guide came up to greet her warmly. Sure enough, the quality of shopping guides for international brands is different. Those shopping guides in novels who judge people by their appearance are all liars. However, some plots in the novel are true. For example, the loser male protagonist always encounters some unpleasant experiences when buying things. Just like now. Before Huda could savor the thought, a discordant voice came to his ears. "Hey, isn't this Huda? Why are you here buying clothes? Is this a place for a poor loser like you? Can you afford it?" "Beautiful lady, let me tell you, this guy is just a poor loser. He only earns 3,000 or 4,000 a month and can't afford the clothes here. You'd better get rid of him immediately." Upon hearing this, Huda frowned slightly and turned to look at the source of the sound. He saw a man and a woman with a large age difference standing not far away. He didn't know the man, but the woman was the original owner's former colleague Lin Feifei. What's even more embarrassing is that the original owner had pursued the other party, but the other party did not agree to the original owner's pursuit. Instead, he humiliated the original owner in public, making him unable to raise his head in front of his colleagues. The original owner couldn't bear the blow, so he tried to find a sense of existence on the internet, frantically giving gifts to some anchors, which eventually led to tragedy. Originally, Huda had no intention of causing trouble for Lin Feifei, but since he had met her, he had to help the original owner vent her anger. Chapter 40: The original wife fights the mistress. A vain woman, after unexpectedly making the list of the rich, becomes arrogant and conceited. Seeing her former bootlicker, she wants to humiliate him. The man's original wife is shopping with her bestie in the mall. All you have to do is make a big noise, and the original wife will come out to catch the mistress, and you can get away with it. "Humph, Lin Feifei, you asked for this." Huda snorted inwardly, then said flatteringly, "It's Sister Feifei. Are you here to buy clothes for Uncle?" "Hello, Uncle. My name is Huda and I'm Sister Feifei's former colleague." As he spoke, Huda stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with the man. Lin Feifei pushed Huda's hand away and said with disgust, "What uncle? This is my husband. Are you blind? Husband?" Huda pretended to look puzzled, then said regretfully, "Sister Feifei, you are so beautiful, why did you marry an old man? What a pity, what a pity." Lin Feifei was about to retort when Huda suddenly shouted, "I know, you are someone's mistress." Huda's shout immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Chinese people love to watch the fun, let alone such an exciting mistress script. Hoda, what nonsense are you talking about? You are the mistress. Your whole family is a mistress. Although Lin Feifei was refuting, she was obviously starting to panic. The man saw more and more people gathering around him, and was afraid that the situation would get worse, so he immediately said to Lin Feifei beside him, "Feifei, let's go quickly." At this time, Lin Feifei also saw that someone had taken out his mobile phone to record the scene. She knew her identity, and if it was exposed and posted online, she would be in trouble. So she glared at Hoda, took the man's arm and prepared to leave. The opponent's first wife is about to arrive at the battlefield. If we let them leave now, all our efforts will be wasted. Hey, Sister Feifei, don't go. If it's not you, then it's not you. Why are you running away? We finally met. How about I treat you to a meal? Thank you for taking care of me before. Hoda stepped forward to stop the two of them and said sincerely. Seeing Hoda blocking her way, Lin Feifei's face instantly turned gloomy, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Hoda, don't go too far. I'm warning you, get out of the way quickly, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Hoda, however, seemed to have not heard Lin Feifei's threat. He continued to smile and said, "Sister Feifei, don't be in a hurry to leave. We old colleagues finally get to meet each other, so let's chat more. Besides, your husband is obviously a wealthy man. I was thinking of treating you to a meal so you can learn more from your husband." The man's face turned even uglier when he heard what Hoda said. He looked at Hoda coldly and said, "We don't know you and we're not interested in having dinner with you. Get out of here." Just then, a woman with noble temperament and stern face suddenly rushed out from the crowd. With lightning speed, he slapped the man in the face. Before everyone could react, the other party slapped Lin Feifei in the face again. "Li Mao Yuan, if it weren't for my dad, you wouldn't be in the position you are today. How dare you find a mistress behind my back? And you, a vixen, actually seduced my husband. I'll beat you to death." The woman went all out, grabbing Lin Feifei's hair and beating her up. After being slapped twice, Lin Feifei finally recovered from her previous shock, started changing hands, and then started wrestling with the woman. During the scuffle, both sides fought to the death. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound. A long slit was torn in Lin Feifei's suspender skirt, revealing an erotic scene. The men present burst into exclamations when they saw this. The next second, all the male compatriots who came shopping with their wives and girlfriends were suddenly hit in the ass. Li Maoyuan on the side was in a dilemma and couldn't help anyone. In the end, I had no choice but to take out my cell phone and call the police. After a while, Uncle Hat came and took all three of them back to the bureau. Without the excitement to watch, the crowd dispersed immediately. As for Hoda, he quietly sent a video to his moments with a caption. "Zhanghai Shopping Center, the original wife fights the mistress." Then I selected the original workgroup and sent it out. Although Hoda left his original workgroup, he did not delete the WeChat accounts of some of his colleagues. He believed that once he posted this on his moments, the fact that Lin Feifei was beaten by the original wife for being a mistress would soon become known to everyone in the company. "Lin Feifei, let me show you how it feels to be pointed at," Hoda thought to himself. As for what will happen to Lin Feifei next, it is none of Hoda's business. After the farce was over, Hoda walked into the Armani counter again. On the recommendation of the shopping guide, Hoda picked out a gray casual suit. After putting it on, Hoda's whole temperament changed. Standing in front of the mirror and looking at his handsome self, a famous saying suddenly emerged in Hoda's mind. "Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Sir, this dress suits you perfectly." At this moment, even the shopping guide's eyes changed when she looked at Hoda, and there was a pink love in her eyes. The salesperson's praise made Hoda even happier. He smiled and said to the salesperson, "This is it. Please pack the beige one for me, too." "Yes, sir." After rounding off the decimals, the total is 50,000. Hoda swiped his card directly and left the mall under the shopping guide's scorching gaze. Not long after returning home, Hoda received a call from Lin Warner. "Hoda, I'm downstairs at your house, come down quickly." "Okay, I'll be right down." Hoda hung up the phone, picked up the Han Dynasty Hetan jade that he was going to give to Mr. Lin, and went downstairs. When he came downstairs and saw Lin Warner's Pamela, Hoda opened the passenger seat and sat in. Perhaps today is a special day, Lin Warner specially put on some exquisite makeup. It adds a touch of charm and elegance to the originally clean and refined face. Lin Warner's outfit today is also particularly charming. She is wearing a bright red strapless evening dress that perfectly outlines her figure. With the pearl necklace on her neck, she exudes a noble temperament. After Hwada got in the car, his eyes were involuntarily attracted to Lin Wanner. He couldn't help but praise her. "Wanner, you are so beautiful today." Lin Wanner blushed slightly when she heard this, and smiled shyly. "Really? Then tell me what's so beautiful about me?" "Everywhere is beautiful." "Oomph, smooth talk." Lin Wanner glared at Hwada in reproach, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, showing the woman's duplicity to the fullest. She gently lifted the hair beside her ear and said, "You look handsome today too." "Then what's so handsome about me?" Hwada asked with a smile, imitating Lin Wanner's previous tone. "Humph, no more kidding, let's go quickly, Grandpa and the others are still waiting." Having said that, Lin Wanner started the car. However, Hwada kept asking, "How am I handsome?" "They're all handsome, all handsome," Lin Wanner said perfunctorily. Chapter 41 Mr. Lin's Birthday Banquet. Half an hour later. Lin Wanner brought Hwada to a restaurant called Gaojiazwang in Zhangcheng. A time-honored restaurant that has been passed down for over 50 years. If nothing unexpected happens, it could develop into a century-old brand. Today, in order to celebrate Mr. Lin's 80th birthday, the Lin family specially booked the entire banquet hall and even invited a wedding company to decorate the venue. Although the birthday party has not started yet, many guests have already arrived. When Lin Wanner walked into the banquet hall with Hwada's arm in hers, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and they exclaimed in surprise. Lin Wanner is naturally beautiful and the eldest daughter of the Lin family, so her appearance will naturally become the focus of the whole audience. But no one expected that Lin Wanner would come in with a man's arm around her. Although the man was very handsome, today's birthday party was not just a birthday party, it was also the engagement party for Lin Wanner and the eldest son of the Wang family. And Hwada is obviously not the eldest son of the Wang family. Who's the man next to Miss Lin? He looks unfamiliar. I don't know if he looks familiar or not, I just know there's going to be something interesting to watch soon. Yes, today is the engagement party for the Lin and Wang families, and yet the eldest daughter of the Lin family is actually arm in arm with a strange man. This is really a slap in the face of the Wang family. I see this young man has a handsome appearance and an extraordinary bearing. Could he be the eldest son of a certain family? If that's the case, it's going to be exciting soon. Hwada's hearing was already amazing, and these people didn't deliberately lower their voices when they were talking. So, all these discussions fell into Hwada's ears word for word. What's going on? Could it be that this girl Lin Wanner is addicted to using me as a shield? This isn't an ordinary birthday party. After being humiliated by you, Wang Hao begged his father to propose marriage to the Lin family. After the Wang family invested in the urban village renovation plan, Mr. Lin agreed to the marriage. Wang Hao came out so soon. Didn't he just go in yesterday? Hwada still underestimated the capabilities of these wealthy and powerful people. But what about this urban village renovation plan? The official approval will not come down until a week later. How did the Wang family know about it in advance? How did they get this plan? Could it be that there is some shady manipulation going on? For a moment, Hwada frowned and fell into deep thought. Seeing Hwada's frown, Lin Wanner thought that Hwada was angry with her. After all, she had just heard the discussions of the people around her. So she hurriedly explained, "Hwada, it's not what you think. Let me explain. I just found out this morning that my grandfather is planning to get me engaged." Lin Wanner's voice pulled Hwada back from his thoughts. He looked at Lin Wanner and found that her eyes were full of anxiety. Hwada gently patted Lin Wanner's hand and said with a smile, "Wanner, you don't have to explain. I don't mean to blame you. I know you don't want to marry that Wang Hao, and I will never allow you to marry another man." Although the relationship between Hwada and Lin Wanner has not yet been established, he has already decided on Lin Wanner. Besides, he knew very well what kind of person Wang Hao was. The Lin family married Lin Wanner to Wang Hao, which was like pushing Lin Wanner into the fire pit. So no matter what, Hwada will never sit idly by. Hwada's words made Lin Wanner feel warm, but more of it was shyness. Is he confessing his feelings to me? Should I agree to him? Your domineering speech has made this rich girl completely devoted to you and she will not marry anyone else. I'll go. Am I that attractive? Hwada felt the majesty of Lin Wanner's chest and suddenly felt a sense of elated. Who says it's hard to pursue a rich girl? All you need is a good mouth. Lin Wanner, what are you doing? Suddenly, an angry roar rang out in the banquet hall, instantly drowning out the noisy discussions. At this time, Wang Hao, dressed in a black suit, appeared at the door of the banquet hall. He walked towards Huode and Lin Wanner angrily, his eyes full of anger. The eldest son of the Wang family is here. It's going to be a good show. The real protagonist has appeared, and now we just sit back and watch the show. Seeing Wang Hao show up, everyone in the banquet hall was excited and looking forward to the good show that was about to happen. Hey, isn't this the eldest son of the Wang family? He got out of the detention center so quickly, and he was able to commit a crime in the street without any harm. He is worthy of being the eldest son of the Wang family. I admire him. Without waiting for Wang Hao to speak, Huode took the initiative to attack. And his words were like thunder from a clear sky, instantly causing an uproar. What? Young Master Wang is in custody for committing a crime in the street? It's fake. How could young Master Wang be in a detention center? I remember seeing a short video yesterday. It seemed like someone was committing a crime in the antique market. I heard he was a wealthy second-generation man. Could that person be Mr. Wang? I found it too. That person seems to be called Wang Hao as well. That's right, it should be young Master Wang. Wang Hao heard the discussions of the crowd, but instead of feeling ashamed, he felt very proud. He looked at Huode with disdain, a sneer on his face. Humph, well, you didn't expect me to come out so soon. You're too young to fight me. Today is the day Lin Wanner and I get engaged. You are not welcome here. Get out of here. Faced with Wang Hao's provocation, before Huode could speak, Lin Wanner, like a tigress protecting her cub, pulled Huode behind her and blocked him. You should be the one to leave. Besides, today is my grandfather's birthday party, not an engagement party, and Huode is also a friend I invited. Lin Wanner, I tell you that the engagement banquet was promised by your grandfather himself, and you can't change it even if you want to. Wang Hao said with a ferocious look. Although he was very unhappy that Lin Wanner was still defending Huode at this time, he couldn't help feeling proud when he thought that Lin Wanner was about to become his fiancée. At this time, Huode pulled Lin Wanner behind him and said directly to Wang Hao, "You said it was just an engagement, not a wedding. I don't know what you were so happy about." You. Wang Hao looked at Huode, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Humph, boy, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I advise you to give up on this idea. Lin Wanner is destined to be my, Wang Hao's, woman. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open again. A group of people filed in, led by none other than Mr. Lin Jinghua, who was wearing a red tang suit, and Wang Xiaolong, the chairman of the Wang Group. The appearance of the two instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience, and the originally noisy banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Lin Jinghua had a smile on his face, and his eyes revealed a calmness and composure that came from having experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although Wang Xiaolong is much younger than Mr. Lin, his brows reveal an aura of majesty without anger, which is the aura that naturally forms after being in a high position for a long time. Dad, Grandpa Lin, you guys are finally here. You have to make the decision for me. Chapter 42: The Conspiracy of the Wang Family and Their Sons. Dad, Grandpa Lin, you guys are finally here. You have to make the decision for me. Seeing Wang Xiaolong and Mr. Lin appear, Wang Hao immediately walked up to them and cursed at Huode. Mr. Lin, this. Wang Xiaolong pointed at Lin Wanner and Huode, waiting for Mr. Lin's explanation. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was obvious. The two families are about to become relatives. What's wrong with your granddaughter being so affectionate with another man in front of so many people? At this moment, Lin Jinghua also frowned, feeling that he had lost all his face. He roared angrily, "Security, kick this man out. Let's see who dares." At this moment, Lin Wanner suddenly stood up, stood in front of Huode, and protected him behind her. Seeing this scene, Lin Jinghua's face instantly became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that his granddaughter would defend a stranger like this. You know, this was absolutely impossible in the past. Wanner, do you know what you are doing? Lin Jinghua's voice was filled with anger and disappointment that was difficult to conceal. Lin Wanner took a deep breath, looked at her grandfather with a firm gaze and said, "Grandpa, I know what I am doing. Huode is my friend and my savior." As soon as the word savior came out, Lin Jinghua's face changed immediately. He knew that Lin Wanner had been kidnapped by robbers a few days ago, but fortunately someone had bravely rescued her. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was actually his granddaughter's savior. Lin Jinghua's expression softened slightly, but he still maintained his dignity. even if he is your savior, you are about to get engaged to Wang Hao. How can you have such an intimate behavior with him? That was the marriage you arranged for me. I never agreed to marry Wang Hao. Lin Wanner's words were undoubtedly a slap in the face of Lin Jinghua and Wang Xiaolong in public. The banquet hall suddenly fell into silence, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Wanner. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Lin Jinghua's face turned ashen and he began to tremble with anger. On the side, Wang Xiaolong's face was not very good either, but he was the business tycoon who created the Wang Group after all. He was very shrewd and soon regained his composure. He looked at Lin Jinghua and said calmly, "Mr. Lin, if that's the case, let's call it quits on the engagement. As for that matter, I think we should forget about it too." "Dad, why are you?" "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here?" When Wang Hao heard his father's words, his face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect his father to give up the opportunity to marry into the Lin family. He was about to try to argue, but Wang Xiaolong's stern eyes made him shut up immediately. Lin Jinghua looked at Wang Xiaolong with mixed feelings. He knew very well what this marriage meant to the Lin family. Although the Lin family looks glamorous on the surface and is considered an upper-class family in Jiangcheng, their business has not been doing well in recent years. Especially a previous project, which caused the Lin family to suffer heavy losses. Now the only way to escape danger is to marry into the Wang family and rely on the Wang family's power to obtain the urban village renovation project. In fact, Lin Jinghua has always loved his granddaughter Lin Wanner the most, but since it concerns the life and death of the Lin family, he really has no choice. A year ago, the Lin Group acquired a plot of land in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng and planned to develop it into a commercial complex. However, a major safety incident during construction forced the company to halt work, delaying the project's delivery and leading to a massive debt. The real culprits behind this were Wang Xiaolong and his son. After Wang Xiaolong learned that Jiangcheng would be undergoing urban village renovation, he attempted to use this opportunity to force Lin Jinghua to marry Lin Wanner to Wang Hao, thereby allowing the Wang Group to annex the Lin Group. Wang Xiaolong is well aware of the current predicament facing the Lin family and wants to use a retreat as a pretext to force Lin Jinghua to agree to a marriage between the two families. Hua Da's face changed, and he finally understood the sinister intentions of the Wang father and son. It is true that like father like son. Both the Wang family father and son are not good people. Hua Da stepped forward, looked at the Wang family father and son with a playful expression, and applauded. "What a great move of retreating to advance. First, you let the Lin Group fall into bankruptcy crisis, then you bribed Mr. Lin to marry his granddaughter, and then you took the opportunity to swallow up the Lin Group. You, Wang Xiaolong, really have a good plan." "Boy, what are you talking about?" When Wang Xiaolong heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered, his eyes revealing disdain. "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. If you don't have evidence, don't say anything casually, otherwise." Facing Wang Xiaolong's naked threat, Hua Da met his gaze fearlessly, a faint smile on his lips as he said, "Mr. Wang, don't be anxious. I haven't finished what I want to say yet." Then, Hua Da looked at Lin Jinghua and said, "Mr. Lin, do you want to know why the accident happened in the Lin Group project a year ago?" "What do you mean?" Lin Jinghua frowned and looked at Hua Da with sharp eyes. The Lin family suspected that what happened a year ago was not an accident, but they found no clues after a long investigation. But from what Hua Da said, there seemed to be another hidden story. And it seems to be related to Wang Xiaolong. Hua Da smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Lin, I can tell you responsibly that the accident in that project was not accidental, but someone did it intentionally, and that person." At this point, Hua Da smiled and looked at Wang Xiaolong, pointing at him and said, "And this person is Wang Xiaolong, the chairman of the Wang Group. His goal is to force the Lin Group into a desperate situation and then take the opportunity to swallow up the Lin Group." "Where's the evidence?" Wang Xiaolong sneered. "I have to say you're quite good at making up stories, but everything requires evidence." "Do you have any?" "Yes." "Do you have any evidence?" Wang Hao also echoed with a look of disdain. Although Wang Xiaolong still looked calm and composed at the moment, he was already feeling uneasy in his heart. Who is this guy and how does he know all this? Wang Xiaolong pondered in his heart, looking back and forth at Hua Da, trying to find his flaws. However, Hua Da seemed to see through his thoughts, and there was always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Hua Da didn't answer Wang Xiaolong's question and continued, "Mr. Lin, the reason you're willing to marry Wanner to Wang Hao is because Wang Xiaolong made you an offer you couldn't refuse. If I'm not mistaken, this condition should be the Jiangcheng Urban Village Renovation Project, right?" Hua Da's words were like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar in the banquet hall. The guests present were whispering and talking to each other. What? Urban village redevelopment project? Are the authorities really going to transform the urban villages? If so, that would be a huge piece of cake. If the Lin family really gets this project, it might be possible to come back to life. Wang Yaolong is willing to hand over such a large project to the Lin family? I don't think so. There must be a conspiracy. At this moment, Lin Jingguo's face was full of shock. He didn't expect that Huode even knew about the urban village renovation plan. This news has not been officially announced yet, so ordinary people have no way of knowing it. How did Huode know this? For a moment, Lin Jingguo found it increasingly difficult to understand the young man in front of him. Chapter 43, Uncovering the Conspiracy and Saving Mr. Lin. Who are you? How did you know about the urban village renovation plan? Wang Xiaolong stared at Huode and spoke in a bad tone. The urban village renovation plan is still in the confidential stage and only a very few people know about it. Obviously, Wang Xiaolong did not think that Huode in front of him would be one of the very few people. But why did he know this? Wang Xiaolong really couldn't understand it. Huode smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "It doesn't matter who I am or how I know this. What matters is that your Wang family wants to take this opportunity to swallow up the Lin Group. Am I right, Chairman Wang? You are slandering me. You are slandering me. You keep saying that my Wang family wants to take over the Lin Group. Where is the evidence? Show me the evidence." Wang Xiaolong sneered. At first, Huoda's words did make him a little flustered, but after all, he had been in the business world for many years, so he still had some sophistication. He knew very well that Huoda had no evidence, otherwise he would not be here today. The other party is certain you can't produce any evidence, so don't panic. All you need to do is tell Lin Jingguo that the accident a year ago was caused by feng shui, and he will naturally believe you. Seeing that Wang Xiaolong was sure that he could not produce any evidence, Huoda curled up his lips in a sneer and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He slowly said, "Evidence? I really don't have any. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Boy, since you have no evidence, what are you talking about? It's really funny." Wang Hao couldn't help but sneer. Wang Xiaolong also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Huode would produce some evidence. However, but Huoda's next words made his smile freeze instantly. "Although I don't have any evidence, I know that the accident at the Lin Group a year ago wasn't caused by a machine malfunction, but rather by a feng shui problem." At this moment, every word Huode said was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Wang Xiaolong's heart. Wang Xiaolong's face turned pale instantly. He stared at Huode with wide eyes in disbelief and asked, How did you know?" Boom! Once these words were spoken, it was undoubtedly a confession. Lin Jingguo had been paying attention to Wang Xiaolong since the beginning. When Huode said that the accident was caused by feng shui, he saw that Wang Xiaolong's face was not right. Now, after hearing Wang Xiaolong's confession, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that he had been deceived by Wang Xiaolong. "Wang Xiaolong, why did you lie to me? What exactly do you want to do?" Lin Jingguo shouted angrily. He seemed to be so angry that he almost lost his balance. Fortunately, Lin Wanner was quick to support Lin Jingguo. Seeing that the matter had already failed, Wang Xiaolong stopped pretending. "Old man, since you know everything, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. Just like what this kid said, I want to swallow up the Lin family. As long as I swallow up the Lin family, my Wang family will be able to move to a higher level. By then, my Wang family will not only become the #1 family in Jiangcheng, but also a first-class family in China." Having said that, Wang Xiaolong stared at Huode fiercely and said, "It's a pity that all of this was ruined by you, kid. But it doesn't matter. Even without your Lin family, my Wang family can still rely on the urban village renovation project to become the top family in Jiangcheng, and your Lin family will be completely bankrupt without this project." Ha ha ha. You. Mr. Lin was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. "Grandpa. Grandpa. Dad, don't scare me, Dad. Call an ambulance." No one expected that Lin Jingguo would suddenly fall into a coma, and a good birthday party would turn out like this. When Wang Xiaolong saw that Lin Jingguo had fainted, his previous unhappiness was immediately swept away, and he left the banquet hall with Wang Hao with a smug look on his face. At this time, the Lin family's attention was all on old man Lin, and no one cared about the Wang father and son. However, when Huode looked at the backs of the Wang father and son leaving, a bad premonition silently arose in his heart. He exposed the conspiracy of the Wang family father and son today, and he thought they would not let it go. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is Mr. Lin's physical condition. Lin Jinghua suffered an acute myocardial infarction due to anger. If he hadn't received medical attention within 10 minutes, his life would have been in danger. When will the ambulance arrive? Huode glanced at the Lin family member standing beside him and asked. 15 minutes. It's too late. 15 minutes later, when the ambulance arrived, Mr. Lin was probably already dead. At this moment, a tip about Chinese medicine massage suddenly popped up in front of Huoda's eyes. At this time, human lives are at stake, and Huoda can only try his best to save the situation. Let me. Huode pushed everyone aside and came to Mr. Lin. Can you do it, kid? What are you going to do? Huoda, can you really save my grandpa? Facing the questions from the Lin family and Lin Wanner, Huode said nothing. He quickly began to massage Lin Jinghua according to the system's instructions. Although he had no experience in saving people before, his technique was very precise and he followed the system's instructions for every step. First, quick pushes were given on Lin Jinghua's chest to promote blood circulation, and then deep pressure and kneading were performed on several key acupoints around the heart to stimulate heart function and help relieve the symptoms of myocardial infarction. For a moment, the Lin family and all the guests present held their breath and looked at Huode nervously. Most of them did not understand Chinese medicine massage and were full of doubts about Huoda's behavior. In this era, traditional Chinese medicine has long declined. Compared with traditional Chinese medicine, most people trust Western medicine more. But at this time, they had no choice but to pin their hopes on Huode. Time passed by minute in the tense atmosphere. As time went by, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Huode's forehead. He was completely absorbed in it, as if the whole world had stopped at this moment, leaving only him and Lin Jinghua lying on the ground. Sudden. Lin Jinghua's body trembled slightly, and then his eyes slowly opened. Although his eyes were still a little confused, he had obviously regained consciousness. Grandpa, you're awake. Lin Wanner shouted in surprise, and the other Lin family members also gathered around and asked about Mr. Lin's condition with concern. What's wrong with me? Lin Jinghua looked at Lin Wanner and asked weakly. Grandpa, you just fainted. It was Huode who saved you. Lin Wanner said truthfully. At this time, Lin Jinghua looked at Huode, who was sweating profusely, and immediately understood what was going on. He struggled to sit up, and Lin Wanner quickly helped him up. Thank you, young man. Although Lin Jinghua's voice was weak, it was full of gratitude. Thank you for saving the Lin family. Huode was stunned. He thought that Mr. Lin thanked him because he saved his life, but he didn't expect it was because he saved the Lin family. Huode smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you're too kind. Since I'm Wanner's friend, I won't sit idly by. After a while, the ambulance arrived at the scene. Medical staff quickly conducted a preliminary examination on Lin Jinghua, confirmed that his vital signs had stabilized, and then sent the old man to the hospital for further treatment. Watching the ambulance drive away, Huode breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that even if he could stabilize the old man's condition with Chinese medicine massage, real treatment would still require Western medicine. Chapter 44. Your grandfather betrothed you to me. Mr. Lin was sent to the hospital, and the birthday banquet had to end early, and the guests left one after another. Huode was about to leave, but Lin Wanner stopped him. Huode, my grandfather wants to see you. So the two of them rushed to the hospital. In an intensive care unit at Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. As soon as Huode and Lin Wanner entered the room, they saw the doctor examining Mr. Lin. Doctor, how is my grandfather? Lin Wanner hurried forward and asked. Mr. Lin is fine, but for safety reasons he should stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, Mr. Lin said to the Lin family members gathered around the bed, you all should go out, I want to talk to Mr. Huo alone. Upon hearing this, although everyone in the Lin family looked worried, they nodded, said goodbye quietly, and left the ward one by one, leaving only Huode and Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner originally wanted to stay and accompany her grandfather, and also to speak up for Huode. But after seeing Lin Jinghua's determined eyes, he finally chose to listen to Mr. Lin and left the ward. In the ward, Mr. Lin looked at Huode gently, with a look of gratitude and appreciation in it. Friend Hua, thanks to you today, I was able to save my life. Upon hearing this, Huode quickly and humbly replied, Mr. Lin, your words are too polite. You can just call me Huda. Besides, you are Wanner's grandfather, which means you are my elder. How can I stand by and watch someone die without helping him? Lin Jinghua smiled slightly and said, Huda, you and Wanner. Huda knew what the old man wanted to say and interrupted him quickly. Mr. Lin, Wanner and I are just friends. We are not what you think. If possible, Huda, please help me take care of Wanner in the future. Lin Jinghua seemed to think of the ending of the Lin family and sighed helplessly. He betrothed Lin Wanner to Wang Hao in order to use the Wang family's resources to help the Lin family overcome the crisis. Now it seems that the Lin family is doomed to bankruptcy. Therefore, he wanted to entrust Lin Wanner to Huda before the Lin family went bankrupt. Lin Jinghua knows that the Lin group is about to go bankrupt, and wants to entrust Lin Wanner to you. Mr. Lin, are you worried about the Lin group? If that's the case, I think I have a solution, Huda said with a smile. Do you really have a way to help my Lin family? Hearing this, Lin Jinghua instantly said excitedly. Huda smiled and nodded, radiating confidence and composure. Mr. Lin, I do have a way to help the Lin family overcome this difficulty. Huda spoke slowly, his tone revealing a calm and confident confidence. But it will take me some time. Seeing Huda's confident look, Lin Jinghua immediately said, Okay, as long as you can help my Lin family overcome this crisis, I will betroth Wanner to you. Huda was stunned when he heard this, obviously not expecting Mr. Lin to say that. However, he seemed to have no reason to refuse Lin Wanner. After coming out of the ward, Lin Wanner pulled Huda aside and asked, What did my grandfather tell you? Looking at the anxious Lin Wanner in front of him, Huda suddenly smiled and said, Nothing, your grandfather said he wants to marry you to me. When Lin Wanner heard this, her face flushed and she said shyly, Who wants to marry you? Huda looked at Lin Wanner's shy appearance, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. While Lin Wanner was not paying attention, he quickly kissed her on the cheek. Lin Wanner was startled by Huda's sudden action, and her cheeks turned red instantly. She looked at Huda in surprise, then quickly glanced around. After making sure no one saw her, she shyly punched Huda and said coquettishly, You. Huda dodged Lin Wanner's fist with a smile, waved his hand, and strode out of the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Huda began to think about how to help the Lin family overcome the crisis. Urban Village Renovation Project. Mr. Lin betrothed Lin Wanner to Wang Hao because Wang Xiaolong came up with the Urban Village Renovation Project. As long as this project is handed over to the Lin family, the crisis of the Lin family will naturally be resolved. But how to snatch the Urban Village project from Wang Xiaolong? Friendly reminder, you can use the universal human skin mask, which can be very useful at critical moments. Not only can you conceal the truth, but you can also kill with someone else's knife and bring criminals to justice. What's the meaning? Is this the rhythm of turning myself into Wang Xiaolong? But what will you do after becoming Wang Xiaolong? For a moment, Huda didn't understand the system's intention. Tip: the universal human skin mask can store 10 identities. After storing 10 identities, you can spend 10,000 points to clear all the data, etc. The universal human skin mask can't only transform into one person at a time, so Huda thought he had an idea. If you want to snatch the urban village renovation project from the Wang family, you must first bring down the Wang family. The best way to destroy such a powerful family is to disintegrate it from within. Thinking of this, Huda already had a plan in mind. Wang family. Dad, are we just going to give up like this? Wang Hao was filled with reluctance as he was about to get engaged to Lin Wanner, but ended up failing at the last minute. Of course, he didn't dare to say directly that he was unwilling because he didn't get Lin Wanner. Wang Xiaolong sat on the wide sofa with a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, Wang Xiaolong said in a deep voice, Our current situation is not optimistic. The Lin family's connection is completely ruined, but we still have the Urban Village project. As long as we can successfully obtain the Urban Village project, our Wang family will also be able to soar to the sky. But Dad, Lin Wanner. Wang Hao looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, and it was obvious that he was still thinking about Lin Wanner. Wang Xiaolong seemed to see through his son's thoughts. He patted his shoulder gently and said earnestly, She's just a woman. Once my Wang family secures its position as the #1 family in Jiangcheng, you can have any woman you want. Wang Hao sighed when he heard this. He knew his father was right. So what should we do next? Wang Xiaolong smiled slightly, a sly look flashing in his eyes. According to the original plan, help Secretary Wang establish a new supply channel for human organs, and then use this to win the Urban Village Renovation project. I see. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left the Wang family villa. The truth behind Chapter 45. Jiangcheng, Tiangong Entertainment Center. After Wang Hao came out of Wang's house, he came directly here. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Wang? Please come in." When Li Lei, the manager of Tiangong Entertainment, saw Wang Hao, he immediately stepped forward and greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother Lei, is Brother Chang here?" Wang Hao asked seriously. Li Lei took a look and immediately realized that Wang Hao was not here to have fun today, but came to find Deng Changyan. "Brother Chang is in the office. I'll take you there." As he spoke, Li Lei took Wang Hao towards the office area. On the surface, Wang Yaolong and Deng Changyan have nothing in common, but secretly they both work for Jiangcheng's secretary Wang Hongyuan. Over the years, the two men, one black and one white, have helped Wang Hongyuan solve many problems. Some time ago, they were the ones behind the human organ trafficking case that caused a stir in Jiangcheng. The other side. Just as Huode was about to go home, he received a call from Su Jun. "Brother Su, why are you calling me so late? Did something happen?" Huode asked. "Liang Wei is dead." Huode was shocked when he heard this and asked hurriedly, "Dead? When did it happen?" Su Jun said in a deep voice on the other end of the phone, "Just now, I received a call from the detention center saying that Liang Wei was murdered in the detention center." "What?" It is obvious that the other party wants to kill to silence the witness. But Liang Wei didn't know much, so why did the other party do this? For a moment, Huada was puzzled. The other party's goal was to divert the police's attention, thereby buying more time and developing new supply channels. "Hoda, what do you think about this?" Su Jun asked. Huada pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Kill and silence the witness." "I thought so too, but why would they do this? Liang Wei doesn't know much, does he?" If it weren't for the systematic intelligence, Huada's thoughts at this time would have been the same as Su Jun's. But unfortunately, Hoda has a cheat. "Brother Su, I wonder if the other party is trying to divert the police's attention? What's the meaning? Liang Wei died at this time, not earlier. There must be something strange about it. And the one who wants Liang Wei dead the most is undoubtedly the organization that traffics in human organs. No matter how much Liang Wei knew, all the clues are gone now that he's dead. In addition, the police will definitely investigate the cause of Liang Wei's death and his killer. By then, they will have no more energy to investigate this case, and they can use this time to find new sources of supply." Huode spoke eloquently and relayed the information provided by the system to Su Jun. After hearing Huoda's analysis, Su Jun on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he spoke. "What you said makes sense, but as you said, once Liang Wei died, our only clue was gone." "No, the clue is not broken." Huode sneered and said, "Start with the murderer who killed Liang Wei." At this moment, Huode remembered that he had asked Su Jun to investigate the whereabouts of the organs, so he asked, "Brother Su, how is the investigation going on with the whereabouts of those organs?" "It's not going well." Su Jun sighed and continued, "Those organs seem to have changed hands several times during transportation, and each time a different method of transportation was used, making it difficult to trace their final destination. Also, these organs cannot be preserved for a long time. I think they have already completed the transplant surgery. The most important point is that those wealthy businessmen will not disclose their medical conditions, so if you want to investigate from this direction, it is probably not feasible. But we will continue to investigate, but the hope may not be great." Huode frowned. He knew that the longer the time went, the harder it would be to trace the whereabouts of the organs. "Now, I'm afraid we can only start with Liang Wei's death. Friendly reminder, get to Tiangong Entertainment Center within an hour, you might find an unexpected surprise." Tiangong Entertainment Center? Although Huode didn't know why the system asked him to go to Tiangong Entertainment Center, he looked at the address of Tiangong Entertainment Center and found that it was not far from where he was. It would only take about 10 minutes to get there. Since the system asked me to go, then he must have a purpose. Thinking of this, Huode ended the call with Su Jun and immediately rushed to Tiangong Entertainment Center. 10 minutes later, Huode rushed to Tiangong Entertainment Center. This is Jiangcheng's largest entertainment club, owned by Deng Changyan, the underground king of Jiangcheng. Head to the general manager's office on the 3rd floor to find out what you need to know. I want to see what's going on. Huode walked into Tiangong Entertainment Center. Tiangong Entertainment Center covers an area of 1,800 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 1 floor underground. The basement level is a huge bar. There is a KTV on the ground floor. The second floor is for water club, bathing, and massage. The third floor is the office area and Deng Changyan's private area, which is never open to the public. Ordinary guests can only move around on the underground floor and the 2 floors above ground. At this time, Huode had just walked into Tiangong Entertainment when he ran into Li Lei, who had just come out of the elevator and was about to go outside to smoke. "Hello, Brother Lei." "Brother Lei, are you smoking? Let me light it for you." Name, Li Lei, identity, general manager of Tiangong Entertainment, but in reality Deng Changyan's right-hand man. Personality, cold-blooded, arrogant, and domineering. You can disguise yourself as Li Lei and sneak into the office area on the 3rd floor. Remember, you only have half an hour. Huoda immediately went to the bathroom, found an empty single room and went in. When he came out again, he had turned into Li Lei. Even the way he was dressed was exactly the same as Li Lei's. Looking at himself in the mirror, Huoda couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the universal human skin mask. This universal human skin mask can not only change his appearance and body shape, but even his voice and clothes can become exactly the same as the person he is changing into. Li Lei has already gone to the bar area on the basement floor. You can proceed to the office area on the 3rd floor without hesitation. After learning that Li Lei went to the basement, Huoda swaggered out of the bathroom and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. "Hello, Brother Lei." The younger brother guarding the door on the 3rd floor did not have any doubts after seeing Li Lei's transformation into Huoda. Instead, he greeted him respectfully. Huoda replied calmly and walked quickly towards the general manager's office. As soon as he reached the office door, he heard Wang Hao's voice coming from inside the room. "Brother Chang, I've had Liang Wei killed. I believe this will confuse the police in a short period of time. We must use this time to help Secretary Wang open up new supply channels." Boom! After hearing the news, Huoda's heart trembled violently. He never expected that Liang Wei was actually killed by Wang Hao. What he didn't expect was that the human organ trafficking case that shocked the whole country would actually involve a city party secretary. Fortunately, he was smart and recorded it in advance. But this recording alone is not enough. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Jun. "Brother Su, bring people to Tiangong Entertainment Center for an inspection immediately." Chapter 46 Secret Operation, Capturing Deng Changyan. Su Jun has been under a lot of pressure these days. They were given clear instructions from their superiors, requiring them to crack the human organ trafficking case within a week. As the deadline drew closer, they still had no idea. Moreover, even Liang Wei died in the detention center. Although he got the direction of the investigation from Huoda, Su Jun always felt that there would not be much gain in the end if he followed this line. However, at this moment, his cell phone on the table suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Huoda. "Brother Su, bring people to Tiangong Entertainment Center for an inspection immediately." Looking at the message sent by Huoda, he was about to call Huoda back, but the intuition of the old detective made him immediately give up the idea. He had just finished talking to Huoda on the phone. Logically, if Huoda had something to ask him, he would definitely call him directly. But Huoda didn't do that. Instead, he sent a message. This means that it is not convenient for Huoda to make a phone call now. If I call rashly, it may put Huoda in danger. As a police officer in Jiangchang, he knew very well what Tiangong Entertainment Club was. That was the territory of Deng Changyan, the underground emperor of Jiangchang. Why would Huoda go there and even ask him to take people to check it out? Could it be that Deng Changyan is involved in the human organ trafficking case? As soon as this thought came to mind, Su Jun felt that the possibility was becoming increasingly greater. Even if Deng Changyan was not the mastermind, given his abilities in Jiangchang, he must have known some important information. Thinking of this, Su Jun immediately notified everyone. After a while, more than a dozen police cars roared towards Tiangong Entertainment Center. On Huoda's side, he calculated the time. Then he suddenly rushed into the office, pretending to be panicked and said, "Brother Chang, something terrible has happened. I just received news that the police are coming to check on us." "What?" Deng Changyan frowned for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said to Li Lei, who was impersonating Huoda, "Notify everyone down there and have them prepare quickly and hide everything for me." "Yes." After saying that, Huoda walked out. "Although I don't know what Deng Changyan is talking about, I don't think it's anything good." Huoda came to the entrance of the corridor on the 3rd floor and waved to call the 2 younger brothers who were guarding the door over. The police are coming for a surprise inspection, and Brother Chang told us to hide our things quickly. Hua De said nervously. Okay, Brother Lei. After hearing this, I immediately turned around and left. Etc. At this time, Hoda called out to the other party again. Brother Lei, do you have any other instructions? The younger brother asked in confusion. Hua De thought for a moment and said, for safety's sake, I'd better go with you. Then, Hoda followed the younger brother to a grocery room. Under Hoda's surprised gaze, the young man carried down a large box from a shelf in a corner. When I opened it, I saw that it was full of bags of white powdery substances. 50 kilograms of high-purity white powder. If the police find this white powder, it will be enough to sentence Deng Changyan to death. Wow, 50 kilograms of white powder. You should know that smuggling, selling, transporting, and manufacturing 1 kilogram of white powder is enough to be sentenced to 15 years in prison. There are 50 kilograms of white powder here, which is not enough even if Deng Changyan has 10 heads. Leave the things to me, and you go and notify everyone. Hua De took the box from his younger brother and signaled him to go and notify others quickly. Although the younger brother was a little confused, he still followed Hoda's instructions and left in a hurry. After confirming that the little brother had left, Hua De quickly picked up the box and found a deserted place to hide. At the same time, Su Jun had arrived at Tiangong Entertainment Center with a large group of people. The police quickly took control of all intersections and began a comprehensive search of the entire Tiangong Entertainment Center. As the police began their search, Hoda placed the box in a conspicuous location. Soon, the police found the box containing white powder. Seeing this, Hoda immediately changed his appearance, disguised himself as the younger brother just now, and returned to the office on the 3rd floor again. Boss, this is bad. The police found out that we were hiding cocaine. Brother Lei has been arrested by the police. Hua De rushed into Deng Changyan's office in a panic and said in a panic. Deng Changyan's face instantly turned ashen when he heard this. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, how could this happen? Wang Hao, who was standing by, was also shocked. Drug trafficking is a serious crime. Brother Chang, you'd better run away before the police arrive. I believe Li Lei will take care of everything. Wang Hao knew that Li Lei was Deng Changyan's confidant, and if anything happened, he would definitely take all the blame on himself. As long as Deng Changyan is not arrested, he still has a chance to make a comeback with the help of Secretary Wang. Yeah, boss, you better run. Hua De said this hypocritically, but in his heart he snorted coldly, you want to run, but none of you can. Deng Changyan knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he immediately said goodbye to Wang Hao and took Hua De to the secret passage. Wang Hao went to the bathroom while no one was paying attention, pretending to be a customer who came here to consume. Originally, Hua De wanted to capture Wang Hao as well, but if Wang Hao was captured as well, it would definitely attract Wang Zhaolong's attention, which might alert the enemy. So Hua De decided to let Wang Hao go for the time being and deal with Deng Changyan first. At this time, Deng Changyan took Hua De to a bathroom and turned on the mechanism in front of Hua De. Then, the bathroom wall suddenly opened, revealing a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person. I'll go down first. After I go down, you can go down. Deng Changyan said with his back to Hua De, and then prepared to enter the passage. However, at this moment, Hua De suddenly made a lightning-fast move, grabbed Deng Changyan's shoulder, and pulled him back from the entrance of the passage. Brother Chang, where are you going? Hua De sneered and revealed his true identity. Deng Changyan was instantly shocked when he saw Hua De's face suddenly changed. Who are you? What do you want? It doesn't matter who I am. Hua De stared at Deng Changyan and said coldly, the important thing is, you have committed too many crimes. Today is your end. After saying that, Hua De suddenly took action and knocked Deng Changyan unconscious with a palm. Then, Hua De called Su Jun again and told him his current location. After a while, Su Jun came over with his men. After seeing Deng Changyan, Su Jun immediately asked someone to take Deng Changyan away. But at this time, Hua De stopped Su Jun. Brother Su, please let them go first. I have a recording here. Please listen to it first. Chapter 47 Breaking into a mansion at night to collect evidence. Although the recording was short, the contents surprised Su Jun. Hoda, is everything in this recording true? Su Jin held his phone tightly and looked at Hua De in shock. This recording was the conversation between Deng Changyan and Wang Hao that Hua De had accidentally recorded before. The content inside has exposed the mastermind behind the human organ trafficking organization. What Su Jun didn't expect was that Jiangcheng's municipal party secretary Wang Hongyuan was implicated in this incident. If this was true, it was completely beyond his ability. Arresting a city's party secretary is not something he, a mere deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, can do. Seeing Su Jun's shocked expression, Huade nodded solemnly and said, "Brother Su, I can guarantee with my integrity that the contents of this recording are absolutely true. No, I have to report this matter as soon as possible." Su Jun said hurriedly. This matter is no longer something he can handle. He must report the news and wait for further instructions from his superiors. Wait. However, at this time, Huade suddenly stopped him and said, "Brother Su, I think there may be someone behind Wang Hongyuan. Even if there is no one, we can't alert them. This case has finally made some progress, and we must not alert the enemy." What do you mean? Su Jun looked at Huade in confusion and asked. In fact, Huade already had a solution in mind, but he couldn't explain it in detail to Su Jun. He pointed at Deng Changyan lying on the ground and said, "Brother Su, take Deng Changyan back first. Keep it a secret and don't let anyone know that he has been arrested by the police. Leave the rest to me." Su Jun looked at Huade suspiciously. Although he didn't know what Huade's next plan was, he still chose to believe Huade. "Okay, then let's do as you say." Su Jun nodded, then called two confidants and took Deng Changyan out of Tiangong Entertainment through a secret passage. Afterwards, Huade also bid farewell to Su De, and then found an empty corner and transformed himself into Deng Changyan. Then Huade took out Deng Changyan's mobile phone and found a number marked as boss in the address book. This number is Wang Hongyuan's personal number. Calling it now will cause speculation on the other end. He will contact you tomorrow morning. After seeing the information from the system, Huade decisively gave up the idea of calling Wang Hongyuan. Since the system said that Wang Hongyuan would call me tomorrow morning, I would just wait one night. Huade did not return to Heishanwang Mansion, but found a hotel to stay for one night. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Deng Changyan's cell phone rang as expected. Huade picked it up and saw that it was Wang Hongyuan calling. "What happened last night?" A deep voice came from the phone. Huade knew that the person on the other end of the phone was Wang Hongyuan, the secretary of the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee. Huade took a deep breath and replied in Deng Changyan's voice, "Boss, the police suddenly came for an inspection last night and found 50 kilograms of white powder. Lei Zi is already in jail." "Where are you now?" Wang Hongyuan continued to ask. "I'm in a small hotel now and I'm very safe." Hearing that Deng Changyan had not been arrested, Wang Hongyuan breathed a sigh of relief and then said again, "Run away now, the farther the better. Don't worry about anything else." At the same time, the latest intelligence tips popped up in front of Huade's eyes. Wang Hongyuan had already formed a murderous intention and decided to eliminate Deng Changyan to prevent future trouble. So cruel? But this is a good opportunity for Huade. Half an hour later, Huade quietly left the hotel and took a taxi to Wang Hongyuan's home. Wang Hongyuan is currently divorced and lives alone, and his ex-wife and children immigrated abroad several years ago. Of course, this is information that can be found externally. As to whether they are really divorced, only Wang Hongyuan himself knows. Wang Hongyuan lives in a 3-bedroom apartment, which was arranged for him by the Jiangcheng authorities. After Huade sneaked in, he began looking for evidence of Wang Hongyuan's crime. But unfortunately, Huade searched for a long time but didn't find anything. It seems like it was a wasted trip. Just as Huade was about to leave, an intelligence prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. "This is just Wang Hongyuan's official residence secretly, he also has a villa in Linglong Garden." Damn! This old guy is really good at hiding things. After learning that Wang Hongyuan had another villa, Huade immediately rushed to Linglongjuan. However, when Huade arrived at Linglong Garden, he found that he couldn't get in at all. Linglongjuan is one of the richest communities in Jiangcheng. The security here is extremely strict. Every visitor must obtain permission from the owner before entering, otherwise they will not be able to enter the community gate. Huade also tried to climb over the wall to get in, but after looking around, he found that the entire community was covered with surveillance cameras, which could be said to be 360 degrees with no blind spots. Plus, it was daytime now, so even if he climbed over the wall, he would be discovered by the security guards immediately. It seems we can only wait until night. 11 p.m. Huade appeared near Linglong Garden again. He looked around and made sure that there was no one around before quietly approaching the community wall. Using the cover of night and the surrounding trees, he leaped over the wall and successfully entered the community. After entering the community, Hoda did not rush into action, but first observed the layout of the community and the location of the surveillance cameras. However, he used his speed to cleverly avoid all surveillance equipment. Only then did they quietly approach Wang Hongyuan's villa according to the location indicated by the intelligence. A few minutes later, Hoda came to a 3-story villa, which was Wang Hongyuan's villa. There are 2 people in the villa, and both are in the master bedroom. Master bedroom? 2 people? No need to guess what it's doing. Because the security in the community is already very tight, the security in the villa seems to be very lax. Hoda easily climbed over the wall and entered the yard of the villa. Then Hoda saw that there was an open window on the 2nd floor, so he climbed up to the 2nd floor with his bare hands and climbed into the villa through the window. The villa was pitch black and extremely quiet. Only in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor could intermittent panting sounds be heard from time to time. Hoda moved carefully along the wall, trying to avoid making any noise. The 3rd room on the 2nd floor is a study, and the facade has what you want. After receiving this information, Hoda had an idea and immediately headed towards the study. He gently pushed open the door of the study and walked in quietly. Although the room was dim, Hoda's body had been modified by genetic drugs, so he could see any object clearly in such dim conditions. He looked around and found that the study was simply decorated. There didn't seem to be anything he was looking for. But the next second, new information appeared in front of him. Chapter 48, Revealing the Truth. There is a safe behind the mural on the wall. What you want is inside. Hoda walked quickly to the mural and gently lifted a corner of it. Sure enough, he saw a small safe about 40 centimeters long and 60 centimeters wide behind the mural. The safe was found, but the question was how to open it? He doesn't know the password either. Just then, he heard a slight sound of footsteps coming from the 3rd floor. As the footsteps got closer, Hoda instantly realized something was wrong. Oh no, it's Wang Hongyuan. Hoda looked around and found that the study was very empty and there was no place to hide. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Seeing the window in the study, he immediately climbed out and stuck close to the window. Fortunately, it was late at night and there were not many people in the community. In addition, he was wearing black clothes, and he seemed to blend into the wall. Unless you look closely, no one would know that there is another person on the wall. Not long after, Hoda heard a click and the light in the study came on. Hoda Cat was outside the window and saw a middle-aged man in pajamas walk into the study. After learning that Wang Hongyuan was the boss behind the trafficking of human organs and tissues, Hoda went to check Wang Hongyuan's information. So with just one glance, Hoda confirmed the other person's identity, which was Wang Hongyuan. Wang Hongyuan walked to the desk, took out an old-fashioned mobile phone from the drawer, and started making a call. The call was connected soon and Wang Hongyuan asked, "Have you found Deng Changnian?" Although it was far away, with Hoda's hearing ability, he could still hear the voice coming from the phone. Not yet. It's like that guy has disappeared from the face of the earth. I can't find him no matter how hard I look. I asked around the smugglers, and they all said they had never seen Deng Changnian. Boss, do you think he is still in Zhangcheng? After pondering for a moment, Wang Hongyuan said, "This possibility cannot be ruled out. You continue to look, and I will also send people to Jiangcheng to continue the search. No matter what, I'll find him even if I have to dig deep. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body." After saying that, Wang Hongyuan hung up the phone. Then he came to the mural, took it down, entered the password and opened the safe. And this scene was seen by Hoda. Wang Hongyuan has a habit. Whenever he stays here overnight, he will take a look at the contents of the safe before going to bed. It records all his criminal records over the years and also serves as his amulet. Because if something happens to him, many people above him will be implicated. So, he must keep these things properly. This not only ensures your own safety, but also the safety of those above you. After confirming the contents of the safe, Wang Hongyuan closed the safe and left the study. Hoda waited a long time until he heard the sound of a door closing in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, and then he went back into the house. He quickly walked over to the mural, removed it, and then entered the combination to the safe. Crack! After a slight sound, Hoda successfully opened the safe. There was nothing inside, only a USB drive. This USB drive contains all of Wang Hongyuan's criminal records. If we make them public, we can bring Wang Hongyuan down. Note, this item cannot be handed over to the authorities. Wang Hongyuan is behind the authorities. The contents of this USB drive can only be made public through special means. Huode looked at the USB flash drive in his hand and was suddenly shocked. What shocked him was not that the book recorded Wang Hongyuan's criminal record, but that there was actually a high-ranking official who protected Wang Hongyuan. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is that Wang Hongyuan is definitely going to die. Huode put the USB drive in his pocket and restored the safe and mural to their original state. Then he climbed out of the window again and blended into the night again. After leaving Linglanjuan, Huode returned to the hotel immediately and called Su Jun. After the operation at Tiangong Entertainment Club was over, Su Jun handedly lay over to his subordinates for interrogation. He secretly interrogated Deng Changyan. But what Su Jun didn't expect was that Deng Changyan's mouth was as hard as a bone, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't knock Deng Changyan's mouth open. If he could use lynching, he would have wanted to torture Deng Changyan with the 10 cruelest tortures of the Qing dynasty. At this time, Su Jun had just come out of the prison where Deng Changyan was imprisoned, and he received a call from Huode. As soon as the call was connected, Su Jun couldn't wait to ask, "Huode, how are things going over there? Have you found any evidence?" Huode whispered, "Well, I found a USB drive in the safe in Wang Hongyuan's villa. I haven't looked at it yet, but I think it should contain what we want." Su Jun was delighted when he heard this and quickly asked, "Where are you now?" "I'll come find you right away." But at this time, Huode asked in return, "Brother Su, if I give you the USB drive, what will you do?" Su Jun was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously replied, "Of course, we should hand him over to the relevant departments and let them follow up and handle the matter." "No." Huode flatly refused. "I suspect Wang Hongyuan has official protection. Once I hand this USB drive over to the relevant authorities, I'm afraid Wang Hongyuan will be the only one who can be punished." Su Jun frowned when he heard this. He just didn't think of this just now, but after listening to Huode's explanation, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Su Jun absolutely didn't believe that Wang Hongyuan had no one above him. If the USB flash drive is really handed over to the relevant departments, what Huode said may really happen. As a people's policeman, he always remembers the oath he made under the national emblem. "What are you going to do?" Su Jun asked. Huode pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm going to expose him to the public." Through the contact during this period, he knew that Su Jun was a person who could be trusted. So Huode did not hide her next plan from him. Sure enough, after hearing Huode's plan, Su Jun immediately expressed his support. "Okay, be careful. I'll continue interrogating Deng Changyan and see if I can get any useful information out of him." After that, the two chatted for a few more words and then went their separate ways. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, shocking content appeared on major social platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and Penguin at the same time. The above records all of Wang Hongyuan's criminal records, including bribery, organizing human organ trafficking, acting as a protective umbrella for criminal gangs, and so on. Not only that, the content also implicated a series of official executives. For a time, the whole of China was in turmoil. The instigator of all this, Huode, walked out of the internet cafe with a calm expression. The reason why he is so calm. Firstly, he exchanged a super hacker card from the system mall to ensure that no one could track him down. Secondly, he used a universal human skin mask to transform himself into Deng Changyan's younger brother, so even if he was caught on camera, no one would be able to trace it back to him. Chapter 49 Multi-Millionaire. As the incident unfolded, Wang Hongyuan's crimes were revealed one by one. The officialdom of Jiangcheng, and even the officialdom of the entire Jiangnan province, experienced a major earthquake, and many provincial-level senior executives were arrested. Not only that, several senior officials from the central government were also implicated. Although this incident caused quite a stir, it also allowed the Chinese people to gain a better understanding of the integrity and honesty of the Chinese government. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Of course, the biggest beneficiary of this incident is none other than Huode. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing God-level intelligence. Completion, perfect. Reward points, 1 million. Remaining points, 1.19 million. Ding! Since the host has perfectly completed the divine intelligence, the system has evolved and unlocked a new ability, Virtual Warehouse. Virtual Warehouse, a portable storage space with unlimited space for storing all kinds of inanimate objects. Oh my god! Virtual Warehouse. It's actually a virtual warehouse. Seeing the system prompt, Huode was immediately overjoyed. Isn't this just like the storage ring in the novels about cultivating immortals? With this thing, wouldn't it be possible to rob a bank without anyone noticing? Of course, Hoda was just thinking about it. As a model young man, he would never do such an illegal thing. However, he couldn't rob the bank, but he could sell the Han Dynasty Hatian jade bai. He had bought this jade disc before as a birthday gift for the old man of the Lin family, but some unpleasant things happened during the birthday gift and he didn't have time to give the jade disc away. In this case, Huoda wanted to sell the jade disc for some cash. After all, he is still quite short of money now. As for gifts, there is nothing better than the urban village renovation project. With the downfall of Wang Hongyuan, the father and son of the Wang family were also arrested, and the Wang group was seized and auctioned off. This urban village project naturally fell into the hands of the Lin family. Ding ling ling. The ringing of the cell phone brought Hoda back to reality. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Lin Wanner calling. This is the call from the old man of the Lin family. The Lin family has won the urban village renovation project, and he wants to thank you in person. Hoda smiled and answered the phone. Hello, is this Xiaohua? I'm Lin Jinghua. Mr. Lin, do you have something to talk to me about? Huode asked, pretending to know nothing. Xiaohua, old man, I want to thank you. We have already obtained the urban village renovation project. When are you free? I would like to thank you in person. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. You are Wanner's grandfather, which means you are my elder. This is what I should do. When Huode heard this, Lin Jinghua's hearty laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. Good boy, then you must eat this meal, but it's not to thank you, but to be engaged to you and Wanner. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lin Wanner's shy voice suddenly sounded on the phone. It was obvious that she was very surprised by Mr. Lin's sudden proposal of engagement. Lin Jinghua laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. Why, is our Wanner still shy? You and Xiaohua are so in love, let alone getting engaged, even getting married right away would be no problem. Huode was also embarrassed when he heard this. I didn't expect the old man to be so open. After that, Huode and Lin Wanner chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. As for engagement, there's no rush. As a man, of course you have to build a career before you start a family. When it comes to building a career, you have to sell the Hatian jade bai first. Who to sell it to? The first person that came to Huode's mind was Wan Yukai. The Hatian jade bai was originally bought from Wan Yukai, and he has always been thinking about this Hatian jade bai, so I think he would be happy to take it over. Thinking of this, Huode took a taxi to the antique market. Antique market, Wanbao Pavilion. Wan Yukai has been in the limelight these days. After he handed over the emperor's seal to the country, it seemed that he had lost a lot, but in fact he gained a lot. The first is fame. In the antique business, reputation is the most important thing. Secondly, there is a series of titles. He was the president of the Jiangcheng Antiques Association and was indeed one of the most influential figures in Jiangcheng, but outside of Jiangcheng he was nothing. But now, he has transformed himself into the vice president of the China Antiques Association. Don't underestimate him because he is just a deputy, but this is the China Antiques Association. That is a serious national organization. I don't know how many people are waiting to curry favor with him. As a result, his business has improved a lot recently. The income from these few days alone is equivalent to his income for most of half a year. But sometimes happiness comes too suddenly, which is not necessarily a good thing. For example, now there are not many good things left in his treasure pavilion. The rest are basically fakes, which are okay for ordinary people but not for rich people. So, he is worried. I'm worried that I don't have anything good. Just then, Hoda's figure appeared at the door. Mr. Wan, are you busy? When Wan Yukai heard the voice, he looked up and saw that it was Huoda. A smile immediately broke out on his face. Isn't this my dear Hua? What brings you here? Wan Yukai welcomed Huode in and personally brewed a pot of fine pu'er tea for him. After tasting it for a while, Huode got straight to the point and said, Boss Wan, do you still remember the Hatian jade bai I bought? I remember, of course I remember. Wan Yukai replied immediately. It would have been fine if Huoda hadn't said this, but he got angry the moment he did. I have been collecting antiques all my life, but I never thought I would fall flat on my face in front of Huoda. However, because of this incident, the two of them became acquainted with each other, which led to the matter of asking Huode to help identify the emperor's seal. It is no exaggeration to say that Hoda is a wealthy man. However, Wan Yukai thought about a piece of Hetian jade worth tens of millions, which he sold for 60,000 yuan. No matter how he thought about it, he felt like he was at a disadvantage. Seeing Wan Yotsai's expression, Hoda guessed what he was thinking. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Mr. Wan, I want to sell the Hetian jade by. Do you want it?" "Yes, of course." When Wan Yukai heard Hoda say that he wanted to sell the Hetian jade by, his voice rose 8 octaves in excitement. But after calming down, he looked at Hoda and asked, "How much are you going to sell it for?" Hoda did not answer, but asked, "How much are you willing to give?" The other party's target price is 15 million. If you don't rush to agree, they will automatically raise the price. 1500 W. Even though he already knew that this jade disc was very valuable, Hoda never imagined it would be so valuable. Seeing Hoda's strange smile, Wan Yukai tentatively extended a finger and said, 10 million? Hoda didn't say anything and continued to stare at Wan Yukai. 1200 W? Hoda still said nothing. 1300 W? 1500 W, no more. Make a deal. Seeing that Hoda finally gave in, Wan Yukai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The market price of this Han Dynasty Hetian jade buy is between 12 million and 14 million. The reason why he spent 15 million to buy it is mainly because there are really no valuable good items in his store. Secondly, with his current reputation in the antique world, it would be no problem for him to sell this jade buy for a few million more. So for him, he can still make a profit if he buys it for 15 million. Then, Wan Yukai readily transferred 15 million yuan to Hoda's account. And Hoda directly handed the Hetian jade buy to Wan Yukai. The transaction is completed. Hoda has apparently completed the class leap and become a true multi-millionaire. Chapter 50, There are idiots every year, but this year there are more. After having money, Hoda felt that his back was worth it and even walked with confidence. Hoda walked out of the antique market with a heartless attitude and was about to take a taxi back when he suddenly saw a familiar figure on the side of the road. It turned out to be his beautiful landlord Yi Yunyao. Judging from her anxious look, it seemed that the car broke down halfway. "Hey, beautiful, do you need any help?" Hoda stepped forward and greeted them warmly. At this moment, Yi Yunyao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She was rushing back to the company, but her car suddenly broke down on the way. I called the 4S store and was told that the tow truck would arrive in about half an hour. She couldn't just park the car on the side of the road. Just when Yi Yunyao was at a loss, she unexpectedly ran into Hoda. "It's you! You've come just in time. Please do me a favor. I've already called a tow truck, but I'm in a hurry to get back to the company. Can you help me take the car to the 4S store later? I'll treat you to a meal later." After saying that, without waiting for Hoda's consent, he stopped a taxi and drove away, leaving Hoda alone and disheveled in the wind. Hoda was speechless. What the hell was this? But despite all the complaints, Hoda still stayed there and waited for the tow truck to arrive. In this way, Hoda waited for half an hour before the tow truck finally arrived. Then, a tow truck towed Yi Yunyao's Mercedes-Benz and brought Hoda to the 4S store. Yi Yunyao's car was towed away for inspection, but Hoda did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the car at the 4S store. He had originally wanted to buy a car for transportation, so he took this opportunity to see if there was one he liked. "Would you like to buy a car, sir?" The sales lady at the 4S store was very polite and did not look down on Hoda because of his ordinary clothes. This is called professionalism. Although in today's society, there are still many people who judge people by their appearance. But for those working in sales, the worst thing to do is to judge people by their appearance. Because no one knows whether there will be rich people dressed in ordinary clothes coming to buy things. You can take a look. These are the popular models in our store. There are detailed introductions here. Hoda took the flyer handed to him and read it carefully. The Mercedes-Benz CLA 2024 C200 four-door sports car, with an official guide price of 309,200 yuan, is now available at a discounted guide price of 239,200 yuan, a direct reduction of 70,000 yuan. Mercedes-Benz CLA 2024 C260 sports car, official guide price 457,600 yuan, now discounted guide price 377,600 yuan, a direct reduction of 80,000 yuan. Mercedes-Benz CLE Class AMG 2024 model, official suggested retail price, 718,800 renminbi. Order now and receive a full car invisible car wrap, full car film, and 5 maintenance services. The handsome cars on the flyers are really attractive. A car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is not expensive for Hoda now. After all, he has more than 10 million in his hands. But the problem is, these cars are not what Hoda wants. Hello, do you have an SUV? In Hoda's opinion, men should drive SUVs. Driving a sedan is too petty. The young lady smiled and said, yes, please follow me. With that, the sales lady took Hoda to the SUV showroom. As soon as he entered the SUV showroom, Hoda's attention was attracted by the big car parked in the middle. Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The dream car every boy wants to own. And this is not an ordinary Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but an AMG G63. Hey, isn't this the lickspittle Hoda? Suddenly, a mocking and unexpected voice sounded in the exhibition hall. Hoda turned his head and saw a hot woman walking in with a well-dressed young man. It was the young man who spoke. Hoda frowned and looked at the other person in confusion, obviously not knowing who the other person was. But the other party called me a dog licker, so he must know me. Who are you? Damn. You dead licker, you don't even recognize me, are you so arrogant? Hearing this, Hoda frowned. He felt the hostility from the other party. But the problem is, he doesn't know the other person at all. Mr. Zhou, who is he? The woman next to him glanced at Hoda and then showed a look of disgust. A loser, a poor bastard, a bootlicker, a big idiot who likes toads and wants to eat swan meat. Beautiful lady, I think you should not entertain him. He is just a poor guy who can't afford a car. You should come and entertain me instead. Excuse me, sir. Since this gentleman has come to our store, he is our customer and we should receive him. If you need to buy a car, I can ask other colleagues to come and receive you. The sales lady's answer was somewhat beyond Hoda's expectations. After all, the other party said that he was poor, but she was still able to respond so calmly, which shows how professional she is. What the hell? I'm trying to persuade you with all my heart, but you don't listen. Just wait till you cry. Come on, I'll take you to buy a car. Mr. Zhou, you are so nice, huh? The two of them played a wave as if no one was around, and then started looking at the car by themselves. Hoda was speechless. What the hell was going on? What did he do to offend anyone? This idiot came out of nowhere and scolded him. The key is that you don't even know who the other person is or what their name is, which is really annoying. Name, Zhou Tao, profile, an ordinary second-generation rich man from Jiangcheng. He once followed Wan Hao. He holds a grudge against you because you slapped the Wang family at Lin Jinghua's birthday party. After Wang Hao was arrested, he wanted to use you as an opportunity to get to the top. Huada was completely speechless. What was going on? You can be in a higher position, but it has nothing to do with me. How can I bother you with anything? Sir, I'm so sorry, let me continue introducing you. Which car do you like? The sales lady is very polite and her professionalism is impeccable. From the beginning to the end, he was very respectful to Huada. Let me introduce you to this AMG G63. Puff. At this moment, Zhou Tao, who was not far away, sneered after hearing what Huada said. You still want to buy a G63? Do you know how expensive the G63 is? I'm afraid you can't even afford a tire, right? Fuck, whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. Who the hell do you think you are? Not only do I want to buy a G63, I want to pay full price for the top model. What else can a man endure? The other party's repeated provocations would make even a clayman get angry. Huada finally couldn't stand it anymore and confronted him directly. You? And you paid full price for the top model? Are you here to make me laugh? If you can afford it, I'll kneel down and call you daddy. Zhou Tao said this very arrogantly, not believing at all that Huada could afford to buy the top-of-the-line G63 in full. You should know that the starting price of a top-of-the-line G63 is more than 2 million, which does not include optional equipment and some miscellaneous expenses. The top-of-the-line G63 plus some options, insurance, vehicle tax, etc., costs at least more than 3 million yuan. He would never believe that a poor loser like Huada could afford a G63 worth more than 3 million yuan. Okay, that's what you said, just wait and kneel down and call me daddy. Chapter 51, Pretending to be cool comes at a price. Although Huada is only 25 this year, he doesn't mind having another big son. After all, the other party was the one who took the initiative to stretch out his face for him to hit, so how could he let Zhou Tao down? Beauty, I want this car, swipe the card. As he spoke, Huode took out a savings card from China Construction Bank. He had just seen that the exhibition car in front of him was a top-of-the-line G63. He was ready to buy the G63 on the spot and make Zhou Tao kneel down and call him dad. For no other reason than to vent my anger. Friendly reminder, this plan is not the best decision. Please think carefully. If you insist on doing so, the system will not stop you. Huode frowned, not knowing why the system popped up such a prompt. But what if it is not the best choice? Life is a breath of fresh air, and we should fight for it if we can't. The original owner of this body lived a very miserable life. Now that he has finally become rich, can't he show off and get slapped in the face? Huode ignored the prompt in front of him and handed the bank card directly to the sales lady. Friendly reminder, it is recommended that you cherish your life and give the card to the other party. What? What's the meaning? Let yourself give the card to the other party. Is this going to make him slap himself in the face? This G63 has safety hazards. Driving it will 100% result in a car accident. The person who buys it will become a vegetable after the accident, and his female partner will die. Holy crap! Huode was just about to show off when he was startled by this sudden change. He also immediately took back the bank card he had handed over. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tao immediately turned on the mocking mode again. Poor bastard, you can't even afford a G63, and yet you dare to act cool in front of your grandfather? Who gave you the courage? Beauty, I want this car, hurry up and swipe the card. As he spoke, Zhou Tao took out a bank card with a gold border from his pocket. The sales lady looked at Huode, and seeing that he was indifferent, she had no choice but to take Zhou Tao's bank card and handle the car purchase procedures for him. After a while, she handed the car keys of the G63 to Zhou Tao. Afterwards, Zhou Tao took his female companion and drove the G63 away from the 4S store. After seeing the two leave, the sales lady said to Huode, "Sir, I'm sorry for giving you a bad experience." Huode didn't expect that the other party would actually comfort him. You know, he gave up this himself. This sales lady is a kind and simple person. Because of your kindness, you saved someone's life. What? Did you save the other person? If you hadn't given up on buying the car, she would have accompanied you on the test drive and ended up in a car accident and lost her life. I see. You must test drive a car before buying it, unless the system suddenly pops up a message. He is likely to ask the other party to take him for a test drive, and a very serious car accident will definitely occur at that time. And because he has been modified by genetic drugs, even if he is injured, it will not be too serious. But she was different. Beauty, what's your name? My last name is Liu. Hello, Ms. Liu. My name is Huode. Do you have any other G63s? I want the top-of-the-line model. Mr. Hua, do you still want to buy the G63? Lu Anren was confused by Huoda's question. Why did he want a G63? If you want a G63, why did you take out your bank card but not pay for it? Although it was strange, Lu Anren still said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hua, we only have one top-of-the-line G63 in our store, and that's the one we just saw. If you want the top-of-the-line G63, you need to place an order and wait for the manufacturer to ship it." How long do we have to wait? Huode knew about this kind of luxury car. Because it has many optional parts, the optional parts for different consumers are also different, so there are rarely any cars available, and usually one has to wait for several months. Lu Anren picked up the tablet and checked it. It will take at least a month. A month, that's a bit long. Although Huode likes the G63 very much, he can't wait for a month. Instead of waiting for a month, you might as well buy a car of another brand. Seeing Huoda's slightly disappointed expression, Lu Anren hurriedly said, "If Mr. Hua doesn't want to wait too long, you can increase the price and buy it. You only need to wait about a week. It is very common to pay a premium to buy a car. Some car models are too popular, and the car companies have insufficient production capacity, so many 4S stores will launch plans to pay a premium to buy a car. In fact, paying a premium to buy a car does not mean that the car companies will speed up production, but rather that they will manufacture the vehicles with the premium in advance. After all, no one knows whose order the car company will produce first. Okay, I'll raise the price, but just place the order for me." As he spoke, Huode took out his bank card again. This time, he did not take back the bank card halfway. 1 minute later, the G63 driven by Zhou Tao will collide with a mud tanker truck loaded with cement at an intersection. Zhou Tao's female companion will die on the spot. Although Zhou Tao's life is not in danger, he will become a vegetable. 1 minute later. Just as Lu Anren was processing the car ordering procedures for Huode, a staff member from the forest store suddenly rushed into the store in a hurry. Oh no! Oh no! There's a car accident at the intersection ahead. It's just a car accident, what's the big deal? That's right, there's always a car accident at that intersection up ahead. I'm used to it. No, the car that was in the accident was the G63 we just sold. I heard the cause of the accident was a brake system failure. What? Why don't you go and take a look? At this moment, Lu Anren was stunned. The G63 had just had a car accident. You should know that this car was originally intended to be sold to Huode, but in the end it was sold to Zhou Tao by mistake. Let's go and take a look. Then, the two of them followed the people from the forest shop to the scene of the accident. The accident scene was in chaos. The mud tanker overturned and the entire vehicle fell on the G63. The huge weight crushed half of the G63's body. It was because of this that Zhou Tao's female companion died on the spot. At this time, various sirens were heard in the distance. The fire department was the first to arrive at the scene and immediately launched a rescue operation. After half an hour of rescue, Zhou Tao was successfully rescued, but he had fallen into a coma at this time. This person suffered a severe blow to the brain, resulting in severe damage to the nerves within the skull, and will remain in a long-term vegetative state. After a while, Zhou Tao's female companion was also rescued. However, the other party was not as lucky as Zhou Tao and had already lost all vital signs. At this time, a policeman came in front of Huode and Lu Anren and asked Lu Anren, "Excuse me, are you Lu Anren? Please come back with us to assist in the investigation." Lu Anren was taken away by the police to assist in the investigation. After all, the car Zhou Tao was driving was sold by her. Cooperating with the police investigation was inevitable, but Huode believed that Lu Anren would be fine. To put it bluntly, she is just a salesperson. Even if she has any problems, she will find the owner of this forest store, not him. However, Huode still called Su Jun and explained what happened to him, asking him not to make things too difficult for Lu Anren. Afterwards, Huode left the scene by car. Chapter 52, Yi Yunyao is in trouble, the mysterious Jiang family's third son. Not long after Huode returned home, he received a call from Yi Yunyao. I heard that there was a serious car accident near the forest store this afternoon. Are you okay? Yi Yunyao asked worriedly on the phone. Do you think I'm okay or not? Huode teased. Judging from your tone, I think everything should be fine. Yi Yunyao said unhappily. The two of them were not familiar with each other, having only met twice including today. But after this conversation, the relationship between the two became much closer. It's not like a relationship between landlord and tenant, but more like a relationship between friends. By the way, your car has been sent to the forest shop for repair. It seems to need a few days. Huada said. Well, the forest store has called me. Thank you for today. Having said that, Yi Yunyao paused for a moment and then spoke again. Have you eaten? If not, I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. It's impossible to refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. Even if I've already eaten, I have to go. Okay, I'll send you the address. See you later. See you later. As night falls, the lights come on. Although Jiangcheng is just a small third-tier city, it is very lively at night. Huode took a taxi to the place where he had agreed to meet Yi Yunyao. This is a nice-looking Western restaurant. When Hua arrived, Yi Yunyao was already waiting at the door. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Seeing Yi Yunyao, Huode immediately walked over, scratched his head and said, It's okay, I just got here not long ago. Yi Yunyao smiled at Huode and then said, Let's go in. Then the waiter took the two of them into the restaurant. Huode followed behind Yi Yunyao, admiring her back. During the day, because he was in a hurry, Huode didn't pay too much attention to Yi Yunyao's outfit. At this moment, looking at Yi Yunyao's charming back, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a beauty! Her long, shiny black hair swayed gently with her steps, emitting a faint fragrance. A simple yet elegant black dress perfectly outlines her graceful figure. The two of them sat down at a table by the window, outside of which was the bustling night view of Jiangcheng. The waiter handed over the menu. Yi Yunyao ordered a few of the signature dishes here, and then handed the menu to Huode. Seeing that Yi Yunyao had ordered a lot, Huode didn't order anything else, but he did ask for a bottle of red wine. Since we are eating Western food, there is no reason not to drink red wine. There weren't many people eating in the Western restaurant, so the dishes were served quickly. After a while, all the dishes were served. Then the waiter poured red wine for the two of them. Yi Yunyao picked up the wine glass and said, "Huode, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I would be in trouble today." The two clinked glasses and took a sip. Huode put down his glass and asked, "Looking at you like this, are you in trouble?" Yi Yunyao smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's all been resolved." The other party was not telling the truth. She only solved the problem temporarily, but there will be more trouble later. Huode frowned slightly. Since Yi Yunyao didn't want to say it, he didn't ask any more questions. The two of them clinked glasses and soon the red wine was almost gone. Of course, most of it was drunk by Yi Yunyao. It can be seen that she is not in a good mood and wants to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Seeing Yi Yunyao's worried look, Huode couldn't help but say again, "Are you worried about something? Tell me and see if I can help. Even if I can't help, I can help you think of a solution together." Perhaps because she was a little drunk, Yi Yunyao did not refuse this time. "I actually run a chain of beauty salons. My business used to be very stable and I had a good reputation. But recently, people have been causing trouble and I've experienced a serious loss of customers." "Customer loss, that must be caused by competitors, right?" asked Huode. "As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. Yi Yunyao should know such an obvious thing." At this time, Yi Yunyao continued, "If it was just a loss of customers, it would be fine. But recently, the relevant departments have been coming to inspect every few days. One store was even closed for rectification because of substandard fire protection facilities. They came to inspect again this afternoon. Luckily I got back in time, otherwise another store would have been closed." Hearing this, Huode frowned. This was no longer a simple business competition. It was obvious that someone wanted to destroy Yi Yunyao's beauty salon. "Do you know who did it?" Huode asked. Yi Yunyao shook her head and said, "It would be easier if we knew who it was, but the problem is, we don't know." "Have you offended anyone recently?" Huode continued to ask. Yi Yunyao shook her head again, unable to think of who she had offended. Just then, Yi Yunyao's cell phone suddenly rang. After Yi Yunyao answered the phone, her expression changed instantly. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yunyao immediately stood up and said, "I'm sorry, something happened in my store and I have to go back immediately." "I'll go with you," said Huode. After all, Yi Yunyao had drunk so much, and Huode was really worried about letting her leave alone. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yunyao nodded and agreed to Huode's proposal. Then, after Yi Yunyao paid the bill, the two of them took a taxi to Yi Yunyao's beauty salon. When the two arrived, they found the beauty salon in a mess, as if it had just been robbed. "Boss Yi, you're finally back. How could this happen? What happened?" While the two were talking, Huode was also observing his surroundings. A beauty salon that had just been vandalized by thugs. If the open approach didn't work, they resorted to covert tactics. At this time, Yi Yunyao also learned what had happened from the clerk. Half an hour ago, a group of hooligans suddenly rushed into the store and started smashing things without saying a word. Many customers were scared away after seeing this scene, and asked for a refund and threatened never to come again. "Have you called the police?" Yi Yunyao asked. The clerk immediately replied, "The police have been here. They checked the surveillance footage and said they will conduct a thorough investigation, but it will take time. The thugs only did the work for money, but there was someone else behind the scenes. It's useless." At this time, Huode said, "These thugs are just doing things for money. Even if we catch them, we won't be able to get anything out of them. The most important thing is to find the person behind them. Jiangcheng is neither big nor small. When it comes to finding someone, sometimes the police are not as effective as the gangsters. Let me make a phone call first to see if there are any clues." As he said that, Huode called Huang Mao. The call was connected quickly. "Huang Mao, can you help me ask who smashed the Yaoguang beauty salon half an hour ago?" "Okay, boss." Huang Mao was very efficient and soon found out who had smashed the store. "Boss, I found out that it's a guy called Vulture. He used to be a subordinate of Deng Changyan, but now he has recruited dozens of his subordinates to form his own faction. I also heard that he has been very close to the third young master of the Jiang family recently. The third young master of the Jiang family? Hua De muttered, okay, I get it. Thank you for your hard work. After hanging up the phone, Hua De found Yi Yunyao and asked, do you know the third young master of the Jiang family? Yi Yunyao frowned when she heard this. She didn't know who the third young master of the Jiang family was, but she did meet someone with the surname Jiang recently. Could it be him? Chapter 53 Undercurrents in Jiangcheng. River City. Tianweishan Nightclub. Originally, Tiangong Entertainment was the largest entertainment venue in Jiangcheng, but with the downfall of Deng Changnian, Tiangong Entertainment was closed down by the police, and Tianweishan Nightclub became the largest entertainment venue in Jiangcheng. Business has increased several times more than usual. At this time, in the supreme box of Tianweishan Nightclub, a dozen heavily made-up women surrounded a few well-dressed men. They were sitting or standing, smiling, posing, and trying their best to be charming. The lighting in the box is dim and blurry, and colorful lights are flashing, creating an atmosphere of extravagance and decadence. The air is filled with the mixed smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and perfume, which makes people involuntarily indulge in it. The young man sat in the center, with four women sitting on his left and right, enjoying their service like an emperor. This person is none other than Jiang Wenba, the third son of the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Mr. Jiang, as you instructed, I have sent someone to Yi Yunyao's shop. I believe she will come to you and ask for your help soon. At this time, a middle-aged man not far from Jiang Wenba said flatteringly. Hearing this, Jiang Wenba smiled complacently and said, well done. I agree to that. As soon as Jiang Wenba finished speaking, the middle-aged man hurriedly picked up his wine glass and thanked him. Thank you for your cultivation, young Master Jiang. This glass of wine is a toast to you. I'll drink it, please feel free to do as you please. After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Although foreign liquor is spicy, men's hearts are sweet. As long as he has Jiang Wenba's support, he will be able to secure his position as the underground emperor of Jiangcheng as he wishes. After Deng Changnian's downfall, the underground forces in Jiangcheng fell into chaos. In addition to some of the forces originally under Deng Changnian, even the underground forces in several other neighboring cities wanted to come to Jiangcheng to get a piece of the pie. Of course, it wasn't just the underground forces in Jiangcheng that were in turmoil, there was also some unrest in Jiangcheng's business community. The urban village renovation plan is a huge piece of cake, with at least tens of billions of profits. When Wang Hongyuan was around, no one dared to covet this piece of cake. But as soon as Wang Hongyuan fell, some monsters and demons jumped out. Although this project has now been given to the Lin family, these evildoers will not give up as long as the project has not started. Jiang Wenba came to Jiangcheng this time for this project. It was just a few days after he arrived that he met Yi Yunyao and fell in love with her at first sight. At the beginning, Jiang Wenba planned to pursue Yi Yunyao openly. But Yi Yunyao ignored Jiang Wenba. Afterwards, Jiang Wenba brought up his title as the third young master of the Jiang family. However, Yi Yunyao still ignored him and didn't even know who the third young master of the Jiang family was. After repeated setbacks, Jiang Wenba stopped pretending and directly exposed his playboy face. He began to use some unsavory means to force Yi Yunyao to submit. It was from this time that Yi Yunyao's store began to be targeted. However, Yi Yunyao didn't know that the culprit of all this was Jiang Wenba. Yaoguang Beauty Salon. After Yi Yunyao learned from Hua De that it was the third young master of the Jiang family who was behind this, she asked someone to find out about the other party. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. The third young master of the Jiang family actually has a very important background. Although Yi Yunyao is considered a wealthy woman, she only has a little money. Compared with the huge Jiang family, Yi Yunyao's family background is simply not worth mentioning. The Jiang family has a huge influence in the provincial capital and is involved in many fields. It has a profound influence both in politics and business. Yi Yunyao realized that she might be in big trouble this time. If it doesn't work out, I'll just close the store. After thinking about it, Yi Yunyao made the worst plan. However, at this moment, the cell phone in Hoda's pocket suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Mr. Lin calling. Hello, Mr. Lin, are you looking for me? Hua De asked. Xiaohua, you have to help our Lin family this time. The Jiang family in the provincial capital wants our urban village renovation project. If we don't give it to them, they will destroy our Lin family. Mr. Lin said anxiously on the phone. The Jiang family again? Huodi exclaimed, Mr. Lin, I understand. Leave this to me. Although the Zhang family did not provoke Huodi, he would not sit idly by if they provoked his woman. That's right, from the first moment he saw Yi Yunyao, Huodi had decided that she would be his woman. Zhang family? Let me meet this behemoth. After leaving Yaoguang Beauty Salon, Huodi strolled to a barbecue stall alone. Western food is not filling to begin with, and he followed Yi Yunyao to the store without eating much, so he was starving. Huodi ordered some skewers and 2 bottles of beer. The Zhang family is not like the Wang family. The Zhang family is a big family in the provincial capital and a real wealthy family. If you want to bring down such a large family, you must take a long-term view. Huodi drank a glass of beer and ate a few skewers of barbecue, which finally relieved some of his hunger. To be honest, he hasn't eaten skewers like this for a long time. I remember the last time I had skewers was the time before. More than 10 minutes later, after Huodi put the last kebab into his stomach, he still felt only 70% full. So he ordered another large pot of oily noodles. However, at this moment, suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. Boy, leave as soon as you're done eating. We want this seat. Ha? Who are you? Can't you see I haven't finished eating yet? Do you think I'm blind? These are all empty plates, and you're telling me you haven't finished eating? Who said you can't order more after you've finished eating? Huodi saw that there were 4 or 5 young men on the other side. They looked arrogant and did not look like children from ordinary families. He had seen rich second generations like Wang Hao and Zhou Tao, so he could tell at a glance that the other party should also be rich second generations. But the group of people in front of him were obviously much higher level than those two. The contempt revealed in the eyes of these people came from the bottom of their hearts. It feels like everyone is inferior to you. If an ordinary person saw it, he would probably turn around and run away immediately, hiding as far away as possible. But who is Huodi? He is a man with a golden finger, so how could he be afraid of these people? Here's $1,000, kid. Take the money and get out of here while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. At this time, one of the young men took out $100 bills from his pocket and threw them on the table. Huodi didn't even look at the money on the table. He took out a pack of TNI from his pocket, lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said lightly, Is 1,000 a lot? I'll give each of you 1,000, now get out of here right now. When those rich second generations heard this, their expressions suddenly changed, a hint of mockery flashed in their eyes, and then they burst into laughter. You actually used money to get rid of us? It's really funny. Do you know who we are? I don't care who you are, get out of here now, or I'll be rude to you. Huodi returned the previous man's words exactly as they were spoken. In an instant, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across the faces of several people, as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed. Chapter 54, Dog Bite Dog Plot. Seeing the changes in their expressions, Huodi was ready to take action. Unexpectedly, the guy who took out the money before counted out dozens of $100 bills from his pocket and threw them on the table and said, Here's 5,000, kid. I'll say it one last time. Take the money and get out. The person who will be here soon is not someone you can afford to offend. At this time, the owner of the barbecue stall noticed something was wrong and quickly put down his work and ran over. Let's talk it over nicely. I'll set up another table for you. Please don't offend anyone. When doing business, harmony brings wealth. No one wants a fight to break out in their store. So, as soon as the boss saw that something was wrong, he immediately ran over to mediate. When the rich second generation saw the boss coming, they simply ignored Huodi and started directly from the boss's side. Boss, here's 10,000. We've booked the place for tonight, so please clear it out quickly. The guy who took out the money before took out a thick stack of $100 bills from his pocket and put it on the table. After saying that, he looked at Huodi provocatively. It was as if he was saying, since you won't leave, I'll just book the whole place and see if you leave or not. The boss was also in a dilemma at this time. His barbecue stall business is good, but it's not to the point where he can make 10,000 yuan in one night. This 10,000 is almost equal to his income for half a month. And most importantly, he could see that the people in front of him were quite powerful and not people that an ordinary person like him could afford to offend. The boss hesitated for a moment, but still took the money. Then he said to Huodi with an apologetic look on his face, I'm so sorry, little brother. How about I give you a free meal? Also, everyone here gets a free meal, it's all mine. Although this was a loss of a few thousand, it was nothing compared to the 10,000. A middle-aged man who supports his family with a barbecue stall. He has elderly parents and young children to support. His wife has to take care of them and is unemployed. The family's income depends entirely on the barbecue stall. This 10,000 yuan is equivalent to half a month's income for the owner. He doesn't want to miss this opportunity to make money. Seeing this, Wada sighed helplessly. Every family has its own problems, and it's not easy for anyone. Since the boss said so, I won't make it difficult for you. Just pack up the big oily sides I just ordered. Okay. Although Wada gave up his position, he didn't want to just swallow his anger and let the matter go. Hey, kid, stop. What was that look you just had? As Hoda stood up to leave, he glanced at the other person a few times. I originally wanted to find a place to hide, and then wait for these people to finish eating, and then give them an unforgettable lesson. Unexpectedly, the other party still held on to it. It's nothing, it's just that your forehead is black, which may lead to bloody disaster. Huada said seriously. Can you tell fortunes? The other party originally thought that Hoda would blurt out, let's see what you can do, but he actually said that he would suffer a bloody disaster. Seeing Hoda's serious look, he actually believed it. Physiognomy and feng shui may seem like vague and illusory things to ordinary people, but in the eyes of this group of rich second generations, they are real things. Of course, Hoda is not a fortune teller. He just thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. This method can teach these people a lesson and put the blame on Jiang Wenbo. That is to transform into Jiang Wenbo's appearance and beat up these guys. Hoda did not answer, but instead gave a meaningful smile and walked away. But he didn't go far, instead he hid in a corner. After a while, an extended version of the executive Palmer stopped by the roadside. A young man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. Fuck, wearing sunglasses at night, you're pretentious than me. Hoda, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help but complain after seeing the other person's outfit. At this time, several rich second generations saw the young man and immediately went to greet him. Xian Xiao, you are here. The young man nodded and took off his sunglasses. Suddenly, he revealed a sharp-edged face with upright features. He was wearing a white casual suit, and it was obvious at first glance that he was the son of a wealthy family. Name, Qian Jun. Identity, the second son of the Qian family in the provincial capital. Personality, arrogant and domineering, will take revenge on the blind, and a womanizer. This is a true top-tier rich second-generation man in China. He likes to hang out at roadside stalls, looking for young women. He uses his status as a rich second-generation man to hunt ordinary girls, then toy with their feelings. When he gets tired of them, he kicks them away. After the other party finishes the barbecue, they will go to the Tianweishan nightclub, and that will be the best time to attack. At that time, a dog-eat-dog plot will be triggered, with the two top rich second generations fighting each other. Dog bites dog. I like. Huode found that the system understood his thoughts more and more. Half an hour later. After finishing their meal, a group of rich second generations drove to Tianweishan nightclub. Huode also waved and called a taxi and followed. Although it was late at night, Tian was still brightly lit and full of singing. Huode stopped the taxi 100 meters away from Tianweishan. It's so far away and it's the middle of the night, no one will pay attention to Huode. But with Huoda's eyesight, he could see people 100 meters away. After Huode got off the car, he happened to see Qian Jun and his group entering the nightclub. Then the two thugs said a few words to a middle-aged man, who then nodded and led the group into a private room. After everyone had left, Huode went around to the side of the nightclub and climbed in through the toilet window. Jiang Wenbo was in the Supreme box, while Chen Jun was in the Emperor box. The two boxes were right next to each other, and neither was aware of the other's existence. You just need to wait here for a moment, and they will come to you on their own. At this time, the door of the Supreme box suddenly opened and a figure walked out of the box. Jiang Wenbo, who was a little drunk, staggered towards the bathroom. Drunk Jiang Wenbo is about to go to the restroom and will arrive in 1 minute. At the same time, in the Imperial box on the other side, Chen Jun was also preparing to release some water. Chen Jun will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Good guy, come together. Huode originally wanted to pretend to be Jiang Wenbo and beat up Chen Jun, but now that both of them are here, it becomes a bit difficult. Just then, Jiang Wenbo walked into the bathroom first. Then he walked straight into a single room. At this moment, Huada suddenly had an idea and immediately changed into Jiang Wenba's appearance and came to the urinal. Just as Huada was about to pee, Chen Jun walked in and came to the urinal next to Huada. Each private room in Tianwaishan has its own bathroom, so the public restroom is not big and only has 2 urinals. As luck would have it, someone in Jiang Wenba and Chen Jun's box was using the restroom, so the two of them came out to use the restroom. In addition, Huada occupied another urinal, so Chen Jun had no choice but to choose another one. Seeing Chen Jun come in, Huada immediately opened the door and started to drain the water. Then he pretended to recognize Chen Jun, turned around and greeted him, "Hey, isn't this Chen Xiao?" However, at this moment, a stream of yellow water sprayed onto Chen Jun's white suit. The white suit was instantly stained yellow. Fuck you. Chapter 55, Conflict escalates, and a storm is brewing. Fuck. You have no eyes. Where are you going? Chen Jun never thought that one day he would be urinated on by someone. He was about to lose his temper when he saw a familiar face. It's you. Why are you here? Chen Jun asked. I'm sorry, I didn't have enough money. I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself. As he said that, Huada rushed towards Chen Jun again. Now the entire trouser leg was covered with yellow urine stains, and Chen Jun was completely furious. Although Chen Jun and Jiang Wenba are both young masters from the provincial capital, they do not have a good personal relationship. On the contrary, there is still some grudge between the two. Of course, as descendants of 2 big families, it is normal to have some personal grudges. But Chen Jun never expected to meet Jiang Wenba here, and he never thought that Jiang Wenba would do such a disgusting thing. You're looking for death. Chen Jun roared, raised his leg and kicked towards Huada. But Huada dodged Chen Jun's attack with great agility. Not to mention that Chen Jun was drunk now. Even if he wasn't drunk, with Huada's skills, there was no way he could be kicked. After dodging Chen Jun's attack, Huada immediately went into an empty single room. At this time, Jiang Wenba, who heard the noise outside, walked out of another single room. Coincidentally, at this moment, Chen Jun turned around and saw the real Jiang Wenba. Chen Jun rushed forward with his fists raised without saying a word. Bang! Jiang Wenba was confused, but after being punched in the face by Chen Jun, he instantly became much more sober. Jiang Wenba rubbed his aching cheek, glared at Chen Jun, and loudly demanded, "Chen Jun, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting me for no reason?" For no reason? You know exactly what you've done. Chen Jun was too lazy to talk nonsense and rushed forward again, wrestling with Jiang Wenba. At this time, Huada, the instigator of all this, was hiding in a single room and watching the boxing performance of the 2 men. Hit. Hit. Yes, just like that, hit him in the face. Hey, fight back, this idiot, fight back. Although Huada didn't dare to make a sound, he was cheering for the 2 of them in his heart. As a result, the 2 men wrestled for more than 10 minutes without a clear winner. But at this moment, seeing that they had not returned for such a long time, their younger brothers came looking for them. When they saw the 2 people hugging and fighting in the toilet, they all joined the fight. The duel instantly turned into a group fight. Because Jiang Wenba's side had fewer people, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. A few minutes passed. The winner was finally revealed. At this time, everyone was injured, but Jiang Wenba was the worst off. The man was beaten black and blue, his clothes were torn to tatters, and he looked in a miserable state. Chen Jun wiped the blood off his hands, walked up to Jiang Wenba, and said disdainfully, "Jiang Wenba, remember this matter is not over yet. Let's go." Chen Jun left with his younger brothers. "Mr. Jiang, are you okay?" Jiang Wenba's younger brother helped him up and asked. "Damn it, are you okay?" Jiang Wenba roared, "Send me to the hospital first. Then we won't seek revenge?" Revenge? I'm going to tear Chen Jun into pieces. Although Jiang Wenba didn't know why Chen Jun suddenly went crazy and beat him, it didn't matter anymore. He now has only one thought, which is to kill Chen Jun. After both groups left the bathroom, Huada slipped out of the room. At this time, Huada was in a particularly good mood. He knew that his plan had achieved initial results. Next, it's time for the 2 young masters from the provincial capital to fight each other. After leaving Tianwaishan, Huada went straight home. At this time, in a VIP ward of Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Jiang Wenba lay on the hospital bed with bandages on his hands and plaster on his feet, looking gloomy. His men also stood by the bed with bandages on their bodies, not daring to breathe, for fear of angering the furious Jiang Wenba. "Mr. Jiang, calm down first. The doctor said you need to rest," one of the subordinates said cautiously. Jiang Wenba snorted coldly and glared at the subordinate. "Rest? How the hell can I rest now? That bastard Qian Jun actually dared to hit me. I want him torn into pieces." Seeing this, another subordinate stepped forward and advised, "Young Master Jiang, the other party is the second young master of the Qian family after all. If we really kill him, the Qian family will definitely go to war with us, and then the old man will blame us." He didn't say anything else, but everyone knew that if the two big families went to war, the consequences would be very serious. Jiang Wenba certainly knew that the Qian family's power should not be underestimated, but at this moment he was already overwhelmed by anger and had no time to care about so many things. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Wenba slammed the edge of the bed, which immediately affected his wound and caused him to let out a wail. After recovering from the shock, Jiang Wenba angrily shouted, "So what about the Qian family? Do we Jiang family really fear them? Besides, it was Qian Jun who started this incident today. If I don't get my revenge, how am I going to survive in the provincial capital in the future?" After hearing this, the subordinates looked at each other. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to say anything more and could only do as Jiang Wenba asked. At the same time, a group of thugs armed with sticks squatted at the door of Tianwaishan as Qian Jun was about to leave. As soon as Qian Jun walked out of the gate of Tianwaishan, this group of gangsters rushed over. Without any explanation, he beat Qian Jun violently. Qian Jun, who didn't know what was going on, was knocked to the ground in an instant. By the time the police arrived, Qian Jun was breathing more than he was breathing in. He eventually died on the way to the hospital. Provincial capital, Qian family. What, Juner is dead? Who? Who did it? In a luxurious villa, Qian Jun's father, Qian Kyandakai, was heartbroken and roared in anger after learning of his son's death. "Investigate. Find out who did this. I want his entire family to be buried with him." At this moment, Chen Datsai's eyes were red and full of murderous intent. "Master, I heard from the second young master's companions that the second young master had a conflict with the third young master of the Jiang family in Jiangcheng. The two of them fought fiercely, and the third young master of the Jiang family was even beaten into the hospital by the second young master. Could it be that the third young master of the Jiang family did this? Jiang family. No matter who it is, they must be buried with my son." Qian Detsai roared. The other side. Provincial capital, Jiang family. "Asshole. This rebellious son. Dad, now is not the time to blame my third brother. I think the Qian family will definitely take action against us this time. We should prepare early." Jiang Yaozong, the head of the Jiang family, had just learned that his youngest son had actually killed Qian Jun, the second son of the Qian family. Jiang Yaozong's face turned terribly gloomy when he heard this. "You are right, now is not the time to assign blame, we must take immediate action." Jiang Yaozong took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and said, "Notify everyone immediately and have them prepared." "Yes." Jiang Yaozong's eldest son, Jiang Wenhan, agreed and immediately turned and left. As the conflict between the two major families in Xinjiang escalates, the entire Jiangnan province seems to have a feeling that a storm is about to come. People from all walks of life in Jiangnan province were closely following the developments between the Qian and Jiang families. For a time, the direction of this feud between the wealthy families concerned countless people. Chapter 56. The dust has settled and new features have appeared in the system. The next day, when Huoda woke up and turned on the TV, he was stunned when he saw the morning news in Jiangcheng. Qian Jun is dead. He guessed that the two young masters would have a big fight, but he didn't expect that Qian Jun would die after just one night. To be honest, the development of the situation has been out of his control. However, the war between the two families was good news for him. First of all, Jiang Wenba killed Qian Jun, so he definitely had no energy to target Yi Yunyo anymore, and Yi Yunyo's beauty salon could resume normal business. Secondly, no one will keep a close eye on the Jiangcheng urban village project anymore. After all, the two families have reached a point where they are at war to the death. Either one of them will become history, or both will suffer losses. No matter which one it is, countless resources will appear after their downfall. And these resources are much larger than the urban village project. Besides, this is no longer just a contest between two major families. There is also the competition between the forces behind them. This will be a protracted battle and the outcome cannot be determined in a short period of time. Congratulations on completing a righteous intelligence operation. You successfully killed 2 dandy men who endangered social stability and raped multiple young girls, and wiped out their families in one fell swoop. This act saved many young women in China from their murderous hands. Your contribution is immense. I hereby award you 2 million points and 100 justice points. A point of justice? What is this? As the system prompts appeared, Hoda discovered that the system had some new functions. Over the past few days, he has figured out some of the rules of the system. As long as you complete the task, you will be rewarded with points, and you may also receive other special rewards. If the system evolves, new functions will be enabled. However, he was a little confused about what the justice point that appeared this time was. At this moment, a system panel appeared in front of Hoda. Different from before. There is an additional energy value in the character panel, and at this moment the value of this energy value is exactly 100 points. What the hell is this thing, and what's it good for? Hoda covered it with his consciousness out of curiosity, and then a prompt popped up in front of him. Completing justice events will earn you random justice points. Justice points can be infused into any life target, allowing them to abandon evil and turn to good, becoming a righteous person with a conscience. Note, people are treacherous. Everyone has an evil side as well as a good side. Justice points can influence everyone's good and evil, so please use them with caution. Although he didn't quite understand it, Hoda knew that this point of justice should be able to influence people's minds. If used on a person who has committed heinous crimes, it can make him abandon evil and turn to good, and become a good person. As for what will happen during this process, we can only wait for the opportunity to experiment. After reading the introduction of the new features, Hoda felt that this system was more and more awesome. It's simply an awesome existence. As long as he doesn't get carried away and has the system's support, he will definitely stand at the top of the world. Ding-ling-ling. Hoda came to his senses and found that his cell phone was ringing. I picked it up and saw that it was the sales lady from the 4S store calling yesterday. Lu Anren called me at this time. Could it be that there was something wrong with my car? Hoda couldn't help but think in his heart. There's nothing wrong with your car. On the contrary, Lu Anren called to let you know that your car has arrived and you can pick it up anytime. No way? Didn't they say the new car would take a week to arrive? How come it's here in just one night? Hoda answered the phone in confusion. Hello, is this Mr. Hua? I'm Lu Anren from the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. It's me, Miss Lu. What do you want to talk to me about? Mr. Hua, the car you ordered has arrived. So soon? Didn't they say we had to wait a week? Only one night has passed. Mr. Hua, the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership in the provincial capital previously ordered a G63 exactly like the one you need, but the buyer had an accident and couldn't pay the balance, so we brought the car here. Lu Anren said with a smile. Something unexpected happened? Chen Jun originally ordered the car, but he died and couldn't pay the balance. Lu Anren, of course, didn't know the truth. Oh shit. No way. Was this car ordered by Chen Jun? After seeing the prompt, Hoda didn't know whether he should take the car. Mind you, this car is brand new and has not been delivered yet. He said he didn't mind, but Chen Jun died after ordering the car. Of course, if he didn't know, he wouldn't care. But the key is that he knows it now. At this moment, Hoda suddenly felt that the system prompt was a bit redundant. If the system didn't prompt him, he would definitely feel at ease and go to pick up the car happily. But now. Should I mention it or not? After hesitating for a moment, Hoda decided to ask. After all, I missed this one and have to wait another week. Besides, the car is brand new and Chen Jun didn't even touch it, so he shouldn't be that unlucky. After hanging up the phone, Hoda immediately took a taxi to the 4S store. Lu Anren, dressed in a professional suit, was waiting at the door early. When he saw the taxi Hoda was riding and stopped, he personally stepped forward and opened the door for Hoda. Mr. Hua, here are your car keys and your license plate. Your car is being inspected and cleaned. Please wait here for a moment. I'll call you when it's ready. Because of yesterday's accident, the 4S shop has added an inspection procedure before delivering the car. Although not every car will experience brake system failure, they are really scared. If something like this happens again, it will have a huge impact on the brand. Lu Anren took Hoda to the VIP lounge, poured him a glass of water, and then went to follow up on the progress of Hwoda's car inspection. Hoda didn't know how long the test would last, so he took out his phone out of boredom. He suddenly thought that Yi Yunyao didn't know about Jiang Wenba's accident, so he called her. Ms. Yi, I'm Hwoda. I want to tell you that the third young master of the Jiang family won't bother you anymore. Your beauty salon can operate normally from now on. Hwoda did not disclose the specific situation, but only informed Yi Yunyao of the result. Really? That's great. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. When Yi Yunyao heard the news, she seemed very happy and immediately expressed her desire to treat Hwoda to a meal. Again, if a beautiful woman invites you, you must go. Hwoda smiled and accepted Yi Yunyao's invitation. The two agreed on the time and place for dinner and then hung up the phone. Afterwards, Hwoda called Mr. Lin again and told him that he could focus on developing the urban village project. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lin had already received the news last night. But he didn't think that this was done by Hoda. He had sought help from Hwoda out of desperation, but after calming down, he felt that even if Hwoda had some ability, he could not defeat the big families in the provincial capital. Besides, how could he possibly deal with these two big families in just one night? In Lin Xingguo's view, this is more of a coincidence. Of course, Hoda wouldn't be stupid enough to say that he did it all. Since Lin Xingguo thinks it is a coincidence, then it is a coincidence. Chapter 57, Too Much Joy Leads to Sorrow. The car was rear-ended just after it was picked up. Half an hour later. Hwoda was driving his newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G63 on the road, and he felt so happy. But, as the saying goes, excessive joy leads to sorrow. While waiting for the traffic light at an intersection, his newly purchased Mercedes-Benz was rear-ended by someone. At this moment, it seemed as if 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through Hwoda's heart. This is a new car I just bought and I haven't driven it for less than 1 kilometer. As a result, he was rear-ended by someone. How lucky can I be? Hwoda even thought that with such luck, he might have to buy a lottery ticket soon. Hwoda got out of the car with a depressed look on his face to check the situation, only to see a pink electric car directly kissing the butt of the G63. Lying on the ground nearby was a woman in business attire with a good-looking face. Hwoda has seen many beautiful women during this period, but the other party gave him a different feeling. Hwoda couldn't describe this feeling, but he just felt that the woman in front of him had a unique charm that made people involuntarily attracted to her. Maybe this is the difference between a young woman and a young girl. Five-star General MacArthur once said that young people do not know the beauty of young women and mistakenly regard young girls as treasures. In some respects, young women do have advantages over young girls. Hiss, it hurts. A cry of surprise brought Hoda back to reality. He didn't have time to check the damage to the car, so he immediately stepped forward, helped him up and asked, "Miss, are you okay?" Susie slowly stood up with the help of Hwoda, her brows furrowed. Obviously she had fallen quite hard just now. She looked at her injuries. Apart from some abrasions, she felt some pain in her ankle, but she could still bear it. She looked up at Hwoda, and was stunned for a second by his appearance, but she quickly reacted. "I'm fine, thank you. I'm glad you're okay, but please be careful next time you drive. This is my new car, and this is a motor vehicle lane. How can you drive on a battery-powered bike?" By this time, Hoda had already taken a look at the damage to the car. Fortunately, the rear bumper was not dented, just some paint was peeling off, which is not noticeable unless you look carefully. After hearing what Hwoda said, Susie lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said softly, "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry, so I rode on the motorway without paying attention. I'm really sorry. Is your car damaged? Just tell me the amount and I'll compensate you." Seeing her sincere attitude, Hwoda's unhappiness dissipated a little. Of course, the main reason is that the damage to the car was not serious. Hwoda sighed and said, "Forget it, as long as no one is hurt, but you must obey traffic rules in the future, otherwise it's easy to get into an accident." Susie nodded repeatedly and looked at Hwoda gratefully. "Thank you, I'm really sorry to trouble you." Hwoda waved and helped lift her electric scooter. However, at this time, Susie behind him screamed again. Hwoda looked back and saw the other person stagger and was about to lose his balance and fall to the ground. In a flash, Hwoda stepped forward and held him firmly in his arms, thus preventing him from falling again. At this moment, Susie was frightened and turned pale. She subconsciously grabbed Hwoda's arm tightly. Because they were too close, Hwoda could clearly feel the faint fragrance emanating from Susie and her body trembling slightly due to nervousness. Hwada swallowed, suppressed the restlessness in his heart and asked, "Are you okay?" Feeling the hot air coming out of Hwada's mouth, Susie's cheeks flushed instantly and she shook her head shyly. "It's okay, just my ankle hurts a little." Hearing this, Hwada looked down and then frowned. Susie's right ankle was swollen and looked very serious, so she had to be sent to the hospital immediately. "Your ankle is badly swollen. Let me take you to the hospital." "Don't bother, I have something else to do." Susie wanted to refuse Hwada, but unexpectedly, Hwada picked her up in a princess hug. She was startled by Hwada's sudden action, but then she felt Hwada's strong arms and warm embrace, and the panic in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of security and shyness. "You, put me down. I can walk by myself." Susie blushed and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's as she tried to break free from Hwada's arms. "Don't move, your foot is injured, I'll take you to the hospital now." Hwada carried Susie to the passenger seat without saying a word and fastened her seatbelt herself. Then, Hwada pushed Susie's electric bike to the electric bike parking space on the side of the road. After doing all this, Hwada took Susie to the nearest hospital. On the way, Hwada learned that the other person's name was Susie, a teacher at Jeongchang No. 1 Middle School. "Hwada, can you take me to Jeongchang First People's Hospital?" Susie said. "Of course we can, but why do we have to go to the First People's Hospital? Isn't Jeongchang Third Hospital closer?" Hwada asked in confusion. Susie hesitated and explained, "One of my students was injured and sent to the hospital, and I was going to visit him." After hearing this, Hwada couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Susie. From Susie's anxious eyes, Hwada could tell that she was a good teacher. In this day and age, it's rare to find a good teacher like Susie. Today's teachers are more of a profession. No matter how well students learn, they only care about completing their teaching tasks and have long lost their sense of responsibility as teachers. Regardless of whether they study well or not, their salary is just that much. It doesn't matter how the students perform in school. But Susie is different. Hwada can feel that she is full of care and responsibility for her students. This spirit is particularly precious in today's society. "Okay, sit tight then." As he spoke, Hwada stepped on the accelerator, the G63 roared, and the speed instantly soared to 100 miles per hour. Under the powerful power of G63, Hwada sped all the way and shortened the driving time of more than half an hour to more than 10 minutes. When they arrived at Jeongchang First People's Hospital, Hwada looked at the time. "Wow, only 11 minutes have passed." "Thank you, Hwada." Susie thanked her and prepared to get out of the car. However, considering that Susie had an ankle injury and was having difficulty moving, Hwada immediately got out of the car and helped her walk towards the hospital building. "Teacher Sue, why don't you go and check on your foot injury first? You'll still have time to visit your students later," Hwada said. Hearing this, Susie smiled at Hwada and said, "It's okay, I'm fine. You can go back. I can handle it alone." Although Susie kept saying that she could do it, Hwada was still worried about leaving her alone. "Well, be a good person to the end. I'll accompany you no matter how hard it takes," Hwada sighed and said. Then thank you for your help." Chapter 58, The Sanctimonious Principle, Please teach me how to be a good person. "Susie, what are you doing here? Don't you think you've caused enough trouble?" "Principal, I'm visiting." All right, I don't care what you're here for, now please leave here immediately." When Hwada supported Susie to the door of a ward, they were kicked out before they could go in. The other person was an elderly man wearing glasses. He looked quite knowledgeable and gentle. From the way Susie addressed him, it seemed that he was a principal. But it is this person who does and says things that make people very unhappy. If Hwada were asked to use an idiom to describe the character, the first thing that comes to his mind would be a scoundrel. The child's parents are very emotional right now and don't want to see you. It's useless for you to stay here. You should go back and think about how to resolve this matter. Name, Chen Jigua, age, 50, position, principal of Jeongchang No. 1 Middle School, personality, greedy, lustful, bullies the weak and fears the strong, and treats people differently based on their preferences. This is a hypocritical person. He clearly embezzled the school's construction funds, causing the construction company to use inferior materials, resulting in student injuries. Yet, he falsely accuses Susie of failing to fulfill her duty of care. He had long had his eyes on Susie and wanted to take this opportunity to take her for himself and make her his lover. This unscrupulous principal is defined as an evil person, evil value, 30. Hwada was originally a little unhappy with this old man, and after seeing the evil value given by the system, he became even more certain that this old man was not a good person. Not only did he embezzle the school's construction funds, but he also framed Susie and used this to blackmail her, calling her a scumbag, which is an insult to the word scumbag. Principal, I. What do you mean by I? Do you know how much trouble you've caused the school? I'm telling you, if this isn't resolved, you won't even be able to get your job title this year. Having said that, Chen Jigua looked Susie up and down and continued, as long as you agree to that, I can help you settle this matter. When Susie heard this, her face suddenly changed. She certainly knew what Chen Jigua was referring to. Because Chen Jigua had hinted to her more than once or twice, but she had always fooled him by pretending to be stupid. But this time, she felt like she couldn't escape. Huada saw through the trick at a glance. This year is a critical period for this good teacher's professional title evaluation. She knows her boss has ulterior motives towards her. Although she is extremely reluctant, she doesn't know how to refuse, because she knows that if she does, her job may be in jeopardy. Chen Jigua's words are no longer just hints, they are outright threats. If Susie really had to take the blame for this matter, she wouldn't be able to get a professional title, and she wouldn't even be able to keep her job. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. This sentence may be a bit inappropriate here, but the meaning is the same. Su Qian knew that Chen Jigua was targeting her, and even though she was very resistant, she had to do it for the sake of her job. Huada thought about it and decided to see what Susie really thought. If Susie was willing to sell her body, he wouldn't care. This dedicated teacher was afraid of her boss, but due to work constraints, she didn't dare to refuse his offer. Her patience was limited, and she was struggling internally. She didn't want to ruin her innocence because of her work. There is no doubt that Susie is a teacher with very positive values. In this case, Hoda cannot just stand by and watch. But how can I help? Hint, you can use justice points to mentally interfere with the target, forcing him to admit his mistakes and disclose his crimes. This will free the good teacher from trouble and give him a chance for a promotion and a raise. Oh shit. It's worthy of being a system, it can actually be played like this. Before, Huada was still looking for an opportunity to try out the new features of the system, and now it has come. Chen Jigua's evil value is 30 points. According to the system, only 31 points of justice value need to be injected to make him abandon evil and do good. Then, Huadi injected justice points into Chen Jigua's body according to the system's instructions. You're the principal of number 1 middle school, right? If something happens to a student, don't you, as the principal, have any responsibility at all? At this time, Hoda suddenly stood up and said. Chen Jigua was stunned and looked at Huada with a frown. He was just about to teach Huada a lesson. But suddenly, he felt dizzy and his head was spinning. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, and I recovered quickly. However, at this moment, an imperceptible light flashed in Chen Jigua's eyes. Then, the whole person was shocked. Consumed 31 justice points, remaining 69 justice points, target infusion successful. Name, Chen Jigua, evil value, 0, justice value, 1. At this moment, Chen Jigua came back to his senses, and all the crimes he had committed since childhood suddenly flashed through his mind. He just felt that he was an unforgivable criminal and that it would not be too much to be shot 100 times. That's right, execution by shooting. He felt that he should be shot immediately. Thinking of this, Chen Jigua immediately took out his cell phone and called the police in front of Huada and Suzy. Hey, is that Yaoling? I want to surrender myself. A scumbag who has turned from evil to good, he wants to atone for the mistakes he made, so he chooses to turn himself in to the police. The police will arrive in 10 minutes and arrest him. After his arrest, the Education Bureau will immediately report the incident. Oh shit. Is this justice point so awesome? They actually turned themselves in to the police. Huada didn't expect that this justice point would be so effective. Suzy on the side was confused. What's going on? Why did he call the police and turn himself in for no reason? Is he mentally disturbed? Principal Chen, what's wrong with you? Suzy saw that Chen Jigua's face looked unnatural and his eyes were a little confused, and she suddenly felt uneasy. Unexpectedly, after hearing Suzy's voice, Chen Jigua immediately knelt on the ground, slapping himself and confessing. Teacher Su, I'm not a human. This is not your responsibility at all. It's me. I embezzled the school's construction funds, causing the construction team to use inferior materials, which led to the student injuries. Also, I shouldn't have used this to force you to be my lover. I'm not a human being. I deserve to die. Ah! Stop it! Susie screamed and her face turned red. You know, this is a hospital. People coming and going. Chen Jigua's move alone has attracted many people to stop and watch. Although nothing happened, Susie still felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed out of the ward. Chen Jigua was beaten violently. You bastard, it's all because of you who embezzled public funds and cut corners on the work, causing my son to lie in bed now. I'm going to beat you to death, you beast. The middle-aged woman was very strong, and one slap made Chen Jigua bleed. However, surprisingly, Chen Jigua was not angry but enjoyed it very much. Yes, I'm a bastard, I'm a beast, beat me to death and I'll be free. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman hit Chen Jigua even harder, making a loud slapping sound on his face. Make way, the police are investigating. Fortunately, at this time, the police finally arrived. Chapter 59, A Turn of Fortune. What happened? Who called the police? Suddenly, several uncles in uniforms and hats pushed through the crowd and came to Chen Jigua. Chen Jigua raised his head and saw the man in the hat. He immediately raised his hands and cried, "Comrade police, I called the police. I'm guilty. Arrest me. Arrest me. Guilty, what crime have you committed? Speak clearly." To be honest, several uncles in hats were also a little stunned. In this day and age, there are still people crying and begging the police to arrest them. Chen Jigua began to recount all the crimes he had committed over the years. Comrade police officer, my name is Chen Jigua, and I'm the principal of Jiancheng No. 1 Middle School. I embezzled school construction funds, accepted bribes from parents, bought positions, and engaged in inappropriate relationships with men and women at school, even sparing female students. I'm guilty, I'm a scumbag, and I should be shot. Huada was dumbfounded. No. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Chen Jidong is such a beast that he even doesn't let female students go. For a moment, everyone showed expressions of shock and anger. Chen Jigua, you are under arrest. After hearing about Chen Jigua's crimes, Uncle Hat immediately took out his silver bracelet and arrested him. Chen Jigua was taken away and the truth of the matter was revealed. The students were injured not because of Susie's fault, but because of safety hazards in the school building. Teacher Su, I'm really sorry. We shouldn't have misunderstood you. The middle-aged woman said apologetically. Zijian's mother, you don't have to say sorry. I am also responsible for this. It was my fault that I didn't take good care of Zijian. Susie's face showed a trace of guilt and self-blame. Although the accident was not her direct fault, she still felt guilty. Teacher Su, please don't say that. We all know that you are a good teacher. The matter was resolved, and Hoda accompanied Susie to see a doctor. But Hoda couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. After what happened just now, he finally understood the purpose of justice points. That is to turn an essentially evil person into a righteous person by instilling points of justice, and then let him repent. This is equivalent to asking him to expose his crimes. On the other hand, after the police took Chen Jigua back, they immediately launched an investigation. Based on Chen Jigua's own confession, the police quickly obtained all the evidence of his crimes. Just as Chen Jigua himself revealed, there is solid evidence to prove all his crimes. Based on the clues, the police followed the lines and arrested many people. The Discipline Inspection Commission also carried out a major purge within the Education Bureau. Subsequently, the police and the Education Bureau jointly issued a document to make Chen Jigua's criminal facts public. Hoda, thank you so much today. After seeing the doctor, Susie saw Hoda, who had not left yet, and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Huada shook his head and said with a smile, Teacher Su, you are too polite. If it's alright, I'll leave first. Just then, Susie's cell phone rang. Yes, I'm Susie. Oh, really? Thank you so much. I will definitely not let you down. The Education Bureau has learned of Chen Jigua's arrest and Susie's plight. Considering Susie's good performance, the Education Bureau has decided to appoint her as the Vice Principal and Dean of Studies at No. 1 Middle School. Becoming the Vice Principal at such a young age, no wonder Susie is so excited. Huada, the Education Bureau just called me and said they'd promote me to Vice Principal. After hanging up the phone, Susie said excitedly. Congratulations. Before you could utter a word, Huada looked at Susie in surprise. Susie actually kissed him. Teacher Sue, could you please kiss me next time? Hwada touched his face and said with an unsatisfied look on his face. Ah! Susie's face flushed instantly. She kissed Hwada excitedly just now, but she regretted it after the kiss. But what she didn't expect was that Hwada would actually say such a thing. Oof. You still want to have another chance? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to go pick up the kids from school. With that, Susie limped out of the hospital. Child? Is Susie already married? Name, Susie, age, 30, position, vice principal and director of studies at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, single mother, divorced her ex-husband a year ago due to his gambling addiction. Divorced. That's great. Hwada didn't know why she was so happy when she learned that Susie was divorced. But none of that matters. What matters is that Susie is single now. Hwada did not forget his date with Yi Yunyao in the evening. Seeing that the time was almost up, he drove away from the hospital. He knew that Yi Yunyao's car had been taken for repair, so he drove directly to Yi Yunyao's beauty salon. At this time, the beauty salon has started normal business. However, due to the previous looting and vandalism by thugs, the beauty salon's business is not very good. At this time, the beauty salon was deserted, with no customers except the employees. Why are you here? Yi Yunyao was worrying about how to boost the beauty salon's business when she suddenly heard someone opening the door. She looked up and saw it was Hwada. Hwada put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, "Didn't you say you would treat me to dinner tonight? I knew your car wasn't fixed yet, so I came to pick you up. Why do you look so worried? What's bothering you?" Yi Yunyao sighed and said, "Although we can operate normally now, all the customers have left. Because of the previous vandalism incident, the beauty salon's business has plummeted. But as the saying goes, misfortunes often bring blessings. In 3 minutes, a lucky person will visit our shop. If we serve her well and make her satisfied, the beauty salon's business will naturally pick up. Don't worry, I have a feeling that maybe things will turn around tonight." Hwada looked so mysterious that Yi Yunyao couldn't help but feel curious. She looked at Hwada suspiciously and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Hwada smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he said mysteriously, "The secret cannot be revealed." Although Yi Yunyao was skeptical, she couldn't help but be infected by Hwada's confident look, and the coach in her heart was slightly relieved. She decided to believe Hwada once, maybe a miracle would really happen? At this moment, the door of the beauty salon was pushed open again from the outside. A lady with elegant temperament and delicate makeup appeared in front of them. "Excuse me, can I take care of my skin here? This is a well-known fashion blogger with 5 million followers online. If you can serve her well, she will advertise for the beauty salon for free. 5 million fans is nothing compared to the entire internet. But in this small town, the fashion blogger with 5 million followers is undoubtedly an extremely influential figure. Every recommendation she makes can potentially bring huge traffic and exposure to local businesses. If Yi Yunyao's beauty salon could get his recommendation, its business would surely take off." Chapter 60, Kiss Twice on the Same Day. "You are, Sister Maruko." Yi Yunyao also usually watches short videos, so when she saw the other person take off his sunglasses, she recognized him immediately. She knew that the person in front of her was a big blogger with 5 million followers. If he could serve her well, the business in his store would pick up soon. At this time, Yi Yunyao suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Hwada, and found that he was also looking at her with a smile on his face. "Hwada, did you know she would come?" Hwada smiled mysteriously, blinked, and said, "The secret cannot be revealed, but I do have a little hunch." Hwada knew that a lucky person would come, but he didn't know that this lucky person would be a big blogger with 5 million fans. Yi Yunyao glared at Hwada and said in a feigned anger, "Okay, you're still keeping me in suspense. But forget it. The most important thing now is how to entertain Sister Wanzi well and make her leave satisfied. The beauty salon business is already bad nowadays. If they offend a big blogger, they will really have to close down. On the contrary, if you can serve her well, isn't this a free publicity opportunity?" Thinking of this, Yi Yunyao personally took action and provided a full set of skin care for Sister Wanzi. During the care process, Yi Yunyao not only demonstrated her professional skills, but also carefully asked about Sister Maru's skin condition and daily care habits to ensure that every step could meet Sister Maru's needs. While she was doing the work, she chatted with Sister Maru in a relaxed and pleasant manner, sharing beauty tips and experiences, making the other party feel at home. Hwada was not idle either. He hurriedly called the store employees and asked them to prepare tea and snacks for Sister Maru, ensuring that she could enjoy delicious food while enjoying the care. More than an hour later, when the full set of skin care was completed, Sister Maru smiled at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. Compared to before, her skin looked smoother and more delicate. Wow, Yao Yao, your cooking skills are amazing. And your service is so professional. Maruko said sincerely, I will definitely share this wonderful experience on my social media so that more people can know about your excellent beauty salon. After hearing this, Yi Yunyao was finally able to let go of the heavy stone in her heart. She knew that after getting Sister Maru's approval, the beauty salon's business would definitely improve. This blogger, who has 5 million followers, enjoyed an unprecedented comfortable experience and decided to promote this beauty salon with all her might. After seeing off Sister Maruko, it was already dark. Huode and Yi Yunyao left the beauty salon and prepared to go eat. Is this your car? When Yi Yunyao saw Huoda's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, her mouth opened in surprise. Yeah, how about it, not bad, right? Huode smiled proudly, then opened the passenger door for Yi Yunyao. Yi Yunyao thanked him and sat in the passenger seat. She found herself increasingly unable to see through Hoda. I thought Hoda was just an ordinary guy, but now it seems like he is not ordinary at all. First, he solved the troubles of the third young master of the Jiang family, and then he was able to invite Sister Wanzi, who has such strong financial resources. Could it be that this guy wants to pursue me? At this moment, Yi Yunyao thought that everything Huode did was just to pursue her. Otherwise, why would such a rich person suddenly come to rent my house, and why would he spare no effort to help me? Friendly reminder, the lady next to you mistakenly thought you invited Maruko-chan and became very interested in you. She thinks you are trying to woo her. Oh my god. Huoda almost laughed out loud when he saw the sudden prompt. He didn't expect Yi Yunyao to mistake her for Sister Wanzi, whom he had invited, but Huode did want to pursue her. Oh, that's not right. I want to sleep with her. Huode never thought of himself as a good person. On the contrary, he thought he was a complete scumbag. Since you are a scumbag, you should be prepared to be a scumbag. No initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. These are the 3 no principles for scumbag men that Hoda has always believed in. It is impossible for him to actively pursue Yi Yunyao unless Yi Yunyao pursues him instead. Afterwards, the two came to a hot pot restaurant. After guessing that Hoda wanted to pursue her, Yi Yunyao became a little anxious and worried, and had no appetite to eat. If this guy confesses his feelings to me, should I accept it? Yi Yunyao's mind was obviously elsewhere. She stirred the hot pot with her chopsticks, but she couldn't pick up a piece of meat. Huode noticed her strange behavior and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or is this dish not to your taste?" Yi Yunyao came back to her senses and forced a smile. "It's okay, maybe I'm a little tired today. This dish is delicious, you should eat it quickly." Huode glanced at Yi Yunyao and didn't ask any further questions, but he had already guessed something in his heart. He picked up a piece of beef and put it in Yi Yunyao's bowl, smiling and saying, "Eat more meat and supplement your protein. Look how thin you have become." Yi Yunyao picked up the beef in the bowl, glanced at Huode, and couldn't help asking, "Huode, do you have someone you like?" Huode was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yi Yunyao to suddenly ask this question. He thought about it and answered honestly, "Yes, I like Fairy Sister." "Sister Fairy?" "Yes, Fairy Sister, the Wang Yuyan she played was my dream lover when I was young." After hearing this, Yi Yunyao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but then she felt relieved. She smiled and said, "So you're still a fan?" No, I never chase stars. I just simply admire the beauty of the Fairy Sister. Eat quickly, or I'll eat them all." As he spoke, Huoda picked up the last piece of beef and put it into his mouth. "Leave a piece for me. You've already eaten so much beef, and I've only eaten one piece." After the dinner, Huode originally wanted to send Yi Yunyao back directly. But Yi Yunyao suggested taking a walk on the nearby beach to help digest the food. Hoda readily agreed. So the two of them walked side by side on the sidewalk by the sea, enjoying the tranquility and coolness of the night. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing bursts of coolness and blowing away some of the worries in Yi Yunyao's heart. She looked at Hoda beside her, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. Suddenly, she stopped and kissed Hoda on the cheek the moment he turned around. Damn it! Why was I kissed again? The question is, if you want a kiss, why not kiss the mouth, but kiss the face? Chapter 61. A trouble worth 50 million. Time flies, and another week has passed in a flash. In the past week, Hoda has focused all his attention on setting up a security company. However, we have not found a satisfactory place, which has led to slow progress. Early this morning, Hoda had just finished breakfast at Baiji's breakfast shop when he received a call from the agency. Mr. Hua, we have found a place that meets your requirements. It's located in the old industrial area of Zhangchang. Are you free now? Why don't you come and take a look? Okay, send me the address and I'll be there right away. In Hoda's opinion, if he wanted to open a security company, he would have to have a place for training. With the development of the city, Zhangcheng's original factories have long been relocated, and the original factory areas have all been vacated. There are large areas of idle factories and open spaces here, making it very suitable as a training base for security companies. More importantly, the old industrial area is not far from the urban area and the rent is relatively cheap, which is what Hoda values most. After hanging up the phone, Hoda immediately drove to the old industrial area. Soon, Hoda arrived at the place provided by the agency. This is an abandoned factory, which was formerly a cardboard factory. After getting off the car, Hoda looked around. Although the factory is not very large, with only 2 buildings and a factory building, it has an open space as big as a football field. Mr. Hua, now that you're here, let me give you a brief tour. At this time, a young man in a suit came forward and greeted Hoda. He is an employee of the agency that Hoda found. His name is Zhang Kong. Good. Hoda smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, Zhang Kong took Hoda to visit the entire factory. Mr. Hua, the entire factory covers an area of approximately 30,000 square meters. It has a factory building, 2 buildings, and an open space the size of a standard football field. According to your request, this vacant land can be used as a training ground for employees in the future. As for the 2 buildings, one was the former administrative building, and the other was the former staff dormitory. Both only need simple renovations before they can be used. As for the factory building, it also only needs simple renovations to serve as an indoor training ground for employees. While taking Hoda on a tour, Zhang Kong gave him a general introduction to the entire factory. I have to say, after a quick look, Hoda was very satisfied with this place. Just as Zhang Kong said, this factory basically does not require any major changes. It can be put into use by simply finding a decoration company to renovate it. It's really nice. How much is the rent here? What Hoda is most concerned about right now is the rent. If the price is not high, he would rather buy it directly. After all, he still has nearly 10 million in cash in his card, so buying an old factory should not be a problem. Hearing this, Zhang Kong said with difficulty, Mr. Hua, this is exactly what I want to tell you. The seller only sells and does not rent. Only for sale, not for rent? Isn't this exactly what he wants? How much does the seller want? Hoda asked again. Zhang Kong slowly raised his right hand and stretched out 5 fingers. 5 million? 5 million is a bit expensive, but it is still within his affordability. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kong shook his head and said, it's not 5 million, it's 50 million. What? 50 million? Hearing this, Hoda couldn't help but take a breath. This price has far exceeded his expectations. It is no exaggeration to say that 50 million is enough for him to buy a large piece of land in the main urban area. Although Hoda was very satisfied with the factory, after hearing the astonishing price, he turned around and left without any hesitation. 50 million is not the actual transaction price. If he can help the seller solve his difficulties, he will donate the factory for free. Free transfer? To be honest, after seeing the free donation, Hoda was indeed moved. But there is a prerequisite, which is to help sellers solve their problems. What difficulty is worth 50 million? Hoda was really curious. At this time, Zhang Kong saw Hoda was about to leave and hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Hua, please don't leave so quickly. The price is negotiable. The seller is on his way. Why don't you bargain with him in person? Okay. The main reason why Hoda stayed was to see what this difficulty worth 50 million yuan was. Not long after, a black Mercedes-Benz E300 slowly drove into the factory and stopped in front of the 2 people. A middle-aged man got out of the car. He was not tall, looking less than 1.7 meters. He was wearing a black suit and holding a briefcase in his hand. Seeing the other party, Zhang Kong hurriedly went to meet him. Mr. Li, let me introduce you to Mr. Hua, who wants to rent your factory. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, extended his hand to Huode, and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Hua, I am Li Wei, nice to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Huode, and I'm also very happy to meet such an outstanding entrepreneur like you." Sometimes necessary business compliments can quickly bring people closer together. Just like now, after hearing Huode say that he is an excellent entrepreneur, Li Wei's face looked much better. "Mr. Hua, you're too kind. I'm just lucky. I don't deserve the title of entrepreneur." Li Wei was modest for a moment, then asked, "Mr. Hua, what do you think of this place?" "It's very good, I'm very satisfied. But I heard from Zhang Kong that Mr. Li, you only sell it and don't rent it, and the asking price is 50 million. I'm afraid I can't afford it because of my lack of ability," Huode said with an embarrassed look on his face. Li Wei's face showed a complicated expression when he heard this. He sighed softly and said, "Mr. Hua, to be honest, this price is not what I originally intended. It's just that I'm facing a big problem and urgently need some funds. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell this place." This is a conscientious entrepreneur who recently co-founded a real estate company and was preparing to enter the real estate industry. He purchased a piece of land in a nearby city, but his partner absconded with the money. He decided to sell the factory and pay the demolition fee himself. If you can help the other party recover the demolition compensation, they are willing to transfer the factory to you free of charge. "Mr. Li, I understand that you're in trouble, but from a business perspective, don't you think 50 million is a bit too high?" Although Huode already knew what trouble Li Wei was in, he did not speak directly, but wanted to wait for the other party to say it himself. After all, the effects of speaking yourself and speaking proactively to the other party are different. Li Wei knew that the price he asked for was too high, but there was nothing he could do. 50 million may seem like a lot, but it is not enough for him to pay for the demolition. In order to enter the real estate industry, he invested all his savings over the years, but ended up being cheated. Li Wei sighed and said, "Brother Hua, it's not that I'm greedy, I just really have no other choice. Some time ago, a friend and I co-founded a real estate company and were preparing to enter the real estate industry. Just when we acquired a piece of land in the neighboring city and were preparing to develop it, my friend transferred all the money in the company's account away. You know, that's all demolition compensation for local residents. I really had no other choice, so I thought of selling the factory. Any compensation is better." Chapter 62, Give him a taste of his own. That's not right. Isn't real estate all about making money out of nothing? Why would you invest all your money in it? Huode asked, looking confused. The so-called making money out of nothing means promoting a real estate project without spending a penny through equity operations and leverage. Simply put, it means first registering a project company with a relatively small amount of own capital, then introducing other investors by selling part of the project company's equity, and then using the funds raised as project startup capital. At the same time, borrowing a large amount from banks and other financial institutions, using high leverage to magnify the scale of funds for project development. However, once the market conditions are bad, the project is loss-making or sales are sluggish, the debt under high leverage will make the company overwhelmed or even bankrupt. In this process, the actual capital invested by the company in the early stage is actually very small. This is also the reason why so many real estate companies have gone bankrupt in recent years. But the situation Li Wei faces is somewhat different from that of these real estate companies. Li Wei is a conscientious entrepreneur. He bases his business on integrity and does not engage in such operations of making money out of nothing. Of course, if everything goes well, Li Wei will also make a lot of money. However, unfortunately, he met the wrong person and was cheated by his partner, and all his money was taken away. In fact, at this time he only needs to package the project and sell it to other developers, and he can still make some profit. However, the project had already started, and the fact that the partner absconded with the funds was exposed. As the saying goes, the business world is like a battlefield. At this time, other developers naturally want to lower prices as much as possible. Take over the project at a low price and then sell the house at a high price. Li Wei naturally refused to agree, but if he didn't transfer the project, he had to continue developing it. If the development is to continue, the compensation for demolition alone will be an astronomical figure. Before this, Li Wei had borrowed some money from the bank through his own connections. But this is just a drop in the bucket. This conscientious entrepreneur has reached the end of his rope. If he can't raise 300 million yuan within a week, he will commit suicide by jumping off a building due to bankruptcy. All his assets will be auctioned off to pay off his debts, and his family will become penniless and homeless overnight. Seeing this, Hoda already wanted to help the other person. It's not because the other party will donate the factory for free, but more out of admiration for this conscientious entrepreneur and sympathy for his current predicament. Mr. Hua, if you can help me recover the money I was defrauded of, I can donate the factory to you free of charge. At this moment, Li Wei was desperate and had tried every possible means to cure his illness. Even though he knew nothing about Hoda, in this desperate situation, he could only pin all his hopes on Hoda. Mr. Li, although I don't have 50 million, I think it should not be difficult to help you recover the money you were defrauded of. But I need time. Hua De said lightly. Really? Thank you so much, thank you so much. Upon hearing this, Li Wei excitedly shook Hua Da's hand and kept thanking him. Don't be so quick to thank me. I'm not helping you for free, said Hoda. I understand, I understand. As long as you can help me get the money back, this factory will be yours. Li Wei said. Okay, it's a deal then. It's a deal. The two agreed that if Huada could successfully recover the money within a week, the factory would belong to Huada. Otherwise, Li Wei will die due to bankruptcy. After returning to Heishanwang Mansion, Huada was thinking about where to start to recover the money. After all, the other party seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could not be found at all. By the way, you can try opening a blind box. Huada thought of the random information in the system mall. Just do it. Huada directly opened the system mall and purchased 10 random intelligence. Tomorrow, the temperature in Jiangchang will be 38 degrees Celsius, with a southeast wind of 45 and sunny. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., King Lu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chinese pop music, will announce the start of a new national concert tour. A week later, renowned director Feng Dao will announce the start of filming for a Lunar New Year movie. 10 random intelligences in a row, all turned out to be useless information. There was no other way, Huada could only open 10 more. However, the result is the same. 10 more. Again, nothing was found. Come on. I opened 50 random intelligences in a row, but there wasn't a single useful one. Oh my god, is my luck so bad today? I just don't believe it. After 90,000 points were accumulated, there was no ripple at all. 10 more, and if that's still not enough, then 100. I have a lot of points anyway, and I don't believe that over 2 million points won't yield any valuable information. Hoda once again spent 10,000 points to exchange for 10 random intelligence. The first 9 pieces of intelligence are still some useless junk information. But when he saw the last piece of information, his eyes suddenly lit up. Here it comes. It's finally here. Name, Chen Dadong, age, 39, personality, greedy, selfish, cunning and hypocritical, identity, professional fraudster. He used the alias Chen Yaodong and disguised himself as a professional real estate manager with many years of experience. He then gained Li Wei's trust and embezzled all the money from Li Wei's real estate company account. He thought Li Wei's company was in Lin City, so he took the money and fled to Jiangcheng, thinking he could hide it from the world. At this moment, he was wantonly squandering the ill-gotten gains he had swindled from Li Wei in Tianwei, enjoying a luxurious life. It's actually in Jiangcheng. It's really hard to find it without any effort. Looking at this information, Hoda felt ecstatic. If Chen Dadong had fled to some other place, he really would have been helpless, but he chose to flee to Jiangcheng. Perhaps this is God's will. Even if we find him, how can we make him return the money? Call the police? If I just call the police, it would be too easy for him. Friendly reminder, the other party is a very superstitious person. You can pretend to be a fortune teller and defraud him of his money. Treat others as they would like to be treated. Since the other party is a scammer, let him experience the feeling of being cheated. Thinking of this, Huada already had an idea in his mind. So, Hoda hurriedly ordered a whole day's fortune-telling props online. Since you want to disguise yourself as a fortune teller, you naturally need costumes and props. After placing the order, Huada went straight out and rushed to Tianwei. He had finally found this kid, he couldn't let him get away again. Chapter 63, Impersonating a Charlatan and Taking Back the Huge Sum of Money. Huada followed Chen Dadong for 3 days. This guy sleeps in the hotel during the day and orders takeout for meals. At night, we would come to Tianwei to indulge ourselves. At 1 o'clock, there would be 2 princesses, and we would play until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning before bringing the princesses back to the hotel. After Huada figured out Chen Dadong's movements and daily routine, the props he bought online arrived. The 4th day of monitoring Chen Dadong. While Chen Dadong was still in the hotel, Huoda went to pick up a courier, then dressed himself up as a fortune teller and returned to the hotel, waiting for Chen Dadong to appear. 7 p.m. Chen Dadong walked out of the hotel shaking his head. Seeing Chen Dadong appear, Huoda immediately walked towards him. "Sir, please stay." Upon hearing this, Chen Dadong paused, turned around and saw a thin old man walking towards him quickly. This person was none other than Huoda, disguised as a universal human skin mask. At this time, Huoda looked only about 1.6 meters tall, skinny, wearing a yellow Taoist robe and holding a flag in his hand. It says on it, "One hang determines the fate of the world, and your destiny is in your hands." Not to mention, just looking at this outfit, he really does look like a charlatan. "Old man, you don't want to tell my fortune, do you?" Chen Dadong frowned slightly, obviously not believing Huoda. Although he is very superstitious, it doesn't mean that he believes in everyone he meets. "This scammer is very wary of you. You only need to make a slight move, tell him his name and background, and what he did, and you can gain his trust." Huoda smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Chen seems to be very wary of me." "Fuck. How do you know my last name is Chun?" Chen Dadong was stunned. He was sure that he didn't know the old man in front of him, let alone have seen him before. But why does he know his own name? Could it be that he is not a charlatan, but a master with real skills? Huoda took in Chen Dadong's reaction and saw that he frightened the other party as soon as he opened his mouth, so Huoda continued. "Mr. Chen, there's no need to panic. I not only know your name but also your background. You are from the neighboring city. Am I right or wrong?" "Amazing. Master, you are really amazing," Chen Dadong said in amazement. At this moment, he had completely believed in Huoda. You have gained the other person's trust, but that's not enough. You still need to finally tell him about his previous mistakes so that he will have complete faith in you. "Mr. Chen, you are too kind. I just passed by here and noticed that your forehead is black, as if you have suffered a bloody disaster. I believe that Mr. Chen must have done something shameful not long ago, such as betraying his relatives and friends." After hearing these words, Chen Dadong was completely dumbfounded and was extremely shocked. If he had some doubts about what Huoda said before, then after Huoda said this, he believed Huoda 100%. Because of this, he didn't tell anyone. Apart from him, Li Wei is probably the only one in the world who knows this. But in Chen Dadong's opinion, it was impossible for Li Wei to know the master in front of him. It is even more impossible for Li Wei to come to Jiangcheng from Linshur. So considering all these factors, the person in front of us is a true master. Thinking of this, Chen Dadong immediately knelt down in front of Huoda, hugged Huoda's thighs and cried, "Master, please save me, I don't want to die yet." Upon hearing this, Huoda's face was troubled at first, then he sighed and said, forget it. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Since I can meet you in this vast sea of people, it proves that we have a grudge. In this case, I will help you." Then Huoda pretended to look at Chen Dadong's face, then closed his eyes, stretched out his right hand, and began to calculate randomly. After a moment, Huoda opened his eyes and looked at Chen Dadong in shock. Chen Dadong was stunned by Huoda's sharp eyes and asked anxiously, "Master, is there any way to resolve this?" "Yes, but..." "But what?" Huoda glanced at Chen Dadong and said seriously, "But you'll have to pay a heavy price." "What's the price?" Chen Dadong asked quickly. Huoda said, "Your calamity comes from the ill-gotten gains you obtained. Only by returning the ill-gotten gains in full will your calamity be resolved." Upon hearing this, Chen Dadong's face turned pale instantly. He knew very well that the ill-gotten gains that Huoda was talking about were the huge sum of money he had defrauded from Li Wei. After a brief thought, Chen Dadong trembled and said, "Master, I will return the money now." As he said that, Chen Dadong immediately took out his mobile phone and transferred all the money in the card back to Li Wei's company account. After the transfer was completed, Chen Dadong looked at Huoda anxiously and asked, "Master, I have returned the money. Has my calamity been resolved?" Huoda looked at Chen Dadong's face seriously and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Chen, your disaster has been resolved." Then, he pretended to be serious and said, "Mr. Chen, although your disaster has been resolved, you must clean up your sins and become a new man in the future. Otherwise, there will be retribution, and heaven will not forgive anyone. You must remember that God is watching what you do. Never do anything that goes against the will of heaven again." After hearing this, Chen Dadong nodded repeatedly, his expression full of gratitude and remorse. "Master, you are right. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. I will never do anything that goes against my conscience and morality again. Seeing this, Hwode nodded slightly, and smiled in his heart that it was indeed impossible. He thought this would be a bit difficult, but he didn't expect to get the money back so smoothly. In that case, Mr. Chen, let's say goodbye now. We'll meet again if we're destined to. After saying that, Hwode left directly. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would laugh out loud. Afterwards, Hwode found a deserted place, took off his Taoist robe, changed back to his handsome face, and immediately called Li Wei. Mr. Li, you can check the company account to see if the money has been returned. Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately checked the money in the company account. When he saw that all the money he had been defrauded of was returned, he immediately said excitedly, "It's back, it's all back." Mr. Hua, how did you do it? To be honest, Li Wei didn't have much hope. But Hwode actually did it, and it took less than 4 days. Hwode smiled gently and said, "Mr. Li, the details are not important. What's important is that your funds have been returned intact. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise to me?" "Of course. If you have time now, I'll send you the transfer agreement right away. Then let's meet at the factory." Okay. Chapter 64 5-Year Agreement. When Hwode arrived at the factory, Li Wei had been waiting for a long time. Afterwards, Li Wei handed the transfer document that had been prepared long ago to Hwode. From then on, the factory belonged to Hwode. Of course, Hwode did not forget Zhang Kong from the agency and directly transferred an agency fee to him. After getting the transfer letter, Hwode declined Li Wei's invitation to dinner and left the factory. On the way back, Hwode received a call from Zhang Kong. "Mr. Hua, why did you transfer money to me?" Zhang Kong asked with a puzzled look on his face on the phone. At this time, he didn't know that Hwode had become the new owner of the factory. Hwode smiled and explained, "Thanks to you, Mr. Li has transferred the factory to me. This agency fee is what you deserve." "Really? Mr. Li transferred the factory to you? Congratulations." At this point, Zhang Kong changed his tone and said, "But Mr. Hua, I haven't been able to help you much, so I can't accept this agency fee." After hearing what Zhang Kong said, Hwode couldn't help but feel more favorable towards the real estate agent. In this materialistic society, there are not many real estate agents as sincere and principled as Zhang Kong. In Hwode's original world, there were many unscrupulous real estate agents. We asked the seller to lower the price a bit. Then he told the buyer that he would not sell the house for any less. Then, both ends make a profit from the price difference. Of course, this is still good. Some unscrupulous real estate agents even sell string houses as boutique houses. By the way, didn't he encounter this kind of thing some time ago? Therefore, Zhang Kang's sincerity and integrity left a deep impression on Hwode. "Zhang Xinqing, you are too polite." Hwode said gently on the phone, "Without you, I wouldn't have found such a good factory, so you deserve this money. It's also recognition of your work. Please accept it. Also, I need to find a reliable decoration company. I hope you can help me follow up, and then I will pay you part of the compensation." Although this factory site meets Hwode's needs, it still needs some renovation. Hwode had just arrived in this world and didn't understand many things yet. Decoration is a complex industry, and Hwode doesn't feel that he can handle it completely. Therefore, he decided to ask Zhang Kong for help. After all, as a real estate agent, you must know a lot of decoration companies. When Zhang Kong heard what Hwode said on the other end of the phone, a warm feeling surged in his heart. He didn't expect that Hwode not only recognized his work, but was also willing to trust him again and entrust him to help find a decoration company. "Mr. Hua, you are so polite. Don't worry about finding a decoration company. I will find you a reliable one with a fair price. As for the remuneration, please don't mention it anymore," Zhang Kong said enthusiastically. Hwode smiled and didn't mention the reward again, but he had already decided to give Zhang Kong a big red envelope after the decoration was completed. The two chatted for a few more minutes, confirmed some details, and then hung up the phone. At this time, Hwode had also returned to Heishanwang Mansion. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Hwode prepared to go out and meet Huang Mao and the others. The security company's venue had already been decided, and then they would go to register and establish the company. Hwode's idea was to let Huang Mao be the legal person of the company, while he would stay behind the scenes. In addition, he also needs to ask Huang Mao to buy some facilities and equipment. After Hwode got on the elevator, he pressed the button for the basement floor. The elevator slowly descended and stopped on the 11th floor. When the elevator door opened, a woman in cool clothes and with a hot body appeared in front of Hwada. Mr. Hwa? Teacher Sue? Mr. Hwa, it's really you. Do you live here too? Why haven't I seen you before? Seeing Hwada, Susie's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect to meet Hwada here. Hwada smiled and nodded. Yeah, I just moved in not long ago. Well, then we'll be neighbors from now on. By the way, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? Hwada remembered that Susie was riding a donkey before, so he thought of giving her a break. Hearing this, Susie immediately waved her hand and said, no need, I can just go by bike. It's okay, it's on the way anyway. Hwada himself didn't know whether it was really a ride or not. He only knew that as long as Susie was willing to take a ride, even going to Mars would be a good choice. Seeing Hwada's enthusiasm, Susie no longer refused. After the two arrived at the underground parking lot, they saw Hwada's Mercedes-Benz, and Susie remembered the previous rear-end collision. At that time, not only did Hwada not hold her accountable, she also stayed with her all the time. Thinking of this, Susie apologized again. Mr. Hwa, I'm really sorry about what happened last time. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Hwada smiled slightly, opened the door for Susie, and replied, no need to apologize, but you can have dinner. Also, how's your foot? I'm much better now, thank you. Okay, no need to thank me. Hwada waved his hand and said. Then, Hwada sent Susie to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Then they said see you in the evening and parted ways. Hwada called Hwangmao and after learning that he was at Miracle Internet Cafe, he drove over. When I walked into the internet cafe, it was full of noise, smoke, and the sound of keyboards typing. Because it was a weekday, the internet cafe was full of young hooligans and some young people who had dropped out of school. Hwada walked through the bustling crowd and found Hwangmao in a private room in the internet cafe. There were 4 or 5 of his younger brothers with him. Boss, you're here. When they saw Hwada, Hwangmao and his companions immediately stood up and greeted him. Hwada smiled and nodded to everyone, then he felt that the smell of smoke in the room was too strong, even for him, an old smoker, it was a bit unbearable. How many cigarettes did you smoke? Why is the smell so strong? Hwangmao and others looked at each other, scratched their heads and felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, you guys continue playing. Hwangmao, you come with me. Boss, where are we going? After walking out of the internet cafe, Hwangmao asked in confusion. Stop talking nonsense and get in the car. After saying that, he got on the car first. When Hwangmao saw Hwada get into a Mercedes-Benz G63, he was stunned. Daeben G63. This is his dream car. He dreams of owning a Mercedes-Benz G-Class of his own. Seeing Hwangmao still standing there in a daze, Hwada immediately rolled down the window and said, why are you still standing there? Get in the car. Oh. Hwangmao finally came to his senses and got on the passenger seat. As soon as he got in the car, Hwangmao asked excitedly, Boss, is this car yours? Why do you like it? Hwada asked back. Hwangmao nodded quickly, I like it very much, I dream of owning one. Seeing this, Hwada smiled and said, as long as you follow me and work hard, I guarantee that you can buy a Mercedes-Benz within 5 years. Real? In fact, Hwada originally wanted to say 3 years, but to be conservative he said 5 years. Don't worry, if you can't afford a G-Class within 5 years, I'll give you this car. Boss, don't worry, I will follow you and do my best. At this moment, Hwangmao wanted from the bottom of his heart to follow Hwada and build a career. Not for anything else, just to be able to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class of my own within 5 years. Chapter 65 Poor Acting. Boss, why did you bring me here? Hwangmao asked with a puzzled look when he saw Hwada taking him to a barber shop. Hwada glanced at Hwangmao's hairstyle that looked like the Golden Lion King and couldn't help but frown and said, look at your hairstyle, how can you look like someone who drives a G-Class? Go dye your hair back and change it to a neat and tidy hairstyle. I'll take you to register the company later. Register a company? At this time, Hwangmao was even more confused. Yes. Hwada nodded. I plan to let you be the legal representative of the security company. Me? No. Hwangmao waved his hands repeatedly. He knew his own limitations and was not qualified to be the legal representative of a company. If I say you can do it, you can do it. After saying that, Hwada pulled Hwangmao into the barber shop without saying anything. Then we found a professional Tony teacher to help him design his hairstyle. 2 hours later, when Juanma walked out of the barber shop, Hoda almost didn't recognize him. You look much better now. The yellow hair you had before didn't suit you. At this time, Juanma no longer had his previous non-mainstream hairstyle, and was replaced by a black crew cut, which made his whole temperament look completely different. Boss, I have dyed my hair back, so please don't call me Juanma from now on. Juanma said with a look of grievance on his face. That flowing yellow hair has been with him for many years, and now that he has suddenly changed his hairstyle, he is really a little uncomfortable. Hoda smiled and asked, if we don't call you Huangmao, what should we call you, a Huang? Not as good as Huangmao. At least Huangmao sounds like a human being. Huangmao said with a pout. But then again, Hoda really didn't know Huangmao's real name, and he hadn't thought of asking before. I've known you for so long, but I still don't know your name, asked Hoda. Yang Fan. Then I'll call you Afan from now on. Okay, let's go get a business license before the Industrial and Commercial Bureau closes. Afterwards, the two went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau together. Hoda paid an agent and completed all the company registration procedures in less than an hour. Although it costs a little more money, it is more efficient. If he were to go through the normal procedures himself, he might have to wait for a week. It was almost noon when we came out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Hoda thought about taking Yang Fan out for dinner. However, Yang Fan was anxious to go back and show his brothers his new hairstyle, so he refused. Before leaving, Hoda transferred 1 million in cash to Yang Fan so that he could purchase a batch of training equipment. Seeing that Hoda trusted him so much, Yang Fan couldn't help but become more devoted to Hoda. After separating from Yang Fan, Hoda found a small restaurant in a nearby commercial street to have lunch. This store is doing good business and the store is full of people. There was an empty seat when Hoda came in. Then he took out his mobile phone to scan the code and place the order. Unexpectedly, just as Hoda finished ordering the food, there was a commotion at the door. Everyone, come and take a look. My son is still in the ICU because he ate food from this unscrupulous store. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in her 40s shouted at the door of the store. After a quarrel, it immediately attracted a lot of onlookers. Seeing someone making trouble, the waiter in the store immediately ran to the kitchen and called the boss out. Hey, big sister, do you have any evidence for what you say? Just your words are useless. If you say there's a problem, then there's a problem. The boss's words immediately resonated with the onlookers. At the same time, many customers in the store were speaking up for the boss. I've eaten at this restaurant many times and nothing happened. Miss, did your child eat the wrong food somewhere else? That's right, how come we ate it without any problems, but your child had problems? Are you trying to extort money because your boss's business is so good? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started blaming this elder sister. Just then, the elder sister took out a receipt from her pocket. This receipt is the evidence. Is this your payment receipt? The payment date is clearly written on it. When everyone took a closer look, they found that it was indeed the payment receipt from this store. In an instant, the onlookers turned against the boss and turned around to scold him for being heartless. But before the boss could explain, many customers in the store started to defend him, saying, "What can a receipt prove? It only proves that you and your child ate here. You can't prove that your child's hospitalization has anything to do with this store or its owner." Yeah. A small receipt doesn't prove anything. What this young man said makes sense. When the elder sister saw that the people around her started to speak for the boss again, she immediately lost her composure and started crying. I'm a woman, do I need to lie? The doctor said my son had food poisoning. He drank porridge at home this morning, and so did our whole family. He was fine, but then he ate rice with toppings at your place at noon and became ill. For a moment, the two sides could not reach an agreement and started arguing in front of the store. At this time, the fish-flavored shredded pork rice ordered by Hoda was served. It has great color, aroma, and taste, and it whets your appetite at first sight. Hoda picked up his chopsticks and ate while watching the show. At this moment, a real-time intelligence prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. This woman was a temporary actress hired by the owner of the snack bar across the street to ruin the shop's reputation, leading customers to believe it was a black mark and used unsanitary ingredients, thus forcing it to close down. Hoda finally understood. This store is doing very good business and has taken away business from the snack bar across the street, so the other party came up with this dirty trick. This owner is a man of good character and a warm heart. He insists on using the freshest ingredients, never using leftovers, and cleans the kitchen at least 3 times a day. The food in this restaurant is absolutely safe and hygienic. Not only that, the owner also treats those in need to meals free of charge. If the quarrel continues, the restaurant's reputation will be severely affected, and the owner will have to close due to customer shortages. Without competition, the snack bar will resort to using gutter oil and leftover ingredients to profit, causing widespread food poisoning. Holy crap! Hwade originally wanted to watch the show, but as an upright and good citizen, how could he sit idly by? Hwade put down his chopsticks, walked over and said, "Sister, you keep saying your son was admitted to the hospital after eating food from this restaurant. Let me ask you, which hospital, which ward, and what's his name?" "Why should I tell you?" the eldest sister said righteously. Hwade smiled slightly and said, "If you don't tell us, how can we trust you?" "Yeah, how can we believe you if you don't tell us?" "Yes, tell me quickly, which hospital is it?" Seeing the people around her making a fuss, the older sister immediately made up a piece of false information. "Are you sure what you said is true? I'm going to call the hospital right now. If this person wasn't there." Chapter 66. Do you believe in feng shui? When the older sister heard that Hwade was going to call the hospital, she immediately panicked. His expression began to panic, and he was obviously feeling guilty. Hwade sneered, took out his cell phone and started making a call. Seeing this, the older sister hurried forward to stop her, but Hwade dodged. "Sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to steal my phone? Are all the things you said false?" Aye. At this time, the eldest sister's face had turned pale, and she stammered for a long time and couldn't speak. The people around immediately started talking and began to doubt what she had said before. At this time, Hwade continued, "Why don't I say it for you? Everything you said before was a lie. Someone deliberately asked you to come here to cause trouble. Their purpose is to affect the reputation of this store. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the owner of the snack bar across the street, right?" Hwade's words were like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar among the crowd. "Little brother, is what you said true?" the boss asked angrily. Hwade did not answer, but pointed to the older sister in front of him. The boss turned around and saw that the other person looked panicked. He knew there must be a problem without asking. "You're talking nonsense. How could I be hired by the snack bar across the street?" As soon as these words came out, Hwade's mouth corners suddenly turned up, revealing a confident smile and said, "Sister, I don't think I said you were hired. You said that yourself." Boom! All of a sudden, everyone reacted. This person confessed himself. Get out of the way, I want to go back." Seeing that the matter was exposed, the eldest sister wanted to run away, but was grabbed by the angry boss. "You can't leave. You caused trouble in my store, don't you deserve an explanation? Who is causing trouble? Who is causing trouble? Which eye of yours saw me causing trouble? Why, do you still want to hit someone? Come quickly, come and see, someone is being beaten." Seeing that the situation was not good, the eldest sister started to make a scene. At this time, Hwade said to the boss, "Boss, I suggest you call the police first and let the police handle this matter. By the way, you can call the relevant departments such as the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Food Administration, and the Health Bureau to report it." When the boss heard this, he immediately understood what he meant and asked the waiters in the store to make phone calls separately. Soon, the police arrived at the scene, and after learning the whole story, they took the woman back to the station. The other side. The various regulatory departments immediately went to the snack bar opposite to conduct a surprise inspection. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. After a surprise inspection, the relevant departments found that the snack bar had serious food safety problems. Not only are the ingredients rotten and spoiled, but the processing environment in the kitchen is extremely poor and the sanitary conditions are seriously substandard. Rats and cockroaches are everywhere in the kitchen. In addition, relevant departments also found some poppies in the back kitchen of this store. This thing is illegal, and using it to make food is an even more serious crime. The relevant departments immediately sealed off the snack bar and took away the owner and some related people involved in the case for investigation. Seeing this scene, the onlookers applauded. "Little brother, thank you so much today." The boss shook Hwade's hand and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Boss, you're welcome. I haven't finished my meal yet. I'll go back and eat first." Hwade waved his hand and returned to his previous seat, then picked up the half-eaten rice and started to devour it. At this moment, a plate of duck neck suddenly appeared in front of Hoda. When Hoda looked up, he saw a girl with no makeup but outstanding appearance suddenly appear in front of him. "Sorry, I didn't order duck neck." Hoda looked up at the girl and said. The girl smiled, revealing two shallow dimples, and said, "This is my treat. Thank you for bravely standing up and exposing that woman's lies, clearing the store and its owner. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fong Chung. I'm a regular customer of this store. Nice to meet you." As she spoke, Fong Qing generously extended her right hand. Huo suddenly understood what she said. He also extended his right hand to shake Fong Qing's hand and said, "I see. Thank you for your duck neck. My name is Huo, and I'm glad to meet you too." Afterwards, the two of them ate and talked. Huo learned that Su Qing was a self-media blogger who liked to explore delicious food stores in the city. This store was one of the food treasures he had recently discovered. Fong Qing admired Huo very much after seeing his brave act. Of course, I was more attracted by Hoda's appearance. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat so we can have dinner together when we have the chance. I know a lot of delicious restaurants. Fong Qing took the initiative to suggest. When a beautiful woman adds him on WeChat, there is no reason for Hoda to refuse. I immediately took out my phone and added the other person as a friend. After exchanging contact information, the two went their separate ways. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. 10 minutes later, the beautiful woman I just met will board a number 28 bus. Half an hour later, while passing the Hong Kong Island Bridge, this bus will collide with a car driven by a fatigued driver and crash into the sea. All 20 passengers and the driver will be swept into the sea, with no one surviving. Boom! After seeing this prompt, Hoda was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. The accuracy of the system intelligence is beyond doubt. He must act quickly to prevent the tragedy from happening. This is not only to save Fong Qing, but also to save these 20 innocent people and their families. Without thinking, Huo immediately drove his Mercedes-Benz and started looking for Fong Qing along the street. I remember that bus number 28 only stops at 2 nearby stations, and the nearest station is 300 meters away. Huo stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the nearest bus stop. It's only 300 meters away, and you can get there by just turning a corner. But to Huo's surprise, he did not see Fong Qing at this site. Isn't she here? Just when Huo was getting extremely anxious and was about to call Fong Qing, he suddenly saw Fong Qing in the rearview mirror drinking milk tea and walking towards the bus stop. Huo hurriedly got out of the car and shouted at Fong Qing. "Fong Qing!" Fong Qing heard the shout and looked up in surprise. Seeing it was Hoda, a puzzled look appeared on his face. "Hoda? Why are you here? Could it be that you want to pursue me?" Huo was in no mood to joke with Fong Qing at this moment. No time to explain. Get in the car. Hey, what are you doing? Fong Qing was shocked when she saw Huo pulling her into the car without saying anything. She never expected that Huo would kidnap her in broad daylight. That's right, in her opinion, Huo was going to kidnap her. Huo didn't know how to explain to Fong Qing for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the physiognomy in feng shui that he had used to fool Chen Dadong before. Do you believe in feng shui? Chapter 67 Life hangs on a thread. Do you believe in feng shui? Feng shui, also known as King Wushu and King Nangshu, is a mysterious art with a long history of the Chinese nation. Feng shui is a comprehensive science that covers a very wide range of content. And face reading is one of the subjects in feng shui. Physiognomy is a way of fortune telling by observing facial features. Of course, Huo didn't know anything about feng shui, let alone fortune telling, but he had a system. It's just that it's not convenient to tell others about the system prompts, so he can only convey the system prompts to Fong Qing through feng shui. After all, feng shui itself is a very mysterious subject. Feng shui? You know feng shui? Fong Qing looked at Huo in surprise. She always felt that Huo was fooling her. In her opinion, every feng shui master is over 50 years old, with white hair and an immortal look. Huo is so young and doesn't look like a feng shui master at all. Even if he could, he would only be a half-baked one. Yes, that is what Fong Qing thought. As a result, her impression of Huo was greatly reduced. Huo was concentrating on driving and had no idea what Fong Qing was thinking at the moment. But after hearing Fong Qing's slightly polite question, he said, to be more precise, I can read faces, or what's called physiognomy. Just now when we were eating, I noticed that your forehead was dark, as if you were going to have a bloody disaster. After we separated, I thought more and more that something was wrong, so I read your fortune. What's the result? At this time, Fang Cheng became curious and wanted to hear Hoda's conclusion, so she asked cooperatively. The conclusion is that you will face a disaster today, and it is a disaster that concerns life and death. Hoda said seriously. Puff. That sounds like it. If you say so, then if I'm with you now, wouldn't you also? Fang Cheng laughed while holding her stomach. I'm not kidding you. I came after you to help you resolve the disaster. Seeing that Fang Cheng didn't believe him, Hoda suddenly scolded her in a very serious tone. He must make Fang Cheng realize the seriousness of the matter. Seeing Hoda's expression suddenly change, Fang Cheng also put away her smile and pouted. Why are you so fierce? Since you said I'm in trouble, where are you taking me now? Fang Cheng asked. Hong Kong Island Bridge. 5 minutes later, a Route 28 bus carrying 19 passengers will pass by the Hong Kong Island Bridge. It will collide with a car driven by fatigue. The driver will swerve in panic, causing the bus to fall into the sea, and all on board will perish. At this time, Hoda drove his Mercedes-Benz and stopped at a bus stop about 500 meters away from the Hong Kong Island Bridge. The Hong Kong Island Bridge is more than 3,000 meters long, and Hoda did not know where the accident occurred. So the best way is to stop the bus before it gets on the bridge. The stop he was at that moment was the last stop before the number 28 bus went up the bridge. Seeing Hoda stop the car, Fang Cheng asked with a puzzled look on her face. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to the Hong Kong Island Bridge? Why did you stop here? If I'm not mistaken, you were supposed to take bus number 28. When Fang Cheng heard this, she was stunned. How did you know? Hoda pretended to be mysterious and said, I told you I can read faces, so of course I can tell. If I'm not mistaken, your disaster should be in the car. Hoda did not tell Fang Cheng what would happen specifically, but only told her that the car might get into an accident. The two waited in the car for a few minutes, and then they saw from the rearview mirror that a number 28 bus was slowly approaching the station. Just when Hoda thought that the bus would stop at this station to pick up and drop off passengers, the bus suddenly accelerated and drove straight past without stopping as Hoda expected. Not good. Hoda thought to himself that something was wrong, and immediately started the car and chased after him. But just at this moment, they encountered a red light. The number 28 bus had already passed the traffic light and was heading towards the Hong Kong Island Bridge. Maybe you calculated it wrong? I think this bus is in good condition. Fang Cheng said as she watched the bus going away. Of course it's okay now, but it may not be the case once you get on the bridge. Fortunately, the traffic light at this intersection was on for a relatively short time, and it turned green again after a few seconds. The moment the green light came on, Hoda stepped on the accelerator, and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly burst into a loud roar and rushed out like a wild horse. Hoda increased the speed of the car to 100 miles per hour and soon caught up with the number 28 bus. At this time, the number 28 bus was almost reaching the center of the bridge. In 30 seconds, this number 28 bus will collide with a private car. Due to improper operation by the driver, the bus will fall into the sea and all the people on board will die. 30 seconds. Hoda didn't know if he could make it in time. He observed the road conditions and thought about countermeasures. At this time, he saw a private car moving slowly in front of the left side of the bus. The speed limit on the Hong Kong Island Bridge is 80 miles per hour, but according to Hoda's judgment, the car's speed was only about 40 miles per hour, which can be described as a snail's pace. However, just as the bus was about to overtake the private car suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right for some reason. The bus driver never expected that a private car in the next lane would suddenly drive into his lane. In a panic, he immediately stepped on the brakes and turned sharply to the right. However, due to the high speed, the left side of the bus still collided with the private car. The violent collision made the already panicked bus driver even more flustered. He tried to steady the bus, but it was too late. The bus had lost control and began to slide towards the edge of the bridge. Hoda was driving behind the bus and witnessed the accident. At this moment, Fang Cheng was so scared that she dared not speak. She never expected that what Hoda said would come true. If Hoda hadn't appeared, she would probably be on that bus now. As for what the final outcome would be, she no longer dared to imagine it. Seeing that the bus was about to fall into the sea, Hoda didn't hesitate at all. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Hold on tight. He had to prevent the tragedy from happening, and the only way was to rely on the Mercedes-Benz to stop the bus. At the same time, the passengers on the bus were already panicking. "Oh my god, I haven't found a boyfriend yet, and I don't want to die yet. Mom, are we going to die? I haven't even lost my virginity yet, how can I die here? Old man, I'm coming to see you." They already felt the fear of death, and screams and cries came one after another. For a moment, the carriage was filled with panic and despair. Chapter 68: A thrilling crash saves countless families. What are you going to do?" Fong Qing asked with a pale face, holding the pull ring on the car door. Before she could recover from the bus accident, she felt a strong push on her back. Then, the next second, she found that Hoda was driving the car and rushing towards the bus like an arrow. "Brake! Brake! If you don't brake now, we're going to crash." By the time Fong Qing reacted, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was about to hit the bus. The only solution Hoda could think of now was to use his G-Class to force the bus to stop. But if this happens, his newly bought G-Class will be in trouble. In a flash, there was a loud bang. Hoda's Mercedes-Benz G-Class crashed into the front of the bus with a bang. The huge impact force instantly overturned the bus and it slid out. Fortunately, this time the bus did not slide towards the edge of the bridge. After sliding forward for more than 10 meters, the bus stopped in the middle of the road. Although the passengers inside were quite frightened and some were even injured, fortunately, their lives were not in any danger. At this time, Hoda also braked suddenly and stopped the car. Then, he hurriedly shouted to Fong Qing, who was still in shock in the passenger seat, "Call the police quickly." Then, Hoda jumped out of the car immediately and rushed over without even having time to check the condition of his beloved car. At the same time, the owner of the private car woke up instantly. At this moment, he was standing in front of the car, staring at everything happening in front of him. Seeing this, Hoda immediately yelled at the other party, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save people." "Oh." The other party quickly agreed and ran towards the bus with Hoda. At this time, the bus had overturned and all the doors for getting on and off the passengers were pressed down, so the passengers could only escape through the windows on the other side. Hoda took a running start, jumped directly on, and shouted to the passengers in the car. "Is everyone okay? I'm here to save you. Come, give me the child first." Hoda shouted as she carefully took a little girl from a mother's arms. Then it was handed over to the owner of the private car. After calling the police, Fong Qing also rushed over to help. Not long after, various rescue vehicles rushed to the scene. With the concerted efforts of various departments, all the trapped passengers and bus drivers were successfully rescued. The 19 passengers and one driver did not suffer any other injuries except for a few scratches and some shocks. "Hello, I'm from the Jiangcheng Traffic Police Brigade. I'd like to ask you about what just happened." At this time, a traffic policeman stopped Hoda and asked him. Hoda said truthfully, "I was just following the bus." Just when the bus was about to overtake the private car suddenly turned its steering wheel towards the bus's lane. Then the bus also turned its steering wheel sharply, but the two cars still collided. Then I saw the bus rushing towards the guardrail of the bridge. I saw that something was wrong, so I rushed over and rammed the bus with my car, knocking it over. This prevented the bus from rushing over the guardrail and falling into the sea. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." After the traffic police finished taking Hoda's statement, they immediately retrieved the surveillance video from the scene. After realizing that there was no way out as Hoda had said, he immediately took the private car driver back. What happened was actually very simple. The private car driver caused a car accident due to fatigue driving. After the people were rescued, a tow truck arrived at the scene quickly. All 3 vehicles involved in the accident were towed back. At this time, Hoda discovered that the front of his G-Class had been completely destroyed. It would be a lie to say I didn't feel sad. After all, I had the car for less than a week when it was crashed like this. "Brother, that Mercedes-Benz G-Class was yours, right?" At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked up to Hoda and asked. Hoda nodded, looked at the other person and asked, "You are?" "I run an auto repair shop. This is my business card. My name is Xiao Xueming." As he spoke, Xiao Xueming took out a business card and handed it to Hoda with both hands. Hoda picked up the business card and looked at it. "Xueming Auto Repair Shop." Hoda then looked at Xiao Xueming with a puzzled look and asked, "Boss Xiao, do you have something to talk to me about?" Xiao Shueming smiled and said, "Well, your car was hit, and I was wondering if you'd like to come to my shop to get it repaired. I promise to give you a higher damage claim, and then return the higher amount to you when the time comes." Hearing this, Huode frowned. Increasing the damage to the car and then getting rebates is a very common thing in auto repair shops. Of course, if you take the car to a 4S shop for repair, the 4S shop will still report an inflated amount of damage to the car. I will definitely not bring you a repaired one if I can replace it with a new one. The only difference is that there is no rebate at 4S stores. However, if you repair your car at a 4S store, all spare parts are original from the manufacturer. So for this reason, there are still many car owners who are not short of money who choose to go to 4S stores for repairs. Of course, more car owners will choose to go to private auto repair shops like Shueming Auto Repair Shop for repairs in order to get rebates. However, these car owners who received rebates will return all the money they earned when they want to sell their cars. Obviously, Huode is a wealthy car owner and he has no intention of going to a private auto repair shop to repair his car. But he still said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chiao, I don't plan to go to your shop to repair the car. To be precise, I don't plan to repair my car. Do you have any connections to have it declared a total loss?" That's right, Huode wants to change his car. After all, it was such a serious accident that he didn't dare drive the car even if it was repaired. It would be better to just classify the car as a scrap car and then buy another one. Well, Huode could see that the other party obviously didn't want to help. Huode also expressed his understanding of this. After all, if the car is assessed as scrapped, the other party will not make any money. He came to Huode to ask him to go to his shop to repair the car. He did it to make money, not as an obligation to help. So Huode didn't blame him. After thanking him, Huode walked away. But he still called Lu Anren at the 4S store. "Mr. Hua, do you have something to talk to me about?" After the call was connected, Lu Anren's voice came from the phone. Huode got straight to the point and said, "Ms. Lu, my car was just hit, and it was pretty serious. I'd like to ask if you can have it declared a total loss. I'd like to buy a new one." "Oh, I was hit. Are you okay?" Lu Anren's voice was full of concern. Huode felt warm in his heart, and couldn't help but have a better impression of Lu Anren. Huode replied, "I'm fine, but the car was hit pretty hard, so I wanted to ask if you could help me." Lu Anren pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Hua, I understand your feelings, but we don't have the final say on this matter. How about this, I'll ask for you and call you back later. Is that okay with you?" "Okay, I'll wait for your call." After hanging up the phone, Huode finally remembered Fong Cheng. "How are you? Are you okay?" Huode came to Fong Cheng and asked with concern. Fong Cheng shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for today." Although Fong Cheng still looked frightened, she knew that if it weren't for Huode, she would probably have died in the sea today. Similarly, if it weren't for Huode, all the passengers in the car would probably have died. So this thank you was not only her thanks to Huode, but also her thanks on behalf of all the passengers in the car. Chapter 69, Trading in an Old Car for a New One, a New G-Class for Free. Because Huode's car was towed away, Huode couldn't take Fong Cheng back, so he took a taxi and left. Huode got on the trailer and went straight to the 4S store. As for why you go to a 4S store, of course it's to buy a car. Although it has only been a few days since he picked up the new car, Huode has already experienced the convenience of having a car. "I would not be able to get used to it if I suddenly didn't have a car to drive." So, he wants to buy a new car. When they arrived at the 4S store, Lu Anren was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Hua, I was just about to call you, but I didn't expect you to come." When Lu Anren saw Huode, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Today, Lu Anren put on a light makeup, wore a black business suit, a pair of black high heels, and paired with the charming black stockings, which made Huode take a second look. After Huode retracted his gaze, he asked Lu Anren, "Ms. Lu, do you have any Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars in stock?" To be honest, Huode is still very satisfied with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, so even if he wants to buy a new car, he will still choose the G-Class. Hearing this, Lu Anren looked embarrassed and said, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Hua, we don't have any G-Class cars in stock at the moment. If you want a G-Class, I'm afraid you'll have to wait." Huode had anticipated this, and the reason he asked was to see if his luck would be as good as last time. Obviously, he was unlucky this time. "By the way, Mr. Hua, I want to ask, how did you crash the car?" Lu Anren asked curiously. "Don't mention it." Huode waved his hand and said, "Just now, there was a car accident on the Hong Kong Island Bridge. A private car hit a bus. The bus driver was driving the bus carelessly and was about to run off the bridge. I rushed over and forced the bus to stop. Hua said it lightly, but to Lu Anren, it sounded like a heroic act. Regardless of his own safety, he resolutely used his newly bought car to force the bus to stop and save several passengers. This is righteousness. At this moment, Lu Anren sincerely admired Hua De. At the same time, she also knew why Qin Zhao's Mercedes-Benz was hit so badly. Mr. Hua, you are a hero. Speaking of which, can my car be declared a scrap car? Hoda asked. Lu Anren shook his head and said, I'm afraid not, but you can exchange it. Although it's an accident car, it's still worth a lot of money. Yes, it can be replaced. Huada slapped his forehead and wondered why he hadn't thought of this. In that case, take me to see the car first. Mr. Hua, please come this way. As he spoke, Lu Anren took Huada into the exhibition hall. Mr. Hua, if you want a ready-made car, you can consider this Maybach S-Class. Lu Anren pointed to a black Maybach S580 and said. Although Maybach is a luxury car worth millions, Hoda thinks it is too old-fashioned and does not suit his young and wealthy temperament. I still think the G-Class is more suitable for me. Huada shook his head. If you want to be proud, drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This. Lu Anren was in a bit of a dilemma for a while. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked into the exhibition hall in a hurry. He looked anxious and looked around as if he was looking for someone. When he saw Hoda, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Hello, Mr. Hua. My name is Joe and I'm the owner of this forest shop. Thank you for saving my mother. As he said this, Zhou Zhihao was about to kneel down towards Huda. Fortunately, Huda was quick-witted and supported the other person. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? Huda asked with a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Hua, I know everything. You just stopped a bus from falling into the sea on the Hong Kong Island Bridge. I just received a call from my old mother. I was still thinking about how to thank you for saving my life, but I didn't expect to see your car in the maintenance department, so I came to see you. Huadi understood that one of the people in the car he rescued was the elderly mother of the forest shop owner in front of him. Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. I just did what I thought I should do. Zhou Zhihao held Huada's hand tightly, his gratitude overflowing with words. No, Mr. Hua, you saved my mother. You are the benefactor of our entire family. We must repay this favor. At this time, Zhou Zhihao looked at Lu Anren beside him and asked, Xiao Lu, what car does Mr. Hua like? Mr. Zhou, Mr. Hua wants a G-Class, and he wants it ready, but we. Lu Anren said embarrassedly. Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry. I just love the G-Class. Hua De scratched his head and said. I see. After saying that, Zhou Zhihao quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Old Wu, I'm Zhou Zhihao. Do you have any AMG-GS? That's great. I have a friend here who needs a car. Can you help me? Just consider it as a plea from me, isn't that enough? I owe you a favor. What friend? My benefactor, the benefactor of my entire family. No more talking, I'll arrange for a cart to go over there right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zhihao immediately said with a smile, Mr. Hua, please wait a moment. I have arranged for someone to go to another store to transfer a G-Class. It should be here soon. Although Huadi was a little surprised, he still thanked her. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. No. Mr. Hua, please take a rest first. Zhou Zhihao then called Lu Anren aside and whispered, Xiao Lu, don't charge Mr. Hua for the car later. I'll pay for it. Although Zhou Zhihao spoke softly, Huadi heard every word he said. Mr. Zhou, this won't do. Zhou Zhihao was shocked that he could hear it from such a distance. However, Zhou Zhihao quickly recovered and said, Mr. Hua, compared to my mother's life, a car is nothing. But, this. Mr. Hua, please let me express my gratitude, otherwise I will feel really bad. No, I don't save people because I want something in return. Huada thought about it and refused. Although Huada doesn't think he is a good person, he has a bottom line. At this time, Lu Anren said, Mr. Hua, don't you still have an old car? You can trade it in. Yes, swap. When Zhou Zhihao heard Lu Anren's words, he immediately gave her an approving look. He immediately felt that Lu Anren was a good person and should be trained intensively in the future. Replacement? That's right, Mr. Hua, if you feel bad about it, just trade your old car to us, and I'll take the difference. That should be fine, right? Zhou Zhihao said with a smile. Hua Da thought about it and decided that this was fine. Although he had taken advantage, Zhou Zhihao's contribution was not too much, so he nodded and agreed. That's it, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Of course I should, of course I should. Chapter 70 I Don't Like One's Eye Buns. Half an hour later. Hua Da saw a brand new Mercedes AMG G. Unlike his original G-Class, this car was actually a red one. There is a sense of sexiness from the inside out. However, Hoda loved it. Mr. Hua, I'm sorry, I didn't know this car was red. Zhou Zhihao would never have thought that the G-Class that was transferred over would be a red one. It's not that red is a bad color, but few men like to buy red cars. Except sports cars, of course. Hua De waved his hand. It's okay. Red is fine. Seeing that Hua Da really liked this red G-Class, Zhou Zhihao finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you like it, as long as you like it. Xiao Lu, please help Mr. Hua with the follow-up procedures. I have something else to do here. Okay, Mr. Zhou, go ahead and get busy. Zhou Zhihao had to go back and settle the score with old Wu. Although Hua De accepted the car, it didn't mean he accepted it. If Hua Da didn't accept it, he would be the one who would be embarrassed, so he had to settle the score with old Wu. Hua Da didn't know about this. He was carefully observing the new car at the moment. Another 10 minutes passed. Lu Anren handed a file bag to Hua Da. Mr. Hua, here are all the documents for this car. Please keep them. Thanks. Hua De took the file bag and saw Lu Anren seem to be hesitant to speak. He asked curiously, anything else? Hearing this, Lu Anren looked up at Hua De and mustered up the courage to say, Mr. Hua, can I treat you to dinner tonight? After she finished speaking, Lu Anren's heartbeat quickened, but she still tried to stare into Hua Da's eyes, waiting for his answer. She knew the gap between herself and Hoda. Hua Da is not only handsome, but also young and rich. Such a person will never lack girlfriends. But Lu Anren still wanted to give it a try, because she knew that Hua Da was different from those rich second generations. He was able to stand up in a critical moment, which proved his kindness. Hua Da smiled slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It is undeniable that Lu Anren is indeed very good looking. Hua Da was still a little moved. But unfortunately, Lu Anren's appointment was for tonight, and he already had an appointment. Miss Lu, I'm so sorry, I'm afraid it won't be possible tonight. Ah, then. God knows, Lu Anren almost cried after hearing that she was rejected by Hua De. However, at this time, Hua Da changed the subject and continued, it should be possible tomorrow night. Real? Lu Anren asked in surprise. Hua De nodded and said, well, tomorrow night, I'll pick you up when you get off work. It's a deal. It's a deal. Then, Hua Da drove the new car away from the 4S store. He looked at the time and it was almost time to go home from school, so he drove towards Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Originally, Susie had an evening study class tonight, but she had already made an appointment with Hua Da, so she had to find someone to switch classes with her. Teacher Zhu, are you free tonight? Can you take my evening study session? Susie asked the young girl beside her. Teacher Su, you rarely change your evening self-study classes. Why did you think of changing them today? Are you going on a date tonight? Teacher Zhu teased with a smile. Teacher Zhu's words instantly attracted the attention of other teachers in the office. Everyone was concerned about Susie's date tonight. Teacher Su, are you really going on a date tonight? Who is that person and what does he do? Teacher Su, you really need to think about your life. You are still young and Xiaoyun is still young, so you have to hurry up. Teacher Su, you haven't told me who it is yet? Is it the new PE teacher? I guess it's Mr. Wang, the math teacher. He's been pursuing you. Susie blushed as she listened to her colleagues teasing in concern. Don't guess, it's not a date, it's just a meal. You said it wasn't a date, but we're having dinner together. Teacher Zhu seemed to have heard a huge joke. Alright, let's not guess anymore. I'll teach you this lesson tonight, but you have to let us see what that person looks like. But I don't have a photo of him, said Susie. Just take one at night. Then I'll try. At this time, Wang Weijie, who happened to walk to the office door, heard everyone's discussion. Susie found a boyfriend? Impossible. This is impossible. Although Susie has been married once and has a 3-year-old daughter, she still maintains a good figure and appearance. Coupled with her gentle and kind personality, she is quite popular in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School and has many suitors. Wang Weijie is one of them. After hearing the news that Susie might have a boyfriend, Wang Weijie suddenly felt inexplicably irritated and unwilling. He has always had a crush on Susie and has confessed his feelings to her many times, but was rejected by Susie every time. At first he thought that Susie was unwilling to accept him because she was afraid of marriage after a failed marriage. Now it seems that he was wrong and took it for granted. At this moment, hearing that Susie was about to date another man, the fire of jealousy in Wang Weijie's heart was instantly ignited. Susie, how could you do this? Wang Weijie couldn't help but mutter, you clearly know how I feel about you, why are you still dating other men? However, Wang Weijie also understood that he had no right to interfere in Susie's private life. He just couldn't accept that the woman he had admired for so long was taken away by someone else. At this time, Susie had packed up her things and was ready to leave the office. She didn't know that Wang Weijie heard their conversation outside the door. Seeing Susie's leaving back, Wang Weijie immediately chased after her. And the other side. Hua De has already driven to the gate of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. It was the time when students were about to finish school, and there were many cars parked on the roadside, all of which were parents coming to pick up their children. A red Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly appeared at the school gate, immediately attracting a lot of people's attention. Wow, it's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Who in our school is so rich? His family drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Could it be Xia Chao Chao? I heard her family is quite wealthy. It should be Kai Yujie. I heard his father runs a company and is worth tens of millions. Look, Xia Chao Chao walked over. Could it really be her car? Amid the discussions of the students, a girl in school uniform and a ponytail suddenly walked towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This person is none other than Xia Chao Chao, the school belle of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. As she walked into the car, she saw Hoda getting out. Uncle, is this car yours? Xia Chao Chao asked. Uncle? When Hoda heard Xia Chao Chao calling him uncle, he immediately laughed. He is only 25 years old, at most 6 or 7 years older than these middle school students. Hoda must be unhappy to be called uncle. Hey beauty, have you ever seen such a handsome uncle? Xia Chao Chao was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then a bright smile spread across her face and she said, okay, handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Does it matter to you whether I have a girlfriend or not? Hoda asked with a puzzled look on his face. Xia Chao Chao said seriously, if you don't have it, I don't mind being your girlfriend. If you do have it, I don't mind being your girlfriend either. What? Just you? Hoda looked Xia Chao Chao up and down in surprise, then said disdainfully, sorry, I don't like steamed buns.